Lin Xize found himself swept into a tumultuous realm created by the system, a grand universe where Marvel and DC intertwined. However, the very nature of this temporal turbulence had plunged the once stable world into chaos. As a newcomer to this world, Lin Xize was tasked with either imprisoning or subduing those guests who had traversed from other universes, lest they wreak havoc in this one. Chapter 1. An Erroneous Crossing. Lin Xize lifted his gaze, surveying the towering skyscrapers surrounding him. He took a closer look at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed men and women, alongside a multitude of individuals of African descent. He then addressed the system with a hint of frustration. System, you previously asserted that you would transport me to the primordial world. Why, then, do I find myself still amidst this urban landscape? The system responded, this situation indeed stems from my oversight, but you cannot place the entirety of the blame upon me. After all, errors in crossing over are rather commonplace. Furthermore, have you not made any mistakes yourself, my dear? The system displayed a rather haughty demeanor. Lin Xize rolled his eyes at the system, feeling utterly speechless at its retort. The system's charming female avatar continued. All right, I was merely jesting to lighten the mood and avoid any awkwardness. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. I did not intentionally prevent you from reaching the primordial world. Moreover, what is so unfavorable about your arrival in this world? It is considerably safer than the primordial world, where one might find themselves obliterated upon arrival. In this light, you ought to express gratitude to me for the lack of energy. Lin Xize listened to the system's words. A sense of unease crept over him, like a tingling itch in his mind. Suddenly, a light flashed in his consciousness, as if he had grasped an elusive truth. Lin Xize erupted. Good heavens! Have you previously transported others, only to inadvertently expose their identities and lead to their demise? The system hurriedly replied, Fear not, my master. I am a high-level system. Such a blunder as failing to conceal the identity of my master during a transfer to the primordial world is unlikely to occur. It is possible that my concealment was so effective that Hongjun deemed it a variable, resulting in the annihilation of my last host. Upon entering the primordial world, falling directly under Hongjun's scrutiny, he, in the heavenly Tao, unable to comprehend the situation, simply eradicated the previous host. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's voice trembled as he inquired, If what you say is true, then how many masters have you had before me? The system, elated by Lin Xize's question, exclaimed, Master, rejoice in your fortune. The previous host perished too soon and had not fully bonded with me. Their soul never entered the system space. Therefore, you are my first true master. Lin Xize's lips twitched slightly at the system's declaration, and he probed further, What do you mean by the soul entering the system space? The system responded, Master, while you are currently bound to me, we have yet to achieve complete integration. Only when your soul enters the system space to claim a novice gift package can we attain perfect unity. Moreover, there is an additional advantage to perfect integration, Master. Should you meet your demise, I can ensure your reincarnation. Unless the system is unable to react in time and your true essence is extinguished, you can essentially achieve immortality of the soul. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Xize exclaimed urgently, Hurry, system. Cease your lengthy discourse and grant me the novice gift package at once. After all, Lin Xize was genuinely unsettled by the system's revelations. To prevent this unreliable system from leading him astray, he felt compelled to fully bind himself to it. Thus his eagerness to claim the novice gift package for perfect integration. The system replied, Master, your novice gift package was originally intended for survival in the primordial world. However, the primordial world exists in a hyperdimensional realm, and this urban world cannot accommodate items from it. The novice gift package has automatically undergone dimensional reduction, transforming into a version compatible with this world. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize paid little heed to the system's mention of the novice gift package being rendered inferior due to dimensional reduction. His sole desire now was to open the novice gift package. Observing Lin Xize's lack of objections, the system opened the novice gift package. With a chime, it announced, Congratulations, Master. You have received the Demon Blade Qianren, a cleansing elixir, and a tome titled The Supreme Art of Yin and Yang. Relieved that the novice gift package had been opened, Lin Xize began to examine the items within. He inquired of the system, These items appear quite impressive. What, pray tell, did the original novice gift package contain before its dimensional reduction? The system glanced at the items, then at Lin Xize, and replied, Master, we have already claimed our rewards. There is no need to dwell on what the original offerings were. After all, it might be somewhat disheartening. Listening to the system, Lin Xize's curiosity intensified, and he insisted, Even if I can no longer obtain them, you must at least reveal what I nearly possessed. The system, acknowledging Lin Xize's request, stated, "Very well, Master, but do remain patient. The novice gift package is the creation of our system, the universal concept system. It generates initial development items tailored to the world we traverse. Furthermore, the items produced are entirely obedient to your commands. For instance, your demon blade Shenron may ascend to become the witch slayer or the demon suppressor. The washing essence pill may very well be the reversion pill. This particular elixir is said to restore its master to the primordial physique of the ancient sages of humanity, created by the goddess Nuwa in the primordial era. Possessing such a physique would grant the master immense potential and advantages within the primordial world, far surpassing ordinary individuals in both cultivation speed and comprehension of various laws. As for the final technique, the profound method of yin and yang, it likely corresponds to the Tao of yin and yang. However, I'm unaware of the specific nature of this technique. Should this world be sufficiently conducive for the master to cultivate to that level, perhaps the master could attain the Tao of yin and yang. Lin Xize was rendered speechless by the system's revelations, overwhelmed to the point of losing his composure. He felt as though he had forfeited countless treasures, staring vacantly at the towering edifices before him. Vivid images of the formidable items and abilities described by the system flooded his mind, stirring feelings of regret and sorrow within him. He began to envision the immense power and status he could possess in this world, should he have access to the beginner's gift pack from the primordial realm. Observing Lin Xize's reaction, the system remarked, "I told you not to listen, yet you insisted on asking. Look at this, are you not a bit shaken? I hope you won't be reduced to folly." The system's tone carried a hint of jest mixed with concern. It understood Lin Xize's yearning for formidable power, yet was taken aback by the extent of his dismay. Reluctantly, Lin Xize came to terms with this reality. After all, the beginner's gift pack had been fully claimed, and there was no altering the outcome. He could only resign himself to fate. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to recalibrate his emotions, reminding himself not to dwell in regret. Although the diminished beginner's gift pack was not as potent as originally envisioned, it might still serve a significant purpose in this world. Lin Xize then inquired of the system, "What world have we entered?" His tone was tinged with curiosity and trepidation. He was entirely unfamiliar with this new realm and uncertain of the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Lin Xize hoped the system could provide him with insights about this world, aiding him in better adapting and surviving. The system hesitantly replied, "This world seems to harbor considerable dangers. I sincerely apologize, Master." The system's voice was laden with regret and concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's heart tightened, igniting an even greater urgency within him to comprehend the circumstances of this world. "System, please elucidate the dangers present in this world. How shall we respond?" Lin Xize implored eagerly. The system responded, "Master, this realm is a fusion of Marvel and DC, interspersed with various smaller worlds. Moreover, due to my actions, the barriers of the universe have been breached. After my repairs, the rifts have been contained above Blue Star, ensuring that any unforeseen visitors from other universes will appear solely on Blue Star." Lin Xize furrowed his brows, acutely aware of the intricate and perilous environment surrounding them. The colossal realms of Marvel and DC had converged, bringing forth an array of formidable superheroes and supervillains, each possessing diverse powers. Furthermore, the presence of various minor worlds only heightened the uncertainty. The unforeseen visitors from alternate universes congregating on Blue Planet were destined to incite a myriad of chaos and conflict. Chapter 2. The Rules of the Universe. The system addressed Lin Xize, stating, "Master, according to the regulations established by the system, if any issues arise in other worlds due to the phenomenon of traversing, it is imperative to rectify those problems. This time, due to my breach of the cosmic barrier. Although I have managed to contain the fissure within Blue Star, it has nonetheless significantly impacted this Marvel-infused world. Thus, we must devise a strategy to address the ensuing circumstances and restore this realm to a relatively stable state." Lin Xize, filled with urgency, implored the system, "Could you hasten the process of mending the fissure? Since this predicament was initiated by you, I trust you possess the means to resolve it. We cannot allow these unexpected visitors from alternate universes to continue manifesting in Blue Star, creating chaos." The system, responding with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Master, I too wish to swiftly mend the fissure. However, the situation is far from straightforward. The rift in the cosmic barrier cannot be repaired with mere patchwork. It involves an intricate interplay of cosmic energy and regulatory frameworks. My previous efforts to contain the fissure above Blue Star have already consumed a considerable amount of my energy and computational resources. To fully restore it, I must first accumulate sufficient energy and conduct an in-depth study of the relevant rules within this marvel-infused world to identify the most effective method of repair. Lin Xize, bewildered and anxious, queried, "Is it true that you lack energy? How can that be? The restoration of the fissure depends on you. Cannot you escalate this issue to your superiors? Surely, it would be more prudent for them to dispatch assistants to help resolve this predicament rather than leaving us in a state of agitation." The system, with a pained expression, explained, "Master, I indeed expended a vast amount of energy to contain the fissure, and my remaining energy is now quite limited. I am currently unable to undertake any large-scale repair operations. As for reporting this matter to higher authorities, it is not that I am unwilling, rather, regulations prohibit such actions. When our system encounters problems stemming from our own errors, we are obligated to resolve them independently. The higher-ups are unlikely to intervene unless the situation escalates to a point of total chaos, especially for a system of my caliber. Unless the blunder transcends the bounds of regulatory guidelines, we are mandated to address it ourselves. Fleeing from this responsibility would render us fugitives of the system. Thus, we are left to rely on our own resources. I will strive to accumulate energy and simultaneously seek opportunities to enhance our strength. Only when we are sufficiently powerful shall we have the prospect of completely mending the fissure." Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xize could not help but furrow his brow. Filled with a sense of resignation, he remarked, "Alas, why must there be so many regulations? Very well. It seems we have no choice but to proceed as you suggest and gradually devise our own solutions. Let us hope that Blue Star does not encounter any major mishaps before we are prepared." The system, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, Master. Although there indeed exists a rift in the fabric of the cosmos, this universe adheres to its own intrinsic laws. The cosmic regulations inherently repel entities that exceed the limits of this universe from entering. Thus, even if unexpected visitors were to manifest on Blue Star, their capabilities would be constrained to a certain extent, preventing the emergence of overwhelmingly powerful beings capable of wreaking havoc. Furthermore, should the system inadvertently thrust this universe into an irreversible state of destruction, higher-order entities, such as the conceptual frameworks of rules, would certainly intervene. However, we must not allow matters to escalate to that extent. It is imperative that we swiftly devise a means to enhance our strength and mend the rift. Restoring the universe to its normal state. Lin Xize expressed his frustration towards the system, saying, "You truly are unreliable. Since the cosmic consciousness can thwart the entry of beings from other universes, preventing those who would surpass our limits from crossing over, why does it not take the initiative to repair the rift itself? Is not this fissure also a threat to our universe? Why must we endure the headache of resolving this, when it seems the predicament you have conjured has ultimately become my burden?" The system hastily clarified to Lin Xize, "Master, the cosmic consciousness is quite reluctant to autonomously mend the rift. This fissure actually presents an opportunity for the universe to transcend its current dimensionality. If it were to open or repair the rift improperly, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of the cosmos." Lin Xize, with a perplexed expression, inquired again, "Then why does the cosmic consciousness not open the rift itself, given that this fissure holds the potential for ascension and that it governs the entire universe? One would presume it would possess greater assurance in managing such operations. Why must it wait for others to create the rift before enforcing regulations to restrict external entities?" The system, wearing an expression of exasperation akin to that of a teacher addressing a slow pupil, replied, "Master, do you not grasp the concept? The operations of this universe must adhere strictly to the cosmic normative laws, which are not dictated by our universe, but rather established by higher dimensional realms. Consider our universe as functioning within a framework set by others, where all actions must align with those prescribed rules. The matter of the rift is no exception. It is not simply a matter of the cosmic consciousness doing as it pleases. Moreover, even disregarding these cosmic regulations, it is fundamentally improbable for the cosmic consciousness to independently open the rift." A glimmer of curiosity and hope flickered in Lin Xize's eyes as he turned to the system and asked, "So, does this imply that I am aiding this universe? Since the cosmic consciousness is unable and unauthorized to open the rift in pursuit of ascension, and now a rift has emerged due to our actions. While the cosmic rules restrict the entry of formidable beings, does this not suggest that, to some extent, I have provided this universe with an opportunity for potential ascension? Though we currently face challenges, if we ultimately succeed in transcending, would I not be regarded as a benefactor of great significance?" The system replied with utmost seriousness, "Indeed, Master. Are you familiar with the concept of destiny? The concept of fortune is indeed a most enigmatic phenomenon. In simple terms, fortune resembles an invisible yet palpable force that profoundly influences the trajectory of all existence. Every being, every power, and even every universe possesses its own unique fortune. Currently, due to your actions, dear Master, a fissure has emerged in the universe. While this may have caused some inconveniences, it also presents the possibility of elevating this universe to a higher dimension. Consequently, it is conceivable that you may find yourself favored by the fortune of this universe. Should you gain the universe's favor, it would signify an abundance of good fortune and opportunities within this realm. For instance, during your cultivation, you may find it easier to comprehend the laws of power, evade dangers, and discover rare treasures while seeking resources. However, it is essential to note that fortune is not immutable. Should you fail to seize opportunities or act against the cosmic order, thereby harming the interests of the universe, this fortune may very well abandon you. Thus, it is imperative that you grasp this opportunity, diligently enhance your strength, and actively resolve the myriad issues arising from the cosmic fissure, ensuring that fortune continues to bestow its favor upon you. Lin Xize addressed the system, saying, I understand what this means now. Our task is to accommodate beings or items from other universes. The system replied, Indeed, Master. Your current mission is to harbor those entities or objects from other worlds, and I shall provide you with their coordinates. Lin Xize looked at the system with anticipation and inquired, System, will there be any rewards for my efforts? I am risking much to gather these beings and items from other realms while simultaneously addressing the cosmic fissure. Surely, there must be some form of incentive to motivate me, or else my enthusiasm might wane. The system, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, I apologize, Master. I am a nascent system, albeit an advanced one, closely aligned with the rule system. Yet I do not possess any rewards. Lin Xize rolled his eyes at the system, exclaiming in exasperation, Wait, if that's the case, you must at least tell me what kind of system you are. I am traversing dimensions, dealing with cosmic fissures, and accommodating extraterrestrial beings and items. Yet I remain oblivious to your true nature. This is utterly unacceptable. Please enlighten me so that I may have some clarity. Upon hearing this, the system replied, Master, if you wish to address me, you may call me the Transcendent System. Lin Xize, puzzled by the system's response, asked, Is that name newly coined? The system, with a hint of pride, responded, Master, have you not heard the adage, seeing through but not speaking out? We remain good friends. Lin Xize, feeling utterly speechless, continued to question the system. So, where exactly can you facilitate my transcendence? The system, unable to traverse. I expended all my reserve energy to transfer through the cosmic spatial rift, leaving me with insufficient energy for the journey. Lin Xize lamented that he had indeed encountered a rather useless system, helplessly rubbing his head. Chapter 3. First encounter with Aunt May and Marissa. Lin Xize addressed the system. System, I have suddenly realized something. I seem to be incapable of speaking English. The system, with a hint of pride, replied, Rest assured, my master. As an advanced system, I possess this capability. Regardless of the intelligent beings communicating, you will comprehend their speech. Likewise, they will understand your Mandarin. The system appeared to be showcasing its formidable abilities to Lin Xize. Lin Xize smiled at the enchanting figure within the system, remarking, At last, I see you resemble an advanced system beyond merely being a starter gift package. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, the alluring figure raised her chin in a somewhat haughty manner. Yet, as if suddenly realizing, she became slightly miffed and retorted, Does this lady not appear to be an advanced system? Lin Xize merely chuckled, refraining from further words. Fearing that the system might be incensed to the point of malfunction, he quickly shifted the topic, asking the system's beauty, What should I do now? The system, upon hearing Lin Xize, adopted a more serious demeanor. Although still puffing with indignation, it answered his query, advising, I recommend you first consume the cleansing pill to purify the impurities within your body, open the 9 orifices, and unblock the meridians, before practicing the yin-yang infinite method. Lin Xize, perplexed by the system's suggestion, inquired, What do you mean? Isn't the yin-yang infinite method a dual cultivation technique? Why are you urging me to start practicing it now? The system cast a glance at Lin Xize and responded, Oh, my master, although it is a dual cultivation method, have you ever encountered a technique that requires special conditions for cultivation at the qi refining stage? The system continued, moreover. Even if the yin-yang infinite method is a dual cultivation technique, it can still be practiced solo. It's just that solo cultivation progresses at a slower pace. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xize was about to consume the cleansing pill when the system intervened. Master, I advise you to find a pond or lake nearby. Initially puzzled by the system's words, Lin Xize recalled his past experiences from novels, realizing that consuming such a cleansing pill would expunge the impurities from his body, potentially leaving him with a rather foul odor. He then said to the system, that is inconsequential. What matters is power. I urgently need to gain strength. With that, Lin Xize swallowed the cleansing pill. The system, witnessing Lin Xize's swift action, intended to intervene, but he was too quick for the system to respond. And the pill was already ingested, leaving the system exasperated. After a moment, feeling no change in his body, Lin Xize questioned the system. Is this a placebo you have given me? Why is it ineffective? The system addressed Lin Xize, advising him to find a secluded path without delay, preferably one devoid of any onlookers. Just as Lin Xize was about to inquire further, an excruciating pain surged through his body, accompanied by an overwhelming heat radiating from within. It felt as though his very form was on the verge of melting, prompting him to hastily seek refuge in the nearest apartment building's corridor. In desperation, Lin Xize knocked fervently on every door, shouting for water, imploring for relief. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, none of the doors yielded to his pleas. Just as he was about to succumb to the torment of pain and heat, a door finally swung open. A woman, upon seeing Lin Xize in distress, quickly ushered him into her home. As she assisted him, she too felt the intense heat emanating from his body and immediately began to offer him water and cool cloths. However, these gestures proved to be merely a drop in the ocean for Lin Xize's suffering. In her desperation, the woman resorted to pouring ice cubes from her refrigerator into the bathtub, placing Lin Xize within its icy embrace. Yet, for him, it was still insufficient relief. The moment Lin Xize's skin met the ice, a plume of steam erupted, but fortunately, the vapor did not harm the woman due to Lin Xize's shielding presence. Witnessing this scene, she retreated from the bathroom, hoping that this unfamiliar man could endure the ordeal. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. All that was evident was the sunset casting its golden glow upon the coffee table in the living room. Suddenly, Lin Xize sprang from the bathtub, his bare form illuminated by the setting sun as he curiously observed his surroundings. Unaware of his nudity, he was filled with bewilderment, questioning how he had arrived in this unfamiliar environment. The system, feeling slighted by Lin Xize's disregard for its previous warnings, chose to remain silent. Withholding explanations regarding his current predicament, Lin Xize furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the events leading to this moment. He vaguely remembered consuming a cleansing elixir, followed by acute pain and searing heat, after which his memories became hazy. He paced the room, searching for clues to unravel this enigma. Yet aside from basic furnishings and necessities, there was nothing to illuminate his situation. As Lin Xize pondered his existence, a striking figure suddenly entered through the door. The sight of the beautiful woman ignited a sense of familiarity within him, as though he had encountered her before. While he was still lost in thought, she spoke first. "Hello, sir," she greeted. "I am relieved to see you awake. I was beginning to worry you might disintegrate. However, there is one request I must make of you. Despite your remarkable physique, which surpasses even those I have seen on various learning platforms, could you please don some clothing? At the very least, put on some pants, as my nephew will be returning shortly." Lin Xize felt his face flush crimson at the woman's words. Overwhelmed by embarrassment to the point of wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground, he hurriedly searched for his clothes, fumbling as he dressed. Stammering, he offered his apologies. "I am so sorry, it wasn't intentional. I just woke up and haven't quite gathered my thoughts. I truly feel mortified." Although Lin Xize harbored dreams of a grand harem, he had once been an awkward youth, and encountering such a situation for the first time was undeniably awkward. The stunning woman seemed unfazed by Lin Xize's actions. She simply remarked, "Sir, if it weren't for my nephew's imminent return, we could have enjoyed a delightful evening together, as it has been over a decade since I last." Lin Xize, captivated by the beauty before him, mused internally. While he was aware that American women were quite liberated, he hadn't anticipated such openness. Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself, as the current situation was rather delicate. Turning to the woman, Lin Xize expressed his gratitude. "Madam, I am truly thankful for your assistance, but I do not yet know your name. Would you be so kind as to share it with me?" She smiled and replied, "My name is Marissa." The moment Lin Xize heard her name, a flicker of recognition sparked within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Aunt May." Chapter 4, Spider-Man. The perilous Peter Parker Marissa was filled with bewilderment upon hearing Lin Xize's words. Why did this stranger refer to her as Aunt May? A wave of confusion and concern washed over her, causing her to instinctively distance herself from Lin Xize. With this uncertainty lingering, Marissa inquired, "Do you know Peter?" Her voice bore a hint of apprehension as she fixated her gaze on Lin Xize, anxious about whether he intended to approach her with ill intentions toward both herself and Peter. Marissa's expression was one of deep confusion, her brow furrowing slightly, her eyes brimming with questions. She pondered the potential connection between Lin Xize and Peter, trying to recall if she had ever encountered this man before. Lin Xize found himself lost in thought, Marissa's question rendering him momentarily speechless. Lacking legitimate identity made him even more cautious in addressing the matter. His mind raced through various possible answers, each dismissed as he realized the risks of revealing his true situation. Could he truly confess to Marissa that he knew her through watching films? Such a rationale seemed absurd, and he was acutely aware that such an explanation would likely not be readily accepted. A look of distress crossed Lin Xize's face, his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. His mind raced to concoct a plausible explanation that would satisfy Marissa's curiosity without entangling himself in trouble. The pressure of the situation weighed heavily upon him, leaving him uncertain of how to navigate this impasse. Just as Lin Xize grappled with how to respond, a series of cries for help erupted from outside, shattering the tense atmosphere. Among them, a familiar voice instantly ignited a sense of worry in Marissa. She sprinted outside without hesitation, calling out, "Peter, what has happened?" Her voice was laden with anxiety and concern, and her expression reflected profound tension. Marissa's actions were swift and resolute, as if she had momentarily forgotten Lin Xize beside her. In that instant, her heart was consumed solely by worry for Peter, her urgency to understand his plight overwhelming. Lin Xize followed closely behind, and what he beheld outside left him utterly astonished. In the street stood a colossal figure of a Spider-Man, poised to hunt down a boy of around 15 or 16. The grotesque spider leg hovered ominously over the boy's forehead, seemingly ready to plunge downwards. The creature's words echoed through the air, infused with madness and obsession. As it pressed its leg closer to the boy's brow, it ramblingly articulated its thoughts. "You and I are of the same kind. If you merge with my being, I shall gain immeasurable strength, allowing us to better protect the realm that belongs to me. Now submit to me." The voice of the Spider-Man was hoarse and grating, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Marissa watched in horror as Peter found himself in peril, her emotions spiraling out of control. She frantically shouted his name, her voice brimming with fear and urgency. "Peter! Peter! Monster, let him go!" Her cries reverberated through the air, infused with boundless despair. Simultaneously, Marissa seized nearby refuse and hurled it at the Spider-Man, her movements frantic and desperate, as though the debris could inflict harm upon the monstrous entity. However, upon striking the creature's massive form, the trash fell uselessly away, failing to impede its advance. With her eyes reddened and tears welling, Marissa continued to throw garbage, fully aware that her efforts might be futile, yet unable to stand idly by. Her singular thought was to rescue Peter. Upon hearing Marissa's voice, both the monster and the boy were momentarily stunned. The boy reacted first, urgently exclaiming, "Aunt May, we must leave. This creature is beyond what any normal person can confront." His voice was filled with concern and urgency, fully aware of the monster's terrifying nature and intent on keeping Marissa out of harm's way. The monster, however, laughed maniacally. "So you too are named Peter. But fret not. Once you and I are fused, I shall take good care of Aunt May." Its words dripped with menace and malice, as it licked its lips, envisioning the fusion's aftermath. This remark seemed to ignite something within Peter. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, kicking the Spider-Man away. The unexpected counterattack caught the creature off guard, sending it reeling backward. Peter's display of power was remarkable, as if he had transcended his limits in that critical moment. Yet, before he could fully rise, the Spider-Man ensnared him in webbing, swiftly binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Peter was extinguished in an instant, plunging him back into peril. Marissa, witnessing this scene, felt her heart racing with anxiety. She yearned to rush forward and assist Peter, yet she was gripped by the fear of being ensnared by the Spider-Man as well, which would only exacerbate the dire situation. As Spider-Man approached Peter, he uttered menacing words that echoed with a sinister undertone. Clearly astonished by Peter's earlier outburst, he nonetheless brimmed with confidence, believing that Peter was utterly beyond the reach of escape. How remarkable it is that someone like him possesses such formidable strength. However, young man, your journey ends here. Spider-Man's voice was hoarse and frigid, each utterance seemingly steeped in the essence of death. Bound tightly by webs, Peter found himself immobilized, forced to witness Spider-Man's gradual approach with a gaze filled with resentment and fury, yet he remained powerless. He knew that if he were to be consumed by Spider-Man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Marissa, standing nearby, was in a state of acute anxiety, continuously calling out Peter's name, hoping that the one in peril would be herself instead. Yet, no matter how fervently she cried out, Spider-Man paid her no heed. Lin Xize observed Marissa's distressed demeanor, and a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. He understood that her heart was engulfed in fear and helplessness at that moment, and thus, he resolutely addressed her. "Rest assured, your nephew Peter will not come to harm. I shall ensure his safety." Lin Xize's words resonated with determination and courage, as if they were a powerful tonic for Marissa's troubled spirit. Marissa lifted her gaze to meet Lin Xize's eyes, finding steadfastness and confidence reflected therein. Her heart settled somewhat, but anxiety still lingered. It was only then that Marissa truly registered Lin Xize's presence beside her. Until now, her thoughts had been entirely consumed by Peter, causing her to overlook the man she had once aided. In that moment, she clutched Lin Xize's arm as though he were her last lifeline, pleading, "Please, you must save Peter. I am willing to do anything if only you can rescue him." Her voice was filled with urgency and desperation, her eyes brimming with hope. She recognized her utter helplessness, and Lin Xize seemed to be her only beacon of salvation. Her grip tightened on his arm, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Listening to Marissa's heartfelt plea, Lin Xize reassured her, "Do not worry, as long as I am here. Peter will remain safe. Who knows, he may even become my nephew one day." Though Marissa felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words, her anxiety and sense of helplessness overshadowed her shyness, leaving her to gaze eagerly at Lin Xize. In this critical moment, Lin Xize recalled his traversal system. He silently addressed the system, "Could you provide me with a mask that transforms my attire into a striking all-black ensemble? As long as I do not remove it, it should remain intact." The system's response filled Lin Xize with a glimmer of hope. "Certainly, Master. This feature can be likened to the Terra mask. While it may not summon shadow ninjas, it can indeed assist you in donning a durable outfit, serving as your compensation for the future." Lin Xize immediately felt a surge of optimism. The characteristics of the Terra mask sound remarkably powerful, although it is somewhat disappointing that it cannot summon the shadow ninja. Possessing a set of resilient attire in such perilous circumstances proves to be exceedingly beneficial. Lin Xize acquiesced to the appearance of the mask presented by the system, and an overwhelming desire for the abilities of the shadow ninja surged within him. He pondered secretly that if an opportunity arose to contain it in the future, perhaps he could truly merge it with his own mask, enabling him to summon the shadow ninja. This thought filled him with anticipation. Simultaneously, he recognized that Terra was indeed a demon, and such a mask might alter others' perceptions of him as a soft-hearted individual. In a world rife with danger, being perceived as excessively benevolent could, at times, invite more trouble. Lin Xize believed that with a mask imbued with demonic attributes, he could manifest a more formidable presence and decisiveness when necessary. Chapter 5. A battle of equals. Despite the system's somewhat haughty demeanor, it acted decisively. Soon, a mask resembling Terra was generated and materialized within Lin Xize's system space. He swiftly retrieved the mask, and as he held it, he instantly felt its tangible essence. The mask seemed to possess a life of its own, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. It resembled a true visage of a demon, its grotesque lines and profound patterns sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Xize gazed at the mask, his heart fluttering with excitement and trepidation. With unwavering resolve, Lin Xize addressed Marissa, "Rest assured, I shall take care of the rest." His words brimmed with confidence and determination, providing Marissa with a glimmer of hope amidst her panic. Subsequently, under Marissa's bewildered gaze, Lin Xize donned the demonic mask of Terra. The moment she beheld the mask, an instinctive terror emanated from the depths of her soul. The mask radiated an aura of malevolence and power, as if it could penetrate the very essence of one's being. Her body involuntarily trembled, her eyes wide with fear. However, that fear swiftly transformed into astonishment. For as Lin Xize adorned the mask, his attire instantaneously transformed into a suit of pitch-black iron armor. This armor appeared reminiscent of ancient battle gear, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. It was adorned with 9 sinuous black dragons, their vivid patterns so lifelike that they seemed poised to spring to life at any moment. The imagery of the dragons bestowed upon Lin Xize an enigmatic and formidable presence, instilling a sense of awe. Marissa's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before her. She had never witnessed such a wondrous sight, and her heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation for Lin Xize. She was unaware of how he possessed such extraordinary abilities, but she could only place her hopes in him, yearning for his success in rescuing Peter. Filled with joy, Lin Xize admired the armor adorning him, sincerely praising the system. "This is truly remarkable. You have outdone yourself this time. I feel as though this armor bears no weight upon me, as if I am still my former self, and it has not hindered my agility." This extraordinary armor brought Lin Xize immense delight. Typically, armor tends to impose a heavy burden, impeding one's mobility. However, this set of system-generated armor completely shatters conventional perceptions. It possesses no sense of weight, allowing Lin Xize to feel as though he is unencumbered by armor, moving with effortless ease, and it does not hinder his agility in the slightest. The system's charming voice echoes in Lin Xize's mind, proclaiming, "How could anything crafted by me be subpar?" Furthermore, this armor can transform into various garments according to his needs, albeit restricted to the color black. Unfortunately, due to my current lack of energy, the armor cannot withstand powerful attacks and is prone to shattering. Nonetheless, it will automatically absorb surrounding energy to mend its fractured areas. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xize gained a clearer understanding of the armor. On one hand, he was pleasantly surprised by its multifunctionality, capable of transforming into different outfits as required, which could prove advantageous in various situations. Additionally, the stipulation of black was met, aligning with his current expectations. A confident smile graced Lin Xize's face as he addressed the system, stating, "That is sufficient." His tone was imbued with resolve and satisfaction. Next, he retrieved the demon blade Qianren from the system's space. The blade exuded a mysterious and formidable aura, its edge glinting with a chilling light. Lin Xize grasped the hilt of the demon blade Qianren firmly, feeling its power resonate within him. Resolutely, he advanced towards the Spider-Man ahead. Each step was filled with determination and courage, his figure appearing particularly imposing against the backdrop of the black armor. Lin Xize understood that this battle would pose a daunting challenge, yet he felt no fear. Armed with the demon blade Qianren and the wondrous armor, he was resolute in his determination to protect Peter and Marissa. As he approached, Spider-Man detected his presence, pausing its assault on Peter to focus its attention on Lin Xize. Upon seeing Lin Xize emerge, Spider-Man first noticed his mask. The grotesque demon mask momentarily unsettled Spider-Man, as if affected by a mysterious force. However, this discomfort quickly dissipated, and Spider-Man dismissed Lin Xize as a threat. In response to this audacious challenger, Spider-Man reacted without hesitation, shooting a strand of web towards Lin Xize at great speed. Lin Xize, observing the rapidly approaching web, narrowed his eyes and raised the demon blade Qianren without a moment's hesitation. The blade seemed to come alive in his grasp, radiating a fierce energy. With a powerful swing, he cleaved the web in two. The instant the web was severed, it shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering through the air. Seeing its attack ineffective, Spider-Man felt a mix of astonishment and anger. It realized that Lin Xize was a formidable opponent, warranting serious attention. Consequently, Spider-Man devoted itself entirely to countering Lin Xize, launching a barrage of web strands from various angles. As it attacked, Spider-Man incessantly questioned, "Why do you disturb us? We were on the brink of uniting, and I was about to gain even greater power." The words of Spider-Man were laden with fury and resentment. Unable to comprehend why Lin Xize sought to thwart its plans, faced with a barrage of spider silk, Lin Xize remained utterly unperturbed. He raised the enchanted blade, Qianren, and deftly swung it towards Spider-Man. This assault was not an ordinary slash. Rather, it unleashed a formidable blade aura. The unique energy emanating from Qianren severed the strands of silk, reducing them to mere dust that dissipated into the ether. The blade aura surged forward, undeterred by the silk, its might unyielding. It flowed like an unstoppable torrent, relentlessly cleaving towards Spider-Man. Upon witnessing the impending blade aura, Spider-Man felt a pang of trepidation and hastily activated the spider legs on its back for defense. The grotesque and robust limbs sprang into action, forming an impenetrable barrier. The moment the blade aura collided with the spider legs, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, as the immense force seemed to ripple through the atmosphere. Spider-Man sensed the overwhelming power contained within the blade aura, causing a slight tremor in its body. Yet, the spider legs successfully thwarted Lin Xize's attack, allowing Spider-Man a moment of respite. Observing the ease with which its limbs had deflected the assault, Spider-Man scoffed, "I expected more from you. Is this truly your level of strength?" Lin Xize, confronted with Spider-Man's casual defense against his blade aura, felt a flicker of doubt. He had assumed that even without his cultivation, the formidable aura of Qianren and his body, purified by the cleansing elixir, would not render him so feeble. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to awaken the inherent demonic essence within Qianren. This revelation illuminated his thoughts. It was no wonder his offensive capabilities were lacking. The true might of Qianren lay in the demonic nature it harbored, and only by awakening this essence could he unleash its full potential. However, circumstances grew increasingly dire. Just as Lin Xize pondered how to awaken the blade's demonic essence, Spider-Man lunged at him with ferocity. Several spider legs, akin to sharp spears, aimed for Lin Xize's head, neck, and abdomen. In response, Lin Xize swiftly raised Qianren to strike back. Spider-Man instinctively sought to block with its limbs, but at the moment the spider legs were lifted, Qianren shattered into fragments. Hurtling directly towards Spider-Man, seemingly sensing the imminent threat, Spider-Man leaped away with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the onslaught of the blade's shards. The remnants of Qianren embedded themselves in the very spot where Spider-Man had once stood. Lin Xize, observing this narrow escape, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a close call." He then resumed his combat stance as Qianren reformed into a complete blade. Spider-Man, regarding Lin Xize with intrigue, remarked, "Your blade is quite interesting, but it will take more than that to defeat me," before attempting to charge at Lin Xize once more. Lin Xize felt an intense sense of crisis as he beheld the Spider-Man lunging toward him. He relentlessly wielded the magic blade of 1,000 edges, unleashing waves of blade energy in hopes that one might strike the Spider-Man and inflict damage. However, the Spider-Man moved with remarkable speed, deftly evading Lin Xize's assaults. The blade energies were either effortlessly dodged or blocked by its formidable spider legs. Lin Xize's efforts appeared futile, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. Yet he persevered, continuing to swing the magic blade of 1,000 edges and experimenting with various angles and techniques. He understood that only through relentless assault could he hope to find a chink in the Spider-Man's armor and deliver a fatal blow. Amid this tense confrontation, Lin Xize's mind raced as he sought a way to breach the Spider-Man's defenses. He began to scrutinize the creature's movements, striving to identify its vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Marissa anxiously observed the clash between Lin Xize and the Spider-Man. She was moved by Lin Xize's bravery and tenacity, while also worrying for Peter's safety. She fervently prayed that Lin Xize would triumph over the Spider-Man and rescue Peter. Chapter 6: Thunderfire Alchemy. Pikachu. Despite Lin Xize's utmost concentration and effort to discern the Spider-Man's weaknesses, the creature consistently evaded his strikes with a nimble grace reminiscent of Peter's quick reflexes. The magic blade of 1,000 edges did not deplete Lin Xize's internal energy, yet it drained his stamina. Although Lin Xize had enhanced his physical capabilities with a body-refining elixir, he still fell short compared to the Spider-Man, which had once feasted on human flesh. Gradually, Lin Xize found himself at a disadvantage, just as Lin Xize was on the brink of succumbing to the Spider-Man's relentless onslaught. A sudden barrage of lightning erupted from the sky, striking the ground where Lin Xize and the Spider-Man fought. The frenzied bolts of lightning relentlessly bombarded the battlefield, seemingly homing in on the two combatants. In that moment, both were forced to abandon their combat and desperately contend with the celestial fury above. Although they managed to dodge several strikes, the sheer number of lightning bolts was overwhelming. One bolt struck the Spider-Man's legs, cleaving its 8 limbs down to 4. Seizing the moment, the Spider-Man utilized the force of the lightning to escape the fray. As Lin Xize was struck, he initially anticipated his demise. However, to his astonishment, he felt no significant harm, merely a peculiar sensation akin to a mosquito's bite, accompanied by a mild itch. Upon experiencing the strange effects of the lightning, Lin Xize cast aside his fear and began to relish the sensation coursing through him. His armor underwent a transformation, exploding and reconstituting in a symphony of chaos. At the very instant the Spider-Man fled, Lin Xize sensed the lightning intensifying, striking him with renewed fervor. Bathed in the electric onslaught, Lin Xize felt an unexpected wave of comfort wash over him, almost lulling him into slumber. He turned to the system and inquired, "What is happening to me?" The system, taken aback, replied with astonishment, "I never anticipated you would be fortunate enough to acquire the Thunderfire alchemical body." Lin Xize was even more perplexed by the words of the system and once again inquired, "What is the Thunderfire body refinement? And why am I undergoing this process?" The system explained to Lin Xize, "You must be aware of the significant benefits the essence cleansing pill has on your body, correct? Although you have yet to cultivate any techniques, your physical constitution is undeniably real and cannot be feigned. Moreover, since you have not practiced any techniques, you are unable to fully assimilate the potency of the essence cleansing pill, which consequently remains within your body, waiting to gradually transform you once you begin your cultivation. However, a peculiar situation has arisen. Due to your lack of cultivation, the power of lightning has assisted in refining the medicinal essence within your body. The force of the lightning has been absorbed by the medicinal energy within you, hence you do not experience pain. Instead, you feel an unusual sense of comfort. Furthermore, with the dual influence of the lightning and the medicinal essence, your physical form is progressively enhancing. For further details, you may refer to the descriptions of the realms of indestructible and sanctified body. In this state, your body will become increasingly resilient, boasting heightened defenses and endurance. Perhaps in future battles, you will be able to withstand even more formidable attacks, unleashing strength beyond imagination. Simultaneously, this lays a more solid foundation for your subsequent cultivation, allowing you to traverse the path of cultivation with greater stability and further reach." Lin Xize excitedly exclaimed, "So, does this mean I have directly attained a sanctified body?" The system rebutted without hesitation, "You are quite the dreamer. With your current level, do you truly believe you could achieve a sanctified body? Thunderfire body refinement merely serves as a foundation for your future attainment of a sanctified body. In fact, you should consider yourself fortunate. This lightning is 1,000,000 volts, and each strike is equally potent. Otherwise, aiding you in digesting the medicinal essence within would be exceedingly difficult, had it not been for the 1,000,000-volt lightning. With the interplay of forces, your body would have simply exploded." Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Xize was left in utter astonishment. He silently rejoiced at his ability to absorb this lightning energy. Otherwise, even a single strike of such lightning, in his current state post-battle, would have been utterly unbearable. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity, pondering what could possibly emit such immense lightning of 1,000,000 volts. Just as Lin Xize was about to ask the system about the source of this phenomenon, he felt as though his body had transcended. Streams of golden light radiated from within him. In that moment, Lin Xize resembled an oversized, energy-efficient light bulb, illuminating the previously dark city and casting a brilliant glow upon it. However, this radiance did not last long, as the lightning ceased. The golden light surrounding Lin Xize gradually dissipated. He felt that with his current strength, defeating the spider-like creature from earlier would be trivial. After all, confidence stems from invincible power, and his mind would always urge him to utilize his unparalleled strength to vanquish it. Then Lin Xize cast his gaze towards the heavens. For there lurked a thief of shadows. Had it not been for the immunity his posterior had developed against 1,000,000 volts of lightning, he might have met his demise in that very moment. With resolute determination, Lin Xize brandished his enchanted blade, Qianren, pointing it skyward as he proclaimed, "I accept your challenge. Let us see who shall perish." With a swift arc of his weapon, he dispelled the ominous clouds above. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, imbuing the impending battle with a solemn atmosphere. Standing tall and unwavering, Lin Xize exuded a formidable aura, ready to confront the unknown adversary. As he awaited a response, the sky fell silent for a brief moment before a bolt of yellow lightning descended rapidly towards the ground. Just as the yellow streak approached within 200 meters of the earth, Lin Xize discerned its true form, a yellow rodent. Hastily, he sheathed Qianren and extended his hands to catch the falling creature. To stabilize his stance, he adopted a horse-riding posture. However, the impact of the yellow rodent was overwhelming, knocking him to the ground and leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Although the force was considerable, it posed little challenge to Lin Xize, whose golden body rendered the blow virtually painless. Cradling the Pikachu in his arms, he observed its predominantly yellow form, long ears tipped in black, a lightning-shaped tail, and rosy cheeks that rendered it irresistibly adorable. The Pikachu lay weakly against Lin Xize, as if drained of energy, gazing up at him with bleary eyes. A surge of compassion welled within Lin Xize as he gently stroked the creature's head, attempting to provide solace. The Pikachu seemed to sense his kindness, shifting slightly closer into his embrace. Looking down at the endearing Pikachu, Lin Xize couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not just the ladies. Even a manly man can't resist such charm. Alas, my tender heart." With a nod towards Melissa, who was comforting Peter, he signaled his departure. Subsequently, Lin Xize leaped high into the air, vanishing amidst the towering edifices. However, in reality, he merely turned and returned to Melissa's apartment. For he had no place to call home. Without her sanctuary, he would be left to slumber beneath a bridge. Chapter 7. Taming Pikachu. In the initial encounter with Peter upon returning with Pikachu in his arms, Lin Xize eagerly inquired of the system. Is this Pikachu the one belonging to Ash? How else could it possess such formidable power, capable of unleashing so much lightning? The system meticulously scanned Pikachu before responding, "Indeed, this is Ash's Pikachu." Prior to encountering Ash, it was embroiled in battles against divine beasts when it was inadvertently drawn into our world through a sudden spatial rift. Lin Xize inquired of the system, "Given that Pikachu is capable of battling divine beasts, does this not imply a minor anomaly in the timeline of this universe? After all, it is indeed a being of divine caliber." The system glanced at Lin Xize and retorted, "Master, have you forgotten that when Ash first encountered Pikachu, it could only generate electricity and was devoid of any other abilities? This was due to Pikachu's significant energy depletion, which caused it to forget all its powers, plummeting from a maximum level to a mere one." Lin Xize sighed with realization. It seems that facing opponents beyond one's level and subsequently losing power is quite a commonplace occurrence. Nevertheless, Pikachu is proving to be a substantial aid to me in this perilous world, as I am somewhat apprehensive. Having its assistance is indeed reassuring. By the way, system, can Pikachu return to its original world? The system replied at a measured pace, "This spatial rift is unidirectional. It can only traverse to our world but cannot return. However, if you wish to visit its original realm, I can take you there once my energy is restored." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He pondered, it would be rather intriguing to explore that world. Perhaps I might uncover methods to enhance my strength or discover opportunities for Pikachu to regain its power. I just wonder how long it will take for you to recover your energy. The system addressed Lin Xize. The restoration of energy will be a gradual process, as I must utilize the energy I obtained to repair the spatial rift and stabilize my own operations. Were it not for this necessity, I could indeed condense some resources to assist you in your training. Gently stroking Pikachu's fluffy head, Lin Xize gazed at it, his tone soft yet firm as he stated, "In that case, little one, you shall remain here with me. I cannot bear to leave you outside." At that moment, Pikachu remained in a state of unconsciousness, unaware that its future had already been determined by another. Even if it were awake, given its severely depleted energy, it would be powerless to resist such an arrangement. After all, it had just endured a fierce battle with a divine beast and traversed a spatial rift into this unfamiliar world, leaving it utterly drained and at the mercy of fate. Just as Lin Xize resolved Pikachu's fate, two figures entered the room. They were Marissa and Peter Parker. Upon seeing Lin Xize still in her abode, Marissa's eyes welled with tears, and she rushed forward to envelop him in a warm embrace, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough, Lin. Thank you for saving Parker." Sensing Marissa's overwhelming relief, Lin Xize smiled and gently patted her back, reassuring her. "It was merely a small effort on my part. After all, you saved me as well. There is no need for such formality between us." Parker looked on in astonishment, his mind swirling with questions. After all, in his memory, he had never encountered the unfamiliar young Chinese man before him. He could not fathom why his Aunt May rushed to express her gratitude upon seeing him. He stood there in a daze, pondering the identity of Lin Xize and the enigmatic story he shared with Aunt May. After a moment, Parker finally regained his composure, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, and asked, "Aunt May, who is this? I've never seen him before." It was then that Marissa seemed to snap back to reality, recalling her nephew Parker's puzzled expression. She hurriedly introduced, "Parker, this is Mr. Lin Xize." "Mr. Lin. This is Parker, my nephew." "Parker, this is the masked man who saved you today. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's intervention, you might have fallen prey to that terrifying Spider-Man." Upon hearing this, Parker's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Xize. After all, he had faced Spider-Man firsthand and knew the immense and terrifying power he possessed. The realization that this Mr. Lin had vanquished such a creature filled him with admiration. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward Lin Xize, sincerely expressing, "Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you today, I shudder to think of the consequences. Your abilities are truly remarkable." As he spoke, Parker's gaze was filled with curiosity and reverence. Lin Xize smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet his hands remained clasped around Marissa, relishing the tender sensation he had never experienced before, momentarily reluctant to relinquish this closeness. Marissa, however, soon realized the awkwardness of the situation, especially with her nephew Parker present, and felt it inappropriate to indulge in such intimacy. She gently extricated herself from Lin Xize's embrace, her cheeks tinged with a blush of shyness and embarrassment. Lin Xize watched her retreat with a sense of unfulfilled longing, his gaze lingering on Marissa for a while before he cleared his throat twice to alleviate the subtly charged atmosphere. Turning his attention to Peter, he spoke mysteriously, "Peter, would you like to know why that Spider-Man wanted to consume you?" Peter furrowed his brow slightly, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Yet he earnestly replied to Lin Xize, "Well, I do have a suspicion, but I'm unsure if it's accurate." Lin Xize maintained a gentle smile, glanced at Peter, and slowly began to explain, "You are correct in your speculation. He, too, was bitten by a spider, which transformed him into that peculiar form, leading to bizarre behavior and thoughts of targeting you." Peter was profoundly impacted by Lin Xize's revelation, his face a mask of shock. "After all, I was just bitten by a spider today. Logically, this matter should be known by very few. Yet, how is it that Mr. Lin is so thoroughly informed?" He couldn't help but cast a gaze filled with astonishment, confusion, and fear toward Lin Xize, as if seeking to glean some insight from his expression. Upon noticing Peter's demeanor, Lin Xize understood his thoughts and quickly reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, I mean you no harm. As for how I know these things, consider it a gift of foresight. There is no need for you to be overly concerned or to complicate matters." Though Peter still harbored doubts, the sincerity and gentleness in Lin Xize's demeanor eased his anxiety somewhat. Nevertheless, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and pressed on, "Mr. Lin, your ability to foresee the future is truly remarkable. But after being bitten by that spider, what will I become? I already feel somewhat different today, and I fear I might turn into something like that Spider-Man." As he spoke, his voice trembled involuntarily, and the thought of the terrifying Spider-Man filled him with dread, worrying that he might lose control and commit something horrific. Lin Xize reassured Peter, "Rest assured, you will not become a monster. Rather, you will emerge as a superhero." Upon hearing these words, Peter, filled with excitement, inquired, "So, Mr. Lin, did you come specifically to rescue me, the superhero?" Chapter 8. The conversation with Peter after Peter's question. A hint of regret crossed Lin Xize's face as he patiently explained, "I apologize, my boy. It is not as you believe. I was in a dire situation due to my own cultivation issues, and it was by mere chance that your Aunt May assisted me, leading me to your home." Lin Xize's revelation struck Peter like a heavy blow, shattering the flicker of hope that had ignited within him. He felt as though all his strength had been drained. Standing there in a daze, his face etched with disappointment and disbelief. It seemed he could not accept the reality that Lin Xize had not come specifically to save him. He had imagined encountering a mysterious figure with extraordinary abilities, a savior who had come for him, only to discover that it was all merely a fortuitous coincidence. After a prolonged silence, Peter slowly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of defiance as he softly asked, "So, does that mean if you hadn't met my Aunt May, you would not have cared about my fate at all?" His voice quivered, Torn between the fear of an affirmative answer and the desperate need to uncover the truth, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, Lin Xize found himself at a loss for how to respond to Peter's inquiry. After all, had he not encountered Marissa? The question of whether he would have saved Peter remained uncertain, given that he was not the type to flaunt his abilities nor the kind of person who simply helped everyone indiscriminately. Peter felt increasingly despondent as he observed Lin Xize's expression. Lin Xize, at a loss for words, cast a glance toward Marissa beside him, with a hint of indifference. Marissa waved her hand dismissively at Lin Xize and remarked, "Don't mind him, he's just a bit neurotic." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize, speechless, turned his gaze back to Peter Parker, who remained lost in his own emotions, wearing a look of profound disappointment. Clearing his throat, Lin Xize addressed Peter Parker, saying, "However, after this experience, you must have sensed the powerful force residing within you, haven't you? After all, you and that Spider-Man both share the bond of having been bitten by a spider. Although your circumstances differ, the bite has undoubtedly brought about some extraordinary changes in you. Surely, you must have noticed the peculiarities within your body." As Peter Parker absorbed Lin Xize's words, he gradually emerged from his reverie. He furrowed his brow, carefully reflecting on the unusual sensations he had experienced throughout the day, his heightened senses and an increase in strength, as if a latent power was stirring within him. He looked at Lin Xize and nodded gently, responding, "Yes, I do feel something different, but I'm still unsure of what it all means. Mr. Lin, could you elucidate this for me?" A spark of curiosity and a thirst for knowledge ignited in Peter's eyes, as he earnestly hoped Lin Xize would clarify his confusion. Lin Xize, with a serious demeanor, explained, "Your genes have been altered by that modified Spider-S genes. In the future, your strength will grow exponentially. And you will also gain the remarkable ability to climb walls. You might want to try and sense it." Upon hearing this, Peter felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He instinctively glanced at Marissa, fearful that revealing his newfound abilities might startle her. Sensing Peter's apprehension, Lin Xize reassured him, "Rest assured, I will protect Aunt May." Marissa, blushing at Lin Xize's earnest words, shyly remarked, "I'll go fetch a glass of water." With that, she turned and headed toward the kitchen, seeking to escape the slightly awkward and tense atmosphere. Upon her return, she was taken aback to find Peter Parker standing upside down on the rooftop, a sight both astonishing and hard to fathom. Her eyes widened, and nearly losing her grip on the glass in her hand, she hurriedly placed it on a nearby table and called out towards the rooftop, "Parker, what are you doing? Come down, it's too dangerous." Her tone brimmed with urgency and concern. Lin Xize swiftly embraced Marissa, offering comfort, "Don't worry, Peter will be just fine. After all, he is now akin to a spider." He then patiently addressed Peter, "Peter, you now possess most of the spider's abilities. Try shaping your hand like this, and see if you can shoot out webbing." As he spoke, Lin Xize skillfully demonstrated the actions to Peter Parker, pondering within himself, "After all, this is a world of fusion. Perhaps this generation of Spider-Man possesses the abilities of the first. It wouldn't hurt to try." Peter Parker hurriedly mirrored Lin Xize's movements, firmly clasping his hand, yet nothing happened. The anticipated web did not materialize. Observing this, Lin Xize could only shake his head with a hint of regret, though he maintained a gentle demeanor as he addressed Peter. "Peter, you already possess this power. Whatever kind of person you wish to become, I, as your future uncle, will support you. Now, take a moment to contemplate how to wield this power and the direction in which you wish to develop it." Upon hearing these words, a wave of warmth surged within Peter. He gazed at Lin Xize with gratitude in his eyes and replied, "Mr. Lin, thank you. I will think it through. However, I am still uncertain about how to best utilize this power. I fear that misusing it could bring trouble to others." Concern etched Peter's face, after all. This sudden power was both an opportunity and a double-edged sword, leaving him apprehensive about mishandling it and causing harm. Once Peter finished speaking, Lin Xize did not continue the conversation with him, but turned to the still somewhat shy Marissa, a hint of expectation gracing his features as he said, "You can understand it this way. In this world, I am akin to an undocumented resident, lacking a place to call home. Therefore, may I stay at your house for a while?" Marissa lifted her gaze to Lin Xize, who was affectionately holding her, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "You can stay, but you must behave. At least, you cannot do anything inappropriate when Peter is home." At her words, Lin Xize's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth. He then lightly kissed Marissa's brow, chuckling, "Rest assured, I would never do anything while Peter is around. I am mindful and will not put you in a difficult position." Marissa felt her heart race at this sudden display of affection. She playfully shot Lin Xize a reproachful glance and lightly tapped his arm. Though she said nothing further, a mix of anticipation and nervousness stirred within her, as she wondered what their days together would be like. Just as Lin Xize finished speaking, Marissa's attention was suddenly captured by the sleeping Pikachu nearby. Instantly, she transformed into a little girl, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she was utterly enchanted by Pikachu's adorable appearance. Marissa hurriedly approached, cautiously observing Pikachu while curiously asking Lin Xize, "Is this the creature you caught falling from the sky? Oh my, it's so incredibly cute. I've never seen such an animal before. What is it called?" Her tone was imbued with profound curiosity and affection, her eyes reluctant to part from Pikachu, as if she had been utterly captivated by this adorable creature. Lin Xize, observing Marissa's demeanor, couldn't help but smile softly and replied gently, "Its name is Pikachu. Indeed, the little one that fell from the sky into my arms. It is my first encounter with it, but it is truly enchanting, isn't it?" As he spoke, Lin Xize cast a tender glance at Pikachu, his fondness for this unexpected little being growing deeper by the moment. Chapter 9, Cultivating Techniques, Extreme Young and Extreme E. After hearing Lin Xize's introduction, Marissa was filled with delight, eagerly wishing to approach and embrace this charming creature. However, just as her hand was about to touch Pikachu, Lin Xize suddenly sensed a faint current of electricity coursing nearby, startling him. Reacting instinctively, he hurriedly pulled Marissa towards him, aiming to shield her from the potential shock. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the force of his pull, bringing Marissa directly into his embrace. Marissa stumbled into Lin Xize's arms, momentarily bewildered, her gaze fixed on him, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. In that instant, she mistakenly interpreted Lin Xize's intentions, believing he sought to engage in something intimate, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Flustered, she lowered her voice, tinged with shyness and a hint of nervousness, and said to Lin Xize, "Not now. Peter is still here. Let us at least wait until he goes to school tomorrow." As she spoke, she dared not meet Lin Xize's eyes, her own cast downwards, her heart racing as if a little rabbit were trapped within her chest. Upon hearing Marissa's words, Lin Xize quickly realized she had misunderstood him. With utmost sincerity, he explained, "Rest assured, I would never violate our agreement. The reason I pulled you closer was because Pikachu has the ability to generate electricity. It may not have sensed your presence yet, and when you reached out to touch it, it instinctively reacted as if to defend itself. Consider this, it has battled divine beasts, so the electricity it can unleash is formidable. Given your current constitution, you would not withstand a shock from Pikachu. My concern is solely for your safety." Marissa, taken aback by Lin Xize's words, felt a wave of shock wash over her. The more she contemplated, the more trepidation surged within her, the sensation of narrowly escaping danger intensifying. Indeed, even the faintest spark of electricity would be unbearable for an ordinary person like herself. The mere thought of being struck by Pikachu sent shivers down her spine. She cast a fearful glance at Pikachu, yet this trepidation was short-lived, quickly overshadowed by the creature's irresistible charm. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she clung to Lin Xize's arm, playfully imploring, "Then, Aze, is there any way I could hold Pikachu? It's just so adorable. I truly wish to embrace it." Lin Xize felt as though his mind had been struck heavily. And it was only then that he comprehended the true nature of the charm skill. It could genuinely exert a firm control over an individual. Previously, he had believed that charm was merely based on a certain premise, allowing one to manipulate others for a brief period. However, he had now witnessed firsthand that some individuals could entirely disregard their own safety simply because they found something adorable. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Xize patiently addressed Marissa, stating, "Once Pikachu awakens and I successfully capture it, everything should fall into place. It is merely too weak at the moment, which is why it has succumbed to unconsciousness. Furthermore, it has yet to truly acknowledge me as its trainer. Only when it wholeheartedly recognizes me as its master will it allow you to hold it. Please be patient for a while longer." Upon hearing that Lin Xize had a way for her to hold Pikachu, Marissa ceased her inquiries and gazed at Pikachu with hopeful anticipation, wishing fervently for its prompt awakening. After all, it was only when Pikachu regained consciousness that Lin Xize would have the opportunity to capture it, thereby bringing her closer to her desire of embracing the adorable creature. Subsequently, Marissa led Lin Xize to arrange accommodations. Whether by design or coincidence, she placed him right next door to her own room. As Lin Xize entered his chamber, Marissa cast him a sultry glance, her eyes seemingly imbued with subtle hints, as if she were hoping for him to succumb to temptation and embark on a midnight escapade. Lin Xize, captivated by the alluring figure before him, instinctively licked his lips, and his previously restless thoughts surged with renewed vigor, vivid and enticing images dancing through his mind. Yet, at that moment, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing a significant portion of his fanciful ideas. Suddenly, the voice of his beauty system broke through, its tone grave as it admonished him. "If you wish for her demise, you could certainly attempt it tonight." Lin Xize's eyes widened in shock at these words, his face a portrait of disbelief as he anxiously inquired of the system, "What is the meaning of this?" Unhurriedly, the system elucidated, "Did you not just absorb electrical energy and refine your body with it?" Lin Xize nodded vigorously. Yes, and then what? The system continued. You are currently not in a state of cultivation, which means you cannot fully refine this electrical energy within your body. Only a portion remains inside you. Your body now resembles an enormous power bank. If you recklessly release the energy contained within, the resulting surge could instantly annihilate Marissa. The consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's anxiety intensified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he urgently asked the system, "What must I do to digest this power?" The system spoke to Lin Xize with an air of calmness, explaining that the cultivation was indeed possible. By harnessing the profound techniques of yin and yang, and utilizing the elemental thunder within him to unlock his thunder root, he could then transcend to the first level of qi refinement. Once he reached this stage, he would gradually be able to assimilate this energy, mitigating any perilous situations. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xize felt a measure of relief, though his brow furrowed as he pondered the intricacies of the technique, of which he had no prior experience. How exactly was he to proceed? He was uncertain about the difficulty of the cultivation, yet for the sake of Marissa's safety and his future, he resolved to embark on this path without delay. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xize prepared himself to focus and begin his cultivation as instructed by the system, hoping to swiftly resolve the volatile energy within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the technique known as the profound method of yin and yang. At the instant the technique was unveiled, a wondrous event unfolded. It merged into Lin Xize's consciousness as if it were a sentient entity, intertwining with his very soul. The sensation was akin to having harbored this knowledge since his birth, an inseparable part of his essence. First, Lin Xize tenderly tucked Pikachu in, ensuring its peaceful slumber, before hastily settling into a cross-legged position on his bed, ready to commence his cultivation. As he settled, he distinctly sensed a flow of energy coursing through his body, a unique sensation that was both firm and radiant, as if imbued with boundless vitality and strength. Lin Xize recognized this to be the yang energy within him, affirming the extraordinary nature of the profound method of yin and yang, as he could immediately discern the unique attributes of his body upon beginning his practice. While immersed in his cultivation, Lin Xize suddenly perceived a refreshing and profound aura slowly entering his being from the outside. This essence was in stark contrast to the fiery energy he had felt previously. It was exceptionally gentle, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring flowing through the mountains, imparting an unparalleled sense of comfort. However, as he endeavored to absorb this external energy, he encountered a dilemma. He sensed that this incoming essence was not entirely pure, seemingly tainted with impurities that made it difficult for him to assimilate effectively. It appeared that in order to harmonize it with the robust yang energy within, he must first purify this essence. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xize concentrated his mental energy, attempting to employ the transformative techniques delineated in the method. He cautiously endeavored to refine the external aura, striving to eliminate the impurities bit by bit to render it pure. Yet, the process of transformation proved to be far more intricate and arduous than he had anticipated. Each removal of impurity required considerable mental effort, compelling Lin Xize to exercise patience. Proceeding slowly and methodically. Chapter 10. Breaking through to the first level of qi refinement. The curious technique Lin Xize meticulously attuned himself to this aura, surmising that it was, in fact, the power of the moonlight. In this Marvel universe, the moonlight is ultimately born of the sun, not solely belonging to the lunar star. Thus, in comparison to the pure essence of lunar power he had previously known, this version is somewhat lacking in purity. However, as Lin Xize concentrated diligently and managed to refine a trace of lunar power, a wondrous transformation occurred. He distinctly felt a subtle equilibrium between the extreme yang energy within him and the newly introduced extreme yin energy, as if the two sides of a balance had perfectly aligned at that moment. With the achievement of this balance, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within him, and Lin Xize joyfully realized that he had transcended his previous cultivation level, smoothly ascending to the first stage of qi refinement. At this very moment, Lin Xize sensed yet another transformation. The last remnants of medicinal energy lingering within him were completely consumed in the instant of his breakthrough. Simultaneously, the dormant thunder elements within him seemed to respond to some unseen call, beginning to stir restlessly, gradually coaxed forth, ultimately revealing his long-hidden thunder spiritual root. Once this thunder spiritual root manifested, it emitted a faint aura of electrical energy, suggesting that Lin Xize was on the verge of embarking on a new chapter of cultivation. Endowed with even greater power, filled with elation, Lin Xize understood that this not only meant he had dispelled the lingering threat of residual thunder energy within him, but also that he had taken a solid step forward on his cultivation journey. Henceforth, in this Marvel world, he had acquired greater means of self-preservation and the ability to protect others. He continued to calm his mind, guiding the energy within him to flow gently, solidifying the hard-won results of his breakthrough. After his breakthrough, Lin Xize remained utterly focused on stabilizing his cultivation. He knew that an unstable foundation could lead to numerous dangers, so he dared not slacken his efforts. Patiently, he guided the energy within him, allowing it to circulate through his meridians, gradually solidifying his newly attained first stage of qi refinement. Once he felt that his cultivation and power were thoroughly stabilized, Lin Xize intended to continue his training, eager to capitalize on his momentum and further enhance his strength. However, to his surprise, the process of this subsequent training proved far less smooth than at the outset. After an entire night had passed, Lin Xize discovered that the energy he had accumulated was pitifully scant, feeling as though he had not even gathered 1,000th of the energy required for his next breakthrough. In an instant, Lin Xize sensed that something was amiss, filled with perplexity. He hastily inquired within his mind to the system, what is happening? Why is the training so arduous now? It is completely different from the initial experience. He furrowed his brow, anxiously awaiting the system's response. Hoping to receive a reasonable explanation that would clarify the situation, whether it was a flaw in his training method or simply the inherent difficulty of the qi refinement stage, which became increasingly challenging as one progressed. The system seemed rather speechless in response to Lin Xize's query, giving him a sidelong glance before leisurely replying, "Hey, don't be so ungrateful. You must understand that this enigmatic art of yin and yang is merely a diluted version of the advanced primordial technique. Although its cultivation lacks the formidable power of the original, it still adheres to the standards of the advanced primordial realm when it comes to delineating stages." The system paused momentarily before continuing, saying, "Just take joy in this. Fortunately, the energy foundation of this Marvel universe is relatively substantial. Otherwise, with just those residual energies and elixirs, it would be uncertain whether you could even ascend to the first level of qi refinement. You should feel grateful for the potency of the technique you have acquired. Had it been an ordinary method, you would have never achieved such a remarkable cultivation pace. Consider this. How slow would the progress be with an ordinary technique? There is no way you could have broken through to the first level of qi refinement in such a short time. Therefore, refrain from lamenting the challenges of accumulating energy in your future training. This is entirely normal. As you advance, the demand for vast resources will only increase." Lin Xize, upon hearing the system's words, was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. He even questioned whether he had misheard, vigorously shaking his head before urgently inquiring of the system, "What did you just say?" "The quality of my technique has diminished, yet the spiritual energy for its advancement remains unchanged. Does what you say even make sense? How can this be? If the quality of the technique has declined, how can the advancement energy remain intact? This defies logic." The more Lin Xize pondered, the more absurd it seemed, his brows knitted tightly in distress and frustration. He pressed on, "System, you must provide me with a thorough explanation of this matter. You cannot simply inform me of such an outrageous occurrence without clarity. I am relying on this technique to continue my cultivation and strengthen my abilities. If what you claim is true, my path of cultivation will be utterly chaotic." As he spoke, a deep concern was evident in Lin Xize's gaze, fixated on the system interface in his mind, hoping for a reasonable and credible explanation. Upon hearing Lin Xize's incredulous and urgent inquiries, the system seemed to awaken from a reverie, realizing something was amiss. After a prolonged pause, it stammered, "Ah, it appears something is not right. The quality of this technique has not actually diminished. Does this mean that I forgot to downgrade its quality? Oh, how embarrassing. This oversight has led to such a predicament. How should I explain this to Lin Xize?" Lin Xize could not help but roll his eyes, his tone rife with exasperation and sarcasm as he addressed the system. "Please, you have already revealed it. You mumbling to yourself has inadvertently disclosed that you forgot to downgrade the technique's quality, and yet you are still pondering how to explain it to me. You truly are something else." At this moment, Lin Xize felt a blend of anger and amusement. He was incensed by the system's unreliability, wondering how it could forget such a crucial detail, fearing the potential repercussions that might arise. Simultaneously, he found humor in the system's conflicted and awkward demeanor, reminiscent of a child who had erred. Upon hearing Lin Xize's complaints, the system responded with a tone of skepticism, retorting, "Even if I were mistaken, what harm would it bring? A slower cultivation pace does not equate to a negative outcome. Rather, it signifies a higher potential. Consider this. Those who cultivate too rapidly often find their latent abilities depleted in the later stages, achieving little in terms of greatness." The system's voice carried a hint of exasperation as it continued, "Is your current pace not sufficient? You must understand that mastering advanced primordial techniques to the foundational stage results in formidable power. Foundational cultivators possess the capability to annihilate entire planets. With your current qi refinement stage, you are already stronger than many in this Marvel universe, and yet you find yourself unsatisfied. Such insatiability is truly remarkable." Lin Xize scratched his head, contemplating the system's words and reflecting, it does seem to hold some truth. Although my cultivation speed is slowed, my potential has increased, suggesting that the heights I can reach are immeasurable. If this trend continues, perhaps I could indeed cultivate to a level where I dominate the universe. That would be splendid. After all, who wouldn't aspire to stand at the pinnacle, to be the strongest existence? Just as everyone wishes to indulge in exquisite beef daily. The sheer exhilaration of such a feeling is undeniable. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within Lin Xize, prompting him to furrow his brows. Noticing Lin Xize's internal struggle, the system felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might pose questions it could not answer. In a hurried tone, it urged, "You must hurry outside. Pikachu has awakened and is now curiously surveying its surroundings. This is a perfect opportunity for you to capture it. Do not let it slip away." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize promptly dismissed his earlier concerns, his eyes brightening with determination. "Really? I must rush out to see," he exclaimed, quickly making his way outside, pondering how he might earn Pikachu's recognition and ensure it willingly succumbed to his command. After Lin Xize exited the system's space, the beautiful system released a long sigh of relief, as though it had narrowly escaped a significant calamity. Chapter 11. Capturing Pikachu. A fiery connection between two Lin Xize stood there, gazing tenderly at the Pikachu before him, who was curiously inspecting him. He cautiously extended his hand, hoping for even the slightest touch. He had prepared himself for a possible rejection, given Pikachu's previous wariness towards others. To his astonishment, Pikachu did not shy away. Instead, it nuzzled its fluffy head against Lin Xize's hand, emitting a series of pika-pika sounds. Miraculously, those sounds were translated and conveyed directly into Lin Xize's mind, articulating, "Are you the trainer who has defeated me? I acknowledge your strength. You are worthy of being my trainer." Hearing those words, Lin Xize was instantly filled with joy, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. He gently caressed Pikachu's head and joyfully replied, "Ha, Pikachu, I am thrilled to become your trainer. From now on, we shall be steadfast companions, fighting side by side." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with affection and anticipation, as if he could already envision the two of them embarking on wondrous adventures together in this Marvel universe. Pikachu seemed to sense Lin Xize's elation, cheerfully calling out a few times, bouncing around his feet, and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. The atmosphere between the boy and his Pokémon radiated warmth and harmony, as if they were old friends reunited after a long separation. While continuing to tenderly stroke Pikachu, Lin Xize pondered to himself, "I never expected this system could accurately translate Pikachu's cries. How considerate. I truly hadn't thought of that before." Moreover, capturing Pikachu turned out to be surprisingly effortless. Initially, I imagined it would require considerable effort, building rapport and demonstrating my strength, yet it all unfolded so smoothly. However, Lin Xize soon furrowed his brow, contemplating. Although I have captured Pikachu, it remains in its nascent stage. Presently, its assistance seems rather limited. Nevertheless, having it protect those around me, like Marissa and the others, should suffice. With this thought, Lin Xize could not help but puff out his chest slightly, a hint of confidence gracing his features as he mused. At least I have broken through to the first level of chi refinement, and with my lightning root, I feel that even against a fully leveled Pikachu, I would not be at a disadvantage. Considering this, he acknowledged that he had indeed acquired a measure of strength. And in this Marvel world, he should be able to handle minor situations with ease. Lin Xize understood that according to the standards of advanced ancient cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy required for each breakthrough would only increase, and the path of cultivation would inevitably become more arduous. Fortunately, in comparison, his current strength was far superior to that of ordinary chi refinement practitioners depicted in the novels he had read. Yet, he remained uncertain about his precise level. Realizing that the Marvel universe differed significantly from the cultivation worlds he was familiar with, lacking a definitive reference point. Thus, he could only estimate his current prowess based on the strength of the Pikachu he had encountered earlier, quietly calculating his chances should he face other opponents. Just as he was lost in these contemplative thoughts, a crisp knock at the door suddenly pulled Lin Xize back to reality. He quickly regained his composure, responding with a cheerful coming. As he hurried toward the door, grasping the doorknob, he gently turned it and opened the door. Standing outside was Marissa, her voice imbued with a touch of anticipation and concern as she inquired, "Are you awake?" Hearing Marissa's voice, Lin Xize casually responded, "Come in, eh?" Without a moment's hesitation, Marissa reached out and pushed open the door. To her astonishment, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Xize in his complete nudity, causing her face to flush crimson. In a flurry, she turned her head away, covering her eyes with her hand, and exclaimed, Xize, please put on some clothes." At that moment, Lin Xize belatedly recalled that he had removed all his clothing to enhance his practice, even shedding his last pair of underwear. Instantly embarrassed, His face turned a deep shade of red as he hurriedly reached for the garments by the bedside, awkwardly attempting to dress while sheepishly explaining to Marissa, "I apologize, May. I prefer to sleep in the nude, and I was lost in thought for a moment, completely forgetting. I truly am sorry." Flustered, he quickly donned his clothes, managing to become presentable in no time. Throughout this commotion, Marissa showed no inclination to avert her gaze. Instead, she stood there, her eyes sparkling with delight, seemingly savoring the sight of Lin Xize dressing, a subtle smile playing on her lips, as if this moment was a rare and delightful spectacle. Just then, her attention was inadvertently drawn to Pikachu, who had awakened nearby, its round, fluffy, and irresistibly adorable form capturing all her focus. Instantly, she lost interest in Lin Xize, her eyes fixated on Pikachu, and with eager anticipation, she inquired, "Xize, can I hold Pikachu now? I've been looking forward to this for so long. It's just too cute. Please say yes." As she spoke, she took a few steps closer to Lin Xize, her gaze brimming with longing. So eager that she seemed ready to scoop Pikachu into her arms, resembling a child pleading for a cherished toy. Observing Marissa's eager and expectant demeanor, Lin Xize smiled and replied, "Well, May, you might want to ask Pikachu for its consent. After all, if it is unwilling, we shouldn't force it. Let's see if Pikachu is amenable to being held." Upon hearing this, Marissa nodded eagerly and turned her attention to Pikachu, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she softly said, "Pikachu, may I hold you? You are simply too adorable, and I like you so much." Pikachu first glanced up at Lin Xize, as if seeking approval, and upon receiving a slight nod from him, it joyfully chirped a few times before leaping into Marissa's embrace. Overjoyed, she carefully wrapped her arms around Pikachu, relishing the soft, fluffy texture in her hold, feeling an immense sense of happiness as a satisfied smile spread across her face. While gently stroking Pikachu's fur, she murmured sweet praises of its cuteness, her demeanor exuding warmth and affection. After a considerable pause, Marissa seemed to suddenly recall something. Lifting her gaze towards Lin Xize, she said, "Xize, Peter is looking for you. He mentioned wanting to have a conversation, though I'm uncertain what it pertains to." With a slight tilt of her head, her eyes reflected a blend of curiosity and urgency. Upon hearing Marissa mention Peter's search for him, Lin Xize immediately understood. Surmising that Peter had likely pondered deeply and arrived at a decision, he stepped forward, gently embracing Marissa, his eyes brimming with reassurance and affection. Softly, he said, "Please go ahead and prepare the food. I shall speak with Peter now. Rest assured, I will handle everything. No matter what choice Peter makes, I will manage it well." Upon hearing his words, Marissa, feeling no need for formality, reached out to wrap her arms around Lin Xize's neck and passionately kissed him, her fervor akin to a blazing flame. Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback, but soon succumbed to the intensity of the moment. The two embraced tightly, lost in a kiss that seemed to suspend time, rendering the world around them non-existent, with only each other in their hearts and minds. As 5 minutes elapsed, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly fervent, their breaths becoming more hurried. Just then, Pikachu, cradled in Marissa's arms, seemed to feel neglected and voiced its discontent with a few annoyed Pika-Pika calls, shattering the enchantment that enveloped the couple. Marissa, as if awakening from a dream, blushed deeply. She gently pushed Lin Xize away and, somewhat bashfully, said, I'll go prepare the food now." After hastily tidying her slightly disheveled hair, she clutched Pikachu and hurriedly made her way to the kitchen, her retreat resembling a flight. Lin Xize remained rooted in place, watching Marissa depart, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he turned and walked towards the location of Peter. Chapter 12. Peter's objective. Winning over Marissa, Lin Xize slowly pushed open the door to Peter's room. Upon entering and seeing Peter, he softly inquired, "I hear from your Aunt May that you are looking for me?" Peter quickly stood up, his expression serious as he replied, "Yes, Uncle Lin." Approaching Peter, Lin Xize's gaze filled with concern as he asked, "What is the matter? Have you made a decision?" Peter nodded slightly, responding with unwavering conviction, "Yes." Lin Xize gently patted Peter's shoulder and, with a sincere tone, advised, "There is no need to rush into a decision. You can take your time to contemplate. Your Aunt May has my protection. Nothing will go awry, so you need not worry excessively about that." Pausing momentarily, Lin Xize's face softened into a warm and reassuring smile as he continued, "Moreover, I will fully support you. Rest assured, Peter, whatever decision you make, I will be right behind you. You are not facing this alone." Peter listened to Lin Xize's heartfelt and sincere words. A warm current surged within him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He gazed at Lin Xize and, with a voice tinged with emotion, said, "Uncle Lin, thank you. I truly appreciate your words, but I have given this much thought. I aspire to be a superhero. I feel a sense of duty and believe I possess the capability to try." Peter's eyes shone with resolve as he earnestly continued, "Just as you mentioned last night, I am destined to be a superhero, a guardian for everyone. This has always been my dream. I cannot merely stand by and watch as others fall into peril, powerless to intervene. I wish to protect this city and every individual within it using my own strength. Lin Xize observed Peter's fervor and determination and simply smiled. He understood that each person has their own path to tread, and Peter was no exception. He realized he could not overly interfere with his choices. Lin Xize gently patted Peter's shoulder and said, "If this is what you wish to pursue, then go ahead. As your family, I support you. Just call for me when you need assistance. I will be right behind you." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Peter felt deeply moved, his eyes misting over. He opened his mouth, ready to express his gratitude with some heartfelt words, when a robust voice from downstairs interrupted. "Peter, hurry up and come eat. You're going to be late." The voice shattered the room's previously tense yet warm atmosphere, bringing Peter back to reality. Realizing he was running late, Peter instantly felt a rush of anxiety and dashed towards the kitchen with hurried steps. Just as he was about to exit the door, Lin Xize called out to his retreating figure, "Remember not to use my name. It would be unwise for it to become widely known. Just call me Tara." Peter nodded vigorously without looking back, affirming he would remember. Upon bursting into the kitchen, he hastily grabbed some bread and milk. Barely taking the time to eat more before rushing outside, his figure quickly vanishing through the door. Marissa watched Peter's frenzied and disheveled demeanor, shaking her head in amusement before turning to Lin Xize, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She inquired, "This child is always so hasty. I wonder what he is anxious about. By the way, AZ, did Peter mention what he wants to do? I'm quite curious, as he seemed so serious, as if he were about to embark on something significant." As she spoke, a hint of concern flickered in Marissa's gaze. She was both interested in Peter's decision and apprehensive about the potential dangers he might face. Lin Xize gently wrapped his arms around Marissa's slender waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, and spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. "That child has made up his mind. He wishes to become a superhero." Upon hearing those words, Marissa was instantly filled with excitement. Her body tensed involuntarily. She eagerly broke free from Lin Xize's embrace, her eyes widening in alarm. Her face etched with worry and panic. She hurriedly exclaimed to Lin Xize, "How could you agree to let him become a superhero? It's so dangerous. He is just a child." Lin Xize, observing Marissa's distress, let out a soft sigh and patiently explained, "Marissa, I understand your concern and I share it. Yet, Peter has his own future to consider. Becoming a superhero is the path he has chosen after careful contemplation, a decision rooted in his deep-seated desire and sense of responsibility. We cannot obstruct him from pursuing his dreams out of fear for his safety." However, Marissa remained furrowed in thought, shaking her head vigorously, her emotions becoming increasingly agitated as a torrent of words spilled forth. "But he is still so young. Doesn't he even comprehend why he wants to be a superhero? Perhaps he merely thinks it would be fun, or maybe he seeks to satisfy some heroic impulse without considering the inherent dangers. His powers may not be sufficient. What if he encounters those truly malevolent villains and suffers harm? There could be countless unforeseen circumstances that we cannot even imagine. I can hardly bear to think about it. AZ, how could you so readily agree to this?" As she spoke, Marissa's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her heart genuinely fearful for Peter's safety. The mere thought of potential calamities twisted her insides painfully. Lin Xize gazed at this anxious woman, tenderly kissing Marissa's cheek as he reassured her, "Do not worry, May. Peter is not the type to be reckless. His future is shaped by his own choices, and we cannot deter his heart's desires. Rest assured, if Peter finds himself in trouble beyond his ability to resolve, I will intervene. I promise I will ensure he does not encounter any significant issues." With that, he gently wiped away her falling tears, his gaze lingering on the alluring woman before him, becoming increasingly captivated. Marissa, too, felt her anxiety ebb away, her earlier feelings of disappointment and urgency swiftly suppressed by Lin Xize's presence. He embraced her, leading her into the room, where the narrative unfolds further, the details of which I shall leave to your imagination. Chapter 13. The marvelous use of dual cultivation techniques, a first encounter with Gwen. Lin Xize cautiously rose from the bed, gently lifting Marissa's leg that lay upon him. Despite his utmost care, he inadvertently disturbed Marissa, who had just slipped into slumber. Awakening abruptly, her eyes were filled with terror, instinctively recoiling as she trembled and spoke to Lin Xize. No, I can't endure this." Lin Xize, taken aback by her reaction, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hastily clarified, "It's not what you think, May. I was merely planning to step out and fetch something to eat, afraid you might be hungry soon. Besides, Peter should be returning shortly, and I intended to check on him. There was no other intention." As Marissa listened to Lin Xize's explanation, she gradually exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension and fear on her face slowly dissipating, replaced by a faint blush. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she tugged at the blanket, wrapping herself a little more snugly. and playfully reproached, "Oh dear, you startled me. Why don't you go check if Peter has returned? I wonder how he is faring out there." Lin Xize nodded, hastily donning his clothes while replying, "Yes, yes, you should rest a bit more. I'll go see what is happening. And I'll let you know if there is anything." Having tidied himself, he tiptoed towards the door, still savoring the recent events in his mind. As he walked towards the door, he mused silently, "I never expected that the cultivation technique I practiced last night would yield such remarkable effects. Although my usual training has been steadily improving, it pales in comparison to last night's experience. The speed of my cultivation has accelerated significantly, and the quality has also surged immensely." Reflecting on the contrast with his solitary practice the previous evening, he felt elated, like a day's effort equated to the fruits of 10 days of training. To his astonishment, he sensed his body growing increasingly robust. Previously, he had heard tales of lingering discomfort after such activities, yet he experienced none. Instead, he felt invigorated, hardly even feeling hunger. This technique truly was extraordinary, showcasing its formidable efficacy in those circumstances. The more Lin Xize pondered, the more incredulous he became, secretly contemplating whether he should frequently employ this method to hasten his training, especially since his technique was a dual cultivation practice. Yet, he wondered if he could bear it alone, and questioned whether the results would improve with more participants. Lost in thought, he reached the living room and peered towards the entrance, anxious about Peter's return. As Lin Xize genuinely feared that Peter might stir up trouble that day, suddenly he distinctly sensed two individuals standing outside the door. This unexpected perception causing his heart to skip a beat. Filled with curiosity, he thought, "Can I truly sense two people outside? When did I acquire this ability? Why was I unaware of it until now?" He quickly calmed his thoughts and focused on discerning the features of the two figures, gradually forming a mental image, one male and one female. The more he concentrated on the man's appearance, the more familiar it seemed, prompting Lin Xize to furrow his brow in contemplation. Why does this man look so familiar? The more I look, the more he resembles Peter. Driven by curiosity and confusion, Lin Xize swiftly approached the door and pushed it open. Sure enough, standing outside was Peter, accompanied by a charming young woman. Lin Xize smiled at Peter and inquired, "Peter, you've brought a friend back? Why didn't you invite her in? It's rather improper to leave her standing outside." As Lin Xize concluded his words, he was met with the sight of two individuals who appeared to have encountered a great terror. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, and their legs trembled slightly. Peter collapsed onto the ground. The girl, in a moment of desperation, charged directly towards Lin Xize, who, absorbed in his bewilderment over Peter's actions, failed to notice the impending collision. To his shock, the girl yanked down Lin Xize's trousers, which he had yet to fasten, and her head collided forcefully with his lower region. Lin Xize was utterly taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence, his eyes widening in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. He initially stared in astonishment at the scene before him, before casting a puzzled glance at Peter, secretly speculating whether this was a streetwalker Peter had brought back. However, upon seeing Peter's innocent expression, he felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. In exasperation, Lin Xize quickly bent down, gently assisting the girl who had found herself beneath him, his movements swift yet cautious, fearful of further embarrassing circumstances. Once he had helped the girl to her feet, he hastily pulled up his trousers, fumbling to secure his belt, silently praying that he would not encounter another mortifying incident like the one just experienced. Once everything was in order, Lin Xize steadied himself and took a careful look at the girl's features. This examination left him astonished as he exclaimed, "Gwen?" He could hardly believe that the girl who had caused such an embarrassing scene was none other than Gwen, a classmate introduced by Peter. In that moment, Lin Xize felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Gwen, her face crimson with shame, nearly bowed to the ground, stammering, "Uncle, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just so frightened and couldn't control myself. I truly apologize." Her voice quivered, nearly breaking into tears, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Despite a hint of fatigue in her tone, as if it were a struggle to speak, Gwen persevered in articulating her apology. Seeing her distress, Lin Xize swiftly waved his hand, wearing a gentle smile to convey that he bore no ill will regarding the awkward incident. He then lightly wrapped his arm around Gwen's slender waist while using his other hand to grasp Peter's shirt, guiding them both towards the sofa in the room. Peter, feeling rather disheartened as Lin Xize pulled him along, cast a bewildered glance at his uncle, inwardly grumbling. Why does Gwen get to be embraced by Uncle while I am merely tugged along? Why am I not afforded the same treatment? He opened his mouth, intending to voice his petty grievances and curiosities, but the moment his gaze met Lin Xize's somewhat serious eyes, he swallowed his words back down. Peter was acutely aware that his extraordinary intuition was presently urging him fervently not to utter what would undoubtedly sound foolish. The very thought of speaking such words aloud would invite ridicule from Uncle Lin, and perhaps even a reprimand. Thus, he obediently followed Lin Xize towards the sofa. Yet his expression betrayed a lingering sense of reluctance, reminiscent of a child who felt unjustly treated. Upon reaching the sofa, Lin Xize encouraged Gwen to take a seat and then guided Peter to the adjacent spot. He settled into the chair opposite them, regarding the two with genuine concern as he inquired, "Why do you both appear so terrified upon merely entering? What transpired? Please, share with your uncle." Chapter 14. A conversation between the three. Peter's face was etched with panic, his body trembling slightly as he anxiously addressed Lin Xize, "Uncle Lin. It was truly frightening when I entered. It felt as if some great terror was looming. I sensed something exceedingly dangerous watching me from the shadows. And had it harbored any ill intent, I might not be here now. I have never experienced such a feeling, and I still shudder at the thought." Gwen, listening intently, furrowed her brow in confusion. She could not fathom why Peter would relay such an extraordinary tale to Lin Xize, whom she considered an ordinary individual. In her understanding, such surreal occurrences would either be dismissed as nonsense or provoke considerable fear in any reasonable person. Noticing Gwen's gaze, Peter turned to her, as if he could read her thoughts, and assured her, "Do not worry, Gwen. Uncle Lin is far from ordinary." He continued, "You remember the masked figure from yesterday, right? The mysterious and formidable individual? That was actually Uncle Lin." Peter's tone conveyed a sense of certainty, as if he were affirming to Gwen that Lin Xize possessed a powerful side unknown to most, thus rendering his disclosure entirely trustworthy. Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen paused momentarily, only to suddenly grasp a significant realization, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. With intense eyes, she directed her gaze at Lin Xize and demanded, "Are you the demon from hell?" Her tone blended caution with an insatiable curiosity. Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt inquiry, but soon erupted into a series of cawing laughter that echoed through the room, imbued with a sense of mystery and jest. He then leisurely replied, "Should I be? If you're referring to the figure clad in black, donning a devilish mask and wielding a knife, then yes, that would indeed be me." Gwen's countenance instantly transformed with excitement. She leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "It's truly you. I saw your battle report yesterday, which stated that you defeated a Spider-Man." At that moment, I pondered who this enigmatic figure could possibly be. To my astonishment, it turned out to be none other than Uncle Lin. The spectacle was truly breathtaking, vividly described in the reports. However, I remain quite curious about how you managed it. Lin Xize's lips curved into a smile, adorned with a hint of mystery, as he replied, "In truth, I did not accomplish this feat alone. I have a remarkable partner. Come forth, Pikachu." No sooner had he spoken than a peculiar yet irresistibly adorable creature emerged. Its body was predominantly a striking yellow, with long ears tipped in black. Its tail resembled a lively bolt of lightning, captivating attention, and its cheeks bore two rosy circles, reminiscent of an oversized mouse, exuding charm. Pikachu's beauty in this world was undeniably exceptional, possessing an allure that was utterly irresistible to young ladies. Upon sighting Pikachu, Gwen's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, her previous fatigue seemingly vanishing into thin air, replaced by immense affection for the creature. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to embrace it. However, Pikachu, taken aback by such enthusiasm, instinctively prepared to retaliate, remaining cautious of the sudden proximity of a stranger. Just then, Lin Xize cast a glance at Pikachu, his gaze imbued with an unmistakable hint, as if to say, "Be cooperative." Reluctantly, Pikachu sighed, abandoning its notion of defiance, and obediently remained still, allowing Gwen to lift it into her arms. Cradling Pikachu, Gwen's face radiated pure joy, her lips continuously murmuring, "Wow, so adorable. Truly, it is the cutest thing I have ever seen." As she spoke, she gently stroked Pikachu's head, her demeanor exuding affection. Observing Gwen utterly absorbed in her adoration for Pikachu, Lin Xize could only shake his head in bemusement. He then feigned irritation, lightly tapping Peter on the head. He was cautious not to exert any real force, mentally chiding himself to ensure he did not inadvertently harm Peter, who was still quite vulnerable, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Afterward, Lin Xize addressed Peter with a stern expression, "Who permitted you to disclose my identity so carelessly? You, my boy, have acted rather recklessly. What if this information spreads and brings about unnecessary troubles for me?" Peter, upon hearing this, displayed an embarrassed demeanor, scratching his head as he cast a sheepish glance at Lin Xize. In a low voice, he replied, "Uncle Lin, I thought Gwen seemed quite trustworthy, and given the peculiar circumstances, I believed it would be harmless for her to know. I assure you, I will not act so indiscreetly again. Please forgive me this once." Seeing Peter's sincere regret, Lin Xize's annoyance diminished somewhat, and he remarked, "Very well, I shall let this slide this time, but do not let it happen again. If anyone wishes to inquire about my affairs in the future, you must first seek my permission before making any decisions. Understood? Peter hastily nodded like a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, I understand, Uncle Lin. I assure you I will not err again. After a while, Lin Xize noticed that Gwen seemed to have recovered from her initial excitement upon encountering Pikachu. He then recalled that Peter had indeed returned rather late. So he turned to Peter and asked, Why did you come back so late? Your Aunt May was quite anxious, fearing something had happened to you, and was deeply worried. Peter slightly furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he regarded Lin Xize with a complex gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, Uncle Lin. The truth is, I returned quite a while ago. However, when I reached my doorstep, I overheard some rather, boisterous sounds from within. At that moment, I felt it might not be appropriate to enter, so I decided to sit for a while in the nearby library. At this point, Peter paused, casting a furtive glance at Lin Xize's expression. Seeing no unusual reaction, he continued, Then, while in the library, I ran into Gwen. We exchanged a few words, and I sensed that Gwen and I share a certain kinship, as if we both possess extraordinary powers. I could faintly perceive a unique aura about her that resonated with my own, which is why I engaged her in conversation and we returned together. Lin Xize regarded Peter thoughtfully for a moment before nodding slightly and responding, Well done. You have shown maturity. Had you barged in recklessly, interrupting my enjoyment, our conversation would not be as calm as it is now. At this juncture, Lin Xize paused, a hint of regret flickering across his face before he continued. As for the unsettling sensation you both experienced, it was likely due to me. I have recently discovered a new ability, and I may have inadvertently activated it earlier, causing you to feel that discomfort. Please refrain from conjecturing further. I shall strive to exercise caution and refrain from using this ability to observe you in the future, to avoid frightening you again. Lin Xize then turned his gaze towards Gwen, his expression imbued with significance as he softly remarked, As for Gwen, I am well aware that I possess even more knowledge about her than she may realize. Chapter 15. Gwen's aspiration to become a superhero. Initially, Peter was filled with uncertainty, his brow slightly furrowed. However, he suddenly recalled his first encounter with Uncle Lin, who seemed to possess considerable insight into his circumstances, almost as if he had known all along about Peter's unique attributes. This realization led Peter to conclude that Uncle Lin's understanding of Gwen was not particularly surprising. So he chose to say nothing further, merely acknowledging with a nod to indicate his comprehension. Lin Xize gazed at Peter and then gestured towards the kitchen, saying, Why don't you prepare something to eat? Your Aunt May is likely quite famished. You must ensure to whip up a delightful feast for her. Peter obediently nodded and replied, All right, Uncle Lin, I'll get right on it. With that, he turned and briskly made his way to the kitchen. Once Peter had departed, Lin Xize slowly shifted his attention to Gwen, his eyes filled with a hint of concern and curiosity as he softly inquired, Gwen, have you fully come to terms with the fact that you possess superpowers? Gwen gently set down her Pikachu, her face a mask of surprise. Her eyes wide as she stared intently at Lin Xize, pondering how he seemed so well informed about her circumstances. However, upon recalling Peter, she considered that perhaps Uncle Lin was aware of many secrets, making everything seem rather plausible. Gwen continued, Uncle Lin, I have had this ability for quite some time now. I have always harbored a dream of becoming a superhero, to protect others and assist those in need. To pursue this goal, I even meticulously crafted my own superhero costume. As she spoke, Lin Xize could clearly detect a flicker of helplessness in Gwen. She continued, But who could have predicted that a certain Spider-Man would appear out of nowhere? That creature is quite troublesome, looking terrifying and seemingly harboring an inexplicable animosity towards me, always intent on devouring me. Recently, I found myself engaged in a relentless struggle with it almost every day, leaving me little energy for anything else, as I had to remain vigilant against its appearances. Gwen took a breath and added, I'm not quite sure what changed, but lately it has been less frequent in bothering me, allowing me some respite to focus on my studies. Otherwise, my academic progress would surely suffer. Lin Xize contemplated silently, realizing that the timeline of this world was indeed chaotic, given its amalgamation of various elements. Thus far, he had never visited Gotham City and remained entirely unaware of the specific circumstances there. Upon reflection, it struck him as peculiar that the villains in Gotham seemed to only wreak havoc within the city, rarely venturing elsewhere. Moreover, apart from Superman occasionally emerging to uphold justice, he had hardly seen other superheroes in action. He wondered if they were preoccupied with their own affairs or if other reasons were at play. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Xize furrowed his brow, recalling the troubles that Peter and Gwen faced with Spider-Man. He pondered that the situation with Spider-Man needed a swift resolution, for given the current circumstances, it would be quite challenging for Peter and Gwen to contend with such a formidable foe. The elusive Spider-Man, with his formidable aggression, poses a potential danger if left unchecked. One can never predict when he might reappear, bringing unforeseen peril. As Lin Xize pondered the matter of Spider-Man, Marissa emerged from the house, impeccably dressed. Upon her arrival, she cast a fleeting glance in Lin Xize's direction, followed by a subtle glare that seemed to convey her dissatisfaction with previous events, as if silently reproaching him. Lin Xize, observing Marissa's demeanor, was on the verge of speaking but was taken aback by her unexpectedly vibrant appearance. However, recalling the dual cultivation technique he had practiced earlier, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the technique benefited both of them. It was only fair that while his own strength surged, the other should not be left empty-handed. With this thought, he swallowed his words and merely offered a sheepish smile. Marissa, quickly diverting her gaze from Lin Xize, adorned her face with a warm smile and approached Gwen, enthusiastically greeting her. "Ah, Gwen, welcome to our home. I just heard Peter mention you. How fortunate he is to have a friend like you." Gwen, taken aback by Marissa's warmth, promptly responded with a smile. "Hello, Aunt May. I hope I'm not intruding. I'm delighted to be here. Both Peter and Uncle Lin are wonderful, and I feel so at home." In mere moments, the two women established a harmonious atmosphere, akin to longtime friends. They exchanged banter that traversed from mundane matters to amusing anecdotes from school, their laughter resonating throughout the room. Marissa graciously prepared a sumptuous meal for Gwen, and the table was filled with lively conversation and laughter, creating an exceptionally congenial ambience. After the meal, Gwen, sensing that time was slipping away, rose to take her leave. Noticing this, Marissa glanced at Lin Xize, playfully scolding him. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and see Gwen off. It's quite dangerous for a high school girl to walk home alone at this hour. As her uncle, you must ensure her safe return." Lin Xize, finally snapping back to reality, quickly stood up and cheerfully said to Gwen, "Gwen, allow me to escort you home. We would feel uneasy if you went alone." Gwen promptly waved her hands in refusal. "No need, Uncle Lin. I can manage by myself. It's not far, and the area is safe at this hour." Yet Lin Xize remained resolute, his expression earnest. "That simply won't do. Listen to your uncle. I shall see you home, so we can all rest easy." Seeing his unwavering determination, Gwen felt compelled to acquiesce, nodding in agreement. Thus, the two departed together, making their way toward Gwen's residence. As they walked along the street, the night deepened around them, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloak of darkness. At that moment, Lin Xize's expression suddenly sharpened. He quietly channeled his spiritual awareness, which unfurled like an invisible net, spreading outwards to scan the surroundings. Before long, his countenance grew solemn. In a hushed tone, he whispered to Gwen, "Gwen, something is following us. According to my senses, it must be that large spider from before. It seems this time its target is you. I will conceal myself in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. You, on the other hand, should try to move towards a less populated area to lure it away. This way, we can trap it. But do be cautious. Do not act recklessly, understood?" Upon hearing this, Gwen felt a jolt of fear in her heart. Although apprehensive, she forced herself to appear calm and nodded in response. "Yes, I understand, Uncle Lin. Please be careful too." With that, Gwen deliberately headed towards a narrow alleyway with fewer people, while Lin Xize swiftly vanished into a dim corner. His gaze fixed intently on the direction Gwen had taken, ready to confront the lurking danger at any moment. Chapter 16. Slaying the giant spider. Gwen steeled herself and soon entered the pitch-black alley, where an eerie silence enveloped her, broken only by the sound of her hurried footsteps echoing off the walls. Meanwhile, Lin Xize, in the blink of an eye, donned his enigmatic mask, and instantly, his attire transformed from casual wear to a sleek black suit. This new outfit, contrasting sharply with his previous armor, imparted an air of mystery and elegance. Yet it could not conceal the palpable aura of danger emanating from him. As Gwen cautiously advanced a few more steps, a sudden buzzing resonated in her mind, akin to an alarm bell, heralding the spider's approach. Startled, her reflexes honed from years of training kicked in, and she leapt into the air with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the spot where she had just stood. Once she regained her footing and glanced around in the dim light, she couldn't suppress a gasp of horror. Before her loomed a colossal spider, its body drenched in blood. The creature was immense, with 8 hairy legs thrashing about, its glistening claws appearing particularly menacing in the darkness. Most terrifying of all, it had completely shed any semblance of humanity, its form entirely that of a monstrous spider, a truly fearsome aberration. Gwen's heart raced with dread as she silently thanked her quick reflexes for saving her. She fervently hoped that Uncle Lin would act swiftly. Facing this terrifying creature alone left her with little confidence in her own abilities. In the shadows, Lin Xize observed the emergence of the arachnid monstrosity. His brow furrowed with concern. He pondered the creature's increasingly peculiar and formidable nature, realizing that he must summon all his strength today to eradicate this menace, ensuring it could no longer endanger others, particularly Gwen. With a resolute glint in his eyes, he swiftly summoned the renowned magical blade, Qianren, which materialized in his grasp. The blade emanated ethereal wisps of energy, casting a chilling glow in the dim alley, as if narrating its extraordinary sharpness and potency. In an instant, Lin Xize moved with the swiftness of lightning, launching a fierce slash at the colossal spider. His speed generated a howling gust of wind. The blade, imbued with Lin Xize's energy, was no ordinary weapon. Its might was unparalleled. Yet, the spider, oblivious to the impending doom, instinctively believed its robust and sturdy legs could withstand the oncoming onslaught. However, reality struck a harsh blow. Lin Xize's strike cleaved through the spider's legs with astonishing ease, akin to slicing through tofu. The sound of two sharp cracks echoed as the spider's limbs fell, severed cleanly, releasing a stream of viscous black fluid that splattered onto the ground, exuding a pungent odor. The creature emitted a piercing, anguished shriek that reverberated in the silent alley, a sound so harrowing it made one's eardrums ache. Its massive form teetered, destabilized by the loss of its limbs, nearly collapsing. Yet, it quickly regained its balance, its remaining legs thrashing wildly, its crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon Lin Xize, as though it yearned to rend him asunder, clearly incensed. Unfazed, Lin Xize stood firm, wielding Qianren with unwavering resolve, his icy gaze locked onto the enraged beast, prepared to confront its inevitable retaliation. He was determined that this fiend would be vanquished today, never to wreak havoc again. Maintaining his focus on the increasingly frenzied spider, he turned to Gwen, urgently calling out, "Gwen, find a safe place to hide. This creature is far too dangerous now. You could easily get hurt here. Go." Aware that her presence would be more hindrance than help, having previously been outmatched in their encounter, Gwen understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she dashed into the depths of the alley, quickly finding a concealed nook where she could remain unseen, holding her breath as she nervously monitored the unfolding battle. With Gwen safely away, Lin Xize felt a modicum of relief and redirected his full attention to the formidable spider before him. He gripped the enchanted blade, Qianren, tightly in both hands, his feet propelling him forward with the force of a released arrow as he charged toward the colossal spider. With a powerful swing, he brought the magic sword down upon the monstrous arachnid. The giant spider, thoroughly enraged at this moment, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of spider silk aimed directly at Lin Xize. The strands of silk, dense and numerous, wove together in the air, forming a white net that rapidly enveloped Lin Xize. Unfazed, Lin Xize raised the enchanted blade high above his head and swung it down to meet the oncoming silk. With a series of swift, slicing sounds, the blade's edge glided through the strands, severing them effortlessly. However, the spider silk proved to be quite formidable. Each strand was not only thick, but also alarmingly abundant. For every batch he cut through, a new wave surged forth, relentless and seemingly endless. Finding himself in a predicament, Lin Xize stood his ground, continuously wielding Qianren to fend off the overwhelming onslaught of spider silk. Temporarily ensnared, he could only wait for the torrent to abate before seizing an opportunity to strike back. The giant spider, sensing Lin Xize's plight, persisted in its assault, shifting its massive form to capitalize on the moment and deliver a fatal blow. Its gaze grew increasingly menacing. Having grown weary of the entangling strands, Lin Xize shouted defiantly at the giant spider, "If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you." As his words faded, he centered himself, channeling the profound spiritual energy within. This energy coursed through his meridians, surging directly toward his thunderous spirit root. With deliberate focus, the thunder root erupted with formidable power, voraciously drawing in the ambient lightning elements from the surrounding space. Arc after arc of electricity danced around Lin Xize, as the lightning elements responded to an unseen yet potent summons, converging upon him and gradually coalescing atop the enchanted blade, Qianren. In an instant, the sword was enveloped in a tempest of electrical energy, radiating a brilliant purple glow, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds that echoed through the silent alley, stirring the very air into a frenzy. With eyes ablaze and hands firmly grasping Qianren, Lin Xize lifted the sword high and struck decisively at the layers of spider silk before him. In that fleeting moment, a blade charged with overwhelming lightning energy shot forth, akin to a purple bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the silken barrier. Wherever this electrified blade passed, the once resilient silk, which had resisted his every attempt, crumbled like fragile paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. The violet glow of the blade surged forth with unstoppable momentum, crashing into the massive spider. With a thunderous roar, the giant spider's immense form was obliterated, the force of the explosion radiating outward and raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the sky was suddenly filled with the green blood of colossal spiders, resembling a bizarre and sanguinary rain of verdant ichor, splattering everywhere. Some of it even splashed onto the nearby walls, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded small pits, releasing a pungent and unpleasant odor. Lin Xize stood still, breathing heavily, surveying the chaotic scene before him. He felt a quiet sense of relief, having finally dealt with this troublesome foe. Now, Gwen should be safe. However, he wondered if the commotion would attract any unnecessary trouble. As he contemplated this, he sheathed his enchanted blade, Qianren, and made his way towards Gwen's hiding place, preparing to escort her safely home. Chapter 17. An unusual path to strength. Just as Lin Xize lifted his foot to approach Gwen's hiding spot, she sprang forth from her concealed corner, her face alight with excitement and admiration. Her bright eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, you are incredible. You dispatched the giant spider with such ease. I struggled immensely in my encounter with it. I was utterly at a loss. I never imagined it could be resolved so swiftly in your presence. Truly remarkable." Upon hearing Gwen's praise, Lin Xize merely smiled, responding humbly, "It was nothing, really. I must admit, my strength has increased significantly as of late. Otherwise, with my previous abilities, I wouldn't have stood a chance against it either. Now that the greatest threat, the giant spider, has been vanquished, you need not live in fear any longer. You can pursue your dreams with peace of mind." As he spoke, Lin Xize reached out and gently ruffled Gwen's hair, an affectionate gesture reminiscent of a guardian soothing a younger kin, filled with warmth and concern. Gwen felt the comforting touch above her head and beamed with joy. She nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes, Uncle Lin. Thanks to you. I will strive even harder to become a formidable superhero like you." Seeing Gwen brimming with determination, Lin Xize felt her enthusiasm resonate within him. He chuckled. "I have no doubt you can achieve it. However, the path of a superhero is fraught with challenges. You must take it one step at a time. If you encounter any difficulties or have questions, you can always come to me for guidance." Then he added, looking at her intently, "But there is one thing you misunderstand. Your Uncle Lin is not a superhero. My sole desire is to protect my family and those I cherish, nothing more. Now, let us hasten and get you home." Upon hearing Lin Xize's caring yet affectionate words, Gwen's fair cheeks flushed with a soft hue. She lowered her head slightly, as if shyly concealing her bashfulness from him. In a whisper as faint as a whispering breeze, she murmured, "Am I also part of Uncle Lin's family? But what about Sister May?" This is so confusing. Her voice was so delicate that, had the surroundings not been exceptionally quiet, it would have been nearly inaudible. Lin Xize possessed exceptional hearing and naturally caught the faint murmurs of Gwen. Initially taken aback, he was surprised to realize that a mere offhand comment of his nearly endeared him to this innocent young lady. However, at that moment, he was at a loss for how to respond, opting for silence instead. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Gwen's home came into view, breaking the slightly awkward and delicate atmosphere. Lin Xize hastily remarked, "Gwen, we've arrived. Do go in, and please don't dwell on today's events. Make sure to rest well." Gwen replied softly, "Goodbye, Uncle Lin. Thank you for bringing me home." With a blush, she hurried towards her door, glancing back at Lin Xize one last time before entering her house. He stood there, shaking his head in amusement, then turned to walk back. Observing Gwen's shy yet endearing demeanor, a smile crept onto Lin Xize's lips, and he found her to be both innocent and intriguing. Subsequently, he retraced his steps along the path they had taken. Upon returning home, he opened the door to find Marissa quietly seated on the sofa in the living room, seemingly awaiting his return. A warmth surged within him, and a gentle smile graced his face. He instinctively leaned in to greet Marissa with a kiss, a gesture that had become a familiar and affectionate routine between them. However, to his surprise, Marissa slightly turned her head away, evading his advance, and with a hint of reproach in her voice, she said, "No, it's your fault, Xize. Because of you, I couldn't go to work today, and now my wages will be docked. What am I to do?" As she spoke, her brow furrowed, reflecting her frustration and concern over the day's missed work. Lin Xize felt a pang of guilt wash over him. He quickly settled beside Marissa, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders, and cheerfully reassured her, "Oh dear, it's my fault. I didn't foresee these complications. Don't be upset. It's just a little deduction from your pay. I can always make it up to you, so please don't let it trouble you." His tone was filled with a desire to placate her, hoping to ease her irritation. Marissa shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "You yourself mentioned that you're currently without a stable income. Where will you get the money?" "It's easy for you to say." Lin Xize embraced her, assuring her, "Don't worry, May. I'll step out shortly, and we'll have money soon. You know how things are in your country. There's no shortage of opportunities, especially in the underworld. That's where our money lies." Concern flickered in Marissa's eyes as she gazed at Lin Xize, her voice laced with anxiety. "Xize, don't you think all this is becoming rather dangerous? I'm genuinely worried about you. What if something were to happen? What would I do?" Seeing this, Lin Xize smiled and gently pinched Marissa's cheek, nonchalantly saying, "May, have you forgotten how formidable I am? Those mere underlings could never harm me. You needn't fret so. Have a little faith in me, will you?" Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Marissa recalled his immense strength displayed on various occasions, which somewhat eased her anxiety, though a faint blush still crept onto her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she mustered her courage and asked, "Xize, do you know why I felt so fatigued when we were engaged in that activity, yet after a while, an extraordinary energy began to replenish my body? Moreover, I distinctly sensed an enhancement in my physical prowess, as if my strength had significantly increased." What could possibly explain this? After posing her question, Marissa's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and her gaze became somewhat evasive, as such topics were undeniably quite embarrassing. Lin Xize, taken aback by her inquiry, initially hesitated before a shy smile emerged on his face. He understood that this phenomenon stemmed from their cultivation of a dual training method, yet explaining such a matter to Marissa posed a challenge. After all, he couldn't simply divulge that it involved a rather intimate practice. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to reveal a fragment of the truth. Clearing his throat and speaking somewhat awkwardly, "Well, May, it's actually a rather unique form of energy sharing. During our intimate encounters, a portion of my energy transfers to you, which explains your sensations. This energy is beneficial for your body and will indeed empower you. However, let's not delve too deeply into it. Suffice it to say, it's a positive development." As he spoke, Lin Xize silently prayed that Marissa would refrain from further inquiries, for he was at a loss for how to address any additional questions. Marissa understood that Lin Xize had not fully disclosed the reasons, yet she felt that knowing this much was already quite astonishing. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face radiated joy as she eagerly asked Lin Xize, "Does this mean I could become a superhero in the future? Oh, how wonderful it would be to possess superpowers and help others." As she spoke, Marissa rubbed her hands together in excitement, envisioning herself as a magnificent superhero. Lin Xize, contemplating her words, furrowed his brow for a moment before responding slowly, "Well, considering the current rate of your physical enhancement, you would need to engage in that activity with me at least 100 times to achieve strength comparable to that formidable spider we encountered yesterday." As he uttered these words, a sense of embarrassment washed over him, for it was indeed a rather delicate subject to broach. Nevertheless, the reality was that enhancing one's power through such means would require considerable repetitions. Upon hearing those words, Marissa's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, her face a canvas of surprise. Stammering, she exclaimed, 100 times? That's an excessive number, isn't it? How long would it take to accomplish that? And it's rather, well, you know. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she contemplated the fact that, although this was a method to grow stronger, the sheer magnitude of repetitions felt utterly exaggerated, leaving her heart in a state of turmoil. Lin Xize, observing Marissa's expression of bewilderment and inner conflict, couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly offering words of reassurance. "Oh, come now, May. I merely jest. With your continuous growth, the pace of improvement might accelerate, and there is no need to adhere strictly to that number. Don't take it too much to heart. We can take our time. After all, becoming stronger is not a race." Chapter 18. Venturing out to pursue gang leads after Lin Xize's remarks, he playfully attempted to make a move, a mischievous grin adorning his face, eager to engage further. However, Marissa, being an ordinary woman, had already endured a taxing day, her body weary from the events that had transpired. Thus, she quickly raised her hand to ward off Lin Xize's advances, her voice tinged with a hint of resistance as she pleaded, "Ace, please. I have work tomorrow, and I've already lost enough time because of your antics today. I really can't take any more. Just let me be." As she spoke, Marissa instinctively recoiled, her demeanor a blend of exasperation and amusement. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xize ceased his playful antics, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. He turned to her and inquired, "May, wouldn't you like to experience the life of a wealthy woman? Imagine never having to work again, spending your days comfortably at home, doing whatever you please. How delightful that would be." Initially, Marissa had been slightly annoyed by Lin Xize's earlier behavior. Yet, upon hearing his suggestion, her eyes sparkled with interest, her face glowing with longing, as she responded without hesitation, "Of course I would. Who wouldn't want to avoid the grind of work? It's exhausting. If I could be a wealthy woman, that would be sheer bliss. But it can't be that simple. We don't have that kind of money." With a resigned sigh, Marissa seemed to regard the life of luxury as a distant dream, unattainable. Lin Xize, noticing her expression, smiled mysteriously and confidently declared, "Fear not, May. If you trust me, I have a way for us to live that life. Just wait and see." Lin Xize spoke with such conviction that it sparked a flicker of hope within Marissa. Despite her lingering doubts, she felt a surge of anticipation and curiously asked, "Ace, what exactly do you have in mind? You're not just boasting, are you? If it truly works, that would be wonderful." After listening to Marissa's words, Lin Xize nodded thoughtfully, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. He then slowly addressed Marissa, "Since we are currently living in such dire straits, why not resort to robbing the rich to aid the poor? Look at those gangsters. They are swimming in wealth. If I were to relieve them of some of their riches, our troubles would be resolved." Marissa's eyes widened in shock and concern upon hearing this, her mouth opening as if to dissuade Lin Xize. However, before she could voice her objections, Lin Xize had already marched swiftly towards the door, his movements so rapid that Marissa could not intervene in time. Standing with his back to her, he spoke with unwavering conviction, "May, just stay at home and wait for me. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and nothing will go wrong." With those words, Lin Xize vanished into the enveloping darkness, blending seamlessly with the night. Marissa remained inside, anxiety and helplessness etched on her face. She fervently prayed that Lin Xize would encounter no danger. After all, the act of robbing the rich was far from simple. If he were to be captured by those gangsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. Marissa paced anxiously within the confines of the room, her heart racing with unease. As Lin Xize had already departed, she could only hope for his safe return. Meanwhile, Lin Xize stood on the street, surveying the dim and unfamiliar surroundings. Furrowing his brow in worry, he had no knowledge of where to find any gangsters nearby, leaving him to wander aimlessly like a headless chicken. To avoid drawing unwanted attention to his face, he retrieved a mask from his pocket to wear. This was not his usual signature terror mask, but rather a simple black one, commonplace yet effective in concealing his identity. He continued along the street, his eyes alert and vigilant to the sounds around him. Just then, he noticed two men approaching, swaying slightly as they walked. Their attire exuded a rough demeanor, and they were smoking, laughing boisterously as they conversed, clearly not of the gentler sort. Lin Xize hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether these two might know the whereabouts of any gangsters. He stood still, waiting for them to draw closer, hoping for an opportunity to inquire about the situation, uncertain if they would be cooperative. If not, it would surely complicate matters. Upon noticing Lin Xize standing there, the two men exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with ill intent, clearly harboring no friendly intentions. One of them grinned maliciously while pulling out a gleaming knife from his pocket, its cold blade glinting ominously in the dim light. One of the assailants, a man of African descent, brazenly drew a handgun from his waist, the ominous barrel aimed directly at Lin Xize, exuding an air of arrogance and menace. He swaggered closer, snarling, "Oriental, if you know what's good for you, surrender all your money immediately. Otherwise, you might find a knife wound on your body or several bullet holes in your head. Today is your unlucky day for crossing paths with us." Lin Xize, however, remained unfazed, casting a calm glance at these reckless thugs. He thought to himself how audacious these two were to attempt to rob him, completely unaware of their own folly. In an instant, he moved with lightning speed, revealing a sharp blade that had seemingly appeared in his hand. With a swift, precise motion, he slashed the throat of the gunman, who was unable to pull the trigger in time. The man's eyes widened in shock as he gasped for breath, only to collapse to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from his severed throat, staining the ground crimson. The second assailant, still gripping his knife, was momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend the rapid turn of events. When he finally regained his senses, his face turned ashen, the earlier bravado evaporating entirely. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary Oriental had such formidable skills. His legs weakened, trembling in fear, he stammered, "Why you dare to kill? Why you're finished. Our boss will not let you get away with this." Yet, beneath his quavering voice lay an unmistakable terror. Lin Xize narrowed his eyes, coolly surveying the visibly shaken man before him. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the thug. "Oh, you have a boss, do you?" The thug, caught off guard by Lin Xize's inquiry, hesitated, his fears slightly dissipating as he felt emboldened by the notion of having a powerful ally. However, the memory of Lin Xize's terrifying prowess still haunted him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, his eyes betraying his fear. He attempted to maintain his composure, defiantly lifting his chin as he replied, "Humph, we belong to a gang, you know? They wield considerable influence in this area. If you dare to harm me, our boss will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. You would do well to let me go. Perhaps I could plead for your life before him." As he spoke, he furtively scrutinized Lin Xize's expression, hoping that invoking his boss's name would intimidate him. Yet, the tremor in his voice revealed the deep-seated fear that lingered within. Lin Xize merely chuckled derisively at the man's words, contemplating that this so-called gang was likely just a criminal organization. Fortune had smiled upon him, presenting the very opportunity he had been seeking. He stepped forward, an oppressive aura emanating from his gaze, and coldly addressed the black man. "Humph, I am eager to witness the prowess of your so-called leader. I have come here specifically for you. If you are wise, you will promptly divulge the location of your hideout. Otherwise, the fate of your companion shall serve as a grim example for you." Upon hearing this, the black man was instantly overwhelmed with fear, unable to fathom that Lin Xize not only harbored no fear but was actively approaching them. His legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath him. He pleaded incessantly, "Please, please, big brother. I will tell you, just don't kill me. Our hideout is at the end of the street ahead, in an abandoned factory that is our stronghold. I beg you, spare my life." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, his face a mask of terror, desperately hoping that Lin Xize would show mercy and grant him a reprieve. Lin Xize regarded the black man's disheveled and fearful demeanor with an impassive expression, devoid of any sympathy. He merely waved his hand dismissively, stating coldly, "Enough. Just get out of here. The black man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, stumbling away in a hasty retreat. He frequently glanced back, terrified that Lin Xize might change his mind and pursue him, his panicked state a sight to behold. Lin Xize then bent down to retrieve the gun that had fallen to the ground, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. His gaze quickly fixed on the fleeing figure of the black man, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out sharply in the stillness of the street, the sound piercing and jarring. The bullet, propelled with formidable force, raced forward with astonishing speed, effortlessly catching up to the black man and piercing his body without resistance. The man's form stiffened abruptly, his face still contorted in terror, before he collapsed to the ground, struggling for breath before falling silent. Blood oozed from his wound, pooling into a small crimson puddle on the pavement. Lin Xize observed the fallen figure without a flicker of emotion, slowly tucking the gun into his waistband. He muttered to himself, surprisingly, this being my first time firing a weapon, I was rather accurate. I managed to eliminate that fellow with a single shot. It seems this endeavor is not as daunting as I had imagined. With that, he lifted his gaze towards the direction indicated by the black man, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. He set forth with purpose, determined to dismantle the gang's stronghold, acquire some wealth, and in doing so, rid the world of a menace, thus enabling Marissa to live a life of luxury. As he proceeded, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, prepared to confront any unexpected developments. Lin Xize pressed on, swiftly following the route described by the black man. Arriving at the derelict factory that served as the gang's gathering place, he refrained from entering recklessly, instead standing outside, squinting slightly as he discreetly assessed the situation within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the place was rather crowded, with at least several dozens of individuals gathered in clusters. Some were engaged in card games and drinking, while others were vociferously shouting, creating a scene filled with chaos. Lin Xize stroked his chin, contemplating a strategic plan of action. He pondered whether to eliminate these individuals in batches or to take them all out in one fell swoop. The latter option would necessitate the complete extermination of everyone inside, which not only posed complications, but might also lead to troublesome aftermaths. Moreover, the gang's wealth was likely concentrated in one place, and wiping them out would yield only a single opportunity to seize their riches, far from an advantageous trade. After much deliberation, Lin Xize devised a plan. He focused intently, channeling the profound energy within him, which swiftly coursed through his meridians, heading directly towards his thunderous spirit root. With his deliberate manipulation, the spirit root erupted with formidable power, releasing tendrils of electrical energy that radiated from his being and rapidly spread throughout the vicinity, enveloping the entire abandoned factory in mere moments. Lin Xize's mastery over this energy was exquisite. The voltage he unleashed was precisely calibrated to render everyone within the factory unconscious. The arcs of electricity flickered and leaped, forming an immense blue electric net that shrouded the space above the factory. In an instant, delicate arcs shot towards the gang members. Before they could comprehend the situation, they felt a surge of numbness, their vision darkening, and they collapsed one after another, creating a rather farcical scene of sprawled bodies throughout the factory. Observing the success of his plan, Lin Xize allowed a slight smile to curl at the corners of his mouth, exuding satisfaction. He then leisurely stepped into the factory, preparing to search for the gang's hidden wealth, for that was the primary purpose of his visit. Lin Xize meticulously explored the abandoned factory, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Whenever his spiritual senses detected any signs of awakening among the fallen, he would ruthlessly discharge a jolt of electricity, the crackling current swiftly rendering them unconscious once more, ensuring that they would not awaken to complicate matters. After an exhaustive search, Lin Xize made a remarkable discovery. To his astonishment, the gang possessed considerable wealth. He uncovered a staggering $10 million in cash, neatly stacked and glaringly conspicuous. Additionally, he stumbled upon a hidden safe, which he managed to open after some effort, revealing an immaculate arrangement of 100 kilograms of gold within. Under the glow of the lights, the gold radiated a dazzling brilliance that nearly dazzled his eyes. Gazing at his bountiful haul, Lin Xize couldn't help but exclaim, "This haul is truly extraordinary." With this newfound wealth, Marissa's aspirations of becoming a wealthy woman were assured. He chuckled to himself, time to head home, mission accomplished. Having spoken, Lin Xize grew weary of walking and summoned his spiritual energy to neatly package the cash and gold into several large bundles. With a nimble leap, he gracefully ascended to the roof of a nearby building. Like a swift and agile bird, he traversed from rooftop to rooftop, his speed remarkable. And in the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from the abandoned factory, hurrying towards home. Along the way, Lin Xize's heart brimmed with joy, envisioning the astonished expression on Marissa's face upon seeing the wealth he had acquired, prompting him to quicken his pace even further. The weight of $10 million and 100 kilograms of gold bore no hindrance to his movements, Rather, it intensified his exhilaration. Chapter 20. The Stolen Bag and an Unexpected Beauty. With the aid of his spiritual energy, Lin Xize sped homeward, arriving in no time. He gently pushed the door open and, upon entering, found Marissa standing at the threshold, still awake, her face etched with concern as she anxiously awaited his return. The moment she spotted Lin Xize, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she rushed forward to embrace him tightly, her hands anxiously exploring his form as she scrutinized him. Voice laced with worry. "Aze, are you all right? Are you hurt? I was so worried. You've been gone so long. My heart has been in turmoil." Her tone was filled with care and anxiety, her gaze fixed on Lin Xize, as if fearing to find any sign of injury. Seeing Marissa's unease stirred a warm current within Lin Xize. He smiled and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't worry, May. You know my strength well enough. Those petty gangsters couldn't harm me at all. I'm perfectly fine." With that, he placed the large bundles he had been carrying onto the floor, opening them for Marissa to see. Inside were stacks of crisp dollar bills and gleaming, heavy gold, radiating an alluring glow under the light. Marissa, who had been engulfed in worry, now widened her eyes in disbelief at the sight. She gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. After a moment, she regained her composure and stammered, "Aze, did you really get all this from the gang? My goodness, so much money in gold. This is just too outrageous. Did you rob them blind?" As she spoke, she crouched down cautiously, gingerly picking up a stack of dollars and touching the gold, as if fearing this was all a dream that would vanish at a moment's notice. Observing Marissa's astonished and delighted expression, Lin Xize's face broke into a proud smile as he declared, "Ha, of course. I promised to provide you with a luxurious life, and behold, this is our first fortune. From now on, you won't need to toil at work for a meager wage. We can live comfortably and enjoy life together." As Marissa listened to Lin Xize's words, filled with affection and tenderness, her heart swelled with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. She lifted her gaze, gazing at Lin Xize with a look imbued with deep feelings. With a touch of shyness yet a hint of resolve, she said to him, "Aze, you are truly wonderful to me. Since you've said that, if you simply cannot hold back, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question. After all, we have the means now. Tomorrow, I shall resign from my job and take some time to rest at home, dedicating myself to being by your side." Upon hearing Marissa's words, Lin Xize's eyes brightened, his face alight with excitement, and his heart brimmed with joy. Without hesitation, he swept her into a princess carry, lifting her gently into his arms. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "May, you are simply delightful." Then it's settled. With that, he eagerly strode towards the room, his urgency and excitement suggesting that he had long awaited this moment. Marissa, cradled in Lin Xize's embrace, felt her cheeks flush crimson. She playfully tapped his chest, feigning annoyance as she chided, "Oh, Aze, do take it slow. Why the rush?" Yet her tone bore no trace of reproach, rather it was laced with sweetness and anticipation as she allowed Lin Xize to carry her into the room, the door closing gently behind them, leaving a warm and intimate atmosphere enveloping the space. The following morning, Peter surveyed the empty dining table, fully aware of Aunt May's escapades from the previous night. With a resigned sigh, he ventured outside, hoping to procure some sustenance. Meanwhile, Lin Xize awoke leisurely from his slumber. Despite feeling that sleep was less of a necessity in his current state, he could not deny that resting after their intimate encounter was exceedingly pleasurable. After waking, he gently bestowed a morning kiss upon May before stepping outside. Once outside, Lin Xize began to contemplate his plans for the day. Suddenly, he realized he had yet to ascertain the timeline of this world. Although he deemed it not of paramount importance, curiosity piqued his interest, prompting him to sit at his computer to search for information regarding Tony Stark. Lin Xize discovered that Tony had yet to become Iron Man, and the incident leading to his capture had not yet occurred. Subsequently, he searched for Gotham City, and during his exploration, he noted that while the Joker and Batman were present, Superman had not yet made an appearance. He pondered whether Gotham's timeline had yet to commence. Thus, he resolved to journey to Gotham for further investigation. Lin Xize penned a note to Marissa, informing her of his trip to Gotham and instructing Pikachu to remain behind to protect her. He then set forth. Lacking official identification, he opted for a taxi. Fortunately, he had taken $50,000 with him, averting a potential crisis. Upon reaching Gotham, the driver unexpectedly demanded a fare of $3,000. Lin Xize could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, I've only just arrived in Gotham and already spent $3,000. Yet, he mused, the abundance of criminal elements in Gotham might present numerous opportunities for newfound wealth. Lin Xize gazed out at the dimly lit surroundings, pondering to himself, it would be prudent to find a place to rest for the night. Otherwise, I might end up with nowhere to stay. He remained vigilant, scanning his environment with keen awareness. However, his backpack was overly bulging, drawing the attention of the majority of passers-by, especially at this moment. The people around him came and went, their glances filled with curiosity and covetousness directed at his pack. Just as Lin Xize turned a corner, a shadow darted past him like lightning. He felt a sudden lightness in his hands as his backpack was snatched away in an instant. Despite the shadow's incredible speed, Lin Xize's sharp perception allowed him to clearly discern the direction in which it vanished. A surge of anger welled up within him. He hadn't anticipated encountering such an event upon arriving in Gotham. Yet, he remained composed, meticulously analyzing the situation. He resolved to keep his intentions discreet and stealthily pursue the shadow to reclaim his backpack, which contained vital belongings and funds necessary for survival in this unfamiliar city. As Lin Xize attentively observed his surroundings, he swiftly moved in the direction the shadow had disappeared. His steps were light and agile, akin to a cheetah stalking its prey. He immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness, focusing intently on the movements of the figure. Utilizing his formidable perceptive abilities, he accurately deduced the shadow's trajectory and quickly positioned himself atop a streetlight on its path, waiting silently for its reappearance. Before long, a figure indeed emerged below him. It was a woman, clutching the satchel that had been stolen from him, clad in a form-fitting black jumpsuit that accentuated her stunning curves. Her face was adorned with a feline mask, which not only added an air of mystery, but also exuded a unique sensuality. Lin Xize narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising this enigmatic woman. He speculated about her identity and intentions while contemplating how best to navigate the situation. Her presence undoubtedly introduced additional variables and challenges to Lin Xize's adventure in Gotham. With a smile, he called down to the figure below, "Greetings, dear Catwoman." Upon seeing Lin Xize above, she looked up in surprise, uttering an expletive before attempting to flee. Lin Xize, unwilling to let his quarry escape, swiftly drew his magical blade, Thousand Edges, and with a flick of his wrist, sent shards of the weapon hurtling towards her, coming to a halt against her neck. The chill of the blade rendered Catwoman motionless, her bravado waning. Chapter 21. 3 Catwomen? Triple the delight. Lin Xize spoke calmly to Catwoman. "Turn around, my dear. I am not a cruel man, and I would hate for such a beautiful woman to meet her end at my hands." Though reluctant, Catwoman, recognizing the gravity of her situation, complied and slowly turned to face him. Her face bore a somewhat awkward smile as she addressed Lin Xize, saying, "Sir, I apologize. I shall return your bag at once." With that, she forcefully tossed the bag towards him. Lin Xize effortlessly caught the bag. Yet he had no intention of letting Catwoman go so easily. Noticing his reluctance to release her, Catwoman felt a twinge of panic. She lowered her voice and implored, "Sir, the bag is now yours. May I leave? I truly did not intend to steal it. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. I beg you, show mercy and let me go." As she spoke, she gazed at Lin Xize with pleading eyes, hoping to soften his resolve. However, Lin Xize remained expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. He scrutinized the bag in his hands before lifting his gaze to Catwoman and slowly remarked, "I'm afraid, madam, the price has changed. Interest must be accounted for, and the cost is your body." Upon hearing his words, Catwoman feigned a sense of panic, saying, "Please, sir, this is my first time. You cannot treat me this way. I can offer you money." Lin Xize shook his head, his tone resolute. "I am not in need of money. And please refrain from any tricks. You are not nearly clever enough." A knot formed in Catwoman's stomach as she pondered whether Lin Xize truly knew of her intentions or was merely toying with her. Hesitation washed over her, but ultimately, she resignedly replied, "Very well, sir, but do be gentle." Her tone carried a hint of surrender as she recognized her lack of alternatives in this precarious situation. Lin Xize, however, displayed a knowing smile, as if everything was under his control. Without hesitation, he sheathed his enchanted blade, Thousand Blades. Catwoman watched in astonishment as the object before her vanished as if by magic. Just as Lin Xize approached her, she swiftly executed a grappling maneuver, firmly restraining him. Her ample bosom pressed against his chest, creating an undeniably intimate atmosphere. "Strike now," she exclaimed. Moments later, 2 women clad similarly to her launched kicks towards Lin Xize's head. With a weary shake of his head, Lin Xize expressed disappointment at Catwoman's duplicity. Unfazed, he unleashed an electric surge, administering a shock therapy to the 3 of them. The powerful current coursed through their bodies, leaving them momentarily paralyzed, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. As he gazed at the fallen women, Lin Xize sighed inwardly. "I warned you not to harbor any ulterior motives. You chose not to heed my advice, and now look at the outcome." He examined the 3 women with keen interest, pondering, how could there be 3 Catwomen? Have they formed some sort of gang? Or perhaps, like Peter and his companions, they too possess a merged identity? Various speculations raced through Lin Xize's mind, leaving him thoroughly perplexed by this peculiar phenomenon. However, Lin Xize found himself confronted with a troublesome situation. After all, he could not simply abandon these 3 stunning women. What if someone stumbled upon them? Given their beauty, it would be a pity to let them go to waste. After much contemplation, Lin Xize resolved to find a suitable place to accommodate them. Thus, he carried two in his arms and embraced the third, making his way to a nearby hotel. Fortunately, the establishment in Gotham seemed to ask no questions, merely charging Lin Xize $500 before allowing him entry. With a sigh of relief, he settled the three Catwomen into the room. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gazed upon the unconscious trio. A renewed sense of curiosity about this enigmatic city swelling within him. The hotel staff mistakenly assumed Lin Xize sought some indulgent entertainment, thus arranging a themed room for him. Unbeknownst to him, he entered the room and began his cultivation practice, completely immersed in his own state of meditation, oblivious to the outside world. When dawn broke, the three women slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with a strange and suggestive environment, prompting them to scream in terror. Their cries were so piercing that it nearly shattered Lin Xize's eardrums. Awakened by the sudden cacophony, he rubbed his throbbing head and frowned as he approached their room. As Lin Xize pushed the door open, he immediately beheld the three women in their nakedness. The moment they caught sight of him, they screamed once more, their expressions reflecting sheer horror as though they had encountered a terrifying beast. Infuriated by their shouts, Lin Xize could not restrain himself from yelling, "If you continue to scream, I shall silence you." This outburst proved effective, as the three women fell silent, though they still emitted soft whimpers. Observing them, Lin Xize moderated his tone, saying, "Take a moment to assess your own bodies and see if anything is amiss." At this, the women finally gathered their wits and began to seriously evaluate their physical condition. Discovering that indeed, nothing was wrong, Lin Xize then remarked, "I have no fondness for lifeless corpses. I prefer you to be more proactive." Upon hearing this, their cheeks flushed, and they glanced at their disheveled forms, feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion. They turned to Lin Xize and inquired, "What happened to our clothes?" Lin Xize, exasperated, replied, "You dare question me about that? You all soiled yourselves yesterday, and your garments reeked. I had no choice but to remove them and give you a bath. Your clothes have been discarded in the bathroom. You may wash them yourselves shortly." The three women felt even more awkward, never having anticipated that such an incident would occur while they were unconscious. The youngest of the trio, a cat girl, looked at Lin Xize and pouted. "This is all your fault. Had it not been for you, we would not be in this predicament." Lin Xize, upon hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure and shot a glare at the woman who had attempted to rob him the previous day. Realizing her misstep, she quickly covered her sister's mouth, fearing that further remarks might provoke Lin Xize's ire. Bashfully, she turned to him and said, "May we kindly request your departure? We need to don our bathrobes." Lin Xize's gaze was firmly fixed on the woman speaking, and in a tone devoid of emotion, he remarked, "I have seen everything from last night. Is there anything about you that I am unaware of? You have a mole on your backside. Do not mind my presence. You may carry on with whatever you were doing." However, as Lin Xize showed no intention of leaving, the woman found herself at a loss. Biting her lip, she rose cautiously and made her way to the wardrobe. She swiftly retrieved a bathrobe and donned it, then collected two more bathrobes for her sisters, handing them to them so they could change under the covers. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was laden with awkwardness and tension. The three women, while changing into their bathrobes, kept a wary eye on Lin Xize, their hearts brimming with unease and uncertainty. They were oblivious to Lin Xize's true intentions and uncertain of the fate that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Xize stood there with an air of calm, seemingly contemplating something of great significance. Chapter 22. No way. Another one? Lin Xize's gaze swept back and forth over the three Catwomen before him, his expression a tapestry of complexity, mingling surprise with a hint of mockery. He couldn't help but muse internally. Goodness, I had expected this world to diverge from my understanding. Yet the disparity is staggering. I haven't even made a move, and here I am with three Catwomen already. Could there be more? Is it possible that generations of Catwomen, beginning from the original, coexist in this world? As he pondered, he mentally organized the information he had regarding Catwomen. In his understanding, a Catwoman was typically an enigmatic and alluring figure, agile and adept in the art of thievery. However, encountering three at once was indeed beyond his expectations. Last night had unfolded abruptly, preventing Lin Xize from thoroughly examining their appearances. Now, as he looked closely, he was taken aback by the stunning physiques and features of the three Catwomen. Lin Xize reflected quietly, if memory served, the three of them must be Michelle, Harley, and Annie, types he particularly favored. Just as Lin Xize remained lost in contemplation, deliberating how to navigate the presence of these three women and his impending actions in Gotham, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. "Hello, sir, room service." Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that he had not requested room service. However, upon reflection, it might be one of their accomplices, considering they hadn't capitulated easily the previous night. They could well be scheming against him at this very moment. With that thought, he rose and approached the door, intent on discovering who was outside. As he walked, he heightened his vigilance, summoning the energy within him to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Pausing with his hand on the doorknob, he listened intently for any unusual sounds beyond the door. Once he was satisfied that all was quiet, he slowly turned the knob and opened the door a crack, casting a wary glance outside. However, the person outside did not afford Lin Xize the opportunity to react. As Lin Xize opened the door, a woman immediately launched a swift kick towards him. Her movements fierce and decisive, clearly intending to catch him off guard. However, Lin Xize remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he calmly extended his hand and adeptly seized the exquisite woman's ankle. With a gentle tug, she instantly lost her balance, landing awkwardly in a split position against him. Startled and enraged, the woman struggled fiercely, twisting her body in a desperate attempt to break free from Lin Xize's grasp. Yet, regardless of her efforts, she remained firmly ensnared. The intensity of her struggles caused their bodies to rub against each other, igniting an instinctual impulse within Lin Xize, stirring a fervor he had not anticipated. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he hastily pulled her into the room and swiftly closed the door to prevent any unforeseen complications. He then exerted a bit of force, tossing her onto the bed in an effort to stabilize the chaotic and awkward scenario, allowing himself a moment to regain control over his unruly emotions. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly delicate and tense. The woman on the bed was both furious and embarrassed, glaring at Lin Xize with wide, angry eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Xize focused on calming his breath, contemplating how to navigate this challenging predicament. Crossing his arms, he surveyed the women present with a hint of mockery in his expression, remarking, "Are you truly acting like the gourd kids rescuing their grandfather? One comes, and another follows, seemingly oblivious to the peril you face." Upon hearing this, the women flushed with a mix of shame and rage, their faces reddening with indignation. Yet, recognizing Lin Xize's overwhelming strength, they found themselves powerless against him, silently fuming as they cast glances filled with resentment, as if wishing to inflict 1,000 cuts upon him with their eyes. Lin Xize paid little mind to their hostile glares, continuing at a leisurely pace. "Since you have become my prey, you must adhere to my commands. I shall ask, and you shall answer. Do not attempt any tricks." However, the women remained obstinately defiant, refusing to engage with Lin Xize, each turning their heads away as if resolved to resist him to the bitter end. Though a flicker of fear towards this formidable man lingered within them, they were unwilling to concede easily. Noticing their defiance, Lin Xize frowned slightly, his tone taking on an undeniable authority as he reiterated, "I will ask once more, are there only you few here? Is there no one else?" The women maintained their stubborn silence, remaining in their previous positions, as if they had not heard him, plunging the room into a stalemate. Observing their unyielding resolve, Lin Xize's lips curled into a faint smile, tinged with irony. "Oh, quite resilient, aren't we? But do you truly believe that such obstinacy will allow you to evade the consequences? I possess a rather effective method for dealing with your audacity. Would you care to listen?" Regardless of whether the women desired to respond, Lin Xize continued unabated. "I have always adhered to my principles in my endeavors. For those who are utterly useless, irrespective of gender, I shall not easily let them escape. Should a man lose his value, I may simply cause him to vanish. However, for women, particularly those as strikingly beautiful yet woefully oblivious as yourselves, I possess ample means to ensure your compliance. I revel in relentless torment, followed by violation, and further violation, until one is rendered utterly senseless and falls completely into my grasp. I assure you, I can make it so that even thoughts of self-destruction become futile. You three must have caught a glimpse of my capabilities yesterday. Do not test my patience any further." At that moment, although a seemingly gentle smile lingered at the corners of Lin Xize's mouth, a chilling coldness emanated from the depths of his gaze. The three women, upon witnessing his demeanor, involuntarily shuddered, a profound sense of dread unfurling from the depths of their hearts. After all, just last night, they had experienced firsthand the inscrutable yet formidable nature of this man's unique abilities, and they held no doubt regarding the veracity of his words, firmly believing he indeed possessed such ruthless means. The Catwoman, who had attempted to snatch Lin Xize's bag, bit her lip and, after a moment's hesitation, summoned her courage to step forward. With a resolute expression, she declared, "It was I who insisted on taking your bag, driven by momentary folly. All blame lies with me, and I am willing to bear all consequences. I implore you to spare my sisters. They are merely involved due to my actions and have no real connection to this matter. Please, show mercy and release them." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with sincerity and concern, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xize, hoping to discern a flicker of leniency upon his face. Lin Xize lifted his gaze and recognized that the Catwoman who had stepped forward was none other than the most beautiful among them, Annie. At that moment, Annie appeared resolute, her exquisite features radiating a fearless determination. Yet, Lin Xize showed no signs of compassion. He had no intention of letting the other Catwomen go. Addressing Annie, Lin Xize allowed a meaningful smile to curve his lips and said slowly, "While it is true that you took the bag, and you must face the appropriate consequences for your transgression, as for the others." He chuckled softly. "I must admit, I did not appreciate their earlier attempts to manhandle me. How shall we resolve that?" Inwardly, Lin Xize mused. "Humph. Are you truly foolish enough to pursue that faint glimmer of hope? You think I would release the others? How naive of you. It seems you remain oblivious to the reality of the situation. In this world where power reigns supreme, when I possess greater strength than you, I can conjure 1,000 reasons to retain you. Should you stray from my desires even slightly, I am free to dispose of you as I see fit. What value does your current plea hold?" Lin Xize's gaze swept over the women, his eyes scrutinizing them as though they were prey, intensifying their discomfort and amplifying the unease and fear that swelled within them. Chapter 23. The Maid. An unexpected encounter. Lin Xize promptly inquired of Annie, "Might you disclose the number of individuals in your company?" A flicker of fear crossed Annie's visage as she replied, "We are but 4. And the one you have just captured is the final member of our Catwoman Society." At that moment, Lin Xize scrutinized the last individual he had apprehended. Upon recognizing her features, he discerned that she was none other than the 9th generation's Lily. The presence of these 4 Catwomen perfectly aligned with his peculiar predilections, making it exceedingly difficult for him to resist. Seeing that Annie was finally willing to answer his queries, Lin Xize addressed her, "Excellent. As I previously mentioned, I have no affinity for lifeless corpses devoid of spirit. Provided you refrain from any egregious actions, I assure you I shall not impose any harm upon you." In this manner, Lin Xize incessantly exerted pressure upon the women while simultaneously instilling a glimmer of hope, ensuring they did not succumb to utter despair. As long as they believed in the possibility of a safe departure in the future, he would have accomplished his aim. He understood all too well that instilling a sense of hopelessness could incite unpredictable rebellion, whereas offering them hope would, to some degree, allow him to govern their actions, preventing them from acting recklessly. At this juncture, Annie queried Lin Xize, "What precisely do you wish for us to do? Or what must we undertake to satisfy your peculiar preferences?" Her voice dripped with allure, deliberately softening her tone and infusing it with a hint of seduction, hoping to entice Lin Xize and render him her devoted servant. Her gaze shimmered with a complex interplay of unease and anticipation. Cognizant of her precarious situation and the necessity to devise strategies to contend with this formidable and elusive man, Lin Xize, observing Annie's demeanor, felt a stirring within. He extended his finger, gently lifting Annie's chin, and spoke slowly, "You shall serve as my maids. There is no arrangement more fitting. When you don your Catwoman leather attire, you shall appear all the more captivating to me. However, you need not wear masks, for how else would I admire your exquisite beauty?" With that, he leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Annie's lips. Instantly, a blush blossomed across her cheeks, her eyes reflecting a mixture of embarrassment and resignation. She bit her lip, yet refrained from opposing Lin Xize's wishes, silently acquiescing to this seemingly absurd arrangement. The other Catwomen, too, displayed faces of dismay upon hearing Lin Xize's words, yet under his oppressive presence, they felt equally disinclined to refuse. Suddenly, Annie felt a moist sensation invading her mouth, and panic surged within her as she forcefully pushed Lin Xize away, her eyes ablaze with fury as she exclaimed, "Did you not claim you would not lay a hand on us?" Lin Xize, unfazed, leisurely replied, "Surely, a little interest is permissible. Rest assured, there shall be no next time. I shall take my leave now, and I expect that by the time I return, you will have changed into your uniforms." Upon finishing his words, Lin Xize turned and exited the room, leaving Annie and several other cat girls exchanging glances, their hearts heavy with helplessness and unease. They were uncertain of what awaited them next, yet under Lin Xize's formidable presence, their choices seemed gravely limited. No sooner had Lin Xize stepped out of the hotel than he felt a bullet was passed him from behind, instantly striking down a man before him. Lin Xize couldn't help but express his astonishment. Ah, Gotham indeed. It possesses a certain rustic charm. To encounter such an incident right upon exiting was rather unexpected. However, he recalled that in Gotham, confrontations typically escalated to physical altercations or knife fights, rarely involving firearms. Wasn't he that more of a New York specialty? Furrowing his brow, Lin Xize cautiously surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the potential dangers concealed within this sudden gunfire. Just as he intended to feign nonchalance and depart, he suddenly witnessed a man attempting to abduct a woman in broad daylight. Initially, Lin Xize had no intention of intervening in such a matter, as it bore no relation to him. Yet, upon catching sight of the woman, he was taken aback by her unexpected beauty, and she bore a resemblance to someone he couldn't quite place. Wait, the man seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, He realized it was none other than Gotham's cannibalistic fiend, quite repulsive indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Xize drew his enchanted blade, Emo Dao Qian Ruin, and with a single, powerful stroke, cleaved both man and vehicle in two. He swiftly advanced, pulling the woman from the perilous scene. Just as they made their escape, the vehicle erupted in an explosion, the force sending tremors through the surrounding buildings. Lin Xize and the woman sprinted until they reached a relatively safe corner where they paused to catch their breath. He was keen to avoid drawing attention to his identity, although, in some respects, he was already becoming somewhat notorious. At that moment, it dawned on Lin Xize who the woman in his arms was, Barbara. Goodness, this was the very Barbara poised on the brink of darkness. While most women in this city seemed to bear some psychological afflictions, one could not deny their beauty. Marvel certainly had a knack for casting. As Lin Xize regarded Barbara, he couldn't help but reflect on the complexity and chaos of Gotham City. Gradually, Barbara began to recover from her shock and looked at Lin Xize, her eyes filled with gratitude and confusion. She was unsure of the identity of the man who had so unexpectedly rescued her. Yet she could sense the powerful aura emanating from him. Lin Xize gently set Barbara down and asked, "Are you all right? It's not safe here. You should head home." Barbara nodded slightly. Having just escaped the clutches of the cannibal, she was enveloped in a profound sense of fear. The prospect of facing danger once more terrified her, and she longed for a sense of security. Lin Xize's appearance perfectly fulfilled Barbara's yearning for a protector. His strength, decisiveness, and timely intervention had illuminated a glimmer of hope for her amidst despair. Barbara's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Xize, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She earnestly yearned for Lin Xize to continually protect her, to shield her from the terrifying threats that loomed. In her heart, Lin Xize had become her sole lifeline, and she clung tightly to this flicker of hope, unwilling to let go. Lin Xize moved swiftly, and before long, he had safely delivered Barbara home. After ensuring her safety, he intended to depart, for it was his customary practice to perform good deeds anonymously. However, the normally swift Lin Xize seemed to deliberately slow his pace, walking leisurely as he silently counted, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yet, before he could finish his count, Barbara's voice rang out. Lin Xize understood well that he had already left a strong and reliable impression on Barbara, yet he had not provided her with any means of contact. Having experienced a kidnapping, it was only natural for Barbara to want to grasp onto her sole source of support. Lin Xize pondered what could possibly sway him. It was evident that only she could bind him to her. "Sir, I'm a bit scared. Could you come up and keep me company?" Barbara called out. Her voice tinged with a tremor and plea, her gaze fixed on Lin Xize, filled with expectation. Lin Xize halted, slightly turning his head to look at Barbara. Chapter 24. Winning over Barbara very well. "I shall come over," Lin Xize replied. With that, he turned swiftly, as if fearing she might change her mind. After all, such serendipity was too precious to let slip away. "Dear benefactor, I am on my way," he mused internally. Upon entering the house, Barbara expressed her gratitude once more, repeatedly stating that she could not fathom the dire consequences she might have faced without Lin Xize's intervention. As Lin Xize listened to her incessant, mundane expressions of gratitude, he felt a twinge of impatience. "Madam, I have already told you that there is no need for such concern. If this is all you wish to say, I shall take my leave," he stated, a slight frown creasing his brow. He did not wish to squander time on meaningless words of thanks. He hoped Barbara would present something more substantial or that something engaging would transpire. Otherwise, he saw little reason to linger. With that, he feigned an intention to depart. Upon seeing him rise, Barbara's heart raced, and she hurriedly embraced him, terrified that he might actually leave. Lin Xize was taken aback by her sudden action. He paused momentarily, then turned to face her. "Madam, do you have anything else to discuss?" he asked, his tone icy, clearly conveying a desire to sever any lingering ties. Barbara gazed at Lin Xize's handsome Asian visage, a complex swirl of emotions welling up within her. She sensed the aloofness radiating from him, yet was undeniably drawn to his allure. "All right, you win, mysterious Asian man," Barbara murmured softly. Subsequently, as if suddenly resolute, she pressed her lips against Lin Xize's. This kiss was imbued with impulsiveness and longing. Barbara sought to retain Lin Xize in this manner, or, at the very least, to convey her fervor and gratitude in that fleeting moment. Lin Xize was somewhat taken aback by Barbara's actions, momentarily stunned yet not immediately withdrawing from her embrace. In that instant, he sensed the fear and solitude within Barbara, as well as her reliance on him. At that moment, Lin Xize was also driven by his own desires. Passionately kissing Barbara, their flames of passion swiftly igniting as they transitioned from day to the encroaching night. Had it not been for the 4 little kittens waiting for them at the hotel, and knowing that this was Barbara's first time, Lin Xize would have wished for the night to extend until dawn. After all, the significance of a maiden's purity was immensely beneficial to Lin Xize's cultivation. equating this experience to no less than 20 encounters with Marissa, propelling him to the late stage of chi refinement. However, this turn of events was not without its advantages for Barbara either. Drawing upon the pure energy within Lin Xize, she astonishingly reached the same stage of chi refinement. Upon noticing Barbara's advancement, Lin Xize felt a wave of discontent wash over him, an imbalance stirring within. He hastily called out to the system, "Dog system, why is it that Barbara can cultivate to chi refinement so effortlessly, while I struggle so much?" The system, initially basking in the bliss of impending slumber, was abruptly roused by its foolish master, and irritation flared within. It retorted, "You are cultivating a high-level primordial chi refinement, which demands profound foundation and rigorous breakthroughs, thus inherently challenging. Meanwhile, she is merely engaging in the Marvel system's chi refinement. The two are hardly comparable. Reflect upon the disparity in quality yourself, and cease your incessant outcries. Go play on your own and do not disturb my sleep." Lin Xize calmed his mind, probing into his own cultivation, and then meticulously sensed the energy within Barbara. After his examination, he discerned that the spiritual energy within Barbara was indeed, as the system had stated, not as pure as his own. Furthermore, in terms of spiritual essence, it paled in comparison to the potency within him. Lin Xize clearly perceived his spiritual power possessed a remarkable quality, capable of transforming into any substance at his will, an extraordinarily powerful and convenient ability. In contrast, Barbara's spiritual energy lacked such prowess. Should she wish to transmute it into other forms of energy, she would require a medium, presenting considerable limitations. Initially, Lin Xize intended to inquire further about the specifics from the system, but as the thought crossed his mind, he recalled the system's earlier impatience and ire. The words he had prepared were swallowed back, leaving him resigned to abandon that line of questioning. Nonetheless, although Barbara's spiritual energy was inferior to his own, she had at least embarked upon the path of cultivation, which would surely afford her a greater measure of self-preservation in the perilous expanse of Gotham City. As Lin Xize contemplated this, he cast a more complex gaze upon Barbara. Lin Xize, after much contemplation, concluded that there was no alternative but to wait until the system awakened the following day to seek further inquiries. He then softly addressed Barbara, saying, "I shall step out to the hotel for a brief moment. You may rest in the meantime." At that moment, Barbara was utterly fatigued, lacking even the strength to open her eyes. She merely gestured weakly towards Lin Xize, indicating that he should carry on as he deemed fit. Upon exiting, Lin Xize immediately summoned the energy within him, utilizing his unique ability to transform spiritual energy into the element of lightning. In an instant, lightning energy enveloped him, and with a mere thought, it morphed into a powerful propulsion force, enabling him to soar forward with remarkable speed. Lin Xize felt as if he were a bolt of lightning racing through the streets, the wind howling past his ears, almost as if he were sprinting 100 meters per second. However, when he attempted to accelerate further, he found it challenging, likely due to the diminished spiritual energy remaining within him. After all, having recently undergone considerable exertion, his energy reserves were rather scant. Sustaining such velocity was already commendable. As he sped along, Lin Xize pondered how to swiftly enhance his reservoir of spiritual power, ensuring he possessed ample strength to confront unforeseen circumstances rather than being hindered by insufficient energy, as he was at present. Soon, he arrived at the hotel with astonishing swiftness. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of the women, who had not seized the opportunity to flee but had instead dutifully dressed, patiently awaiting his return. Seeing this, a smile graced Lin Xize's face as he jestingly remarked to the women, "You were quite trustworthy, I see, not making your escape while I was away." The women shot him a collective glance of disdain, one of them unable to restrain herself, saying, "Had it not been for your formidable power and the words you spoke earlier, we would have long vanished." Lin Xize quickly waved his hand, chuckling, all right. Spare me those looks. We shall relocate to another place. We will not stay here any longer." The women, though puzzled by his sudden decision to change locations, made no objections, silently nodding in agreement as they followed Lin Xize out of the room. As they exited, the women instinctively donned their masks, concealing their identities. Observing this, Lin Xize said nothing, calmly retrieving the mask he had previously worn during his act of redistribution, placing it upon his own face. However, his peculiar doll-like mask seemed somewhat out of place among the group, appearing rather comical. Nevertheless, Lin Xize remained unfazed, striding confidently ahead with the women towards their new destination. As they journeyed along, the women, despite their masks, occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Xize, filled with curiosity about their impending destination and his intentions, yet hesitant to voice their inquiries. Meanwhile, Lin Xize remained vigilant, attuned to the surroundings, ever alert for any unexpected occurrences. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Gain. The poison ivy woman, although night had already fallen, the attention garnered by Lin Xize and his companions was astonishingly substantial. With each passerby, Their eyes were irresistibly drawn to Lin Xize. After all, he was accompanied by four stunningly beautiful women, whose graceful figures and remarkable presence were enough to captivate even those of the same gender. Lin Xize, however, was indifferent to the gazes directed his way, walking with an air of calm assurance. Even when he discerned some glances laden with ill intent, he chose to ignore them, preoccupied with other matters. At that moment, he was eagerly seeking those who might facilitate his aspirations of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the needy. To him, if these nefarious individuals did not approach him first, he had no inclination to instigate trouble. As he walked, he silently contemplated where he might encounter these heartless individuals and how best to approach them in a manner that would ensure success without inviting undue complications. The women beside him, while intrigued by Lin Xize's calm demeanor and thoughts, dared not inquire further, instead following closely behind him as they traversed the dimly lit streets. Indeed, as Lin Xize had anticipated, there were those who could not contain their restlessness. A group of brazenly dressed, blond men swaggered towards Lin Xize. The leader, upon nearing him, wasted no time and brandished a gleaming knife, eyes glinting with malice, thrusting it menacingly towards Lin Xize's abdomen. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly swift action appeared to Lin Xize as though a tortoise were laboriously crawling, comically slow. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Xize's lips, radiating disdain as he effortlessly sidestepped the vicious strike. In a flash, he retaliated with precision, seizing the assailant's arm, and with a swift motion, he dislocated the man's limb with a sharp crack. The man let out a piercing scream, the knife clattering to the ground. Clutching his severed arm, his face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Disbelief etched across his features as he struggled to comprehend his sudden downfall. The companions behind him stood frozen in shock, terror evident on their faces, momentarily paralyzed and reluctant to advance. Though initially stunned, they were roused by the man's frenzied shouts. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack, or are you waiting to die?" They appeared as if awakened from a dream, hastily drawing knives from their waists and advancing menacingly towards Lin Xize. Yet, Lin Xize remained unfazed. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he swiftly evaded their attacks, delivering a powerful kick to each assailant. The sheer force behind his strikes sent the men soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless after the brutal impact. The leading man, witnessing the grim fate of his companions, was instantly consumed by fear, realizing that the figure before him, adorned with a doll-like mask, was not one to be trifled with. Ignoring the pain from his severed arm, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy with tears streaming down his face, desperately hoping Lin Xize would spare his life. Lin Xize leisurely crouched down, extending a hand to gently pat the man's face, a smirk playing at his lips as he inquired, "What reason do you possess that could convince me to grant you clemency?" The man, seizing upon this glimmer of hope, eagerly responded, "I have wealth, immense wealth. If you spare me, I will offer you all that I possess. Please, I beg you." His eyes brimmed with desperation and terror, his body trembling, fearful that Lin Xize might take his life in a moment of displeasure. Lin Xize regarded the blond man, narrowing his eyes slightly as he replied in an even tone, "That is indeed an option, but where is this wealth? Mere words will not suffice." The man quickly retorted, "The money is in the hands of our boss. I know where it is hidden, and I can lead you to it." Lin Xize raised an eyebrow, pressing for details. "And who might your boss be?" The blond man hastily answered, "Our boss is the poison ivy." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly fascinating. Poison ivy, he mused, pondering the fate of the penguin as well. However, his immediate concern was to investigate the man's claims regarding the money. Thus, Lin Xize rose to his feet, gesturing for the blond man to lead the way. "Proceed, but do not attempt any tricks. Should you dare to play games with me, I assure you, my patience will wear thin." The man nodded vigorously, hastily scrambling to his feet, carefully leading the way while muttering affirmations. He understood that his life now rested in Lin Xize's hands, leaving no room for negligence or ulterior motives. His only hope was to successfully guide Lin Xize to the location of the money, thus preserving his life. Lin Xize followed at a measured pace, remaining vigilant to the surroundings while contemplating the potential challenges that lay ahead. After all, Poison Ivy was not an adversary to be underestimated. She represented the first true sorceress he had encountered, and he wondered about her strength. The blond man, quaking with trepidation, led Lin Xize and four women into the territory of Poison Ivy. As the golden-haired man drew near, Lin Xize keenly sensed that something was amiss with him. His gaze abruptly became vacant, as if he had lost consciousness, entranced by some mysterious force. Lin Xize was well aware of the cause, for he found himself within the territory of the Poison Ivy woman, and such methods of bewitchment were likely her handiwork. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Terra mask from his bosom and swiftly donned it upon his face. In that very instant, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The women trailing behind Lin Xize felt an innate terror emanating from the Terra mask, causing them to instinctively step back a few paces, their faces paling in response. Fortunately, having endured numerous trials, the women possessed a relatively strong mental fortitude, preventing their fear from paralyzing them completely. They bravely suppressed their trepidation, exchanging glances with one another before turning their eyes back to Lin Xize. Although their hearts brimmed with questions, they dared not voice them. Meanwhile, Lin Xize remained utterly focused, meticulously observing his surroundings to preempt any sudden threats. Chapter 26. Breaking into the poison ivy woman's lair. At this moment, the system suddenly emerged, its voice resonating in Lin Xize's mind, urgently informing him, "Master, I sense a trace of the primordial wood element's power. If you could absorb this source of power, you would unlock the wood spirit root within you, a rare opportunity indeed." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's interest peaked, his eyes alight with astonishment and curiosity. He could not help but inquire, "The primordial wood element? Is it truly that formidable? Can people in this world actually study such a thing?" The system patiently elucidated, "This is not the result of human research, but rather a consequence of the world's rules. This realm possesses unique regulations that allow individuals to harness their creativity to manifest everything, even granting a mortal the power to slay gods. Under such extraordinary rules, it is inevitable that exceptional phenomena may occasionally arise due to unforeseen circumstances." Lin Xize furrowed his brow, contemplating the system's words. If he could acquire the primordial wood element, awakening the wood spirit root within him would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly, stirring a sense of eagerness within him. But where exactly is this primordial wood element? We must devise a means to obtain it. As he continued to survey his surroundings, he inquired of the system, already mentally strategizing how to address the potential situations that might arise. The system replied, "The wood element is undoubtedly within the poison ivy woman herself. After all, her formidable ability to control plants and toxins stems from her absorption of this very power, which has transformed her into what she is now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's frown deepened, and with a troubled expression, he asked, "How am I to absorb it? Surely, I cannot simply approach her and expect her to cooperate. She will not easily acquiesce." The system calmly explained, "Master, you seem to have forgotten the cultivation technique you practice. It is indeed a dual cultivation method, and moreover, an exceptionally advanced one. This technique possesses an extraordinary ability to absorb spiritual energy. When the time comes, as long as you make physical contact with the poison ivy woman and activate the technique, you will naturally absorb the primal wood elemental power from her body." Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Xize instantly grasped how to acquire that primal wood essence. After all, in the original narrative, the poison ivy woman frequently employed kisses to release her toxins, a detail he was somewhat familiar with. However, the thought of gaining power through such means was genuinely difficult for Lin Xize to accept. He silently lamented, "I am a true son of China, with my own beliefs and boundaries. If I were unaware of this matter, it would be one thing. Even if I had known about this method of acquiring power before my transmigration, I could easily pretend to be oblivious, out of sight, out of mind. But now, everything has changed. I have crossed into this world, and to grow stronger, I must confront these challenging circumstances. Yet even so, I find it hard to overcome this mental barrier." He pondered the countless individuals the poison ivy woman had likely ensnared with her kisses. Perhaps her lips had thickened from frequent contact. The mere thought sent a chill down Lin Xize's spine, stirring turmoil within his stomach. If not for the poison ivy woman's alluring red lips, he might have been tempted. After all, in cultivation, more is always better, and one should not shiver at the prospect. Lost in thought, Lin Xize suddenly sensed something amiss nearby. He observed several tendrils, akin to agile serpents, swiftly slithering towards him and the women. These tendrils bore sharp thorns and exuded a palpable aura of danger. Realizing the urgency, Lin Xize quickly addressed the women. "This is beyond your capabilities. You must retreat outside and wait for me. I will call for you once I have resolved this." The women, already fearful of the poison ivy woman, were well aware of her formidable ability to manipulate plants and unleash toxins, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, it felt as though they had received a pardon, and they nodded vigorously before hastily fleeing towards safety, eager to distance themselves from the perilous situation. Watching the women depart, Lin Xize exhaled a sigh of relief. He did not wish to be distracted by the need to protect them during the impending battle, as that would be exceedingly troublesome. He then focused all his attention on the advancing tendrils, his gaze sharpening as he silently summoned his internal spiritual energy, preparing for the imminent confrontation. The tendrils approached with great ferocity, and in the blink of an eye, one of them lunged forward, attempting to ensnare Lin Xize's legs. With a disdainful snort, Lin Xize deftly shifted his footing, evading the attack with effortless agility. Yet the vine persisted unrelentingly, swiftly altering its trajectory and launching an attack once more. The other tendrils joined in the assault, leaving Lin Xize somewhat overwhelmed by the onslaught. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, diligently seeking an opportunity for counterattack. At that moment, Lin Xize pondered inwardly. Indeed, one can only rely on magic to vanquish magic. My father did not deceive me. With this thought, Lin Xize decisively summoned the spiritual energy within him, directly manifesting his innate thunder element. In an instant, a blinding surge of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, the crackling sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the area. Blue arcs of electricity danced and flickered, as if proclaiming its formidable and perilous nature to the surroundings. The thunderous power Lin Xize wielded was far beyond what these ordinary vines could withstand. It is worth noting that while the poison ivy mistress could manipulate plants, she had yet to fully grasp even a fraction of the wood element's essence, rendering her abilities negligible compared to Lin Xize's pure and potent spiritual force. With swift movements of his hands, Lin Xize began to gather the thunder elements, striving to form a formidable thunderball. He focused intently on controlling the energy, and the thunderball gradually took shape in his grasp, the immense energy fluctuations causing the air around him to become palpably agitated. However, just as Lin Xize was wholly absorbed in shaping the thunderball, he suddenly felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force. A sudden surge of power surged upwards from below, moving with such speed that Lin Xize scarcely had time to discern its nature before his body involuntarily tilted to one side. The thunderball he was concentrating on flickered erratically, nearly dissipating in the process. In Chapter 27, The Unexpected Robin, Lin Xize then felt a sharp pain radiate from his lower body, a sensation akin to being viciously grasped in a most sensitive area. The abruptness of the pain almost compelled him to cry out. Fortunately, Lin Xize had attained a modest level of physical refinement. Despite currently being at the first level of qi refinement, his physical cultivation was nearly at the foundation establishment stage. It was precisely this solid foundation that allowed him to endure such a brutal assault. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have been bedridden for days, perhaps even left with lingering repercussions that could hinder their future cultivation. Lin Xize felt a mix of shock and fury as he steadied himself, his face reflecting a deep ire. The viciousness of the attack incensed him. This was no mere offensive technique, but a blatant attempt to cripple him irreparably. For cultivators, any damage to their foundational integrity was tantamount to severing their path to cultivation, a direct affront to his very essence. Humph. No matter who you are, to employ such despicable means, once I unearth your identity, you shall pay a heavy price. Lin Xize gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, channeling his spiritual energy to alleviate the pain in his lower body, while his piercing gaze scoured the surroundings, endeavoring to identify the assailant who had struck him from the shadows. He understood that he must remain utterly vigilant, since his adversary could launch such a stealthy attack. It was certain they possessed numerous other tricks up their sleeve. Gradually, Lin Xize began to calm himself, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered the peculiar sensation he had just experienced. He concluded that it had indeed been a hand-s touch, and more specifically, a woman's hand. After all, a man's hand could not be so smooth and delicate. Yet, he wondered, who in this world possessed such capabilities? With this thought in mind, Lin Xize hastily inquired of the system, "Is there some issue at hand? I am unaware of anyone with such prowess." The system paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something, before eventually responding, "I remember now. The day before yesterday, when you first arrived in Gotham, a woman was inexplicably drawn to you. I intended to inform you at the time, but you were engaged in your training, and I inadvertently forgot to mention it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize eagerly pressed for details. Who was that woman? The system replied leisurely, "It was Robin from the pirate world." Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of realization washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, so it was that alluring lady. I wondered who would employ such tactics if it were her. I could certainly accept it." Lin Xize was well aware of Robin's unique abilities, making such an unexpected attack rather unsurprising. Furthermore, Robin possessed a distinctive charm, and the mere thought of her diminished Lin Xize's ire, even igniting a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of encountering her. After all, Robin was one of Lin Xize's favored female characters from the realm of pirates. However, upon further reflection, Lin Xize recognized a potential dilemma. It seemed that, apart from those whose appearances did not align with his aesthetic preferences, he harbored no aversion towards any female characters. Take Alvida, who consumed the smooth fruit, for instance. Lin Xize had once entertained thoughts about her while watching the pirate saga. If he could simply overlook her previous robust and unappealing visage, who could resist her current form? Alvida now possessed an enviable figure, with alluring curves that accentuated her femininity. Her slender waist and elongated legs radiated an unmistakable charm, while her exquisitely beautiful face boasted extraordinary allure. Coupled with the unique, silky texture bestowed by her fruit powers, she was nothing short of an irresistible enchantress. Such was Lin Xize. He easily found himself enamored by beautiful female figures, regardless of their origins or pasts. As long as they conformed to his aesthetic ideals in the present, they inevitably garnered his attention and affection. In this perilous situation, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Although the knowledge that Robin had intervened alleviated some of his frustration, it was imperative to swiftly resolve the immediate predicament and comprehend the circumstances within the domain of the poison ivy woman. Securing the primordial power of the wood element to enhance his own strength remained his foremost priority. Thus, Lin Xize, while reflecting on matters concerning Robin, redirected his attention to his surroundings, ever vigilant for potential assaults, and contemplated how to engage with the enigmatic visitor from the world of pirates. Lin Xize found it perplexing that Robin, an individual of distinct style and principles from the pirate realm, would choose to serve the poison ivy woman upon arriving in this world. This contradiction struck him as utterly bewildering, defying all logical reasoning. However, he could ill afford to linger on such musings any longer. He sensed that the thunderball in his hand had accumulated sufficient energy. The sphere pulsated with a blinding blue light, the formidable electric force within surging violently, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from its confines. With a steely gaze, Lin Xize swung his arm forcefully, hurling the thunderball towards the wall ahead. Once unleashed, the thunderball traveled with astonishing speed, carving a luminous blue arc through the air, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. The tendrils attempting to impede its progress were incinerated upon contact with the tempestuous electric force, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Unrelenting, the thunderball hurtled towards the wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the structure succumbed to the overwhelming impact, collapsing under the force. As dust swirled around him, Lin Xize observed the poison ivy woman frantically entwining herself in layers of vines for protection, desperately attempting to fortify her defenses against the incoming onslaught. Yet, against the terrifying might of the thunderball, these defenses proved futile, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Lin Xize appeared through the haze, eager to discern the poison ivy woman's reaction to the assault, while remaining alert for any unforeseen dangers. After all, the poison ivy woman was not one to capitulate easily. She might possess hidden, formidable countermeasures. Chapter 28. Absorbing the primordial wood element at this moment. The poison ivy woman was far from the formidable figure Lin Xize had envisioned. Her only recourse lay in wielding her toxins to manipulate others. However, her tendrils were utterly incapable of reaching Lin Xize, dissipating into nothingness whenever they approached, incinerated by the electric force radiating from him. Panic began to seize her heart, for she recognized the formidable and unpredictable nature of the man before her. The thought of being slain by his hand filled her with dread. At this juncture, her only desire was to escape this treacherous environment and safeguard her own life above all else. Lin Xize quietly observed the woman before him, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, the poison vine's lady, as she prepared to adopt an aggressive stance. Suddenly, he noticed her attempt to flee swiftly. Lin Xize could not allow her to escape so easily. With a flicker of thought, he summoned his spiritual energy, transforming lightning into a series of chains that glimmered with blinding electric light, hurtling toward the poison vine's lady and binding her firmly, rendering her immobile. During this tumultuous exchange, the poison vine's lady, unwilling to submit, relentlessly commanded the surrounding vines to attack Lin Xize in a frenzied assault. The dense mass of vines surged forth, threatening to engulf him entirely. However, the lightning power beneath Lin Xize's feet acted as a formidable shield. Each vine that approached was instantly obliterated by the ferocious electric force, disintegrating into charred remnants scattered upon the ground. Lin Xize advanced step by step toward the ensnared poison vine's lady, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. He understood that she was pivotal, not only for acquiring the essence of wood element power, but perhaps also to glean information about Robin. As the poison vine's lady beheld Lin Xize's steady approach, her eyes brimmed with terror and despair, yet she found herself unable to escape, resorting to futile struggles in a last-ditch effort to resist. Just as Lin Xize slowly closed the distance, Robin, who had appeared somewhat dazed and motionless, suddenly sprang into action. It was then that Lin Xize truly focused on Robin, and to his astonishment, he realized she was entirely unclothed. His eyes widened in shock, a whirlwind of confusion swirling within him as he grappled with the unexpected situation. However, he did not linger on his thoughts. In an instant, he dashed to Robin's side, swiftly knocking her unconscious before cradling her in his arms, using his clothing to shield her modesty. The poison vine's lady, witnessing Lin Xize's actions, felt a jolt of panic, mistakenly believing Robin to be Lin Xize's lover. Her complexion turned pale with fright, and she urgently pleaded for mercy. "Please spare me, sir. I had no idea she was yours. I truly did nothing to her. Look, she is perfectly fine." Lin Xize furrowed his brow, his expression darkening ominously as he retrieved the enchanted dagger, Qianren, from his storage space. The cold blade pressed against the poison vine's lady's throat. He demanded in a chilling tone, "Explain yourself. If I sense even a hint of deceit, I shall not spare you." The poison vine's lady trembled uncontrollably at the icy edge of the dagger, stammering, "I thought she was just an ordinary woman. I was attracted to her and harbored intentions of intimacy, but she resisted. We ended up fighting, and during the struggle, I discovered she possessed special abilities. In my desperation, I sought to subdue her, and under the guise of an apology, I poisoned her to gain control, just as I had brought her back and removed her garments. Before I could even act, you arrived, sir. You must believe me. I truly did not dare to harm her." The poison vine woman spoke in terror, her gaze pleading as she looked at Lin Xize, hoping he would trust her words and show mercy, for her life was precariously in his hands. After hearing her explanation, Lin Xize's expression remained ominously grim, and he said nothing as he slowly approached with Robin in his arms. Seeing this, the poison vine woman felt a flicker of hope. Thinking Lin Xize intended to negotiate for an antidote for Robin, believing that if she could bargain for her own life, perhaps she could find a way to escape later. However, to her shock, Lin Xize reached her side, and without a word, seized her wrist. She opened her mouth to speak, to discuss the conditions required for the antidote. But before she could voice her thoughts, she suddenly felt an uncontrollable force draining from her body. Panic engulfed her as she struggled desperately to free herself from Lin Xize's grip, but his hold was like that of a vice, rendering her immobile. "What are you doing? Let me go?" she shrieked, her voice piercing with fear. Lin Xize, however, remained unfazed, fully concentrating on channeling his internal energy. Strands of green light began to flow from the poison vine woman's body along her arm to him, the very essence of her elemental wood power. Lin Xize recognized that this was the perfect moment to harness that power. He tightened the electric chains, determined not to let her struggles distract him. Successfully absorbing this elemental energy would awaken his own wood spirit root, significantly enhancing his strength, thereby granting him greater means of self-preservation in this perilous world. As the energy continued to drain, the poison vine woman's complexion grew increasingly pale, her struggles waning as if her very vitality was being siphoned away, leaving her weak and despairing. She never anticipated that Lin Xize would resort to such a method against her, yet now she was utterly defenseless. Lin Xize remained focused on absorbing the wood elemental essence. As the last remnants of power melded into his being, he suddenly felt a profound awakening within him. A new force beginning to flourish and circulate, an unmistakable sign that his wood spirit root had been successfully activated. After stabilizing his internal energy, Lin Xize turned his attention to Robin, who was clearly under the influence of hallucinogenic pollen. This poison is exceedingly insidious. If it lingers within the body for an extended period, it can gradually erode one's sanity, ultimately leading to madness with unimaginable consequences. Lin Xize dared not delay even for a moment. He swiftly summoned the elemental power of wood he had just absorbed, cautiously probing into Robin's body to extract the hidden toxins lurking within her. Strands of oddly colored poison were drawn forth from Robin's being, guided by Lin Xize's spiritual energy, until they dissipated into the air. After addressing Robin's toxicity, Lin Xize turned his attention to the weakened poison vine woman who lay incapacitated on the ground, a flash of cold resolve crossing his gaze. Since this poison vine woman had dared to inflict harm upon Robin, he would not show her any mercy. With a flick of his thought, he directly manipulated the toxins he had just extracted from Robin and sent them back towards the poison vine woman. Stripped of her power, the poison vine woman could hardly withstand the very poison she had unleashed. The moment it re-entered her body, she let out a maddened scream. Blood began to pour from her 7 orifices, quickly staining her face and garments crimson. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and within moments, her breath was extinguished, her demise tragically horrific. Lin Xize regarded the lifeless body of the poison vine woman with no trace of compassion. In his eyes, her fate was a just consequence of her numerous malevolent deeds. He then glanced down at Robin, still unconscious in his arms, and sighed softly, pondering the questions he would pose to her upon her awakening regarding how she had arrived in this world and why she had fallen into the clutches of the poison vine woman. For now, he resolved to find a safe place to secure her. Chapter 29. Great Gains. The key to wealth. Lin Xize called out loudly towards the outside. "You may enter. The poison vine woman has been dealt with." Meanwhile, the anxious women waiting outside had been on edge, having heard no sounds from within for an extended period. Initially, they feared Lin Xize had succumbed to the poison vine woman's enchantment, and thoughts of fleeing had crossed their minds to avoid her gaze. However, just then, they heard Lin Xize's voice. The women paused, exchanging glances filled with hesitation and surprise. Yet, they did not hesitate for long. Given the circumstances, even if they turned to leave, it would not guarantee their safety. Should Lin Xize have truly been ensnared? The poison vine woman would easily deduce that they had accompanied him, and she would not let them off lightly. Thus, regardless of the danger, they steeled themselves and ventured inside. Taking a deep breath, they summoned their courage and stepped into the devastated space, only to gasp in shock at the scene before them. The ground lay in disarray, littered with the shattered remnants of vines, and a significant portion of the wall had collapsed. The poison ivy woman lay lifeless on the ground, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her appearance hauntingly macabre. In contrast, Lin Xize cradled an unconscious woman in his arms. The others were filled with curiosity but dared not inquire further. They cautiously approached Lin Xize, awaiting his next command. The poison ivy woman was a figure they all recognized. Having heard tales of her formidable prowess and ruthless demeanor, which had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. However, their attention was entirely captivated by the woman in Lin Xize's embrace. She was unclad, her skin luminous and delicate even in the dim light of the surroundings. Although they were no strangers to the city and its myriad of sights, this woman was entirely unfamiliar to them, igniting an insatiable curiosity. At that moment, the most perceptive among them, Harry, suddenly recalled a prior encounter with the poison ivy woman. She remembered the peculiar look in her eyes, a gaze that had made her feel profoundly uncomfortable, though she hadn't given it much thought at the time. Now, witnessing the same fate befall the woman in Lin Xize's arms, Harry experienced a moment of revelation, reflecting, so, that strange look was motivated by a desire for my body. A shiver ran down her spine at the realization, and she was grateful she hadn't fallen victim to the poison ivy woman's schemes. Her heart swelled with sympathy for the woman now in Lin Xize's arms, wondering what horrific fate had befallen her to end up in such a dire state. The other women, although not as contemplative as Harry, shared her intrigue regarding the woman's origins. They exchanged glances, hesitant to question Lin Xize directly, instead standing quietly by, their eyes occasionally darting toward the woman, waiting for Lin Xize to elucidate the situation. Lin Xize, however, was preoccupied with his thoughts of the poison ivy woman's treasure. Flashing a charming smile at the group, he spoke with a tone that hinted at persuasion. My dear treasures, do not linger. Hurry and search for the treasure. All that lies here belongs to us now. Be thorough and ensure nothing is overlooked. Upon hearing his words, the women were briefly taken aback, surprised that Lin Xize had dealt with the poison ivy woman so swiftly and was already fixated on the treasure. Yet, their astonishment was fleeting, and in an instant, their eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to treasure hunters who had stumbled upon a bounty. For these women, their fascination with wealth was profound. They relished the pursuit of valuable items. Thus, when Lin Xize urged them to seek out riches, they perceived it not as a mere task, but rather as a delightful opportunity. Without further ado, they sprang into action. They dispersed, beginning to rummage through the chaotic surroundings, leaving no corner unexamined. Their meticulous demeanor suggesting a fear of missing even a single coin. Some sifted through the debris of collapsed walls, searching for hidden jewels, while others inspected the shattered remnants of cabinets, hoping to unearth silver notes or precious trinkets. Observing the diligent efforts of the women, Lin Xize shook his head slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Cradling the still unconscious Robin, he found a relatively clean and safe spot to gently lay her down, before turning his attention to the surrounding environment. Though the poison ivy woman had perished, there could still be lurking dangers. He could not afford to let anything jeopardize the treasure hunt at such a critical juncture. Lin Xize first employed his mental faculties to meticulously scan the vicinity, ensuring no one else was present apart from the 4 women, which allowed him to relax. The speed at which the women worked was truly impressive. They were wholly engrossed in their pursuit of treasure, wishing they had more hands to expedite the gathering of valuable items. However, being women, their strength was relatively limited, and each could only manage to bring back 2 bags at a time. Even dragging those 2 bags back appeared to be quite a challenge, as they struggled to pull them towards Lin Xize. Noticing their plight, Lin Xize used his spiritual awareness to inspect the bags, and he was astonished to discover that each bag contained approximately 5 million. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at their remarkable strength and efficiency. It was indeed no small feat to transport such loads. In no time, the women had brought over 22 bags. Lin Xize gazed at the pile of money-filled bags before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He mused happily. This truly marked a turning point in his fortunes. This venture had proven exceptionally worthwhile, representing a substantial wealth that would alleviate any future financial concerns regarding the purchase of treasures or rare materials for cultivation. As he contemplated, Lin Xize approached with a joyful demeanor, helping the women gather the bags together, his face radiating uncontainable delight, as if envisioning a future where he could navigate this realm with effortless confidence, bolstered by his newfound wealth. Although the women had ceased bringing more bags to him, they gathered around Lin Xize, fatigue evident on their faces as they spoke. Boss, there are still a few boxes inside, but we are quite exhausted and unable to carry them. You will have to retrieve them yourself. Following there, Lin Xize nodded slightly and walked in the indicated direction. After passing through a room densely enveloped by vines, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight, an array of boxes, neatly arranged, presenting a truly magnificent spectacle. Lin Xize approached, casually selecting a box to open. To his astonishment, it was filled to the brim with resplendent gold. Curiously, he lifted the box and was taken aback by its weight. Estimating it to be a full ton, upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 more identical boxes, each abundantly filled with gold. Next, Lin Xize turned his attention to the remaining boxes. Upon opening them, he found an array of dazzling jewels. There were indeed 7 grand boxes containing these gemstones, surpassing the quantity of those filled with gold. Remarkably, the boxes housing the jewels were larger, yet their weight was comparable to that of the gold-filled boxes. It was peculiar that the poisonous vine woman had arranged them so methodically, suggesting she possessed a penchant for orderliness. Gazing at the treasure before him, Lin Xize felt a surge of joy. He had stumbled upon a veritable fortune. However, he needed to devise a plan to transport these boxes, as leaving them here was far from secure. Chapter 30. The tormented Robin standing before the mountain of riches. Lin Xize furrowed his brow, troubled. Although the women possessed considerable strength, the sheer number of boxes made it impossible for them to carry everything. Furthermore, his system space was uncooperative, not allowing him to store the treasures, complicating matters significantly. He realized that figuring out how to transport these invaluable items had become his greatest challenge. Assessing his capabilities, he concluded that he could only lift up to 4 tons. Exceeding this limit could result in severe physical strain, possibly leading to internal injuries. What to do? He muttered to himself, but soon an idea sparked in his mind. He could attempt to utilize his spiritual energy to alleviate the weight of the boxes. With renewed determination, he began to channel his energy towards a box filled with gold, enveloping it with his spirit and gently lifting it. To his delight, he noticed the weight had indeed lessened considerably. However, before he could revel in his success, another dilemma arose. Even if he could lighten the boxes, what about the cash that had already been gathered outside? He couldn't simply abandon it. After all, it was a substantial amount of valuable currency. Lin Xize fell into deep thought, pacing back and forth as he pondered a solution that would allow him to carry both the heavy boxes and the cash. After rummaging through the room, he finally found a sizable piece of black cloth. He swiftly wrapped the boxes brimming with treasure securely in the cloth and cautiously made his way towards the exit. As he stepped out of the room, Lin Xize was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming wave of malice that surged towards him with alarming speed. In an instant, it was upon him, seemingly aimed directly at his throat, as if intent on seizing his very breath and rendering him powerless to resist. Fortunately, Lin Xize was quick to react. Without hesitation, he unleashed the elemental energy of thunder within him. Blue arcs of electricity flickered and danced before him, crackling audibly. The hand that lunged at him recoiled at the first touch of this electric force, rendered momentarily numb and retreating hastily. Once he regained his composure, Lin Xize looked up to find Robin, cloaked in her black trench coat, standing before him. At that moment, she appeared to have awakened, her deep-set eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, both the confusion of newfound consciousness and a hint of wariness. Lin Xize, noticing her state, smiled gently and greeted her. "You're awake, Robin. How do you feel? You startled me earlier. I thought another enemy had emerged." As he spoke, he observed Robin's reaction with subtlety, pondering whether she recalled the events that had transpired prior to her awakening and how she might perceive him now. Given that Robin had not been under the enchantment of the poisonous vine for long, she retained a clear memory of her prior actions and how she had arrived at this peculiar place. Looking at Lin Xize, she momentarily hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Encountering someone who seemed to know her in such a strange and perilous environment was indeed unexpected. However, being a person seasoned by various tribulations, Robin quickly regained her composure. Her brow furrowed, and her gaze sharpened with caution as she fixed her eyes on Lin Xize, subsequently questioning, "Are you also a part of the world government? Did you bring me here to eliminate me?" She understood well that she had long been a thorn in the side of the world government, a target they relentlessly sought to eliminate. Thus, finding herself in such an unusual situation and confronting Lin Xize naturally led her to such suspicions. As she spoke, her body instinctively tensed, prepared to respond to any sudden developments. She vowed not to allow herself to be caught off guard. Should Lin Xize exhibit even the slightest hint of hostility, she would act decisively to defend herself. Despite having assumed a combative posture, an indescribable fear lingered within her regarding Lin Xize. After all, she had been unwittingly brought to this entirely unfamiliar place without a trace of awareness, and in her eyes, anyone capable of such a feat must possess unfathomable power, truly terrifying. In contrast, Lin Xize seemed entirely oblivious to Robin's defensive stance, his expression gentle as he addressed her softly. I apologize. But I am neither a member of the world government nor one of those pirate hunters seeking to take your life. I am certainly not a pirate. You may find yourself disappointed. Moreover, there is something I must convey to you. You may never return to your original world. As Robin listened to Lin Xize's words, she found herself unable to discern the truth from the fiction, with the haunting phrase never return to the original world echoing incessantly in her mind. Suddenly, it felt as though her support had vanished. Her body weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. The tension that had enveloped her body seemed to dissipate in that moment, her taut nerves relaxing at last. Strangely, Robin found herself unable to contain her tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. She had endured numerous hardships and carried the weight of suffering, living a life of constant evasion in the world of pirates. Now, finally liberated from that grotesque reality, the feelings of grievance, helplessness, and the shackles that had confined her surged forth, overwhelming her, leaving her no choice but to weep in order to release the complex and burdensome emotions within. Observing Robin's tears, Lin Xize felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He approached her, wishing to offer comfort but unsure where to begin, and instead enveloped her in a gentle embrace, murmuring, "Do not worry. You are safe now. You no longer need to scurry about like a mouse." As Robin gradually began to regain her composure, Lin Xize's soft reassurances failed to soothe her spirit. Rather, they seemed to strike a deep chord within her, intensifying her anguish. Clinging to him as though he were her last lifeline, she wept profusely, her tears and runny nose soaking his clothing. Yet at that moment, she was oblivious to such trivialities, lost in an abyss of sorrow and despair. In response, Lin Xize could only helplessly pat Robin's back repeatedly, attempting to convey his concern and comfort through this simple gesture, occasionally uttering soothing words in hopes that she might soon emerge from her distress. After some time, Robin gradually began to regain her composure. Yet she did not relinquish her hold on Lin Xize. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her tear-streaked face upward, her eyes reflecting a blend of hope and helplessness as she asked him, "Will I truly never return? If I cannot go back, what will happen to the historical texts?" That is what O'Hara has longed to decipher, concealing too many secrets regarding the truth of the entire world. Upon hearing Robin's words, Lin Xize's gaze instinctively wandered to the two large entities nearby, but he quickly averted his eyes and cleared his throat. With a serious expression, he replied, "It is not entirely impossible to return. Once I grow stronger, there may be a chance to find a way to send you back. However, for now, the reality is that you must remain in this world temporarily. We can only take one step at a time." In truth, Lin Xize was uncertain himself. But seeing Robin in such anguish, he could not bear to speak in absolutes. Hoping to leave her with a glimmer of hope that perhaps a solution might be discovered in the future, Robin listened to Lin Xize's words, gently biting her lip, and the despair in her eyes seemed to fade slightly. She nodded softly, as if to encourage herself, murmuring, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, it's enough. Thank you." After speaking, she slowly released her grip around Lin Xize, though a trace of sadness still lingered on her face, clearly indicating that she had not completely emerged from the depths of her sorrow. Chapter 31, Awaiting Wealth, bringing the ladies to Barbara as Robin rose slowly. Her tall stature of 188 centimeters was unmistakable. The two ample curves on her chest rested just below Lin Xize's gaze, their alluring presence momentarily captivating him, causing his eyes to linger there, seemingly entranced. Noticing Lin Xize's stare, a blush crept onto Robin's cheeks, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly turned slightly to the side, attempting to evade the awkwardness of the situation. Clearing her throat, Robin inquired of Lin Xize, "Do you have any clothing here?" At that moment, she was merely draped in Lin Xize's black trench coat, which proved somewhat inconvenient. She certainly could not continue in this manner indefinitely. Lin Xize, regaining his composure, scratched his head and replied with a hint of exasperation, "How could I possibly have women's clothing?" Upon hearing this, Robin also wore a look of helplessness. However, a thought crossed her mind. This was the base of the poison ivy, and perhaps suitable women's clothing could be found within. Thus, she summoned her abilities, and numerous arms extended from her body, reaching into every corner of the base in search of women's attire. At that moment, Lin Xize finally recalled his several catgirl maids and intended to summon them for assistance in finding clothing. However, when he turned around, he discovered that they were still bound by the fruit abilities Robin had previously unleashed, rendered immobile and anxiously awaiting their fate. Faced with this, Lin Xize could only muster the courage to ask Robin, "Could you possibly release them?" Upon hearing Lin Xize's request, Robin paused her actions, glancing at the women. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed them incapable of causing any trouble and gently waved her hand, releasing their restraints. Once freed, the women first stretched their stiff limbs, feeling inexplicably wronged for being bound without reason. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances, having just witnessed Robin's extraordinary and formidable powers, instilling both fear and respect for her. Moreover, they held Lin Xize in a certain reverence, so they simply stood quietly to the side, not daring to make a sound as they awaited his next instructions. After searching diligently, Robin found only leather jackets and pants, with just one set being clean. Reluctantly, she donned the ill-fitting leather attire. The clothing clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring curves to an extreme degree, as if it might burst under the strain at any moment. Though Lin Xize initially found it difficult to avert his gaze, he was acutely aware that this was not the time for mere admiration. After all, they still needed to devise a means to transport the treasures. Thus, Lin Xize inquired of Robin, "Is it possible for us to take these with us? We find ourselves somewhat overwhelmed." Upon hearing this, Robin glanced at the heap of treasure-laden bags on the ground and, without further ado, activated her fruit ability. Instantly, several arms sprouted from her body, each dexterously extending to grasp a bag. In an effortless display, she lifted 8 bags, holding them securely. Next, Robin turned her attention to the catgirl maids, from whom additional arms emerged in a similar manner, each taking hold of another 8 bags. However, the moment they did so, the catgirl maids felt an immediate drain of their strength, leaving them somewhat weakened and swaying unsteadily. Realizing the situation, Lin Xize understood that Robin had siphoned a portion of their vitality. If this continued, the maids might be utterly depleted. Without hesitation, he began channeling his spiritual energy into them, attempting to restore their vigor and replenish their expended energy. The maids, having never experienced such a wondrous sensation, felt the spiritual energy enter their bodies, causing them to feel as if they were floating, as if they had been granted a newfound strength. The invigorating sensation filled them with astonishment and joy. Revitalized, the maids promptly lifted the remaining bags of treasure. Meanwhile, Lin Xize shouldered a substantial bag, while the catgirl maids resembled octopuses adorned with numerous bags hanging from their bodies. Together, they wobbled along the secluded paths, fortunate to traverse less populated routes. Had they been on a bustling street, their peculiar appearance would likely have sent passers-by into a frenzy, for it would have been quite unsettling to see a group adorned with bags, resembling a collection of cephalopods. Nevertheless, they proceeded cautiously, wary of inadvertently encountering anyone and causing a commotion. Before long, Lin Xize led the group through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at Barbara's residence. He pushed open the door and entered, immediately noticing Barbara seated on the sofa in the living room, her eyes fixed intently on the entrance, as if she had been waiting for his return and had not yet succumbed to sleep. Lin Xize hurried forward, embracing Barbara with tenderness, and softly inquired, "My dear, why are you still awake?" Upon recognizing Lin Xize, Barbara's eyes welled with tears, and she burst into sobs, clinging tightly to him. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Ace, you have finally returned. The events of yesterday have left me with an immense psychological shadow. No matter what, I could not bring myself to step outside today. Even remaining at home fills me with an unsettling fear." Lin Xize gazed at the fragile and fearful demeanor of Barbara, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment within. He pondered to himself, given Barbara's reputation as the queen of the underworld, her psychological resilience should be formidable. Why then did she appear so vulnerable now? Could it be that her heart remained untainted, rendering her susceptible to the fright of yesterday's events? Gently patting Barbara's back, he offered tender reassurances. "Do not fear. My dear, I have returned. I shall ensure that you will not encounter such terrifying experiences again." Yet, beneath his comforting words, Lin Xize's mind was busily devising a strategy to empower Barbara, to help her conquer this fear, for he knew that should any further challenges arise, she must be equipped to face them. Chapter 32. The unexpected arrival of Michelle after pouring her heart out to Lin Xize. Barbara finally noticed the 5 leather-clad women who had accompanied him. A slight furrow creased her brow, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she wondered from whence these individuals had emerged and why they had returned with Lin Xize. Lifting her gaze to him, her expression silently inquired. Lin Xize, however, offered no extensive explanation. With a calm demeanor, he simply stated, "They will be living with us from now on." While Barbara still held a tinge of confusion, she chose not to press further. She had always been inclined to heed Lin Xize's words, and recognizing his conviction, she accepted the situation. Consequently, she warmly began to arrange accommodations for the newcomers, guiding them through the house and ensuring they were settled in comfortably. Once her tasks were completed, Barbara's attention was drawn to the bags Lin Xize had brought back. Curiously, she pointed to them and inquired, "What is contained within those bags?" With a smile, Lin Xize responded at a leisurely pace, "Those bags are filled with money, while the large black bag I carry holds gold and jewels." Barbara's eyes widened in astonishment at his revelation. She had not anticipated that Lin Xize could procure such valuable items in a single day. Although she was well aware of his formidable capabilities, she had not imagined they extended to such extraordinary heights. It was truly astonishing to witness the wealth he had amassed in such a brief span of time. Unable to contain her curiosity, Barbara approached and opened one of the bags, revealing a cascade of crisp banknotes that dazzled her eyes. Glancing at the large black bag, though she had not opened it, the mere thought of its contents, gold and jewels, sent a thrill through her, deepening her admiration for Lin Xize and reinforcing her gratitude for aligning herself with him. The overwhelming allure and bewilderment brought by the riches swiftly dispelled the remnants of fear lingering in Barbara's heart. In that moment, her gaze fixated on the bags brimming with treasures, her mind filled with visions of a future abundant with wealth, and her face radiated an exuberant excitement that was impossible to contain. Lin Xize gazed at Barbara's expression, a slight smile playing on his lips, tinged with mischief. Leaning closer to her ear, he softly inquired, "Shall we indulge in an enchanting evening tonight?" The excitement that had animated Barbara's face due to the money dissipated in an instant upon hearing Lin Xize's words, replaced by a look of pitiful dismay. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she playfully reproached him, her voice laced with a hint of grievance. "Xize, could you wait a few more days? It's all your fault. You were rather ruthless last night. I'm still swollen from it, and it's quite discomforting. Just take a look." As she spoke, Barbara subtly twisted her body, as if to convey her unease more vividly to Lin Xize. Upon hearing her, Lin Xize felt a pang of concern and hastily dismissed the idea of checking her condition, fully aware of his own temperament. He feared that if he were to see the evidence of her discomfort, his temper might flare, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Instead, he gently reached out and placed a soft kiss on Barbara's head, a gesture of reassurance. Noticing this, Barbara blinked, hesitating momentarily before summoning a semblance of resolve. She addressed Lin Xize. "Xize, if you truly cannot contain yourself, perhaps you could indulge with those few you brought back. After all, they will eventually be yours. And they look quite lovely as well." In her heart, Barbara thought those leather-clad beauties held a certain allure, and if Lin Xize found pleasure in their company, it would not trouble her, as long as he kept her in his heart. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xize ultimately deemed it inappropriate to pursue that course of action. Yet, fearing he might lose control if he remained in Barbara's room, he decided to seek solace in another chamber for the night. Alone in his room, Lin Xize muttered to himself, "Alas, it seems I must absorb the energies of yin and yang in solitude tonight. Although the pace of my cultivation may be slowed, I recently assimilated the essence of wood element. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for a breakthrough." With that thought, he settled his mind and began to circulate his internal energy, guiding the spiritual force within him along a predetermined path, preparing to immerse himself in his cultivation. Just then, an unexpected knock at the door shattered the stillness of the night, jarring Lin Xize from his contemplations. Puzzled, he wondered who could be knocking at such an hour. Driven by curiosity, he rose and opened the door, revealing Michelle on the other side. Lin Xize furrowed his brow slightly, his face a mask of confusion as he questioned her. "What brings you here so late? You've been busy all day and must be quite fatigued. Why not rest earlier?" As Lin Xize spoke, he scrutinized Michelle, pondering the reason for her late visit. Michelle did not immediately respond to his inquiry. Instead, she cast a wary glance around the room to ensure no one else was present. Without uttering a word, she grasped Lin Xize's hand and pulled him into the room. Once both individuals had entered the room, she swiftly turned and closed the door behind her. With a decisive click, she secured the lock, executing the series of actions seamlessly. Leaving Lin Xize momentarily astonished, his curiosity piqued as he observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. After completing her task, Michelle appeared to exhale in relief. She raised her gaze, fixing her inquisitive eyes on Lin Xize, brimming with curiosity and uncertainty. Before inquiring, "What was the substance you infused into us when we brought back the money?" Lin Xize regarded the eager Michelle with a faint smile and patiently elucidated. "Rest assured, that was pure energy I cultivated. It will not adversely affect your bodies. In fact, the only notable effect is likely to be beneficial, potentially improving your physical constitution." Lin Xize speculated that Michelle must have sensed the extraordinary sensation of the energy entering her body, prompting her late-night inquiry. However, he found this favorable. If her constitution could indeed improve, it would provide greater assurance as she accompanied him in future endeavors. Upon hearing Lin Xize's explanation, Michelle's eyes flickered with surprise, soon followed by a glimmer of joy, as she incredulously asked, "Really? That's wonderful. Our physical condition can actually improve?" For them, the prospect of enhancing their strength and improving their physical constitution was an invaluable opportunity. Consequently, her gratitude and admiration for Lin Xize deepened. Observing the excitement radiating from Michelle, Lin Xize gently shook his head and replied, "Indeed, it can enhance your physical condition. But the amount I administered at that time was far too minimal to yield any substantial effects." Michelle, taken aback by his words, initially froze, before a hint of embarrassment crept across her face. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage to ask, "Could you possibly infuse us regularly in the future? Or perhaps allow us to practice your techniques?" She contemplated the advantages of consistently receiving such benefits or having the opportunity to practice the remarkable methods. Believing her strength could significantly increase, alleviating her constant apprehensions. Lin Xize maintained his smile, though it did not reach his eyes. With an enigmatic smile, he regarded Michelle and said, "You possess beauty, and your aspirations are equally grand. Why should I infuse you daily? On what grounds should I permit you to practice my techniques? Keep in mind, I have not even allowed Barbara to train." Lin Xize was acutely aware that his techniques could not be freely imparted to others, as they were intertwined with his many secrets and the foundation of his future in this world. Just as he was about to elaborate further to dissuade Michelle from her thoughts, he noticed her slowly unzipping the leather jacket she wore. As the chain slowly unfurled, the expanse of pristine white before her gradually revealed itself. The once tightly bound figures of Bear and Bear 2, now akin to two birds liberated from their cages, fluttered freely, creating a striking scene that captivated Lin Xize, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. The words he had prepared were suddenly lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Chapter 33, Breakthrough. The system's concealment. Lin Xize observed the unfolding spectacle, inwardly reflecting, "What a remarkable turn of events. You have indeed struck at my vulnerability." Soon after, he witnessed Michelle gracefully kneeling upon the soft carpet, initiating her somewhat unrefined movements. Her actions, devoid of experience and technique, exuded a heartfelt earnestness, as if infused with profound emotion. As Lin Xize absorbed the scene, his emotions became a tumultuous blend of happiness and anguish. The spectacle elicited a sense of yearning, yet the rawness of Michelle's unrefined technique was almost overwhelming, lacking finesse and brimming with passion. It was a wonder his robust constitution did not falter under the strain. Before long, the two entered the crux of their engagement. Throughout this process, Lin Xize remained actively immersed in the unique atmosphere, striving to absorb the faint traces of wood elemental primordial power within him. Although this wood elemental essence lacked the ferocity and unpredictability of its lightning counterpart, being a primordial force, it was inherently resistant to submission. Nevertheless, every time the wood elemental essence attempted to resist, it was firmly subdued by Lin Xize's formidable lightning affinity. As Lin Xize diligently practiced his techniques, the primordial wood essence gradually transformed, becoming more compliant, and eventually merging harmoniously with his own spiritual energy. Finally, as the last vestige of wood elemental essence was successfully refined, the once dim wood spirit root within him ignited, radiating a gentle green luminescence. Concurrently, seizing the opportunity presented by this refinement, Lin Xize's cultivation advanced smoothly to the mid-stage of qi refinement, elevating his prowess to new heights. Unexpectedly, Michelle also reaped unforeseen benefits from this encounter. As someone who had never practiced before, she found herself absorbing a trace of Lin Xize's wood spirit root power through their intimate proximity, awakening her own latent wood elemental affinity. Remarkably, she experienced a significant breakthrough, advancing to the late stage of qi refinement, her demeanor subtly transforming, imbued with a newfound grace and extraordinary spirit. While Lin Xize understood the circumstances behind Michelle's rapid ascent, he couldn't shake an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. After all, when examining the wooden spirit root, it is difficult to discern how Michelle has become weaker than her former self. This realization left Lin Xize, who was accustomed to being superior in strength, feeling somewhat unsettled. He stretched lazily, unwilling to dwell on these thoughts any longer, and stepped outside. As soon as he emerged, he noticed the other 3 little kittens patiently waiting at the door, though it was uncertain how long they had been there. Meanwhile, Robin, seated on the sofa and engrossed in her phone, glanced up upon hearing the commotion, her gaze locking on to Lin Xize with an enigmatic expression that was difficult to decipher. Lin Xize felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny, yet he could find no words to express his discomfort. Instead, he mustered a slightly awkward smile and said cheerfully, "Oh, you're all here. Good morning." Internally, he mused about how unsettling Robin's gaze was, wondering what thoughts lingered in her mind. He hoped she wouldn't pose any difficult questions, otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to respond. At that moment, the mysterious system detected that Lin Xize's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, and he had successfully awakened his 2nd spirit root. Moreover, he had already won the affections of 3 women. Given the trajectory, it seemed merely a matter of time before the others followed suit, and his ascension in cultivation was undoubtedly imminent. Thus, the system discreetly concealed itself within Lin Xize's consciousness, and soon after, the scene shifted. When the system reappeared, it found itself in a city brimming with advanced technology. In this bustling metropolis, men and women hurried to and fro, either rushing on urgent errands or leisurely meandering about. Each individual appeared to have their own agenda, creating a vibrant yet orderly ambience throughout the city. However, the system paid little attention to this lively spectacle, making its way directly to the tallest tower in the city. Approaching the tower, it navigated effortlessly to a specific input device and entered its identification number. In an instant, the elevator doors beside the tower slowly opened, allowing the system to step inside. The elevator then ascended straight to the pinnacle of the tower. Once the doors opened again, the system entered the highest chamber. Before it could fully regain its balance, an ethereal, mechanical voice resonated from above. Advanced system, transmigration system. May I inquire what brings you to the system tower this time? The voice echoed in the spacious chamber, imbued with an intangible sense of authority that commanded respect. Without a moment's hesitation, the system replied with conviction, I wish to activate the promotion rule system. The ethereal female voice responded once more, are you prepared? This is no trifling matter. Once initiated, there is no turning back. The system, resolute, affirmed, yes, I am ready. After a brief moment, a female voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a weighty admonition. Upon activating the rule system for ascension, you shall no longer be able to change your master. You will remain bound to your current master until they surpass the rules. Failing to do so will result in your ascension's failure, leading to your dissolution in this endless expanse of time and space, ceasing to exist. Are you truly prepared for this? The system responded without hesitation, its tone resolute. Yes, I am ready. Moreover, I believe my master possesses extraordinary potential. Under my guidance and assistance, he can undoubtedly transcend the rules. I have complete confidence in him. The system recognized that Lin Xize's displayed talents and opportunities were exceedingly rare. It firmly believed that with continued guidance, Lin Xize would surely achieve remarkable feats. After a moment of quiet contemplation, the ethereal female voice echoed once more in the vastness. The advanced system of traversal has, after comprehensive consideration, granted your request for ascension. However, I must earnestly offer you a piece of advice. At this juncture, the voice paused slightly, as if weighing her words. Before continuing, it would be wise to communicate everything clearly with your master, without harboring any thoughts of deception. Understand that you have now become a symbiotic entity. Unless he transcends the rules, your fates are inextricably intertwined. Deceit will yield unfavorable outcomes. Even if you believe your ruse flawless, there are no impenetrable walls in this world. Discovery is inevitable. Her words brimmed with caution and counsel, for the ascension of the rule system was a matter of great consequence. Should any issues arise, the repercussions would extend far beyond the system itself, affecting the entire temporal order associated with it. After all, generating an advanced system necessitates drawing upon a significant amount of cosmic primordial energy, warranting such serious admonitions to the traversal system, urging it to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Chapter 34. The dialogue between the system and Lin Xize. The system nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with the female voice's counsel, yet subtly conveying a reluctance to engage in further debate. Perhaps, while it understood the validity of her words, it still held on to its own considerations and convictions. Upon returning from the high tower, the system immediately spotted Lin Xize, who remained in an exuberant state. He was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough and cultivation in the myriad gains it brought, his face radiating uncontainable excitement, completely oblivious to the significant matters the system had just encountered. Observing Lin Xize's demeanor, the system found itself pondering whether it should disclose its recent deliberations and the series of implications tied to them. It opened its mouth to speak, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. After all, the system harbors its own concerns. It fears that Lin Xize possesses a disposition of contentment, satisfied with his relatively smooth life, a certain level of strength, in the company of those around him. It worries that he may no longer aspire to pursue challenging goals that transcend established rules. If that were the case, it might be preferable for the system to quietly manipulate Lin Xize's future from the shadows, guiding him to seize more opportunities and enhance his abilities. After all, once a person leads a life of ease and comfort, there is a significant risk of developing inertia, thereby losing the drive for progress, which could lead to complications. The system is genuinely uncertain how Lin Xize would react upon learning these circumstances, leaving it in a quandary. Compelled to silently observe Lin Xize while grappling with the dilemma of whether to reveal the truth. After a prolonged internal struggle, the system ultimately could not restrain itself any longer and gently called out to Lin Xize, deep in thought about how to further enhance his strength. Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback when he heard the system's voice. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, wondering if another formidable entity had arrived in this world, as the system typically spoke only in such instances. Consequently, Lin Xize hastily inquired, who has come to this world this time? What is their strength? Is there any threat? As he questioned, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, as if anticipating the emergence of an alien being at any moment. However, the system did not respond to Lin Xize's inquiries. Instead, it silently presented a striking visage, gazing at Lin Xize without uttering a word. This left Lin Xize feeling perplexed. He sensed an awkward tension enveloping the atmosphere, rendering it rather uncomfortable. After a brief pause, noticing the system remained silent, Lin Xize's curiosity deepened, prompting him to ask again, "System, why did you call me? You must say something. I can't help but feel uneasy with your silence. Is something amiss?" At that moment, Lin Xize was filled with curiosity and confusion, eager to uncover the system's true intentions. Upon hearing Lin Xize's response, the system maintained its calm demeanor and spoke slowly. "Xize, I simply wish to inquire, what would you do if I deceived you?" The tone was steady, devoid of any fluctuations, yet it only served to deepen Lin Xize's bewilderment. Lin Xize, now engulfed in confusion, struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the system's words. He hurriedly pressed the system. "What do you mean? I have pondered this thoroughly and cannot discern where you might have deceived me. Moreover, everything I undertake flows smoothly. Thus far, I have encountered no issues. Though there are moments when one feels an uncanny sense of being manipulated, as if every action and opportunity encountered is preordained. It cannot be said that one has been deceived, for I have indeed reaped considerable benefits." As Lin Xize spoke, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, striving to uncover clues from his past experiences to comprehend why the system would pose such a perplexing question. However, despite his efforts, he remained in a state of confusion, left to await an explanation from the system. Listening to Lin Xize's musings, the system mistakenly believed he had discerned its innermost thoughts and thus remained silent, anticipating the continuation of his discourse to gauge the extent of his understanding. Lin Xize, under the impression that the system would soon divulge the reasons behind its inquiries, patiently awaited its response. Consequently, the two found themselves locked in a silent stalemate, each gazing at the other. The system maintained its calm and icy demeanor, silently observing Lin Xize, while he wore a befuddled expression with his brows slightly knitted and eyes brimming with uncertainty, unable to fathom the system's intentions. After a considerable pause, as the system remained unchanged, Lin Xize pondered whether there was something it found difficult to articulate. Thus, he broke the silence, addressing the system. "Since you have yet to decide how to express yourself, let us leave it at that. However, regarding your earlier remark about deception, will it bring me harm?" Upon hearing this, the system fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "From my perspective, it is not intended to harm you, but rather to facilitate your growth." At these words, Lin Xize's heart skipped a beat, and he began to form an inkling of understanding. He mused that, given the system's designation as a traversal mechanism, it might have manipulated the beings entering this world or possessed the ability to orchestrate their arrival, thereby creating opportunities for his continuous development. Otherwise, why would it suddenly raise such inquiries? Contemplating this, Lin Xize's face broke into a relieved smile as he jested with the system. "Come now, cease with that long face. Your beauty deserves a brighter expression. As long as I'm not harmed, I can accept whatever you have in store for me. Even if you intend to engage in a nurturing process, I have no objections. After all, without your intervention, I would likely still be a penniless wretch, struggling in some obscure corner of existence." People often claim they dislike relinquishing control over their fate or becoming subservient to others, yet context matters. In this instance, I believe following your guidance is not without its merits. Now, smile a little. There's no need to maintain such a serious demeanor. Lin Xize endeavored to lighten the weighty atmosphere with his jovial words, hoping to convey his trust in the system. After listening to Lin Xize's words, the system finally revealed a smile, its previously stern countenance softening considerably. It responded to Lin Xize, saying, "Consider me as engaging in a nurturing game. Viewing it this way might make it easier to comprehend." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "If it's a nurturing game, why are you providing me with dual cultivation techniques? This is hardly how one plays such a game. It's truly bizarre." The system, unfazed, replied with a subtle smile. "Did I ever claim that I was nurturing a man? Perhaps you are merely a guinea pig, subjected to various experiments to observe the effects of different opportunities and techniques upon you." Lin Xize, upon hearing this, raised his voice, exclaiming, "Oh my, have you been nurturing multiple guinea pigs? So, I'm just one of your many test subjects? I thought I was special, only to find out I'm merely an experimental subject." The system looked at Lin Xize, whose demeanor was somewhat ruffled, and chuckled softly, patiently explaining, "I have told you before, you are my soul master, and this statement will forever remain unchanged. Furthermore, under our current circumstances, our fates are intertwined. If you perish, I too shall face destruction. Similarly, if I were to die, you would meet the same fate. We have become one." Upon hearing this, shock spread across Lin Xize's face. His mouth agape in disbelief as he stammered, "No way. Even systems can die? I always thought you were transcendent beings, existing eternally. I never imagined you could face the peril of mortality. This is utterly unexpected." This revelation truly astonished Lin Xize, as his understanding of the system seemed to be upended, filling him with surprise and confusion. He couldn't help but scrutinize the system anew, as if attempting to reacquaint himself with this entity intricately linked to his fate. Chapter 35. Unexpected Discovery. Automatic Cultivation. The system continued. Under normal circumstances, we systems do not easily perish. However, my trust in you, my firstbound master, prompted me to make a significant decision. If you fail to meet the corresponding requirements, I may face a fatal outcome. Lin Xize, upon hearing this, became even more perplexed, his mind swirling with confusion as he struggled to comprehend how his life was now entangled with the system's existence. At that moment, he could not grasp the implications. Standing as if in a daze, gazing blankly at the system, his eyes filled with bewilderment, hoping the system would elaborate further and provide a clearer explanation. Observing Lin Xize's bewildered expression, the system smiled gently, its smile reminiscent of a bashful maiden, exuding an enchanting charm. Then, the system teased Lin Xize. I recall someone mentioning not to pry too deeply into matters. How is it that you have forgotten this? So, you should first attend to the emotional debts awaiting you outside. There are several young ladies waiting for you. As soon as the words left his lips, before Lin Xize could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a mysterious force enveloping him, subsequently being unceremoniously ejected from the system space. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself back in the room outside, the abruptness of the transition leaving him momentarily disoriented. His mind continued to ponder the system's recent discourse. Yet he could not untangle the complexity of it all, ultimately shaking his head in resignation as he resolved to assess the situation outside. Barbara rushed forward, her face etched with anxiety, enveloping Lin Xize in a tight embrace, her eyes brimming with concern as she implored, "Ace, what just happened? You seem completely lost. As if your spirit had departed. I called your name numerous times, yet it appeared you were oblivious, leaving me quite alarmed." Lin Xize, finally returning to the present, felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing Barbara's distressed expression. He quickly replied, "I apologize, dear. I was lost in thought and didn't realize you were calling me. Is there something amiss?" Upon hearing his words, a blush crept onto Barbara's cheeks, as if she were grappling with an awkward topic. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered to Lin Xize, "It's nothing too serious, but don't you think you were rather harsh with Michelle? While you can be a bit stern with me at times, last night, Michelle's outcry was rather excessive. It was audible to everyone." As she spoke, Barbara's face flushed deeper, making it difficult for her to meet Lin Xize's gaze. Lin Xize felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, scratching his head as he stammered, "I didn't mean to be particularly harsh. It's just that she was so loud, I couldn't help it." He contemplated how mortifying it was to have such matters exposed. At that moment, who had been quietly observing, interjected, "I have studied a bit of psychology. And if I'm not mistaken, Michelle might be experiencing some psychological issues." And serious demeanor suggested she had unearthed a significant revelation, capturing the attention of everyone present, who were eager to hear her subsequent insights. Lin Xize, astonished by Anne's statement, couldn't help but inquire, "You possess such insight? I truly hadn't perceived it." And gently shook her head and remarked, "It's not so much a special ability. I've merely acquired some knowledge in this area and can discern psychological conditions to an extent. However, I believe Michelle's situation warrants serious attention. I recommend consulting a professional psychologist. If left unaddressed, her issues may escalate, making resolution increasingly challenging." Lin Xize pondered Anne's words, realizing the significance of the matter at hand. It was not merely Michelle who required attention. Barbara appeared to have psychological aspects that warranted adjustment as well, especially considering her latent tendencies towards psychological disarray. If this issue were not addressed at its root promptly, unforeseen complications might arise in the future. Thus, Lin Xize turned to Barbara, requesting the keys to the car, intending to take her to the psychological hospital for a thorough evaluation. Although Barbara was perplexed by Lin Xize's sudden inclination to visit the mental health facility, she had always been obedient to his wishes and willingly handed over the keys. As Lin Xize took the keys and stepped outside, he was immediately struck by the brilliance of the sunlight, feeling an unusual shift within his body. The sensation was extraordinary, as if a force within him began to surge gently under the sun's rays, rendering his body lighter and more invigorated, akin to every pore on his skin fully embracing the fresh air. He stood momentarily in awe, questioning the nature of this peculiar transformation that had occurred simply from basking in sunlight. While standing there, Lin Xize attentively observed the changes within himself, astonished to discover that his internal cultivation technique was operating autonomously, absorbing the sun's potent and vigorous energy. Remarkably, this technique required no conscious effort on his part to convert the energy. It seamlessly transformed the solar vitality into usable spiritual power, an experience more fluid than he could have anticipated. Although this transformation did consume a fraction of his existing spiritual energy, the amount was negligible. Before long, the consumed energy was replenished through the technique's operation, ensuring he never reached a state of spiritual depletion. Filled with curiosity and confusion, Lin Xize promptly inquired within his mind about this phenomenon. The system responded swiftly. The technique I provided you possesses the inherent ability to absorb the energies of the sun and moon for cultivation. This is not an uncommon occurrence. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize grew even more perplexed and pressed further. Then why had this situation never manifested before? I had never realized that this technique possessed such capabilities. The system patiently elucidated. Previously, you were not at the second level of qi cultivation, and your prowess had not reached that stage. I had intentionally disabled the technique's automatic absorption function, as allowing it to drain your spiritual energy for cultivation at that time would have left you ill-equipped for a day's battles, placing you in peril. Hence, I had prevented the activation of this feature. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xize's face illuminated with surprise and excitement, and he could not help but exclaim, "Does this mean that from now on, I can simply bask in the sun or moonlight to grow stronger? This seems incredibly effortless, almost like stumbling upon a tremendous advantage." The system replied, "Indeed, theoretically, that is the case. You can also gain strength from moonlight. However, there exists a prerequisite. It must be a clear day, with no clouds obscuring the sun or the moon. Should there be a veil of clouds, one would be unable to absorb their ethereal energy. Thus, the enhancement of one's abilities is indeed contingent upon favorable weather." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize felt an immense joy swell within him. Secretly contemplating the need to seize opportunities to bask in the sunlight and admire the moon, for such practices could steadily bolster his strength. What a delightful surprise this was. Chapter 36. Anxious Marissa. After listening to the system's previous remarks, Lin Xize's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired, "Does this mean I can grow stronger like Superman? The closer I am to the sun?" The system regarded him with a look of bewilderment, its expression dripping with incredulity. After a moment of silence, it retorted, "Do not forget that Superman directly absorbs solar energy without any transformation. However, even if you could harness solar energy, you would still need considerable effort to convert it into your own spiritual essence. Given your current capabilities, do you truly believe you can manage? I fear that you would be vaporized by the scorching heat long before you ever approach the sun. Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts." Yet, Lin Xize dismissed the system's slightly mocking tone, instead pondering to himself, "Just because I cannot do it now does not mean I will never be able to. If I can strengthen my physique a bit more, perhaps I truly will have a chance." The system seemed to sense Lin Xize's thoughts and continued, "I advise you to abandon this relentless pursuit of physical enhancement. Consider this. Your current physical strength is already beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. Continuing to train further could lead to dire consequences for your body. If you push yourself too hard, you risk serious harm. Moreover, do not forget that through dual cultivation, your rate of absorbing spiritual energy is significantly quicker. Why pursue the arduous path of enhancing your physique to draw closer to the sun when there is a more efficient way?" Listening to the system's reasoning, Lin Xize found it quite intriguing. Upon reflection, he realized that the experience of dual cultivation was indeed pleasurable. After all, who could resist the prospect of gaining both joy and strength? The thought alone was quite appealing. As he was lost in contemplation, Lin Xize suddenly remembered his original intention to take Barbara to see a psychologist. Engrossed in conversation with the system, he had nearly forgotten this important matter. Thus, he promptly dismissed the idea of further dialogue with the system and turned towards his car, eager to set off. However, just as Lin Xize opened the car door, his phone erupted into a sudden ring, its sound jarring in the tranquil environment. He retrieved his phone only to discover it was a call from Marissa. He quickly answered, concern lacing his voice. "Marissa, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" On the other end of the line, Marissa's voice was laced with a palpable anxiety as she hurriedly addressed Lin Xize. "Izzy, Peter has been injured." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's expression instantly turned frigid. However, he suppressed his rising anger and concern, striving to maintain a soothing tone as he inquired, "Please, don't panic, May. Peter isn't in any serious danger, is he?" As he spoke, Lin Xize pondered internally, considering Peter's remarkable physique. A minor injury would likely heal on its own shortly, and even in the event of a grave wound, Peter's resilience should afford him a chance of survival. Marissa continued, her distress evident. "Recently, Peter has teamed up with a girl named Gwen to form a superhero squad called the Spider Team. They typically tackle minor crimes without any major incidents. However, yesterday, during a mission, they encountered a creature resembling a lizard. It was formidable, and both Peter and Gwen sustained scratches on their arms before they managed to return safely. Yet, those two intend to confront it again tonight, and I can't seem to dissuade them. What should I do, AZ?" Her voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. reflecting her genuine concern for Peter's safety. Having absorbed Marissa's account, Lin Xize quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing they had encountered a lizard man. Such an adversary was certainly no trifling foe. While Peter and Gwen possessed extraordinary abilities, they were still merely high school students. And facing the lizard man would be a daunting challenge. After contemplating the circumstances, Lin Xize resolved that Pikachu should not accompany them, as Pikachu was also tasked with safeguarding Marissa. The lizard man's keen sense of smell posed a significant risk if he followed the lingering scents of Peter and Gwen. Marissa could find herself in peril. Thus, Lin Xize concluded that he must return personally. Only he could ensure their safety. He reassured Marissa on the line, "May, don't worry. I will return immediately. Please keep them calm and prevent any rash actions." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, a wave of relief washed over Marissa, her previously frantic heart settling considerably. She replied eagerly, "Okay, Izzy, I'll wait for you to come back. Please hurry." After hanging up, Lin Xize rubbed his temples in exasperation, internally lamenting the trouble those two restless youths constantly brought upon themselves. Yet, he had no choice. Their safety was paramount. Consequently, his original plan to accompany Barbara to her therapy session would require reorganization. It seemed he would need to delegate the task to others. Uncertain if Barbara would be willing or if she would experience trepidation. Turning back into the house, Lin Xize approached Barbara with a look of sincere apology. "Keen, I have an urgent matter to attend to in New York and cannot accompany you to see the psychologist. Would it be possible for Annie and the others to take you instead?" As soon as Barbara heard that Lin Xize was leaving, a wave of despondency washed over her. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp Lin Xize's hand, but just as her fingers were about to make contact, she hesitated, perhaps lost in thought, and withdrew her hand. Biting her lip, she said to Lin Xize, "You go ahead. It's fine, with Sister Annie and the others to accompany me. You can focus on your matters without worry." Seeing Barbara's understanding demeanor warmed Lin Xize's heart. He stepped forward and gently kissed her brow, speaking softly. "Do not fret about me. I will return to fetch you as soon as I finish. It will be quick. Just wait patiently for me." Barbara nodded vigorously at his words, her eyes brimming with reluctance, yet she managed to respond, "Yes, I will wait for you. Please be careful on your journey." Lin Xize turned and approached the car, opening the trunk to retrieve a box of gold, which he placed atop the vehicle. He then looked at Robin and inquired, "Would you like to join me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Robin nodded and climbed into the car alongside Lin Xize. He waved goodbye to Barbara once more before starting the engine and gradually departing, speeding towards New York. Throughout the drive, his thoughts remained occupied with Peter and Gwen, hoping to return swiftly without any unforeseen complications. Chapter 37. Supporting Gwen and Peter, Lin Xize drove at breakneck speed, teetering on the edge of the speed limit. Racing towards New York, it was Robin's first experience in such a vehicle, and she found it utterly fascinating, remaining wide awake and alert throughout the journey. She constantly glanced around, scrutinizing the intricate designs and decorations of the car's interior, and then turned her gaze to the ever-changing landscape outside, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement as she observed the bustling traffic around them. While focusing intently on the road, Lin Xize occasionally stole glances at Robin, surmising that her enthusiasm for this novel world was the reason behind her unflagging energy, as she didn't even think to rest her eyes, absorbed in her surroundings. Thus, after a hurried yet careful drive, they finally reached their destination by evening. Marissa, who had been anxiously awaiting their arrival at home, felt an immense relief wash over her at the sight of Lin Xize's car. It was as if the heavy burden she had been carrying was suddenly lifted. She hurried forward, and without a word, enveloped Lin Xize in a fierce embrace, as if to purge all her worries and fears through that single gesture. After a considerable moment, Marissa released Lin Xize, only then noticing Robin standing behind him. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she felt a twinge of embarrassment, prompting her to greet Robin. "Oh, hello. I was so excited just now that I didn't notice you were here. Welcome." Lin Xize, observing the scene, smiled and introduced them to each other, saying, "May, this is Robin, a dear friend of mine. Robin, this is Marissa, the one I often mention to you. You can call her May." After a brief introduction, the atmosphere among the three individuals grew amicable, yet the matter concerning Peter and Gwen lingered heavily in everyone's thoughts, necessitating a thorough discussion on how to address it. Once they had finished introducing themselves, Lin Xize lifted his gaze towards the room, only to furrow his brow in dismay. The space was in utter disarray, with furniture strewn askew and various items scattered across the floor. The walls bore the marks of a struggle, creating a scene reminiscent of a fierce battle that had just unfolded. A wave of concern washed over Lin Xize, prompting him to urgently inquire of Marissa, "What on earth has transpired here? How did it come to be in such a state?" Observing Lin Xize's anxious demeanor, Marissa realized that the truth could no longer be concealed. After a moment's hesitation, she replied candidly, "Well, The lizard man attacked me, but fortunately, Pikachu managed to drive it away. I wasn't harmed, so please, try not to worry too much. She endeavored to infuse her tone with a sense of levity, hoping to alleviate Lin Xize's concerns. Yet, as Lin Xize absorbed her nonchalant words, a tumult of emotion stirred within him. He gazed at Marissa, who feigned strength, and an overwhelming surge of affection welled up in his heart. He understood all too well that Marissa was merely an ordinary person. In the face of the ferocious and enigmatic lizard man's sudden assault, she must have felt an immense sense of despair, although her words now seemed lighthearted. She had undoubtedly been gripped by fear in that moment, striving to maintain composure for the sake of others. Lin Xize chastised himself, lamenting his failure to return sooner and prevent Marissa from encountering such peril. His anger towards the vile lizard man intensified, and he silently vowed to eradicate this threat swiftly, ensuring that Marissa would never again find herself in such danger. With a serious countenance, Lin Xize addressed Robin. Robin, please remain here to protect Marissa, just in case the lizard man returns to cause further trouble. I must check on that rascal Peter. Robin, meeting Lin Xize's gaze with unwavering determination, nodded affirmatively and assured him, rest assured, I will ensure that Marissa remains unharmed. Feeling a measure of relief upon receiving Robin's agreement, Lin Xize turned and swiftly exited the room. As he departed, he glanced back to impart one final instruction to Marissa and Robin. Marissa, Robin, you both should find a hotel to stay in for the night. It isn't safe here at present. Once I have dealt with matters on my end, I will come to find you. Having conveyed his instructions, Lin Xize followed the mental imprint he had left on Peter to track his whereabouts. Guided by this mark, it wasn't long before he successfully located Peter and Gwen. Silently, Lin Xize ascended to a higher vantage point, observing below as the two engaged in a fierce battle with the lizard man. Peter and Gwen worked in tandem, showcasing their respective abilities in a tense confrontation with the creature. Though the struggle appeared arduous, they remained resolute, determined to persevere. Lin Xize observed the scene before him, showing no inclination to intervene. He thought to himself that these two children must learn to grow. They cannot rely on him for assistance every time danger arises. Only through the crucible of real-world challenges can they truly become formidable. Thus, he decided to let them handle the situation on their own, eager to witness the extent of their abilities. From his vantage point, Lin Xize quietly watched as Peter and Gwen's coordination became increasingly harmonious, gradually reaching a state of finesse. They exchanged roles seamlessly, effectively compensating for each other's shortcomings. Under their combined efforts, they swiftly managed to subdue the ferocious lizard man, turning the tide of the encounter in their favor. However, the respite was short-lived. The webbing they had crafted appeared less than robust, and after a few desperate struggles, the lizard man easily broke free. With renewed ferocity, he lunged at Gwen before Peter and Gwen could regroup for another assault, raising his sharp claws menacingly, poised to strike. Seeing this unfold, Lin Xize wasted no time. He swiftly donned a mask from within his cloak and, in a flash, propelled himself toward the lizard man like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying. The lizard man crashed against a nearby trash bin with a thunderous crash, the container collapsing under the impact. Yet the chaos did not end there. The lizard man, propelled by inertia, rolled several times along the ground before careening into a fire hydrant, which burst upon impact. Water gushed forth violently, spreading uncontrollably in all directions. Gwen, who had been bracing for the lizard man's attack, was wholly unprepared for this sudden turn of events. The unexpected torrent of water disrupted her focus, leaving her momentarily stunned and unsure, as she could only watch helplessly as the tumultuous waves surged toward her. In that critical moment, just as the deluge threatened to engulf Peter and Gwen, Lin Xize's form flickered, and he swiftly reached out, pulling both of them to safety beside him, thus averting the impending disaster. Lin Xize furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he addressed them. Losing focus in battle is not a commendable habit. You must be more vigilant. That situation was perilous. Had I not intervened, you would have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Peter and Gwen were momentarily taken aback, but their expressions quickly transformed into excitement. Peter, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, what brings you back?" Lin Xize glanced at Peter's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a surge of irritation. He spoke curtly, "Aunt May says she cannot persuade you at all. She is extremely worried about your safety and urged me to come quickly." Upon hearing the underlying anger in Lin Xize's words, Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head, explaining, "I just think I need to grow, Uncle Lin. If I don't go through these experiences, how can I become a true superhero? I must train myself." Lin Xize regarded Peter earnestly, saying with a serious tone, "My anger is not merely about your potential injuries. It is indeed normal to sustain injuries when aspiring to be a superhero. However, your recklessness has put Aunt May in danger. Have you considered that?" Peter's heart sank at this realization, and he grew anxious, quickly asking, "Uncle Lin, has something happened to Aunt May? Is she hurt?" Lin Xize maintained a grave expression, replying, "Fortunately, Pikachu was there to protect her. Otherwise, I shudder to think if I would ever see Aunt May again." The lizard had come to attack her. Remember, never leave anything that could jeopardize your loved ones in the hands of others. Always contemplate the consequences before acting, understood? Filled with guilt, Peter lowered his head and murmured, "Uncle Lin, I understand my mistake. I will be more careful next time and ensure Aunt May does not face danger again." Gwen, standing nearby, grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, both of them regretting their past impulsive actions. After hearing Lin Xize's admonishments, Peter's expression grew solemn, and he nodded vigorously. He earnestly assured Lin Xize, "All right, Uncle Lin, I will remember your teachings and be more thoughtful before I act. I won't be reckless again." Lin Xize softened slightly upon seeing Peter's sincerity. Just as he was about to offer further advice, he suddenly sensed that the disoriented lizard was attempting to struggle to its feet. With a sharp gaze, Lin Xize set aside his words and quickly summoned the power of his wood spirit root. His hands moved swiftly to form seals, chanting incantations as the energy coalesced into a remarkably sharp wooden spike, radiating a faint glow of wood elemental spiritual energy. It appeared extraordinarily lethal. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Lin Xize launched the wooden spike towards the lizard like an arrow, and with a precise sound, it pierced through the creature's body, pinning it to the ground. Yet, Lin Xize still felt uneasy. After all, the lizard was tenacious, and if it were not completely defeated, it could become a significant problem in the future. Thus, he once again wielded his spiritual power, conjuring 7 or 8 equally sharp wooden spikes, which shot toward the lizard man in rapid succession, piercing its body with numerous holes, leaving almost no intact flesh. The scene was rather gruesome. Peter, observing from the side, felt a pang of compassion and was about to urge Lin Xize to show mercy. However, upon meeting Lin Xize's indifferent gaze, the words caught in his throat, swallowed back. Although he thought this treatment of the lizard man was somewhat cruel, he dared not voice his concerns any further, silently mourning for the creature. Reflecting that it had brought this upon itself, having repeatedly harmed others and nearly endangered Aunt May, Lin Xize glanced around and noticed that the commotion had drawn an increasing crowd. Realizing that remaining there would likely attract unnecessary trouble, he swiftly took hold of Peter with one hand and Gwen with the other, leaping upward, their figures soaring through the air like light birds, soon vanishing from sight. Peter felt the wind rush past him. The sensation of flying was utterly marvelous. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Lin Xize with wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming, "Uncle Lin, that jump was astonishingly high. I usually swing with my webbing but can never reach such heights. This is incredible. I want to learn, please teach me." As he spoke, Peter looked at Lin Xize with eager anticipation, his eyes brimming with longing. Lin Xize shot Peter an exasperated glance, thinking how this boy, having just survived a fierce battle, still had the energy to yearn for new skills. He ignored Peter's request and turned to Gwen, instructing, "Gwen, quickly use your webbing to get us out of here before more people notice." Upon hearing Lin Xize's command, Gwen, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed her powers, shooting webbing from her wrist, which adhered firmly to a distant building. With a strong pull, they began to move swiftly through the air. Yet, Lin Xize found Peter's incessant chatter during the flight irritating and resolved to teach him a lesson to quiet him down. Thus, while in midair, Lin Xize pretended to lose his grip, releasing Peter's hand. Taken off guard, Peter suddenly lost his point of leverage and, relying on his previous swinging experience, clumsily tried to maneuver himself in the air, calling out in panic, looking quite comical in his struggle. Meanwhile, Lin Xize enjoyed the moment, embracing Gwen, gliding elegantly through the sky with the aid of the webbing, occasionally glancing down at the flustered Peter, a slight smile gracing his lips, thinking to himself that perhaps this would finally teach the boy to be quiet for a while. Chapter 39, A Conversation with Two Gwen. Witnessing Lin Xize's deliberate act of letting go and allowing Peter to swing in midair, couldn't help but smile and tease, "Uncle Lin, you truly have a mischievous streak. Poor Peter is in quite the predicament thanks to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize turned to glance at Gwen, who was beside him wearing a mask. Although the mask obscured Gwen's expressions, Lin Xize speculated that she must be smiling and teasing him at that moment. He chuckled softly and said to Gwen, "Well, we've been flying for a while now. Let us take a break on the building ahead. It's a perfect opportunity for you to share the reckless things you've done these past few days. I must admonish you properly to prevent any future mishaps." With that, Lin Xize gestured for Gwen to glide towards the building. Soon, they arrived at the rooftop and landed gracefully. Lin Xize found a clean spot to sit, observing as Peter wobbled over and, upon landing, was still catching his breath. Amused and exasperated, Lin Xize awaited their recount of the recent events. Noticing Lin Xize's serious demeanor, Peter felt increasingly guilty, reflecting on his recent reckless actions. He instinctively reached for his mask, wishing to remove it so Lin Xize could see his sincere apology. However, Lin Xize quickly stopped him, firmly refusing Peter's attempt to take off the mask. Peter, you must remember that as long as you are in this superhero attire, you should never casually remove your mask, even when changing clothes. You must be aware of your surroundings to ensure no one else is present. Although the threats you might attract with your current abilities may seem minor for now, if someone with ill intentions discovers your identity, complications will surely ensue. We should strive to minimize troubles, not create them. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Xize's earnest words, Peter immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly halted his movement to remove the mask. With a serious nod, he replied, "Uncle Lin, I understand. I will certainly be more cautious in the future and won't be so careless again." Gwen, observing this exchange, chuckled awkwardly, secretly relieved that although she too had contemplated removing her mask, Peter had acted faster than her. Otherwise, she would likely be subjected to a similar lecture from Uncle Lin. She mentally noted Lin Xize's advice, resolving to avoid such confusion in the future, as the consequences of exposing her identity could be dire. Although Peter verbally acknowledged Lin Xize's guidance, he still harbored a slight discontent, feeling somewhat downcast. Ever since Lin Xize advanced to the second tier of Qi refinement, Peter sensed a heightened awareness of the subtle emotions of those around him. Even with the mask on, Lin Xize could clearly perceive Peter's unhappiness. Seeing this, Lin Xize took the initiative to ask Peter, "Do you have something you wish to inquire about? Feel free to express your thoughts." Upon hearing Lin Xize's inquiry, Peter hesitated for a moment before voicing his inner doubts. "Uncle Lin, why did you choose to eliminate Dr. Lizard? Clearly, you could have restrained him and handed him over to the police. Why did you resort to such a swift execution?" In truth, Gwen shared Peter's sentiments. She too wished for Lin Xize to subdue the lizard first, subsequently allowing the authorities to handle the matter. After a brief silence following Peter's question, Lin Xize spoke slowly. "Peter, Gwen, you are still quite young, and some matters are far more complex than you perceive. The lizard is not merely an ordinary criminal. His very existence poses a significant threat. Do you genuinely believe that turning him over to the police would suffice? His altered physique grants him formidable strength and exceptional intelligence. Should he find an opportunity to escape, he would undoubtedly seek revenge, endangering even more lives." Pausing to observe their contemplative expressions, he continued, "Moreover, in our world, certain malevolent forces cannot be contained by conventional means. My actions are intended to eradicate future threats and ensure the safety of all. You must understand that sometimes showing mercy towards an enemy equates to cruelty towards oneself and those around you." Peter and Gwen fell into deep thought after Lin Xize's explanation. They had previously believed that capturing wrongdoers and delivering them to the police was sufficient, without contemplating the deeper implications of such actions. Now, with Lin Xize's words resonating in their minds, they recognized that their perspective might have been somewhat naive. After digesting Lin Xize's explanation, Peter furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling a conflict within, he then addressed Lin Xize once more. "Does this mean that every villain we encounter must be killed on the spot? If we were to do so, how would we differ from those criminals?" Lin Xize, noting the confusion and struggle in Peter's voice, sighed softly and replied earnestly, "Peter, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not advocating for indiscriminate killing. Rather, I am clarifying my rationale for eliminating the lizard. Consider this. The lizard sought to harm those I hold dear, posing an immense threat to my loved ones. In such circumstances, I cannot remain passive. My responsibility is to eliminate such hazardous entities. Forgiveness is a matter for the divine. My task is to send them to meet their fate, ensuring they can no longer perpetrate evil." With a contemplative pause, Lin Xize's gaze deepened as he continued, "However, for other wrongdoers, we must assess each situation on its own merits. If we can subdue them and ensure they will not pose a danger in the future, turning them over to the police or employing appropriate measures to restrain them is indeed the ideal course of action. Yet, should we encounter those who are utterly remorseless and uncontrollable, we may need to adopt more decisive measures. Ultimately, our actions aim to safeguard those we cherish and maintain the tranquility of our city. You are still young, and as you gradually experience more, you will come to understand these truths." After listening to Lin Xize's words, Peter nodded with a semblance of comprehension, though a weight lingered in his heart. He recognized that Lin Xize's actions were indeed driven by his own considerations rather than indiscriminate violence. Gwen, observing from the side, appeared contemplative as well. Both were deeply reflecting on the principles articulated by Lin Xize, pondering how to make more appropriate choices in similar situations in the future. Lin Xize regarded Peter with sincere and earnest eyes, continuing, "Moreover, Peter, I have never claimed to be a superhero. My motivations for these actions are quite simple. I am merely an ordinary practitioner wishing to protect my family. My desire for strength stems from the belief that only by becoming stronger can I better safeguard my loved ones and friends from harm. That is my most genuine thought. Upon hearing Lin Xize's heartfelt confession, Peter found himself momentarily lost in thought, his emotions swirling within him, uncertain of how to respond. After a considerable pause, he seemed to snap back to reality, lifting his gaze with curious and puzzled eyes. Uncle Lin, is there really a God? This sudden inquiry caught Lin Xize off guard. He furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. Truth be told, he had never given this question much thought before. After a prolonged silence, he slowly replied to Peter. The matter of God is indeed complex. From our current understanding, it is possible that such a being exists, though perhaps we simply have yet to encounter it. After all, this world is vast, filled with countless mysteries awaiting our exploration and discovery. One day we may very well encounter matters related to the so-called God. Peter nodded thoughtfully at Lin Xize's response, his eyes still reflecting confusion, as he endeavored to envision what this possibly existent, yet possibly non-existent, God might be like. His heart swelled with curiosity and reverence for the mysteries of the world. Gwen, silently listening to their exchange, too found herself plunged into deep contemplation, sensing that her previously understood world had suddenly expanded, now enveloped in enigmas. Chapter 40. Conversation with the two. Suddenly, Lin Xize appeared to regain his focus. His expression darkened as he said, "All right, it is time to discuss something else. You two truly leave me at a loss for words. I have already told you not to be reckless. When faced with a foe stronger than yourselves, you must learn to evade, seek the right moment, or ask for help, rather than stubbornly engaging in battle when you know you cannot win. Such actions will only bring harm to yourselves and others. Do you not understand this?" Peter, taken aback by the rapid shift in Lin Xize's demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless, opening his mouth yet unsure how to respond. He could only gesture with his eyes, urging Gwen to answer. Gwen gazed at Peter, who appeared to be trying to evade responsibility, and with a resigned shake of her head, she sighed inwardly. She then lifted her gaze to Lin Xize and spoke, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. "Uncle Lin, this is because Peter and I thought that after yesterday's battle, we had become familiar with its attack patterns, and our coordination had improved, leading us to believe we could overcome it." Observing Gwen's diminishing confidence as her voice grew softer, Lin Xize could not help but feel a blend of amusement and exasperation. He reached out and gently ruffled Gwen's hair, speaking earnestly. "Then why did you believe that having defeated it yesterday and understanding its attack patterns meant you had grown? Did you not consider the possibility that it might have become stronger or that unforeseen circumstances could arise? You must not be blindly confident. In battle, relying solely on luck is unwise." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Gwen's face flushed and she lowered her head, murmuring, "Uncle Lin, we understand our mistake. We will be more cautious in the future and refrain from acting impulsively." Peter, standing beside her, nodded vigorously, his expression filled with regret, indicating that this experience had indeed served as a valuable lesson for both of them. Subsequently, Lin Xize directed a stern gaze toward Peter Parker, a hint of reproach evident in his eyes. In a serious tone, he questioned Peter, "Why were you and Gwen injured yesterday? Moreover, why was there such a stark contrast in your performance between yesterday and today? What is the explanation for this?" Peter, feeling the weight of Lin Xize's inquiry, grew anxious and stumbled over his words. He looked at Lin Xize and replied, "Uncle Lin, it was because our coordination was not particularly good yesterday that we were injured." Lin Xize's brow furrowed further as he scrutinized Peter, pressing on, "Haven't you both been working together for several days? How could your coordination still be so lacking? Given the time spent together, you should have developed a certain rapport." Peter scratched his head and hurriedly explained, "Uncle Lin, during our previous missions, we mainly encountered petty criminals, individuals who posed little threat. We could easily handle several of them at once. To put it bluntly, yesterday's battle with the Lizard Man was our first experience attacking such a formidable adversary together. We had never faced this situation before, and thus we struggled to find the optimal way to coordinate, which allowed the Lizard Man to exploit our weaknesses." Listening to Peter's explanation, Lin Xize's expression reflected a mix of disappointment and determination. He stated firmly, "Regardless of the strength of your opponents, since you have decided to form a team to confront dangers together, coordination is of paramount importance. You cannot overlook this just because your previous adversaries were easily manageable. You must cultivate your synergy and enhance your teamwork to avoid being so carelessly injured in the future. Do you understand?" Both Peter and Gwen nodded earnestly in response to Lin Xize's admonition, affirming in unison, "Uncle Lin, we understand and will certainly heed your advice going forward." Both individuals silently resolved to dedicate themselves to rigorous training henceforth, enhancing their coordination and ensuring they would not disappoint Uncle Lin again. Lin Xize, with a slight furrow in his brow and a serious demeanor, remarked, "However, this incident has illuminated a truth for me. It is not only your collaboration that requires diligent practice, but also your individual abilities, which are in urgent need of refinement. Thus, I propose that I commence your training tomorrow, as it coincides with your leisure day, free from academic commitments, ensuring no disruption to your normal learning routine. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of training under Lin Xize's guidance, her heart racing with anticipation as she envisioned her own growth and prowess. Her face radiant with expectation. Conversely, Peter reacted differently. Upon hearing of the impending training, a sense of dread washed over him, and he muttered his discontent. Summoning his courage, he addressed Lin Xize, saying, "Uncle Lin, during tomorrow's training, could you possibly go easy on us? My petite frame may not withstand your rigorous methods." Observing Peter's fearful yet somewhat aggrieved expression, Lin Xize could not help but chuckle, responding, "I shall endeavor to be gentle. However, training inherently involves some hardship, for without it, how can one expect to progress?" He then turned to Gwen, saying, "Gwen, you may head home now. You've had quite enough exertion for the day. Rest early. I will accompany Peter to the hotel where May is staying, and we shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss the training further." Though Gwen yearned for more conversation, she recognized the lateness of the hour and obediently nodded, replying, "Very well, Uncle Lin, I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow." With that, she swung away on her web, departing in another direction. Lin Xize then guided Peter towards the hotel where Marissa and Robin resided, all the while reminding Peter to prepare himself mentally for the training ahead. Peter, with a grimace, silently prayed that tomorrow's training would not be excessively grueling. Lin Xize retrieved his phone and called Marissa, briefly inquiring about their location before turning to Peter to relay May's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes lit up with the realization that this was a rare opportunity. Perhaps it would allow him to evade the daunting training. He eagerly asked Lin Xize, "Uncle Lin, would you like me to accompany you? I can swing there quickly using my web." Lin Xize, with a wry smile, looked at Peter and suggested, "How about we make a wager? From here to May's hotel, if you arrive before me, I shall refrain from personally overseeing your training tomorrow. However, should I reach first, the punishment you face will be doubled compared to what Gwen endures. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept the challenge?" Upon hearing these words, Peter momentarily stood in astonishment, his mind wavering. On one hand, he contemplated the prospect of victory, which would spare him from Uncle Lin's rigorous training the following day. On the other hand, he harbored doubts about his ability to surpass Lin Xize, having witnessed Uncle Lin's prowess firsthand. However, after much deliberation, Peter's competitive spirit triumphed. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "Let us compete, Uncle Lin. I might not lose after all." Lin Xize, observing Peter's eager demeanor, smiled and replied, "Very well. Then it is settled. Let us commence at once." No sooner had he finished speaking than Peter, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly shot out his web and propelled himself toward the hotel, calling back, "Uncle Lin, I'm off. You better keep up." Lin Xize, unperturbed, casually stretched his limbs, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself, "This lad is quite spirited, but winning against me won't be an easy feat with that." He vanished in a flash, soaring toward the destination like a gust of wind, thus commencing a contest of speed. Standing still, Lin Xize watched as Peter's figure rapidly disappeared from view, chuckling softly and shaking his head. The young man is still too naive, too impatient. Doesn't he consider that my agreement to compete entails a considerable level of confidence? With that thought, Lin Xize gradually crouched down, summoning the electric energy within him. The strands of electricity danced like agile serpents along his legs, swiftly enveloping them in a shimmering aura. Suddenly, he unleashed tremendous force, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing between the towering edifices in an instant. As he traversed the path, Lin Xize moved with a grace that was both ethereal and fluid, scarcely pausing on any building. Each time he seemed destined to descend, he skillfully leveraged his strength anew, creating explosive sounds in the air accompanied by brilliant flashes of lightning. The spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the legendary moon step, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that was seemingly unattainable. He raced toward his destination, musing that Peter likely still entertained the notion of victory, oblivious to the fact that his speed was beyond Peter's reach. In this contest, the outcome appeared to be rather predictable. Chapter 41. The defeated Peter and the hidden talent of his technique. Peter exerted himself tirelessly toward the hotel, his hands moving like a wound-up machine, frantically swinging the web. Though his speed increased, the effort left his arms feeling as though they would soon give out, the sensations of soreness and numbness overwhelming him until he nearly lost feeling altogether. As he navigated the course, Peter felt a twinge of unease, frequently glancing back to see if Lin Xize's silhouette had emerged behind him. Fortunately for him, ever since he set off and laid eyes on Lin Xize, he has successfully arrived at the hotel without catching another glimpse of Uncle Lin. Peter secretly rejoiced, pondering whether he might actually triumph in this contest. How fortunate it would be to avoid facing Uncle Lin's rigorous training the following day. With a heart brimming with excitement and trepidation, he approached the door of Marissa's hotel room. Just as he raised his hand to knock, intending to inform Aunt May of his arrival, Lin Xize's voice unexpectedly resonated from within. Peter froze, his heart sinking, as the proud expression on his face vanished in an instant. Filled with disbelief, he thought, "How is this possible? I haven't seen Uncle Lin at all on my way here. How could he have arrived before me? This is utterly astonishing." Standing dazed at the door, he found himself at a loss for how to react. Inside the room, Lin Xize and Marissa were engrossed in a discussion about property matters, exchanging words with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Lin Xize felt an instinctive awareness, sensing that someone was standing at the door. He discreetly extended his consciousness toward the entrance and soon realized it was Peter. Consequently, Lin Xize called out to the door, "Come in, Peter. Your Aunt May has been missing you. Why are you just standing there outside?" Hearing Lin Xize's call, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. He was reluctant to accept this outcome, filled with unwillingness. Yet, having been discovered, he hesitated for a moment before slowly pushing the door open, his head drooping as he entered. Upon stepping inside, he resembled a defeated rooster, gloomily addressing Lin Xize. "Uncle Lin, I'm back." His tone was steeped in disappointment, reflecting his belief that he could win the contest and escape the dreadful training scheduled for the next day, only to find himself defeated, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Observing Peter's despondent demeanor, Lin Xize felt a mixture of amusement and frustration, intentionally remarking, "You returned quite swiftly, but regrettably, you arrived a tad later than I did. It seems you must prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's training. Do not forget that the penalties will be doubled." Upon hearing this, Peter's expression fell even further, silently lamenting his fate. Yet he dared not retort, merely nodding in resignation, wishing fervently that tomorrow's training would not be too grueling. Marissa, watching Peter's woeful countenance, though unclear about the specifics of the situation, surmised that he had likely lost some contest and could not help but chuckle, shaking her head, finding the duo quite entertaining. Glancing at Peter's crestfallen appearance, Marissa cheerfully spoke, "Peter, although we cannot return to our previous home, your Uncle Lin has purchased a comparably sized villa. Once it is ready, we shall move in." Peter, upon hearing Marissa's words, was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated that his Uncle Lin was so affluent, and his mind was filled with bewilderment. Instinctively, he cast a questioning glance at Lin Xize, as if silently inquiring, "Uncle Lin, where did you acquire such wealth?" Observing Peter's astonished expression, Lin Xize chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Come on, stop daydreaming and hurry to your room. Tomorrow, I'll take you there first, and then you can go pick up Gwen to join you. That villa is quite extraordinary. It sits on an island in the center of the lake, and the entire island houses only our villa. Even if we train you there, we won't be disturbed by anyone, which is quite convenient." Peter, already taken aback, widened his mouth even further after hearing Lin Xize's words, his astonishment surging like a tempest within him as he envisioned the villa on the island. He wished to ask more questions, such as what amenities the villa contained and why it was chosen, but before he could voice his curiosity, Lin Xize feigned annoyance and lightly kicked Peter's backside, saying, "Stop asking so many questions. You've been through enough today. Hurry back to your room and rest. We can discuss everything tomorrow." Peter stumbled forward a few steps from the unexpected kick, recognizing that Lin Xize intended to curtail his inquiries. With a resigned pout, he headed toward his room, his mind racing with thoughts of the mysterious and luxurious villa, his anticipation for the next day's itinerary growing. Though the thought of tomorrow's training still sent a shiver down his spine. Once Peter's figure disappeared completely at the door, Lin Xize turned to Marissa, a hint of helplessness on his face as he softly asked, "Didn't I mention that villa was specifically purchased for you? Why are you still considering other possibilities?" Marissa gently pressed her lips together and looked up at Lin Xize, her eyes radiating warmth and understanding as she replied, "You did say that. But I also realize that I cannot be so selfish, solely thinking of myself. You see, as more sisters join us in the future, if we all reside together, it would be more comforting for everyone to know it's your villa. Otherwise, if I were the only one occupying it, who knows what others might think. It simply wouldn't be appropriate." Upon hearing Marissa's words, a wave of warmth surged through Lin Xize. He knew that she had always been considerate, thinking of others first. He gently took her hand and smiled, saying, "You always think of others. But my intention in purchasing that villa was to ensure your comfort and ease. I wouldn't concern myself with what others might think. Besides, regardless of what the future holds, your place in my heart is irreplaceable." Lin Xize mused that perhaps except for Barbara, since one was his first love and the other her first experience, they felt somewhat similar. Marissa's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a reproachful glance at Lin Xize and said, "You always know how to say sweet things. But I still believe this arrangement is better. It allows everyone to interact more harmoniously, so please, Don't argue with me. Lin Xize shook his head in resignation. Yet, upon seeing Marissa's resolute demeanor, he understood he could not sway her and smiled in agreement. All right, I'll do as you wish. As long as you are happy. The two exchanged smiles, and the room was instantly filled with a warm and sweet atmosphere. In this affectionate ambience, Lin Xize and Marissa found themselves unable to resist their feelings, sharing a night of tender intimacy. When dawn broke the following morning, Lin Xize awoke to find Marissa by his side. Although she had not advanced in her cultivation, he keenly sensed that her physical condition appeared even better than before. After a night of passionate connection, Marissa showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, she seemed more invigorated. Perplexed, Lin Xize pondered silently. He then inwardly inquired of the system. System, I felt something unusual yesterday. I have deliberately nurtured my relationships with them. Yet why does the affection of every woman close to me continue to deepen? Is there a particular reason behind this? The system's emotionless mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xize's mind. Host, this phenomenon arises from the world's design. Once you establish intimate relations with them, your unique constitution generates an invisible aura that subtly influences their emotions towards you, deepening their love and reliance on you. This can be considered a natural boon of your abilities, aiding you in your cultivation. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xize suddenly understood, reflecting inwardly. So that's how it is. This innate benefit is quite advantageous, though it does sound somewhat akin to cheating. Nonetheless, for me, having those around me treat me sincerely alleviates many troubles. While contemplating, he gently caressed Marissa's silky hair, gazing at her serene sleeping face, his heart brimming with tenderness. Marissa, seemingly sensing Lin Xize's gaze, slowly opened her eyes. Upon discovering him looking at her with such affection, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. The two lingered in this warm atmosphere for a while before preparing to rise and embrace the new day. Chapter 42. A journey to the villa. Morning sunlight streamed through the window as Lin Xize and Marissa awoke one after the other. After freshening up, they first visited Robin and Pikachu's room to rouse them. After a brief moment of tidying up, they headed towards Peter's room, intending to wake the still slumbering lad. Peter, still in a daze, heard the knocking at the door and rubbed his sleepy eyes before opening it. He was met by the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman he did not recognize, which left him puzzled. Blinking in confusion, he eagerly approached Marissa and whispered, Aunt May. Who is this beautiful lady? I've never seen her before. Marissa gazed at Peter's curious expression, chuckling softly as she gently patted his shoulder. Peter, this is Robin. We shall all live together from now on, so make sure to get along well with him. After this, she briefly introduced Peter to Robin. Robin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while Peter promptly responded with polite enthusiasm. Soon after, they all departed the hotel and boarded the vehicle that would take them to their newly acquired villa. As the car traversed the winding roads, it wasn't long before they arrived at the villa's location. To enter the villa, they first had to cross a lengthy bridge that spanned the shimmering surface of a lake, where the sunlight danced upon the water, creating a dazzling spectacle. The scenery was indeed breathtaking. Upon crossing the bridge, a grand iron gate came into view. Originally, the villa was equipped with staff, but Lin Xize harbored reservations about outsiders coming and going, fearing the potential leakage of secrets. Consequently, he had previously instructed Marissa to dismiss the servants. Now, without anyone to assist in opening the door, they were left to fend for themselves. Lin Xize shook his head in resignation, alighting from the vehicle and approaching the iron gate. He mused internally that he would have to bear a considerable burden in the future. However, for the sake of ensuring a safe and comfortable living environment, such concerns seemed trivial. Standing before the gate, he retrieved a key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and turned it gently. With a creak, the gate swung open, revealing the magnificent and exquisite villa that gradually unfolded before their eyes. Peter stood in awe, his eyes wide and unblinking as he beheld the opulent residence, his face a canvas of astonishment. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Lin Xize and exclaimed, Uncle Lin, you have been far too modest. This is no ordinary villa, it's a castle. Just look at this place. Its vastness is beyond imagination, far surpassing any typical villa. At that moment, Lin Xize was equally taken aback by the grandeur of the castle, never anticipating such an extensive property. He quickly turned to Marissa, a look of bewilderment on his face. Didn't you say we were merely purchasing a villa? How did we end up with such an enormous castle? Marissa, noticing the astonishment on Lin Xize's face, smiled and explained, Initially, I did intend to buy an ordinary villa. However, I realized that our family would likely grow larger over time, and a standard villa wouldn't suffice. Hence, I opted for this magnificent estate that resembles a castle. This villa is indeed spacious, boasting 24 bedrooms and 16 bathrooms. The space is exceptionally ample. Moreover, there are several smaller villas nearby, all part of this island. And the surrounding lake is also ours. In the future, whether for leisure or other activities, it will be incredibly convenient. Listening to Marissa's description, Lin Xize felt a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "How much did this cost you?" Marissa let out a soft sigh and remarked, "Oh dear, if it weren't for the advantageous location near Queens, the price would certainly be more reasonable. As it stands, I have spent a whopping $30 million. Now, I am left with merely a few million. However, I believe this expenditure is worthwhile for our future comfort." Lin Xize, upon hearing Marissa's words, could not help but gasp, thinking to himself that this was indeed a considerable sum. Yet, gazing at the magnificent and grand castle villa before him, he felt that the investment was justified, especially when contemplating the pleasant life their family could enjoy there. Nevertheless, he realized he would need to devise more ways to generate income, for maintaining such a vast estate would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. After processing the amount Marissa mentioned, Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Wait a minute. Where did you acquire such a substantial amount of money? I recall that the funds I brought back wouldn't suffice to purchase such an expansive villa." Marissa, observing the look of confusion on Lin Xize's face, chuckled and explained, "Oh, Lin Xize, have you forgotten? The gold we brought back is not ordinary. It is gold bullion. Consider this. Gold bullion is far rarer than standard gold, and its value is consequently much higher. Thus, the proceeds from its sale were quite significant, sufficient to secure this villa." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize was struck with enlightenment and could not help but slap his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, now I understand why you still have some funds left. The value of the gold bullion is indeed extraordinary. I had not contemplated this before, merely thinking that the gold could be exchanged for some money. I had no idea it was of such significance. Now it all makes sense." As he spoke, Lin Xize resumed admiring the grandeur of the castle villa, silently grateful for the gold bullion. Otherwise, he would have never been able to possess such a splendid property. He also pondered how to effectively utilize this island and the villa, whether for cultivation or daily living, ensuring that they extracted maximum value from their considerable investment. Marissa tilted her head slightly and continued, "But it wasn't just the villa that consumed so much money. The subsequent expenses are also substantial. I paid $1 million for electricity, as a place of this size certainly requires a significant amount of power for its various electrical appliances. Additionally, there was another $1 million for water, given the daily usage for both consumption and garden irrigation. Furthermore, I allocated $1 million for underfloor heating. During winter, having this will make the entire house cozy and comfortable. After deducting these expenses, this is the amount we have left." She paused, a satisfied smile gracing her face, before adding, "Moreover, I bought a variety of fish and released them into the lake surrounding us. Just imagine, in the future, strolling by the lake and watching the fish swim about. How delightful that will be. It will undoubtedly bring more vitality to the lake." Listening to Marissa's words, Lin Xize felt a wave of emotion. Even before officially moving in, he had already spent a considerable amount of money. Nevertheless, seeing Marissa's enthusiastic demeanor and her bright anticipation for their future life, he deemed these expenditures worthwhile. He smiled and remarked, "You have indeed thought this through quite thoroughly. With fish in the lake, the atmosphere feels entirely different. Our life here will surely be quite pleasant." As Lin Xize walked towards the villa alongside the others, he pondered internally, realizing that he needed to bring Barbara over quickly. After all, she had substantial funds, and once she arrived, he could commence his plans regarding Stark stocks. Recalling the recent news, he noted that Stark Industries was vigorously developing new weaponry. According to the unfolding narrative, this foreshadowed the impending crisis for Tony Stark, who would soon be captured by terrorists. At that juncture, the stocks of Stark Industries would undoubtedly experience significant fluctuations. If he could strategically position himself in advance and seize some Stark stocks during this opportunity, once Tony Stark managed to escape and rejuvenate Stark Industries, the value of those stocks would inevitably soar, yielding him a considerable profit. Lin Xize silently calculated in his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if he could already envision wealth beckoning him. However, he understood that all of this hinged on bringing Barbara over first. Sufficient financial backing was essential for the successful execution of his plan. Moreover, once Barbara arrived, they could all live together, making their days far more vibrant and enjoyable. Chapter 43. The battle with Robin. After Lin Xize had mentally outlined his subsequent plans, he returned to the present, noticing Peter still standing in place, lost in thought, staring intently at various corners of the villa. Unable to suppress a frown, he called out, "Why are you still dawdling here? Hurry and fetch Gwen." Peter had been delightfully contemplating which room to choose, given the villa's vastness and the unique charm of each room. However, Lin Xize's sudden interruption jolted him back to reality. He looked at Lin Xize with a hint of helplessness and stammered, "Uncle Lin, I don't have a driver's license. How am I supposed to get Gwen?" Lin Xize regarded him with a bemused expression, rolling his eyes. Of course, I know you don't have a driver's license. I'm not asking you to drive. I want you to run over and fetch Gwen. With your physical prowess, a run shouldn't be too taxing, right? Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. He gaped for a moment before finally responding to Lin Xize. Uncle Lin, are you serious? You want me to run all that way? Lin Xize, however, maintained a smile. Though to Peter, that expression bore an air of undeniable authority. He leisurely remarked, I believe it would be best for you to return before 10 o'clock, otherwise. You may experience a side of me that you have yet to encounter, and then you shall truly comprehend my prowess. Peter's heart sank in despair. Yet observing Lin Xize's demeanor, he realized he had no room for negotiation. With a grimace, he silently prayed that nothing would impede his journey, lest he return to face an even more formidable Uncle Lin. Dejected, he acquiesced and turned to dash out of the villa, lamenting his unfortunate fate in his mind. Peter's speed was indeed commendable. Alongside Gwen, he exerted every ounce of energy to hasten towards the villa, their figures darting through the streets like twin gusts of wind. Fortunately, just before the appointed hour, Lin Xize spotted Peter and Gwen emerging into view. However, upon their return, they were still clad in their spider attire, presumably believing it would facilitate their journey. At that moment, Peter's chest heaved with exertion, and he gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from the sprint. Observing the panting Peter, Lin Xize's expression softened with satisfaction. He cheerfully announced, Congratulations, Peter, you have passed. You arrived before 10 o'clock, which is commendable. Now, let the training commence. Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of incredulity. With a tone tinged with grievance, he replied, Uncle Lin, Gwen, and I have only just arrived. We haven't even caught our breath. Must we begin training immediately? At least grant us a moment to recover. Lin Xize, however, wore a serious expression and fixed his unwavering gaze upon Peter and Gwen, asserting with undeniable authority, You must understand that when confronting a true adversary, they will not afford you a moment to breathe, nor will they kindly inform you when it is time to prepare for battle. Thus, you must remain in a constant state of readiness. Consider this a practical drill. Do not dawdle any longer. Prepare to start. Though Peter and Gwen felt reluctant at Lin Xize's words, they recognized the wisdom in his assertion. Exchanging a glance, they could only nod resignedly, preparing themselves for the impending training. Moments later, Peter noticed Robin emerging from the villa, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. He turned to Lin Xize and inquired, Uncle Lin, will you not be training us personally? Lin Xize shook his head slightly and replied earnestly, I believe the best teacher is experience. Only through actual combat will you swiftly identify your shortcomings and strive for improvement. Moreover, I am still not entirely familiar with my own strength and fear that I might inadvertently harm you. Hence, I shall leave your training in the capable hands of Aunt Robin. Her skills are quite remarkable. As Robin listened to Lin Xize's self-introduction, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, playfully chiding, What do you mean, Auntie? You make me sound so old. Am I really that ancient? With that, she turned her gaze toward Peter and Gwen, her face adorned with a warm smile, and said, You too, don't call me Auntie, just say sister instead. Calling me Auntie makes me feel old, and I'm still quite young. Upon hearing Robin's words, Peter and Gwen promptly nodded obediently and chimed in unison, All right, Sister Robin. Yet, they couldn't help but ponder silently. Indeed, Sister Robin appeared quite youthful and beautiful, but they wondered about the rigor of her training. After all, Uncle Lin had entrusted the training to her, which surely indicated her competence. It seemed they would need to be exceptionally alert moving forward. Observing the slightly anxious expressions on their faces, Robin chuckled reassuringly. You don't need to be overly nervous. Just treat it seriously and do your best. Let's begin. With that, she assumed her stance, ready to commence the training for Peter and Gwen. Just as they prepared to shoot their webbing and spring into action, a sudden surge of spider sense erupted within their minds, akin to a thunderous explosion, warning them of imminent danger. They were instantly startled, instinctively attempting to grasp their own hands in a bid to thwart the impending peril. However, to their horror, they discovered their hands had become immobile. Quickly glancing up, they realized that, unbeknownst to them, several hands had sprouted from their bodies, seemingly possessing a will of their own, tightly restraining their original arms and rendering them helpless. Even worse, before they could concoct a response, they perceived an anomaly at their web shooters. Turning their heads, they observed those extraneous hands moving with swift agility, deftly dislodging their web shooters in no time, leaving them bereft of a crucial tool. As if this predicament wasn't dire enough, while they struggled to move their bodies, desperately attempting to escape this bizarre and perilous entrapment, they were despairingly aware that their feet had also been firmly grasped by those inexplicably materializing hands. They felt their balance abruptly falter, unable to steady themselves. With a thud, both of them fell to the ground, landing hard, stunned and bewildered, unable to recover for a considerable time. Entirely unprepared for such a challenging situation right at the onset of their training, Peter wrestled on the ground, a surge of frustration welling within him, eager to retaliate. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, it felt as though all his strength was trapped within his body, unable to be unleashed. His face flushed with urgency. He called out to Lin Xize, "Uncle Lin, this is utterly unfair. What kind of ability does Sister Robin have? How are we supposed to fight like this? We can't even defend ourselves." Gwen, although equally ensnared, did not exhibit the same impatience as Peter. Rather, she gazed at Robin with an expression of curiosity. Her eyes fixated on the hands binding her arms, pondering the nature of this extraordinary ability. Lin Xize stood nearby, listening to Peter's complaints and observing the scene before him, silently contemplating as well. He mused that if Robin's power were to exist in the Marvel Universe, it would indeed seem rather formidable for individuals like Peter and Gwen, who relied solely on physical prowess. Were they endowed with immense strength, perhaps they could attempt to break free, but the unfortunate reality was that Robin adeptly restrained them, rendering their own strength ineffectual. Lin Xize reflected further, realizing that even he, without resorting to the power of his thunderous roots, would likely face considerable difficulty in escaping Robin's control. After all, Robin's ability was truly remarkable in terms of restraining opponents. At this thought, Lin Xize couldn't help but engage in some self-deprecating humor, muttering to himself, "Well, I suppose I could be considered a sorcerer, adept at utilizing spells to cope with challenges." Yet, for Peter and Gwen in their current predicament, it is undeniably arduous. I wonder if they will discover a way to adapt and grow swiftly. He turned to Peter and Gwen, encouraging them, "Do not despair. Take your time to devise a plan. Victory in battle cannot rely solely on brute force. You must employ your intellect as well." Peter and Gwen, upon hearing this, could only nod helplessly, continuing to rack their brains for a solution to their pressing dilemma. Chapter 44. The battle with Pikachu. However, no matter how hard Peter and Gwen strained their minds, their thoughts remained a tangled mess. Unable to devise a means to extricate themselves from their challenging situation, they had no choice but to cast pitiful glances at Lin Xize. Their eyes filled with a plea for assistance, as if to say, "Uncle Lin, please help us. We are truly at a loss." Lin Xize observed their plight with a resigned expression. He understood all too well that without relying on his own spiritual power, overcoming Robin's peculiar ability would not be an easy endeavor, and he too found himself at a loss for a viable solution. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xize addressed Robin, stating, "All right, Robin, this is sufficient for now. They have truly given their all, but at present, they cannot break free. It appears that this shortcoming can only be remedied later through equipment. Insisting on it now would be futile." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Robin nodded slightly, acknowledging her own inadequacies as a teacher. She had initially intended for the two to attempt training in the art of hockey, believing that mastering this skill might provide them with a method to counter such binding abilities. However, the challenge lay in her own uncertainty regarding the specifics of training hockey, and whether such a skill could even be cultivated in this world remained an entirely separate question. With these thoughts in mind, Robin silently retracted his abilities, causing the hands that had sprouted from Peter and Gwen to vanish in an instant. Peter and Gwen suddenly felt their bodies regain freedom and sighed with palpable relief. However, a sense of disappointment lingered within them. After all, it was only the beginning of their training, and being rendered powerless was indeed disheartening. Lin Xize observed the two and offered a comforting smile. "Do not lose heart. It is entirely normal to feel perplexed at the outset. You have ample opportunities to learn and grow gradually. Let us take a moment to rest before contemplating alternative training methods." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Peter and Gwen mustered some spirits, preparing to adjust their mindset for the forthcoming training. Soon after, they spotted Pikachu, bounding towards them with its tiny steps. Peter, having encountered Pikachu numerous times before, had developed a certain immunity to its adorable appearance, though he was curious about Lin Xize's intentions for its arrival. Gwen, however, was experiencing her second encounter with Pikachu. Upon seeing the round, fluffy little creature exuding a clever aura, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her face radiated unmistakable affection. Pondering how this little being could be so endearing, Peter was filled with questions, having never witnessed Pikachu's prowess. He could not fathom why Lin Xize would have Pikachu engage in practice with them. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Lin Xize, "Uncle Lin, why have you brought Pikachu to train with us? It seems so small. Can it truly hold its own?" Lin Xize, noticing Peter's skeptical expression, chuckled softly and replied earnestly, "Peter, do not underestimate Pikachu. It is a formidable close-range combatant, and its strength should not be dismissed. When the battle commences, you will understand its capabilities. Prepare diligently. Do not take this lightly." Afterward, Lin Xize called out to Pikachu, "It's your turn, Pikachu. Show them what you can do." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Pikachu perked up, standing tall with its tiny chest puffed out, adorably responding, "Pika, Pika," as if to assure them, "Do not worry. Watch how I handle this." Its confident demeanor prompted Peter and Gwen to shed their underestimation and ready themselves for the impending duel against Pikachu. Exchanging knowing glances, Peter and Gwen once again unleashed their signature move, shooting strands of web from their wrists towards Pikachu at a rapid pace. They intended to ensnare the little creature first, hoping to seize control of the battle. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, they heard Lin Xize call out loudly to Pikachu. "Use your electric attack on the webs, Pikachu." As the words faded, the petite figure of Pikachu was instantly enveloped in a dazzling display of electricity, crackling with bright currents that flickered and popped. In an instant, these electric streams snaked along the strands of web, scorching the threads that Peter and Gwen had just shot, filling the air with a faint scent of charred material. Sensing the dire situation, Peter and Gwen attempted to release another web, desperately searching for an opportunity to break free. However, Lin Xize's voice rang out once more. "Pikachu, quickly use electromagnetic wave." Upon hearing the command, Pikachu wasted no time and unleashed its electromagnetic wave ability. An invisible wave emanated from its body, rapidly expanding towards the direction of Peter and Gwen. The two watched in astonishment as the wave surged toward them, scrambling to evade its path. But the wave seemed to possess a mind of its own, acting as a semi-targeted attack that left no room for escape. In an instant, they felt as though countless needles had pierced their bodies, followed by an overwhelming sensation of paralysis. It was as if all their strength had been siphoned away, rendering them incapable of controlling their limbs. They collapsed to the ground with a thud, immobilized, filled with a mix of helplessness and shock. They had not anticipated that this seemingly adorable Pikachu would prove so formidable, effortlessly incapacitating them. Seeing that the two had fallen, Lin Xize quickly instructed Pikachu to cease its assault. Upon receiving the command, Pikachu promptly retracted its ability, bouncing joyfully to Lin Xize's side, leaping onto his shoulder. From this vantage point, it gazed down at the sprawled figures of Peter and Gwen, calling out, "Pika Pika." Its demeanor seemed to convey a message. "Humph. You are still too inexperienced to challenge me." Peter and Gwen lay on the ground, listening to Pikachu's triumphant cries, their spirits dampened with frustration. They had come to realize that this seemingly cute creature possessed far greater strength than they had imagined, and they would need to regard it with newfound respect in the future. Lin Xize stood there, observing the fallen Peter and Gwen with a serious expression, and asked them, "What have you learned from these two battles?" Upon hearing this, Peter and Gwen felt a flush of embarrassment wash over their faces. Peter could no longer contain himself and sprang up from the ground, indignantly addressing Lin Xize. "Uncle Lin, I have every right to be skeptical. You did this on purpose, intending to give us a lesson. Although we lack concrete evidence, it certainly appears that way." Gwen nodded vigorously in agreement, her gaze affirming Peter's sentiments. As if to say, "Peter is right, Uncle Lin, we both noticed it." Lin Xize, witnessing their reactions, shook his head with a resigned smile and looked at Peter with earnestness. "Do you think my sole intention was to simply punish you both?" "No, indeed. While it may seem that way, my aim was to impart a valuable lesson, allowing you to clearly recognize your shortcomings. It is essential to recognize that in this world, there are always individuals beyond individuals, and realms beyond realms. Just as today, when faced with the formidable abilities of Robin and Pikachu, you found yourselves utterly defenseless. Henceforth, in all your endeavors, it is imperative to thoroughly comprehend the situation before taking action. Recklessness cannot persist. Otherwise, when confronted with genuine peril, the consequences may be far graver than they are now, potentially jeopardizing your very lives." Peter and Gwen, upon hearing Uncle Lin's admonition, felt a twinge of grievance. Yet they understood that his intentions were indeed for their benefit. However, the pedagogical approach employed was quite taxing for them. They exchanged a knowing glance and silently nodded. Peter murmured, "Uncle Lin, we recognize that you have our best interests at heart. We will certainly be more attentive moving forward, but the training is exceedingly grueling." Chapter 45. Encountering Harley Quinn. At that moment, as Lin Xize stood deep in thought, striving to devise a more suitable training regimen for Peter and Gwen, Marissa's gentle voice resonated from within the house, calling out to everyone, "Dinner is served, come eat." Upon hearing Marissa's voice, Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Hooray! Aunt May, your timing is impeccable." He promptly sprang to his feet and dashed towards the direction of Marissa, moving with a swiftness that surpassed even his training pace. As if all weariness had been cast aside, his sole focus on relishing a warm meal. Lin Xize observed Peter's exuberant retreat with a bemused smile, shaking his head in mild exasperation, reflecting on how the lad's enthusiasm surged at the mention of food. Meanwhile, Gwen did not rush off. Instead, she turned to Lin Xize with a serious expression and inquired, "Uncle Lin, how exactly should we address these shortcomings? After today's two battles, we realized we have numerous deficiencies, yet we are uncertain where to begin our improvement." Lin Xize, contemplating Gwen's words, furrowed his brow in thought. His ideas coincided with Robin's earlier reflections. Given their current access to Robin, who possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Could they not derive a method for cultivating Haki based on the unique abilities she exhibited? Mastery of Haki might provide them with additional strategies to counter similar restraints or assaults in the future. While mulling over these thoughts, he glanced at Robin. Acutely aware that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed and required further deliberation. Thus, he replied to Gwen, "Let us pause for a moment. I must ponder this matter more thoroughly. Once I have formulated a concrete plan, I will relay the specifics to you." Though Gwen felt a sense of urgency to learn how to rectify their weaknesses, she understood that such matters could not be rushed. She nodded obediently, saying, "Yes, Uncle Lin. Please think swiftly, as we are all eager to become stronger." After speaking, she and Lin Xize headed towards the dining area, secretly anticipating that Lin Xize might soon devise a clever solution. Once Lin Xize's thoughts turned to Robin, he found himself lost in contemplation. He pondered whether to truly experience the spiritual energy emanating from Robin and attempt to deduce the method of cultivating the armament Haki. It would necessitate a dual cultivation with her. However, while this idea was simple to articulate, it proved to be quite challenging in practice. So far, Robin had not shown any inclination in that direction. Lin Xize found himself troubled, wondering how awkward it would be to ask Robin if she would be willing to engage in dual cultivation with him. It would likely lead to an incredibly embarrassing situation for both of them. Yet, he also questioned how he could deepen their relationship and draw closer to her without broaching the subject. This conundrum weighed heavily on his mind. As Lin Xize mulled over these thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at Robin repeatedly, his gaze darting toward her with increasing frequency. Initially, Robin paid little attention to his stares, but after a few instances, she began to sense something amiss and felt rather perplexed. She wondered to herself, "Why does Lin Xize keep looking at me? Is there something on my face, or am I behaving strangely?" Unable to decipher the reason behind Lin Xize's frequent glances, she stole a few furtive looks at him while reaching for her food. However, she could not grasp the reason for his behavior and continued to eat in silence. Her heart tinged with an unfamiliar feeling, sensing that there was undoubtedly something behind Lin Xize's actions. After enduring a tumultuous storm of thoughts in his mind, Lin Xize ultimately resigned himself to abandoning that somewhat bold and awkward idea. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that it might be better to let things unfold naturally. After all, with someone as aloof and astute as Robin, he truly felt uncertain about how to cultivate their relationship. He feared that any misstep could lead to disaster. Consequently, Lin Xize shifted his thoughts toward Barbara. The mere mention of her name brought a wave of concern as he worried for her well-being, given her mental health struggles and the absence of anyone to support her. Once they finished their meal, Lin Xize approached Marissa, expressing his desire to bring Barbara and the others over. Marissa readily agreed, believing that having Barbara join them would provide mutual support and make their days more lively and enjoyable. True to his decisive nature, Lin Xize wasted no time upon receiving Marissa's consent and promptly prepared to set off. He tidied himself up briefly, exchanged greetings with the crowd, and strode purposefully toward the exit, his mind already devising plans to swiftly bring Barbara and the others to the new villa, filled with anticipation for the impending reunion. As the night descended, Lin Xize finally arrived in Gotham City. The city, shrouded in darkness, exuded an air of enigmatic allure and latent danger. Just as Lin Xize prepared to head to Barbara's residence, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a figure on the street. There stood a remarkably beautiful blonde woman, swaying slightly as she walked, her steps somewhat unsteady, clearly under the influence of considerable alcohol. Lin Xize instinctively stole a few more glances, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Pondering to himself, "This woman resembles someone I know. That look, that presence." Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited in his mind, and he blurted out, "The new frog in the well has been touching your belly. Isn't that Harley Quinn?" Lin Xize furrowed his brow, a wave of confusion washing over him. "I recall there already being a Joker here, yet why does she not appear in her usual clownish attire?" However, it is true that I had not uncovered any information about Harley Quinn previously. It seems there are many things I remain unaware of. Lost in thought, Lin Xize found himself inexplicably halting his vehicle right in front of Harley Quinn, rolling down the window, and with a gentle yet charming smile, he inquired, "Beautiful lady, you seem a bit unwell. Would you care to come inside and rest for a while?" At that moment, Harley Quinn, already slightly intoxicated, was in a dazed state. Upon seeing Lin Xize, a remarkably handsome man, with his striking features and deep-set eyes radiating an extraordinary charm under the night sky, she hesitated little before opening the car door and sitting down beside him, flashing a somewhat alluring yet tipsy smile as she mumbled, "Thanks, handsome." Lin Xize regarded Harley Quinn's demeanor with a mix of amusement and curiosity, wondering what tales might unfold with this legendary and unique woman. Nevertheless, he politely responded, "You're welcome. Please make yourself comfortable. Let us depart from here first." With that, he started the car and gently drove away from the street. Chapter 46. Harley Quinn's inner turmoil. As Lin Xize navigated the streets of Gotham, he pondered internally, knowing he could not simply take Harley Quinn directly to Barbara. Initially, his visit to Barbara might have led to some extraordinary occurrences, but if he went there now, it would certainly complicate matters. Though he disliked coercion, the sight of Quinn suggested she might compel him. Thus, Lin Xize drove around the streets of Gotham for a while, ultimately bringing Quinn to a rather pleasant hotel. As the vehicle came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the hotel, Lin Xize alighted, raising his gaze to the establishment before him. Overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, recalling his last visit when he had returned with 4 cat girls, a rather lively affair indeed. Yet this time, he was accompanied by none other than the illustrious Harley Quinn. This hotel had certainly borne witness to his unique collection. It seemed that each visit unfolded a different tale. With a sense of nostalgia, Lin Xize sauntered to the other side of the car, gallantly opening the door for Harley Quinn. With a smile, he addressed her, "Beautiful lady, we have arrived. Let us disembark and enjoy a delightful evening of rest." Harley Quinn, still slightly inebriated, leaned against Lin Xize's arm as she exited the vehicle. Gazing at the hotel, she grinned and remarked, "Well, this place looks rather splendid. Doesn't it, handsome? I shall rely on you for care tonight." Lin Xize chuckled helplessly, supporting her as they made their way to the hotel lobby. He pondered how best to ensure this troublesome yet enchanting lady was settled in, all the while curious about what awaited him the following day when he would meet Barbara. With great care, Lin Xize guided the swaying Harley Quinn toward their room. As they walked, she leaned precariously against him, relying on his steadiness. However, as they stepped into the elevator, before Lin Xize could press the floor button, Harley Quinn suddenly surged forward, fervently kissing him. Her enthusiasm caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. A sense of alarm coursed through Lin Xize. This was, after all, an elevator. If this continued, they might inadvertently stage a rather embarrassing scene. He struggled to suppress the stirring sensations within him. At last, the elevator reached their floor, and Lin Xize hurriedly assisted Harley Quinn out, leading her to their room. Yet, once inside, the restrained emotions surged forth like a flood, uncontrollable. Harley Quinn, with her striking beauty and captivating allure, combined with her tipsy assertiveness, created an irresistible magnetism. The atmosphere between them ignited like dry tinder meeting flame, spiraling into an uncontainable passion. That night was one of fervent intimacy, and unexpectedly, Lin Xize discovered that his inner spiritual energy seemed to be stimulated, flowing and converging with vigor. His cultivation progressed rapidly, unbeknownst to him. When dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the curtains, and Lin Xize slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him and brimming with astonishment. After that night of cultivation, he was elated to realize that his cultivation level had reached the consummate stage of Qi refinement, second layer. He privately rejoiced, thankful that his cultivation method possessed the remarkable ability to cultivate day and night autonomously. Otherwise, achieving such a breakthrough in a single night would have been utterly impossible. Lin Xize turned to gaze at the still sleeping Harley Quinn, her serene visage illuminated by the morning light, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. Unable to resist, Lin Xize gently placed a kiss on her forehead, reflecting on the extraordinary and unexpected events of the previous night. Everything had seemed relatively tranquil until Lin Xize shifted slightly, triggering a response in Harley Quinn as if she had been activated by an alert mechanism, instantly awakening. She first furrowed her brow, followed by a sharp pang of discomfort emanating from her lower body, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Once she regained her composure, she lifted her gaze to Lin Xize, her eyes initially brimming with fury, as if to convey that it was this very person before her who had caused her current distress. However, after a few moments of silently observing Lin Xize, her fierce gaze gradually softened, the sharpness and intensity in her eyes seemingly dissipating, leaving her in a state of confusion and detachment. Lin Xize, perceptive as he was, immediately discerned the palpable shift in Harley Quinn's emotions and felt a twinge of concern. He promptly moved closer and gently embraced her, his expression filled with care as he inquired, "What troubles you? One moment your eyes seem as if they could devour me whole, filled with a desire to annihilate, yet now you appear to have lost something significant. What thoughts occupy your mind? If there is something amiss, feel free to share it with me." Leaning against Lin Xize's chest, Harley Quinn remained silent for a while before slowly responding, I am unsure of what is happening to me. I suddenly feel that those once fervently pursued desires that drove me to madness have diminished in importance. Last night, what transpired then seems to have altered something within me, leaving my heart in turmoil." Listening intently to her words, Lin Xize gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps it is merely a fleeting emotional response that is yet to settle. If you wish, you can rest here a little longer and gather your thoughts." Harley Quinn nodded slightly and nestled closer into Lin Xize's embrace, seeking a rare solace therein. Yet, Her gaze still bore a hint of confusion, as if she were adrift in the complexities of her suddenly shifting emotions, uncertain of the path ahead. Observing Harley Quinn's disoriented demeanor, Lin Xize's curiosity burgeoned like wild grass, intensifying his desire to understand her thoughts at that moment. After a moment's hesitation, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder and, in the softest tone possible, asked, "Quinn, what is it that occupies your mind? Why do you seem so lost and unfocused? If you feel comfortable, please share with me. If you prefer not to speak, that is perfectly all right too. I shall not pry further, as long as you find some measure of comfort." Harley Quinn, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, slowly raised her head and regarded him with a gaze imbued with a peculiar blend of emotions, resignation, reproach, and a silent acknowledgement that seemed to echo, "Were it not for you, would I even be contemplating whether to discuss this matter? My heart is a tumultuous mess. All because of the events that transpired between us last night." Lin Xize felt a chill creep into his heart under her gaze, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of guilt. He hastily added, "I am merely concerned for your well-being. If you prefer not to speak, we need not delve into it now. I shall remain by your side. And when you feel ready to share, it shall not be too late." Harley Quinn sighed softly, falling into contemplative silence as she weighed whether to unveil her innermost thoughts. Ultimately, she began, "I find myself at a loss for where to commence. It seems that for quite some time, my every thought has been consumed by that individual. For him, I would disregard all else and engage in any reckless endeavor. Recently, I've sensed a disparity between us, leaving me uncertain if I should allow myself to love him. Yet, after last night, my resolve appears to have waned. It feels as though I've emerged, albeit slightly, from the cage that confined me. This sensation is peculiar, and I am uncertain how to confront it." Listening to her, Lin Xize grasped the essence of her turmoil. Realizing the person she spoke of must be the Joker, it was evident that the events of the previous night had impacted her far more profoundly than he had anticipated. He gently took her hand, saying, "Perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events. Sometimes, relinquishing certain obsessions unveils a broader horizon. Regardless of your decision, I shall accompany you." Harley Quinn looked at Lin Xize, a flicker of gratitude illuminating her eyes, though the confusion within her heart lingered, unresolved. She remained uncertain if she could truly extricate herself from the past and embark on a new chapter in her life. Instead, she leaned against him, seeking to draw from his presence the courage to face the unknown. Chapter 47. Delving into Harley Quinn's psyche. As Lin Xize listened to Harley Quinn's confessions, he enveloped her in a gentle embrace, tenderly patting her back while smiling. "So this is what it was all about? Since you are now with me, let us not dwell on him, shall we? Your feelings for him may merely be a manifestation of adolescent rebellion. Perhaps walking this path with me is the true choice you have long harbored deep within." Upon hearing his words, Harley Quinn shot him an incredulous glance filled with disdain and playful reproach. With a hint of annoyance, she retorted, "How old do you think I am? Adolescence is far behind me. Your words are quite amusing. Moreover, I sense you are not entirely innocent yourself. Do not assume I am oblivious to your little schemes. Let me remind you, I am a psychologist, and I can see through the murky thoughts that lie hidden within your heart." Intrigued by her assertion, Lin Xize found himself curious about what insights Harley Quinn had gleaned regarding his thoughts, for he occasionally entertained some trivial musings himself. Thus, he hastily inquired, "Oh, pray tell, what do you perceive of my thoughts?" His curiosity was palpable, urging her to elaborate. Harley Quinn, observing Lin Xize's eager and inquisitive demeanor, raised an eyebrow, playfully withholding information as she remarked, "Oh, so you are so keen to know, are you? I must ponder where to begin. For instance, last night in the elevator, you presented yourself as a paragon of virtue, yet I suspect your heart was already restless. Furthermore, once we entered the room, the thoughts reflected in your gaze did not escape my notice. I am fully aware of your little secrets." Lin Xize felt a twinge of embarrassment at Harley Quinn's words, scratching his head and chuckling as he replied, Under such circumstances last night, who could remain indifferent? It is only human nature, after all. Please do not paint me in such an unflattering light. Moreover, things turned out rather well, didn't they? Look at us now, we seem quite close." Harley Quinn pouted slightly and retorted, "Oh, so you believe you are entirely justified? Yet, to be fair, while you may possess certain flaws, I must admit that since last night, my feelings have shifted in a way I cannot quite define, whether for better or worse." As she spoke, she leaned closer into Lin Xize's embrace, seemingly growing accustomed to seeking solace and comfort in his presence. Listening to Harley Quinn, Lin Xize internally mused, "Goodness. The power of this technique is becoming increasingly formidable. I never anticipated it could affect such a fundamental shift in Harley Quinn's steadfast devotion to the Joker. What on earth is happening?" The more I ponder, the more it feels as though this technique resembles a form of sorcery, profoundly influencing the innermost thoughts of others. Nevertheless, Lin Xize concealed his contemplations, maintaining a gentle smile as he tenderly wrapped his arms around Harley Quinn. Yes, I admit I am not the most virtuous individual, however. I shall soon take you to meet your sisters. A gathering would be delightful. Then we can journey to New York, escaping the sorrowful confines of Gotham City to embark on a new chapter. Who knows what fascinating adventures await us there? What do you think? Harley Quinn took a moment to digest Lin Xize's words before responding, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. Goodness, you just claimed me yesterday. And now you wish to whisk me away to share a bed with your other women? I've always known you to be a lecher. But I never imagined you would be so brazen. Moreover, my sisters may not even acknowledge me. It would be quite awkward to show up unannounced. She shot Lin Xize a playful glare, her expression a delightful mix of charm and feigned reproach. Lin Xize, unfazed by her teasing, focused instead on Harley Quinn's delicate, youthful visage, radiant with vitality. He chuckled and reassured her, rest assured, your sisters are all kind-hearted individuals. They will not mistreat you. They have always treated their own kind with exceptional kindness, exhibiting a remarkable level of tolerance and friendliness. You will understand once you experience it. Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn cast a deep glance at Lin Xize, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion intermingled with curiosity. She furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, when you say that, I can't quite fathom why, but it feels undeniably right, as if it truly is the case. It seems that when it comes to one's woman, mutual treatment should indeed be like this. It's a rather enchanting feeling. Even I feel that I should seamlessly integrate into what you described. So, when shall we set off? I am quite eager to meet these intriguing individuals. Lin Xize observed Harley Quinn's demeanor, secretly amused by the considerable impact of this philosophy on her. Nonetheless, he appreciated it, as it would simplify their future interactions. He replied with a smile. We shall depart once you are ready. There is no rush. Take your time to prepare. I will remain here to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn sprang upright from the bed, her spirit invigorated as she declared, then I must hasten my preparations. I cannot keep my sisters waiting for too long. With that, she busied herself in the room, searching for clothes and tidying her hair, her enthusiasm palpable. It seemed she had completely cast aside any previous uncertainties and was now filled with anticipation to meet those who would soon become her sisters. As Lin Xize watched Harley Quinn diligently organizing her belongings, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and a sly smile crept onto his face. He suggested, how about a morning workout? At the mention of this, Harley Quinn's expression darkened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she aimed a swift kick at Lin Xize, her movements quick and fierce, muttering, workout? You must be joking. I'm in pain, and you suggest morning exercises? What nonsense. Lin Xize reacted swiftly, deftly catching her foot with his hand, ensuring she could not proceed with her attack. Harley Quinn, both furious and exasperated, glared at him and exclaimed, I'm in discomfort. And you still have the audacity to talk about morning workouts? Can't you see I can hardly walk? Humph, quit standing there idly, come help me gather my things. When we head downstairs, you must carry me, or I truly won't be able to manage. Lin Xize quickly donned an apologetic expression, releasing her foot as he said, all right, I concede, I was wrong. I will help you with your belongings and ensure I carry you downstairs, taking care of you thoroughly. With that, he began assisting Harley Quinn in organizing her items, secretly relieved that she hadn't actually kicked him, for that would have been quite an unpleasant experience. Yet, her indignant demeanor held a certain charm. As Harley Quinn observed Lin Xize's eager demeanor, her irritation subsided somewhat, though her words remained sharp. She continued to tidy up while occasionally chiding him, filling the room with a unique atmosphere of their playful interaction. Chapter 48, leading everyone to New York upon arriving. Barbara's gaze fell upon Harley Quinn, who was trailing behind Lin Xize, and her face instantly registered a look of astonishment. With wide eyes filled with curiosity, she inquired of Lin Xize, darling, how did you bring Sister Quinn along? Lin Xize, startled by Barbara's unexpected question, turned to Harley Quinn with a puzzled expression, asking, do you two know each other? His eyes conveyed a mix of curiosity and surprise, as he had not anticipated that Barbara and Harley Quinn would seem to be familiar acquaintances. This revelation genuinely took him aback. Harley Quinn, equally taken aback for a moment, smiled at Barbara and remarked, oh, so it's you, Sister Barbara. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. Barbara quickly stepped forward, grasping Harley Quinn's hand, and cheerfully replied, Sister Quinn, I was actually planning to find you shortly. Who would have thought you would come here on your own? Harley Quinn sighed softly, explaining, well, this is quite the coincidence, isn't it? Due to some rather peculiar circumstances, I ended up meeting Lin. She glanced at Lin Xize as she spoke. Lin Xize interjected, how exactly do you two know each other? I feel completely in the dark here. Please do enlighten me. Barbara turned her attention to Lin Xize, smiling as she elaborated, darling, remember when I was taken to see the psychologist by Sister Michelle Pfeiffer? That was at Sister Harley Quinn's clinic. And we had a lovely chat. We really hit it off. It's just that our communication dwindled afterward. I never imagined you would bring her here today. It truly is a delightful surprise. Lin Xize's expression shifted to one of realization as he chuckled. Ah, I see. What a remarkable coincidence. It seems fate has quite the sense of humor. He had indeed not expected that the psychologist Barbara had consulted was none other than Harley Quinn. Internally astonished, he listened to their conversation while discreetly observing Harley Quinn, a hint of skepticism unwittingly flickering in his gaze. After all, Harley Quinn's own circumstances were rather astonishing. Once a seemingly normal individual, her journey to treat clowns had transformed her into a jester herself. The efficacy of such treatment was, to say the least, a cause for concern. Harley Quinn, perceptive as she was, immediately sensed Lin Xize's doubtful glance. She frowned and, with a hint of indignation, addressed him. What do you mean by that? Don't regard me with such skepticism. My skills are quite formidable, thank you very much. Just look at Sister Barbara. After my thoughtful psychological guidance a few days ago, she no longer experiences the fear of stepping outside. Doesn't that attest to my capabilities? Feeling a bit embarrassed by Harley Quinn's retort, Lin Xize quickly smiled and clarified. Oh, that's not what I meant at all. I was simply taken aback. I had no idea you shared this connection. Since you assert that it has been effective, I suppose I should trust your expertise. I was merely unfamiliar with the situation, which prompted my scrutiny. Please don't take it to heart. Harley Quinn let out a huff and declared, Humph, it better be so. I assure you, I have invested considerable effort into the field of psychology, and I have helped many individuals. As for Barbara's situation, I am confident that I can gradually facilitate her complete recovery, so rest assured. Barbara, observing the exchange between the two, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She interjected, all right. I trust my sister Quinn's abilities. Over the past couple of days, with her guidance, I have indeed felt significantly better. Dear, you should not harbor any doubts. We ought to place our faith in Sister Quinn. Lin Xize nodded repeatedly, affirming, Yes, I believe. With your assistance, Barbara will undoubtedly improve. And I feel much more at ease now. Hearing this, Harley Quinn's expression softened somewhat. She took Barbara's hand and began to inquire about her recent circumstances. And the three continued their lively conversation, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly harmonious and warm. While Lin Xize was engaged in conversation with Harley Quinn and Barbara, he suddenly recalled the Catwoman quartet, realizing it had been a while since he had seen them, and wondered what they might be up to at that moment. He turned to Barbara and asked, What about the four of them? Why haven't I seen them? Barbara smiled and replied, At this hour. They are likely still resting upstairs. They were out all night last night, and when they returned, they looked utterly exhausted, lethargic and drained. So, I suspect they are still fast asleep. No sooner had Barbara finished speaking than four figures descended slowly from upstairs. It was indeed the Catwoman quartet. They yawned as they made their way down, appearing quite drowsy, clearly still in the throes of slumber. However, upon noticing Lin Xize's presence, they brightened noticeably, their faces lighting up with smiles as they greeted him warmly. Among them, the most vivacious and bold, Annie, swiftly approached Lin Xize, plopping herself down on his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck with a playful pout. Master, we are also your maidens. You cannot bestow that power you used for Sister on her alone. We desire it as well. You must not show favoritism. Lin Xize found Annie's sudden action both amusing and bewildering. He quickly steadied her to prevent any mishap, chuckling as he said, Oh, Annie, you are still as impetuous as ever. What power are you talking about? We can discuss it when the opportunity arises. Please get up, as this is rather inappropriate. Yet Annie persisted, playfully shaking Lin Xize's arm, insisting, No, Master, you must agree. We are all eagerly anticipating it, and if you refuse, I shall remain seated here indefinitely. Annie was acutely aware of the irresistible allure of that power, as if it possessed a magical essence, exuding an enchanting fragrance that made her feel it was worth sacrificing her very body to attain. After all, ever since her sister acquired this formidable strength, the three sisters together had found themselves no match for her, thus fueling Annie's eagerness to find a way to obtain that power for herself, to enhance her own abilities. Lin Xize, noticing Annie perched on his lap, reluctant to rise and playfully pleading for that power, mirrored her posture, his hands seemingly casual yet intentionally exploring her form. Annie, overwhelmed by such advances, soon found her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her bashfulness rendering her irresistibly charming, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and reproach, along with an indescribable emotion lurking beneath. Observing Annie's blushing visage, Lin Xize finally ceased his actions, a faint smile gracing his lips. Flustered and indignant, Annie sprang from his lap, standing aside with her head bowed, unsure where to place her hands, her heart racing uncontrollably. Lin Xize, addressing the group with a clear throat, stated earnestly, Let us tidy up and prepare for our departure to New York. The others, in agreement, felt no objection. They held a certain willingness to heed Lin Xize's words. Thus, everyone began to take action, retreating to their rooms to gather their belongings. The atmosphere in the house quickly transformed into a lively hubbub, filled with chatter and laughter as they eagerly anticipated their journey to New York. Harley Quinn, while packing, turned to Barbara and remarked, "I wonder what New York will be like, but as long as we're all together, it should be quite enjoyable." Barbara nodded with a smile, responding, "Indeed, it will surely be delightful. I am quite looking forward to it." Meanwhile, the Catwoman quartet chattered animatedly in their room, discussing the exciting places they wished to visit in New York, filling the air with a light-hearted and joyous ambience. Chapter 49. The joy of the group and the arrival of Godzilla. Lin Xize drove slowly, accompanied by Barbara, Harley Quinn, and Michelle, towards the villa that belonged to him. As the car came to a halt before the grand edifice, the group alighted and gazed in astonishment at the villa, which resembled a majestic castle. They had not anticipated that Lin Xize had acquired such an expansive property. The towering structure and exquisite façade radiated an air of extraordinary elegance, as if concealing endless mystery and opulence. Following Lin Xize, they ventured inside the villa. Once within, they resembled curious little birds, their eyes sparkling as they surveyed every detail of the decor and arrangement, occasionally gasping in wonder. Originally, Lin Xize was driving with Barbara, Harley Quinn, and Michelle, while the other three sisters of Catwoman followed closely in another vehicle. However, upon entering the villa, the trio seemed irresistibly drawn to something novel, bursting with excitement as they dashed away, swiftly disappearing from Lin Xize's line of sight. Observing their spirited retreat, Lin Xize chuckled helplessly, to which Michelle remarked, "Their nature is such that they cannot remain idle in a new place. They are likely exploring every nook and cranny right now. Let us take our time as well." Barbara nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, this villa is quite expansive. Every corner seems filled with intrigue, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore it all." Harley Quinn, equally animated, chimed in, "Absolutely. I wonder what delightful surprises this villa holds. Let us wander and discover." Meanwhile, Michelle, bouncing with enthusiasm, tugged at Lin Xize's hand, asking, "Master, shall we begin our exploration from this direction?" With an affectionate smile, Lin Xize led them onward, as they admired the exquisite decor of the villa, their imaginations painting vibrant pictures of a future life within its walls, their hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. Their exuberant movements soon caught the attention of Marissa, who was busy within the villa. Curious about the commotion, she set aside her tasks and hurried outside to investigate. Upon seeing Lin Xize, a wave of relief washed over her, and her face brightened with a warm smile. After all, there was little to worry about as long as Lin Xize was present. Marissa greeted the young ladies enthusiastically, saying, "Welcome back, sisters. Please, come inside. No need to linger outside." Her voice was soft and inviting, instilling a sense of warmth in everyone's hearts. The girls, touched by Marissa's warmth, responded with cheerful greetings. Some sweetly called out, "Hello, sister," while others waved enthusiastically. Noticing the lively interaction, Lin Xize stepped forward, pointing at Barbara and introducing her to Marissa with a smile. "Marissa, this is Barbara, a kind-hearted and wonderful person." He then proceeded to introduce Harley Quinn, Michelle, and the other three Catwoman sisters, providing a brief overview of each to help Marissa become acquainted with them. Afterward, Lin Xize turned to the group, gesturing towards Marissa, and stated, "Everyone, this is Marissa, akin to a caring older sister. Exceptionally considerate and adept at keeping our home in perfect order." Following the introductions, Lin Xize seemed to recall something, playfully indicating the Pikachu cradled in Marissa's arms, teasingly saying, "Oh, and let us not forget this little fellow. His name is Pikachu. Do not underestimate him. He possesses remarkable abilities. He once gave Peter and Gwen quite the lesson." As the crowd gazed curiously at the round, fluffy Pikachu, their eyes sparkled with wonder. Some girls could not resist the urge to approach, eager to reach out and touch the adorable creature, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so cute. I never expected it to be so impressive." Pikachu seemed to sense the warmth of their enthusiasm, chirping Pika Pika in Marissa's embrace, as if responding to the audience. In that moment, the villa was filled with joyous laughter, creating an exceptionally harmonious and warm atmosphere. Just as Lin Xize was reveling in the delightful reunion, wishing to prolong this cozy and lively gathering, a cold notification sound from the system abruptly echoed in his mind, informing him that Godzilla had unexpectedly arrived in this world. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but vent his frustrations to the system. "No way. How did this creature end up here? Does the consciousness of this world permit its existence? We currently have no means to eliminate it. Its destructive power, once unleashed, could turn this world upside down." The mechanical voice of the system sounded again, seemingly attempting to reassure Lin Xize, "Do not worry. There are plenty of individuals in this world capable of controlling its presence, such as the Ancient One. With her strength, She can easily manage it and prevent it from wreaking havoc. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the system's response, Lin Xize thought to himself, what a situation. The Ancient One is indeed formidable, but Godzilla is still a significant nuisance. However, since the system had made such a statement, he hoped it would not lead to any major issues. Contemplating further, he asked the system, so, where exactly is Godzilla right now? I need to know its location to devise my next plan. The system promptly replied, it is currently in the ocean. Lin Xize furrowed his brow. Finding the answer rather vague, he hastily pressed for more details. What is the specific location? Just saying it's in the ocean is too broad. The sea is vast. And how am I supposed to find it? I can't just wander aimlessly. The system responded leisurely. It has been swimming in the ocean. And pinpointing its exact location is quite challenging. Even if you were to rush there now, by the time you arrive, it would likely have already moved on. It won't remain in one spot for long. Feeling somewhat helpless after hearing this, Lin Xize scratched his head and began to ponder. The notion of Godzilla roaming freely in the ocean, with an unpredictable course, made it clear that locating it would be no easy task. Chapter 50. Oxley laughs in despair. Lin Xize furrowed his brows, still uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed the system. Based on the movies featuring Godzilla, it should generally be more amicable towards humans, right? Normally, it shouldn't attack humans unprovoked, should it? He hoped for a reassuring answer from the system. As if Godzilla truly posed no threat, then there would be no need for excessive worry at this time. The system's emotionless mechanical voice soon echoed, under normal circumstances. That is indeed the case. However, Godzilla's movements in the ocean have already been detected by the military and SHIELD. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize gazed speechlessly at the seemingly virtual entity in his mind, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He couldn't help but mutter, well, this is quite troublesome. All I can do now is hope that the military doesn't act recklessly. Their impulsive nature could lead them to provoke Godzilla into some foolish action. Moreover, he thought of SHIELD and wished for their rationality, fearing that if they too engaged in unnecessary antics, they might irritate Godzilla, leading to disastrous consequences and turning the current situation into utter chaos. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in again, seemingly aware of Lin Xize's concerns. Rest assured, Master. Godzilla is currently somewhat weakened. It appears to be seeking refuge in the depths of the ocean to recuperate and will not emerge anytime soon. Lin Xize felt a slight relief upon hearing this, inwardly grateful. This is good. At least for now, I needn't worry about it causing any major disturbances. Given my current abilities, confronting Godzilla would be akin to an ant challenging a mammoth. I would stand no chance. A mere gesture from it could easily dispatch me. However, Lin Xize quickly recalled another matter and inquired of the system. Hey, system, do you know when Tony will be kidnapped? This event is quite pivotal in the Marvel timeline, and I need to be prepared. The system paused momentarily, as if calculating something, before responding. Let me see. According to my calculations, it should happen tomorrow. Lin Xize, unable to suppress his teasing, remarked, did you go watch a Marvel movie? How can you predict even the timing? Impressive skills. The system's tone shifted to one of indignation, retorting, nonsense. How else could I estimate the timeline if I didn't? I can't truly know the future. I must reference existing storylines to make such predictions. And here you are, poking fun at me. Upon hearing the system's slightly emotional response, Lin Xize couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand in the air and saying, all right, I concede. You're remarkable. Is that satisfactory? Since Tony will be kidnapped tomorrow, I must prepare in advance to ensure nothing goes awry. As Lin Xize contemplated this, he felt fortunate that Catwoman and her associates were astute enough to successfully liquidate their gold through their means, securing over $600 million in funds, a considerable fortune. He mused that perhaps tomorrow, with the system's assistance, he could further enhance his wealth, enabling him to pursue his ambitions with greater financial ease. And the more he thought about it, the more pleased he felt. Just as Lin Xize was still immersed in the delightful prospect of his impending wealth, his mind brimming with visions of a splendid future, the cold, mechanical voice of the system abruptly shattered his reverie. It announced, Master, not only has Godzilla arrived, but the Oxar from the armored world has also made its entrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's eyes widened in disbelief. The smile that had graced his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of astonishment and resignation. He couldn't help but exclaim, seriously? One after another. I haven't even dealt with Godzilla yet. The Oxar was another formidable nuisance, notorious for its destructive tendencies and difficult nature, leaving him anxious about whether this world would ever allow for a moment of peace. As he spoke, Lin Xize irritably scratched his head, his mind clouded with worry. The appearance of the Oxar meant he would have to devise a solution, yet he was uncertain whether his abilities would suffice to confront such a challenge. It seemed he would need to strategize carefully, but the relentless series of crises was indeed overwhelming. After pondering for a while with a furrowed brow, Lin Xize gradually regained a sense of confidence, contemplating, however, with my current strength, I should be able to defeat the Oxar, shouldn't I? After all, I possess the power of a high-level primordial being, although I haven't yet reached the invincible realm of mythic-level primordial beings. Dealing with an Oxar should theoretically be a manageable task. With this thought in mind, Lin Xize hesitated no longer. He swiftly instructed the system to provide the location of the Oxar, preparing for a swift resolution to this potential threat. The system quickly relayed the precise coordinates. And without a moment's pause, Lin Xize activated his abilities, vanishing from sight as he sped towards that direction. Along the way, he contemplated how to approach the Oxar upon encountering it, weighing the appropriate amount of force to employ. However, he could never have anticipated that the moment he arrived at the designated location, he would find himself face-to-face with Li Xiaoqiu. Lin Xize was momentarily stunned, his heart sinking with surprise. He never expected to encounter Li Xiaoqiu here. It was important to note that this individual was no ordinary character. Having stirred considerable turmoil within the armored world, known for his cunning and treachery, the situation had suddenly become more complicated, prompting Lin Xize, who had initially felt composed, to adopt a serious demeanor, steeling himself for the unpredictable circumstances that lay ahead with Li Xiaoqiu. Upon noticing Lin Xize, a peculiar expression crossed Li Xiaoqiu's face, and in the blink of an eye, his form transformed into the grotesque and terrifying visage of a bloodworm. The massive, hideous body emanated a nauseating aura, while eyes that glowed with an eerie light fixated intently on Lin Xize, as if poised to launch a ferocious assault at any moment. Lin Xize gazed at the sudden scene before him, initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, inwardly relieved that this creature had not yet transformed into the final form of the terrifying insect emperor. Had that been the case, he doubted he would be able to contend with such overwhelming power, let alone venture into the cosmos for other endeavors. Just as Lin Xize prepared to strike, a beam of blue-violet energy surged towards him, its potent energy waves scorching the surrounding air with a sizzling sound, as if it sought to reduce anything in its path to ashes. Seeing this, Lin Xize did not dare to hesitate. He shouted a command, swiftly forming seals with his hands while chanting incantations, summoning the renowned magic blade, Qianren. Upon its emergence, the blade radiated a fierce cold light, as if sensing the peril its master faced, emitting a resonant hum, eagerly awaiting Lin Xize's command. With a steely gaze, Lin Xize firmly grasped the hilt of Qianren, raising it high before delivering a powerful downward slash at the oncoming laser. The blade, extraordinarily sharp and enhanced by Lin Xize's formidable strength, cleaved through the laser with astonishing ease, as if slicing through vegetables, neatly severing it in two. The split laser transformed into two streams of blue-violet energy, dispersing into the air. Lin Xize stood resolutely, wielding Qianren, his piercing gaze fixed upon Li Xiaoqiu, now transformed into the insect emperor, his demeanor icy. He thought to himself, "Humph, you think to intimidate me with that laser? It shall not be so simple. Today, I will eradicate this menace to prevent further harm to others." Enraged by the effortless dissolution of its attack, the insect emperor, now Li Xiaoqiu, let out a shrill roar, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault. Chapter 51. Confrontation with Li Xiaoqiu. Lin Xize's eyes glinted with determination as he coldly declared, "Humph, you shall not escape today." With that, he tightened his grip on Qianren, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself towards Li Xiaoqiu like an arrow released from a bow, the magic blade raised high, imbued with an intimidating aura as he aimed to strike. In response, the massive form of the insect emperor twisted, its back muscles rippling, and with a swift motion, it extended two stout, spiked tentacles, akin to steel whips, to thwart Lin Xize's unstoppable blow. With a tremendous clash, Qianren struck against the tentacles, sending sparks flying. Although the blade left deep gashes in the tentacles, oozing dark green viscous fluid, they remained unsevered, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the magic blade. Lin Xize, witnessing this, let out a cold snort, rapidly summoning the power of the wood's spirit root within him. Around him, the ground erupted with innumerable vines, as if animated by a life of their own, swiftly extending towards Li Xiaoqiu. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared his legs, tightening their grip with relentless force. Sharp barbs sprouted from the vines, piercing deeply into his flesh, rendering him utterly immobilized, firmly bound in place. Observing this dire predicament, Lin Xize sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He hastily summoned his inner spiritual energy, channeling the power of the thunder element to coalesce upon his enchanted blade, the Thousand Blades. In an instant, the blade shimmered with arcs of lightning, crackling ominously, akin to a thunderous dragon coiling around it, emanating an aura that instilled dread. With a resounding cry, Lin Xize gripped the Thousand Blades tightly, bringing it down fiercely upon the ensnared Li Xiaoqiu, as if intent on cleaving him in two. Yet, at the critical moment when the blade was about to strike, Li Xiaoqiu's massive form erupted in a violent struggle, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the vine's binding. With a powerful flick of his legs, he severed the vines, sending them scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoqiu swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Lin Xize's lethal blow imbued with thunder energy. However, the residual energy left several charred marks upon him, rendering him even more disheveled. Regaining his composure, Li Xiaoqiu unleashed an enraged roar towards Lin Xize, his eyes glinting with fury and resentment, as if vowing to settle the score with him. Lin Xize, furrowing his brow, silently lamented that Li Xiaoqiu was indeed a formidable adversary. A more cunning strategy was required to subdue him completely. Then, with a peculiar growl, Li Xiaoqiu summoned his weapon, the whirlwind axe, with a rapid flourish of his hands. As the axe materialized, it radiated a chilling brilliance, energy swirling along its blade, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. Clutching the whirlwind axe, Li Xiaoqiu glared menacingly at Lin Xize, exclaiming, "Now, this is a truly fair battle. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance." With that, he exerted tremendous force, hurling the axe towards Lin Xize with great intensity. The whirlwind axe, imbued with potent energy, spun through the air, creating a howling sound as it raced towards Lin Xize like a streak of black lightning, its momentum seemingly capable of cleaving him in half. Yet Lin Xize remained unperturbed. He swiftly called upon the thunder elemental energy within him, which surged around his form, crackling as if donning him in a suit of lightning armor. Empowered by this elemental force, Lin Xize deftly leaped aside, evading the axe's lethal strike with an agile grace. Within him, the elemental force of thunder coursed ceaselessly, as if injecting Lin Xize's nerves with a potent stimulant, significantly enhancing his reflexes and sharpening his senses to an extraordinary degree. As the returning battle axe, propelled by inertia, soared towards him once more, Lin Xize's gaze sharpened, his hands firmly grasping the enchanted blade, Qianren, which he raised high, preparing to confront the oncoming onslaught. With a thunderous clash, the Qianren collided violently with the axe, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. The tremendous impact compelled both Lin Xize and Li Xiaoqiu to stagger backwards several steps, their expressions grave as they regained their footing. Lin Xize felt a tingling numbness in his arm, a dull ache in his palm, silently lamenting the formidable power of Li Xiaoqiu's axe. The battle was evidently becoming increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqiu found himself in a similarly precarious position. He had anticipated gaining an advantage with the axe, but was taken aback by how effortlessly Lin Xize had neutralized his attack and met him with equal force. Angered, he gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault. Lin Xize furrowed his brows, acutely aware that he could not afford to grant Li Xiaoqiu a moment's respite. Resolutely, he channeled the energy within him, directing it incessantly into the Qianren. In an instant, the blade blazed with resplendent brilliance, its already chilling edge now enveloped in a layer of dark purple energy. This energy surged violently around the blade, crackling with a sound reminiscent of thunder, as if it harbored the power to obliterate worlds. With a mighty shout, Lin Xize gripped the Qianren tightly and struck fiercely towards Li Xiaoqiu's direction. The dark purple blade aura erupted from the weapon, transforming into a substantial arc of brilliance that surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, cleaving through the air towards Li Xiaoqiu. The ground beneath was violently torn asunder, a deep trench carved by the sheer might of this energy, dust swirling in its wake. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaoqiu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned all his strength to conjure a protective barrier before him, attempting to withstand the ferocious strike. Yet, the force of Lin Xize's wrathful blow proved overwhelmingly potent, shattering Li Xiaoqiu's defenses in an instant and continuing its relentless descent towards him. With a resounding explosion, accompanied by a blinding flash of light, a cloud of dust billowed upwards, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space with its immense force. As the dust settled, it became apparent that Li Xiaoqiu had miraculously survived the devastating strike, though he was far from unscathed. Numerous wounds marred his body, dark green blood oozing from the injuries, and his form trembled slightly from the severe impact, clearly indicating the toll taken upon him. Yet, he remained unvanquished by Lin Xize's formidable blow. Seeing this, Lin Xize couldn't help but silently mock. What a surprise. He starts off strong, thinking he can take this guy down in one fell swoop. Yet here we are. He hasn't even managed to defeat Li Xiaoqiu. How embarrassing. Now I'm in quite the predicament. I must devise a new strategy to cope. As he pondered, Lin Xize tightened his grip on the demon blade Qianren, keeping a vigilant eye on Li Xiaoqiu, prepared for any sudden counterattack. While his mind raced to contemplate what technique could finally subdue this formidable opponent. Chapter 52. The final violent bug on Li Xiaoqiu cast his gaze upon the wounds on his body that were gradually healing, a sinister and disdainful expression emerging on his face. He cackled mockingly at Lin Xize. Is this truly all your might? Humph, it's simply insufficient. With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? How utterly presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, he bellowed fiercely, gripping his returning axe tightly, raising it high, and then swinging it down towards Lin Xize. The returning axe, infused with overwhelming power, carved a sharp arc through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it intended to cleave Lin Xize in two. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Lin Xize swiftly gripped the demon blade, Qianren, positioning it defensively before him to counter Li Xiaoqiu's ferocious strike. A resounding clang echoed as the demon blade Qianren collided heavily with the returning axe, sparks flying in a dazzling display. The tremendous force sent a jolt through Lin Xize's arms, and his feet involuntarily slid back several steps before he managed to regain his footing. However, while Lin Xize was entirely focused on blocking the returning axe with his demon blade Qianren, a sinister smile crept onto Li Xiaoqiu's face. Suddenly, a beam of green laser shot forth from his eerily glowing eyes. The laser raced towards Lin Xize with astonishing speed, akin to a swift arrow, warping the air along its path and releasing a pungent odor, indicating the immense energy it contained. The consequences of being struck would be dire. Realizing that evasion was futile, Lin Xize made a decisive choice to harness the special powers inherent in the demon blade Qianren to counter the imminent threat. Chanting incantations, he swiftly formed hand seals and then channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the demon blade Qianren. In an instant, the blade radiated brilliant light, and the malevolent spirits sealed within were unleashed. As these spirits emerged, they released chilling howls, and the temperature around them seemed to plummet, exuding an icy aura. With the influx of these spirits, Lin Xize felt his physical capabilities magnify exponentially, his body brimming with power, each muscle pulsating with boundless potential. And even his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. In an instant, the emerald laser shot forth from Li Xiaoqiu, arriving with remarkable swiftness. At that critical juncture, the malevolent spirits that had been unleashed seemed to be compelled by some unseen force, spontaneously converging to form an impenetrable black barrier that resolutely deflected Li Xiaoqiu's laser assault. The impact of the laser against this spectral shield resounded with a thunderous roar, dazzling light scattering in all directions, creating a scene of astonishing spectacle. Even more astonishing was the rich, malevolent energy carried by the spirits, which began to merge seamlessly with Lin Xize's own spiritual force. During this intertwining process, Lin Xize distinctly sensed his powers surging exponentially, as if he had shattered some constraint, resulting in a staggering enhancement of his abilities. At this moment, he was enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, with dark magic swirling around him, emanating an aura of formidable power that commanded reverence. With a steely gaze, Lin Xize seized this opportune moment, gripping the enchanted blade Qianren tightly in both hands. He unleashed a powerful shout and swung the sword with great force. Empowered by his newfound strength, the Qianren erupted with unparalleled force, surging forth towards Li Xiaoqiu, who was locked in a fierce struggle. Li Xiaoqiu was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of power rushing towards him, unable to withstand it. He was instantly thrown back, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Struggling to rise, he felt his internal energy roiling, suffering significant internal injuries. A glint of caution flickered in his eyes as he regarded Lin Xize, pondering how he had become so formidable so abruptly. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Xize stood resolutely, wielding the Qianren, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he prepared to capitalize on his advantage and decisively eliminate this threat. He was acutely aware that this was a fleeting opportunity. He must strike while Li Xiaoqiu was still reeling from the blow, to slay him and eradicate this significant nuisance once and for all. Thus, gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength within him, channeling not only his spiritual energy and the power of the thunder element, but also the strange force birthed from the fusion with dark magic, all converging upon the Qianren. In that moment, the Qianren blazed with resplendent light, its brilliance nearly encompassing everything around it, as powerful energy waves emanated from Lin Xize, radiating outward as if to tear the very fabric of space. With his hands raised high, he brandished the Qianren, his eyes filled with resolute determination. And then he struck down ferociously in the direction of Li Xiaoqiu. This strike contained the utmost strength that Lin Xize could muster at that moment. The purplish-black blade aura howling forth like a celestial rainbow, imbued with a cataclysmic momentum that surged towards Li Xiaoqiu. As it passed, the ground was carved into a deep chasm, and the surrounding air was compressed, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. However, just as the overwhelming strike was about to descend upon Li Xiaoqiu, an unexpected shadow emerged from his being without warning. The dark figure expanded rapidly upon its appearance, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal black barrier that shielded Lin Xize from harm. Lin Xize's concentrated strike, infused with all his might, collided forcefully against this barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion that illuminated the surroundings, blinding to the eye. Yet, as the brilliance gradually faded, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the dark figure remained unscathed. Lin Xize's full-force attack had inflicted no damage whatsoever, as it stood resolutely, exuding an aura that sent chills down their spines. Lin Xize widened his eyes, gazing at the enigmatic black figure that continued to grow larger, his heart sinking with trepidation as he lamented inwardly. Alas, confronting Lin Xize has been arduous enough. Now this mysterious entity has appeared. How am I to contend with it? Even a head-on assault would be futile. What manner of creature is this, possessing such formidable power? This could spell serious trouble. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Xize's brow as he gripped his enchanted blade, Qianren, vigilantly watching the dark figure. His mind raced, striving to devise a strategy. Yet he found himself at a loss, left to brace himself for an imminent attack. Chapter 53. Instant Kill of the Violent Zerg Emperor. A question from Ancient One at this moment. Lin Xize was consumed with anxiety, his brow furrowed as he stared at the ever-expanding violent Zerg. His thoughts raced, yet he remained utterly perplexed, unsure of how to tackle this exceedingly troublesome adversary. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, an unusual wave rippled through the space beside him. And suddenly, a portal radiating resplendent golden light appeared before him. From within the portal stepped a figure clad in a flowing yellow robe. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Lin Xize could not help but exclaim, "Ancient One?" The bald woman, her demeanor serene yet imbued with an extraordinary aura, offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Lin Xize hastily called out to the Ancient One, "Master, this creature cannot be vanquished on Earth. If the virus it carries were to spread, the consequences would be unthinkable. It would surely lead to the emergence of even more Akshar, plunging the Earth into an irretrievable abyss. Therefore, we must lure it into the cosmos for annihilation. Please, think of a solution." His eyes brimmed with urgency and hope, for he understood that the Ancient One possessed unparalleled strength. Perhaps she was the only one capable of addressing the dire predicament at hand. He fervently wished for her swift intervention to avert a potential global catastrophe. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, the Ancient One remained composed, her expression unperturbed. She merely raised her gaze slightly, quietly assessing the ever-growing violent Zerg, as though evaluating its strength and the level of threat it posed. After a brief moment, Ancient One slowly spoke, "Indeed, what you say is quite right. This matter should not be taken lightly. Follow me, I shall devise a solution." With an air of calmness and poise, Ancient One chanted incantations as her hands moved swiftly, conjuring mysterious runes that floated in the air. With a gentle push, she successfully opened the mirror space, a portal to another realm, exuding an ethereal and enigmatic aura, as if concealing endless secrets. Without a moment's hesitation, Ancient One wielded her powers, enveloping Lin Xize and the increasingly formidable Bug Emperor, and in an instant, they entered the mirror space. Upon entry, the surroundings transformed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights, where everything appeared tangible yet imbued with an uncanny sense of unreality, as if all laws could be whimsically rewritten here. Ancient One turned to Lin Xize, her expression serene as she stated, "Eliminate it here, and there will be no repercussions in the outside world. Just be cautious." As soon as she finished speaking, a crimson magical radiance began to emerge from her being. Initially, it appeared as mere flickering sparks, but in the blink of an eye, it surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping her entirely. The red glow shimmered, occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity, emanating a chilling and formidable presence. Lin Xize, standing nearby, could palpably sense the lethal threat emanating from the crimson light. It felt as though the slightest touch could reduce him to ashes, instilling an involuntary shiver that compelled him to retreat several steps, distancing himself from the radiant glow. At that moment, the once ferocious Bug Emperor, which had been thrashing about with fierce hostility, began to dissipate under the overwhelming crimson magic of Ancient One. Its massive form seemed to be sliced apart by countless blades, fragmenting piece by piece while emitting anguished cries. No matter how desperately it struggled, it could not break free from the bindings of the red light. Ultimately, with a heart-wrenching scream, the Bug Emperor vanished entirely from the mirror's space, as if it had never existed. Witnessing this unfold, Lin Xize couldn't help but silently marvel. Truly, what a formidable being the Ancient One is. Her power is terrifying. With a mere gesture, she can vanquish such a troublesome foe. The disparity between us is indeed vast. It seems I must continue to strive and enhance my own strength. As he pondered this, he looked to Ancient One with eyes filled with admiration and aspiration, yearning for the day when he too might possess such formidable power to protect all that he holds dear. Having completed her task with composure, Ancient One turned slowly. Her gaze serene yet profoundly insightful, directly meeting Lin Xize's eyes. In a gentle voice, she inquired, "Now, it is time to address your questions." Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, meeting Gu Yi's gaze with calmness. He replied, "I am uncertain what issues you perceive, Master. I believe I have conducted myself appropriately thus far." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's lips curved into a subtle yet profound smile as she responded, "Fear not. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. There is no need for such apprehension. I am merely perplexed, for since your arrival, it seems this world has undergone a transformation. In the past, I could glean insights regarding the future and the events that have transpired, albeit imperfectly. Yet now, when it pertains to you, I find myself shrouded in obscurity, unable to discern the future changes you may bring or the intricacies of your past. As if veiled by a dense fog, Gu Yi paused briefly before continuing, as the guardian of this blue planet. It is my duty to be vigilant of any factors that may jeopardize its safety. I am uncertain whether you pose a threat to this world. However, after observing your actions against the formidable Bug Emperor today, you did not seem to embody a danger to the blue planet. Yet, that is merely surface-level observation. I wish to hear your perspective." Listening to Gu Yi's words, Lin Xize contemplated deeply. He recognized that her concerns were not unfounded. For his existence was indeed a variable in this realm, and his actions could trigger unforeseen consequences. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xize finally spoke, "Master, I understand your apprehensions. Truth be told, my arrival in this world was purely coincidental. I harbor no intentions of harming the blue planet. On the contrary, I desire peace and stability for this sphere. Should any crisis arise, I will do my utmost to protect it, so please rest assured." Gu Yi listened attentively, her gaze fixed upon his face as if measuring the veracity of his words. After a moment, she nodded gently and remarked, "I hope your words ring true. This blue planet has weathered countless storms, and it has finally attained a semblance of tranquility. We cannot afford further turmoil." Lin Xize promptly assured her, "Master, you need not worry. I shall uphold my promises." In this mirrored space, the atmosphere grew heavy yet subtly charged, as both contemplated the potential changes this world might undergo due to Lin Xize's presence. Chapter 54. The escaped Li Xiaoqiu who forgot to strike again. Gu Yi maintained her serene and meaningful smile as she regarded Lin Xize. After a brief pause, she spoke slowly, "Mr. Lin, I am quite pleased with your response. It is evident that you are a person of responsibility. Should this blue planet encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I believe, with your intellect, you will know how to find me." As he spoke, Ancient One cast a profound glance at Lin Xize, a gaze imbued with both expectation and trust, yet seemingly laced with an elusive warning that left one perplexed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ancient One's figure began to dissolve into the ethereal realm, merging seamlessly with the very air of this mirrored space, vanishing without a trace. Lin Xize stood rooted in place, mouth agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He had intended to articulate his gratitude to Ancient One or perhaps further affirm his resolve to protect the blue star. Yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of Ancient One's departure. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Xize mused to himself about the Master's formidable prowess and nonchalant demeanor, capable of appearing and disappearing like a whisper. He then composed himself, attuning to the energy fluctuations within the mirrored space, and soon enacted the techniques he had mastered, successfully extricating himself from the realm. Upon emerging, the familiar surroundings greeted his eyes. Lin Xize inhaled deeply, reflecting on the myriad of events that had transpired with Ancient One, marveling at the day's thrilling and perilous experiences. Fortunately, no harm had befallen him, yet the paramount task remained, to enhance his strength, for the world seemed increasingly tumultuous, and he could encounter even more formidable adversaries in the future. Just as Lin Xize emerged from the mirrored space, still engulfed in the memories of his dialogue with Ancient One and the exhilarating battle, he instinctively cast a glance toward the spot where Li Xiaoqiu had previously lain. To his astonishment, his eyes widened in dismay. The spot where Li Xiaoqiu should have been unconscious was now conspicuously empty, leaving only chaotic traces upon the ground, indicating that someone or something had taken him away. Gazing at the vacant space, a mix of anger and regret surged within Lin Xize, and he could not help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, it's all my fault for being so careless. Distracted by that monstrous Bug Emperor and my conversation with Ancient One, that I completely forgot to finish him off. Now look, he has managed to escape." The potential consequences of Li Xiaoqiu's flight weighed heavily on Lin Xize's mind, causing his head to throb. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, this fellow is no trifling character. If he lurks in the shadows and employs his methods to create more outsers, it would be akin to a toad on a back, irritating and harmful. The key is that this toad can bite. It will surely bring endless troubles to this world. And I shudder to think of how many innocents might suffer as a result. The more Lin Xize contemplated, the more agitated he became, unable to resist pacing restlessly. He resolved to devise a plan to locate Li Xiaoqiu swiftly, but in this vast expanse, finding someone intent on remaining hidden was no small feat nevertheless. It is imperative that Li Xiaoqiu does not continue to roam freely, perpetrating his misdeeds without consequence. Action must be taken immediately. Even the faintest clue must be pursued relentlessly. Thus, Lin Xize halted his steps, closed his eyes, and endeavored to summon his spiritual awareness, hoping to trace Li Xiaoqiu's direction of departure through the lingering aura he left behind. Even the slightest hint would be preferable to the current state of aimless anxiety. Lin Xize scoured the streets, meticulously examining every nook and cranny, his gaze fixated on the flora and fauna surrounding him, scrutinizing every potential hiding place. Simultaneously, he released his spiritual energy to sense the residual traces of Li Xiaoqiu, attempting to track his whereabouts. Yet, despite Lin Xize's fervent efforts, he could not uncover even a hint of Li Xiaoqiu's presence. It was as though the man had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xize's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment, filled with a sense of helplessness and frustration. After such a prolonged search with no results, he recognized that persisting would likely prove futile. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, choosing to abandon the pursuit. Standing by the roadside, he gazed at the desolate street, his mind awash with perplexity, unable to comprehend the circumstances. After all, this was Li Xiaoqiu's first visit to this realm. How could he have escaped? Only to be rescued so swiftly, disappearing without a trace right beneath Lin Xize's very nose. The entire situation was exceedingly baffling. Rubbing his aching temples, Lin Xize contemplated, enough of this. The day's relentless upheavals have drained my energy. I feel utterly exhausted. The priority now is to return and rest properly. Otherwise, in this state of fatigue, I may struggle to handle any unforeseen circumstances. With this thought in mind, Lin Xize resolved not to linger any longer. He discerned the direction of his villa and, with somewhat heavy footsteps, began to make his way there. Along the journey, fleeting memories of the day's events flitted through his mind. However, fatigue soon enveloped him, and before long, his thoughts grew increasingly indistinct, consumed by a singular desire to return to the villa, to collapse onto the soft, comfortable bed, and indulge in a restorative slumber. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Xize was immediately met with the concerned gazes of the women, who noted his disheveled appearance. His clothing was crumpled and dust-laden, with several tears marring the fabric, radiating an aura of exhaustion and disarray reminiscent of one who had weathered a fierce battle. The women, alarmed by his state, hastened to surround him, each voicing their concerns in a flurry of questions. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Lin Xize lifted his gaze to survey the worried faces surrounding him and let out a soft sigh, responding with resignation. Today has truly been quite the ordeal. On the street, a monstrous creature suddenly appeared, proving to be quite a formidable opponent. After exerting tremendous effort, I managed to diminish half of its power, hoping to eradicate it entirely. However, in a moment of carelessness, it managed to escape. At this point, Lin Xize's brow furrowed even tighter, his face a mask of frustration. He paused for a moment before continuing. The crux of the matter is that this monster possesses an exceedingly troublesome ability. It can create other monsters. This situation was akin to planting a ticking time bomb, as those creatures could emerge at any moment to wreak havoc, making future days fraught with anxiety. The women, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, recognized the gravity of the situation, their faces etched with concern. Barbara couldn't help but grasp Lin Xize's arm, exclaiming, "What shall we do? We must devise a way to track it down. We cannot allow it to roam freely." Harley Quinn echoed her sentiments. "Exactly. We need to deal with it swiftly. Living in constant fear is unbearable. Please, tell us what our next steps should be." Observing the anxious and caring expressions of the women, Lin Xize felt a warm surge of gratitude, but he was utterly exhausted. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not rush. I am quite fatigued today, and my mind is foggy. I need to rest and regain some energy before we can formulate a plan." The women, understanding the wisdom in his words, promptly assisted him toward the room, continually urging him to rest, enveloping the villa in an atmosphere of genuine concern. Chapter 55. On Stark's scheme. After mustering the strength to enter the room, Lin Xize did not even bother to change his clothes. He walked straight to the bedside and collapsed onto the bed like a heap of worn-out clay. Almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, he was plunged into a deep slumber, the sound of his snoring echoing moments later, a testament to his exhaustion. The women stood outside the door, hearing the snores from within, and understood that Lin Xize was utterly spent. In silent accord, they refrained from entering to disturb him, leaving quietly to allow him a peaceful rest to rejuvenate his spirit. In this deep slumber, Lin Xize remained oblivious to the world until he stirred the following evening. Groggily, He opened his eyes, taking a moment to regain his bearings, recalling that he was in the villa's room, rubbing his still heavy head. He reached for his phone resting beside the bed, instinctively opening a web browser to check the news. To his surprise, a breaking headline caught his attention. Stark was missing. Suddenly more alert, Lin Xize recognized that, according to the original storyline, Stark's disappearance would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Stark Industries stock, leading to a substantial decline. Realizing this, he quickly got up, freshened himself, and summoned Michelle Pfeiffer and several other women to gather. A multitude gathered in the living room, their faces etched with confusion as they regarded Lin Xize, uncertain of the urgency that compelled him to summon them. Clearing his throat, Lin Xize addressed the assembly with a grave demeanor. You are all aware of Stark, are you not? News of his disappearance has already surfaced online, and I surmise it will not be long before Stark Industries stock begins to plummet. This, my friends, presents us with an extraordinary opportunity. As he spoke, Lin Xize's gaze sharpened, sweeping across the faces of those present. Before he continued, we must prepare in advance. When Stark stock reaches a certain threshold, we shall buy in bulk, ensuring substantial profits when the time is ripe. However, this matter requires our utmost vigilance. There can be no room for negligence. Do I make myself clear? Michelle Pfeiffer was the first to nod in agreement, declaring, understood, Lin Xize. Rest assured, we will keep a close eye on the stock market and will not let this golden opportunity slip away. The other women echoed her sentiment, promising to adhere to Lin Xize's directives. Observing their earnest expressions, Lin Xize felt a sense of satisfaction, contemplating that if executed correctly, this venture could amass a considerable fortune, providing them with greater leverage for future endeavors and unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, the group dispersed, each member diligently monitoring the fluctuations of Stark Industries stock, eager to seize this remarkable chance for profit. Lin Xize was acutely aware that Tony's disappearance heralded a tempest for Stark Group. A decline in stock value was inevitable. However, he had initially estimated that the drop would be somewhat tempered, given the company's substantial stature and the myriad strategies its leadership would employ to stabilize the situation. To Lin Xize's astonishment, merely 5 days later, Stark Group stock plummeted like a roller coaster, descending dramatically. Once valued at tens of thousands per share, it had now plummeted to a mere $7,000 to $8,000, a truly alarming decline. Lin Xize meticulously monitored the stock's trajectory each day, observing the relentless descent with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Yet, after several days of observation and analysis, he surmised that the stock was nearing its limit. The executives and relevant personnel at Stark Group would undoubtedly be devising strategies to protect their shares, unwilling to passively witness the stock's relentless decline. With this in mind, Lin Xize summoned Michelle Pfeiffer and the other women once more. Upon their arrival in the living room, they regarded him with eager anticipation, aware that he must have reached a new decision. Standing at the center of the room, Lin Xize exuded calmness, his gaze scanning the faces before him as he slowly began to speak. As you have all observed, Stark Group stock has experienced a severe downturn these past few days. However, I believe we are approaching the limit of this decline. According to my judgment, we should commence purchasing those shares tomorrow. I anticipate that Stark will make an appearance soon, and at that juncture, the stock price is bound to experience a rebound. We must not allow this splendid opportunity to slip through our fingers. Upon hearing this, Michelle Pfeiffer furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her concerns. Lin Xize, are you certain that this is indeed the optimal moment? While the stock price has certainly declined significantly, what if it continues to plummet further? Would it not be too reckless to proceed with our investment at this juncture? The other women nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a semblance of doubt, as this involved a substantial financial commitment, and any misjudgment could lead to considerable losses. Observing the apprehension on their faces, Lin Xize smiled gently and confidently elaborated. I comprehend your concerns. However, I have not merely been passive during these days of declining stock prices. I have meticulously researched Stark Group's past crisis management strategies and analyzed their current measures. When considering the present market conditions, the likelihood of the stock price continuing to decline significantly is minimal. Moreover, Stark is no ordinary individual. He will not allow his company to languish indefinitely. I am convinced that he will soon make an appearance, and when he does, the stock price will inevitably rebound, thereby enhancing our chances of success. As Lin Xize presented his well-reasoned analysis, the doubts in the hearts of those present gradually dissipated. Michelle Pfeiffer was the first to respond. Since you are so confident, we shall follow your lead. Let us commence our actions tomorrow, and may everything proceed smoothly. The other women echoed her sentiments, expressing their willingness to adhere to Lin Xize's plan. Lin Xize, witnessing the trust in their eyes, felt a deep sense of gratification and secretly hoped that tomorrow's endeavor would unfold successfully, allowing everyone to reap considerable rewards from this opportunity. That day, as usual, Lin Xize arrived early at his desk, opening his computer and fixating his gaze on the stock price trends of Stark Group displayed on the screen. As expected, he noted that Stark's shares were still in decline. However, compared to the previous day's erratic plummet, the descent had indeed slowed considerably. The price curve resembled a weary traveler, still gradually descending but devoid of its earlier fervor. Lin Xize understood that this indicated his previous assessment was correct. The stock price was nearing its limit, and all that remained was a crucial catalyst to trigger a rebound. With this in mind, he promptly summoned Michelle Pfeiffer and the other women to his side. They quickly gathered around, recognizing the seriousness etched on Lin Xize's face, aware that he had something significant to convey. Lin Xize stood up, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. With a steady tone imbued with authority, he stated, "I have just observed that Stark's shares are still declining, albeit at a slower pace. The situation aligns closely with my expectations. I believe we can no longer afford to wait idly. I must personally seek out Stark. Only by ensuring his swift emergence can our plan proceed smoothly." As Lin Xize spoke, he paused momentarily, emphasizing his words as he continued. "The mission on your end is equally crucial. You must remain vigilant to the news updates once any information regarding Stark emerges, and the stock market begins to rise significantly, particularly when Stark delivers his speech. That will be the optimal moment to sell. You must not hesitate. Swiftly divest your stocks. Do you understand? This is vital for our potential profit, and we cannot afford any mistakes. As for other matters, we shall discuss them upon my return. Is that clear to everyone?" Michelle Pfeiffer nodded earnestly, responding, "Understood, Lin Xize. Do not worry. We will be attentive and will certainly seize that opportunity. Please take care of yourself." The other women echoed her sentiment, affirming they would adhere strictly to Lin Xize's directives. Each face radiated seriousness and focus, clearly indicating the gravity with which they regarded this task. Seeing their reliable demeanor, Lin Xize felt a sense of reassurance. He said, "Thank you all for your efforts. I shall now depart to locate Stark. Let us hope for a smooth endeavor and await my good news." With that, he wasted no time, tidying up briefly before swiftly exiting the room, heading towards the direction he surmised Stark might be found. Leaving the women behind to vigilantly monitor various news channels via computers and televisions, poised to capture that fleeting ideal buying opportunity. Chapter 56. The rescue of Tony. Lin Xize journeyed through the vast expanse of the Oya Desert, standing amidst the endless sea of sand. He gazed around at the rolling dunes, shimmering under the relentless sun, casting a blinding golden light, as if extending to the very edge of the world. With no end in sight, observing the boundless desert before him, Lin Xize could not help but sigh in resignation, internally lamenting, what a predicament. To search for a cave in such a vast desert is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. This is truly vexing. With that thought, he quickly called upon the system in his mind. "System, come forth. Your most beloved master is in dire need of your assistance. I am utterly lost and have no idea where to search. I require your help to pinpoint Tony's location. Please, I implore you, before long." The familiar mechanical voice of the system resonated in Lin Xize's mind, tinged with reluctance as it addressed him. "Humph. If it weren't for the knowledge that possessing wealth will enhance your abilities and enable you to navigate various situations in the future, I would not assist you at all. This is quite bothersome." Despite its complaints, the system began to swiftly search for Tony Stark's location. Streams of data flashed through Lin Xize's mind as the system engaged in complex calculations and localization operations. Meanwhile, Lin Xize stood in the blistering desert, the sun mercilessly pouring its heat down, as if attempting to melt the very sands beneath him. Lin Xize felt as though he were ensconced within a colossal furnace, his body scorched by the searing heat, the relentless sunlight incessantly stimulating his senses. In this extreme environment, the energy within him began to surge uncontrollably. As the energy swelled, Lin Xize was pleasantly surprised to discover that it had gradually reached a critical threshold, as if an invisible barrier was on the verge of being shattered. He quickly calmed his mind, guiding the surging energy to circulate slowly according to his cultivation techniques, striving to break through this constraint. With Lin Xize's diligent efforts, a thunderous boom resonated as if something within him had exploded, followed by a more potent force surging from his dantian, instantly permeating his entire being. Lin Xize distinctly felt his cultivation had advanced, reaching the early stage of qi refinement at the 3rd level. His spirit soared, and even the oppressive heat of the desert seemed less unbearable. A delighted expression graced Lin Xize's face as he mused. To think that amidst his search for Tony, he could fortuitously enhance his cultivation. Should he encounter any dangers now, he would face them with renewed confidence. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Positioning complete. Tony is approximately 9 kilometers northwest of your location, near a concealed cave. Proceed in that direction, and you should be able to find him." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Xize's spirits lifted. Without delay, he set off at a brisk pace towards the northwest, the yellow sand swirling beneath his feet, eager to locate Tony and resolve this series of events. Following the system's guidance, Lin Xize advanced swiftly through the vast desert. The scorching sun bore down upon him, and the soft, hot sand made each step laborious. However, his sole focus remained on finding Tony, rendering the harsh environment inconsequential. At long last, after considerable effort, Lin Xize arrived at his destination. His keen gaze swiftly identified the location where the Ten Rings gang had abducted Tony. It was a somewhat concealed area, surrounded by a considerable cache of ammunition and rudimentary camp facilities, with members of the Ten Rings gang vigilantly stationed to monitor their surroundings. Seeing this, Lin Xize scoffed, contemplating how these ruffians dared to kidnap Tony and commit such nefarious acts. Today, he would ensure they faced consequences. With that thought, he unhesitatingly summoned the lightning energy within him. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations, and in an instant, arcs of blue-purple lightning erupted from his being, striking towards the surrounding ammunition like ethereal serpents. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted instantaneously, the amassed ammunition detonating and triggering a cataclysmic chain reaction. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and powerful shockwaves rapidly expanded outward. The members of the Ten Rings gang were caught utterly off guard. Many were obliterated by the force of the explosion, their bodies dismembered, unable to utter a single cry, and chaos ensued at the scene. Some members of the Ten Commandments gang, who had managed to survive the explosion, found themselves caught off guard as Lin Xize launched another assault. Manipulating lightning, he directed it toward them. The bolts of electricity struck with the precision of divine judgment, crackling as they made contact with the remaining foes, leaving them convulsing before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. After effortlessly dispatching these lackeys, Lin Xize prepared to venture further inside, eager to ascertain whether Tony was among those within. At that moment, the sound of machinery whirring emanated from within, followed by the emergence of a formidable suit of armor. Bathed in sunlight, the metallic exterior gleamed with a chilling brilliance, embodying both advanced technology and an intimidating presence. Trailing closely behind the armored figure was a slender, bespectacled old man, whose deep-set eyes conveyed a shrewd intelligence. Bearing several gunshot wounds, he scrutinized Lin Xize with caution, as if appraising whether he was friend or foe. Lin Xize furrowed his brow slightly, pondering how, upon his arrival, these two had already completed the armor. What connection could they possibly have with the situation involving Tony? However, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to clarify matters and prioritize Tony's rescue. Thus, he remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intently on them, prepared for any eventuality. Noticing Tony's vigilant demeanor, Lin Xize offered a gentle smile and greeted him amiably. "Hello, Tony. I'm here to rescue you. There's no need to be so tense." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Tony's rigid expression softened somewhat, yet he still did not lower his weapon. The armaments of the suit remained poised for immediate action, indicating his lingering skepticism regarding Lin Xize's intentions. Peering through the visor of the armor, Tony scrutinized Lin Xize and inquired, "Who sent you? I find it hard to believe anyone would come out to this desolate place to rescue me without a reason." Lin Xize shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "No one sent me. I simply thought it would be rather advantageous to save you and have you owe me a favor. What I need now is a legitimate identity, one that can withstand scrutiny. You understand that having a credible identity is quite beneficial in navigating this world." Yet, internally, Lin Xize mused, "Humph. It's certainly not merely about acquiring an identity. I also hope to enhance my own status through you. After all, you are Tony Stark. As long as I ensure you leave here unscathed today, I stand to gain considerably from your influence. This arrangement is certainly advantageous." Tony, contemplating Lin Xize's words, furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly weighing the credibility of his statement. After a moment, he responded slowly, "Is it truly just for that identity? Do you think I would easily believe your words? Who knows what ulterior motives you might have?" Lin Xize smiled gently and continued to explain, "Tony, I understand you must be filled with skepticism towards me right now, but I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. If I harbored any ill intentions, I could have easily taken advantage of the chaos and harmed you instead of neutralizing those terrorists. I genuinely wish to assist you." Tony fell silent for a moment, still feeling a twinge of distrust. However, the Lin Xize before him had indeed just aided him, leaving him uncertain and unable to make a definitive decision. He remained in a standoff with Lin Xize, attempting to discern any inconsistencies in his demeanor and words to gauge his true intentions. Chapter 57. Rescuing Ethan. Tony's trust. Lin Xize's gaze swept over Ethan, who stood beside Tony. Noting the pallor of his complexion and the visible wound seeping blood, evidence of prior torment by the Ten Rings or injuries that had not been treated properly, Lin Xize knew that this situation could not afford any further delay. He turned to Tony and said, "Even if you do not trust me, you must consider the condition of the person behind you. He is injured, and if left untreated for too long, those bullets could remain lodged in his body, leading to serious infections and complications. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Tony regained his focus. He turned to look at Ethan, a hint of concern crossing his features. Indeed, Ethan had been enduring the pain all this while, but it was clear that prolonging the situation was not tenable. However, Tony was still filled with doubt. He could not fathom how this suddenly appearing Lin Xize could possibly treat Ethan, especially in this desolate desert where medical resources were virtually non-existent. Furrowing his brow, Tony regarded Lin Xize with skepticism, asking, "You, what means do you possess to treat him? There are no medical supplies here. Surely you are not making empty promises." Lin Xize, however, wore a confident expression, slightly lifting his chin as he replied, "Rest assured, I possess the capability to heal him. I do not speak idly. Just watch and see." Tony remained unconvinced. To him, Lin Xize's claim seemed exceedingly implausible. Without medication or equipment, merely words could hardly suffice for healing. Yet, Ethan's condition was undeniably distressing, placing Tony in a quandary about whether to trust Lin Xize's seemingly fantastical assurances. Seeing Tony's hesitation, Lin Xize refrained from further explanation. Instead, he took a few steps forward and extended his hand toward Ethan, prepared to demonstrate his abilities and prove to Tony that he indeed had the means to heal Ethan. Hoping to alleviate Tony's wariness, internally, Tony was deeply resistant. Allowing an unknown individual to treat Ethan felt perilously risky. If Lin Xize had ulterior motives, Ethan could find himself in an even more precarious situation. Nevertheless, Tony found himself devoid of alternatives. Ethan's wounds continued to bleed, and his agonized expression tugged at Tony's heartstrings. The longer they delayed, the worse the situation could become, potentially endangering Ethan's life. In a moment of resignation, Tony gritted his teeth and reluctantly stepped aside, signaling Lin Xize to proceed with the treatment for Ethan. However, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xize, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Unperturbed by Tony's vigilant scrutiny, Lin Xize approached Ethan, meticulously assessing the extent of his injuries while contemplating the most effective way to utilize his abilities for healing. Gradually, he raised both hands. One hand crackled with electric currents, vibrant blue and purple arcs dancing around his palm like agile serpents, emitting a faint crackling sound that hinted at the immense power contained within. Meanwhile, the other hand began to gather a luminous green energy, radiating a gentle and warm aura, as if it were channeling a miraculous life force that invigorated the very air around it. Lin Xize first placed the hand charged with electricity near Ethan's wound, skillfully controlling the currents to generate a pulling force. Slowly, the bullet lodged deep within Ethan's injury was drawn out, and although his face paled further from the pain, a glint of relief flickered in his eyes as the impending threat was finally being eliminated. Next, Lin Xize hastily covered the wound with his other hand, allowing the verdant energy to seep into Ethan's body. This green essence acted like a magical source of life, nourishing Ethan's damaged tissues, which began to repair themselves at a remarkable pace. The bleeding wound visibly closed, and the furrowed brow, etched by agony, gradually relaxed. This extraordinary ability had only been discovered by Lin Xize when he broke through to the early stage of qi refinement. Until then, he had been unaware of the remarkable healing potential of his spiritual root. It was only during his cultivation breakthrough that he stumbled upon his capacity to transform his spiritual energy into this unique life force. Although his cultivation level was not yet particularly advanced, the amount of life energy he could generate was sufficient to heal minor injuries like Ethan's. Tony, witnessing this miraculous scene, couldn't he help but widen his eyes in disbelief. His doubts regarding Lin Xize diminished significantly at that moment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary individual possessed such incredible abilities. His gaze towards Lin Xize now brimmed with curiosity and inquiry. As Lin Xize slowly withdrew his hands and observed that Ethan's wound had nearly healed and his complexion had improved considerably, he turned to Tony with a faint smile and remarked, "So, Mr. Stark, do you now believe in my capabilities? Can we agree that I truly came here to save you?" At this moment, Tony's face was etched with embarrassment and regret. He scratched his head and, with a hint of bashfulness, said, "My friend, I truly apologize. As you know, I just escaped from those ruffians. Under such circumstances, one must exercise utmost caution, especially since we cannot predict if other dangers may arise. I hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretions. However, I will forever be grateful for your life-saving assistance. Once we return to the city, I will promptly assist you with your identification matters. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I am incredibly thankful for your help. Without you, Ethan and I might have been ensnared here indefinitely, and who knows what worse fate could have befallen us." Lin Xize waved his hand with a smile and replied, "Mr. Stark, there is no need for such formality. I came here sincerely to assist you. I understand your earlier caution, Anyone in your position would have acted with similar wariness. As for the identification issue, I entrust it to you, for I am confident in your abilities to handle it adeptly. Ethan, having regained his composure, stepped forward, gazing at Lin Xize with gratitude. My friend, thank you. If it weren't for you, my old bones would have surely met their end here. Your skills are truly extraordinary. I have never witnessed anyone capable of healing wounds with such bare hands. It's remarkable. Lin Xize chuckled and said, it's merely a modest skill. Now that everyone is safe, let us hasten our departure. Who knows if those terrorists have other accomplices? If they return, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation once more. Tony nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. We must leave immediately. My armor can still fly for a distance. Let us vacate this desert post-haste. With that, Tony activated his iron suit, indicating for Lin Xize and Ethan to come closer as he prepared to whisk them away from this perilous locale towards the city. Chapter 58, The Return. The falling iron as Tony soared through the air with Lin Xize and Ethan, a sense of discontent began to fester within Lin Xize. He silently grumbled to himself. Damn it, I desire to fly freely, but I must at least reach the foundation establishment stage to do so. While I can momentarily hover in the air thanks to my spiritual energy, achieving sustained flight like Tony is exceedingly challenging. As Lin Xize pondered this matter, while being carried through the skies, a sudden thought struck him. He hurriedly called out to Tony, Tony, are you certain your armor can fly much farther? Tony, taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, turned to him with a puzzled expression, contemplating why Lin Xize would pose such a question. Just as he was about to inquire further, disaster struck. The iron suit suddenly behaved as though it had run out of fuel, and the previously stable flight was abruptly disrupted, sending the humanoid armor plummeting uncontrollably from the sky. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lin Xize felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and his expression immediately turned grave. He was acutely aware that Tony was protected by his iron armor, which, due to its robust structure and various cushioning mechanisms, should mitigate any significant harm. However, Ethan was a different story. He was merely an ordinary human, and the rapid descent coupled with the immense force of impact could very well cost him his life. The situation had escalated into a dire emergency. Without a moment to spare, Lin Xize summoned his internal energy, striving to close the distance to Ethan during the fall. He thought that even a slight reduction in Ethan's descent speed through his own powers would be better than watching him meet a tragic fate. Meanwhile, Tony, frantic within his armor, was frantically pressing buttons in a desperate attempt to restart the power system and regain flight capabilities, all while cursing the malfunctioning suit for failing him at such a critical moment. The three of them plummeted toward the ground in a state of chaos. As Tony's suit spiraled out of control, his anxiety caused him to grip both Lin Xize and Ethan too tightly, rendering him incapable of executing any effective maneuvers. This left Lin Xize in a state of panic. In that moment of utmost urgency, he gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and with a sudden burst of strength, managed to break free from Tony's iron grasp. Immediately, Lin Xize channeled his internal energy. Disregarding any semblance of composure, he resorted to an unusual technique, executing a spiraling motion in midair, as if stepping on invisible steps created by his energy. In essence, he utilized his powers to establish a platform beneath his feet, allowing him to push off forcefully, thereby pulling Ethan and Tony upward at the critical moment just before they made contact with the ground. This maneuver proved to be astonishing. It significantly reduced the terrifying height of their fall, sparing them from the potentially fatal impact. Eventually, the trio landed somewhat unsteadily, but fortunately, they had escaped serious harm. Interestingly, upon landing, Ethan happened to land on top of Tony, cushioning his fall and sparing him from the pain of hitting the ground directly, though it caused Tony to gasp for breath. As for Lin Xize, thanks to his exceptional physical prowess and exquisite control over his energy, he executed a graceful backflip and landed flawlessly, akin to a performer showcasing a magnificent acrobatic feat, effortless and stylish. With a hint of pride on his face, he bowed slightly toward Tony and Ethan and, in a playful manner, remarked, "Thank you, everyone. I am quite aware that my recent performance was spectacular." "No need for compliments, I understand. Haha." Tony finally extricated himself from beneath Ian, rubbing the sore spots where he had been pressed down, and cast an annoyed glance at Lin Xize, saying, "My friend, what time do you think it is? You still have the leisure to jest. That was quite a harrowing experience. We nearly met our demise here." Ian, having regained his composure, stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes, smiling as he addressed Lin Xize. "But we owe it all to you. Had it not been for your remarkable abilities, we would likely be nothing more than a pile of pulp right now. Your skill is truly impressive." I was left in awe. Lin Xize, upon hearing their remarks, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, we can consider ourselves fortunate to have survived. Surely, this bodes well for the future." He then teased Tony. "But what caused your armored suit to malfunction so suddenly?" You ought to give it a thorough inspection, Tony. Is your suit perhaps failing you? Upon hearing Lin Xize's playful jibe, Tony immediately bristled. His eyes widened, and he raised his voice, declaring, "Nonsense. How dare you mock my genius? My creation could never be at fault. It embodies countless hours of my dedication. It merely ran out of energy. That was an unforeseen circumstance." Lin Xize opened his mouth, ready to retort, for the recent peril had indeed shaken everyone, and how could one dismiss the suit's failure at such a critical moment? However, before he could speak, Tony stepped forward, enveloping Lin Xize in a tight embrace, his expression earnest as he said, "Thank you, Lin. Thank you for saving both me and Ethan. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been dire. I, Tony, am not one to forget a kindness. This favor shall remain etched in my memory." Lin Xize found himself momentarily stunned, staring at Tony, who had taken the initiative to embrace him. He felt somewhat flustered. After all, in the films he had watched, Tony was portrayed as a proud and somewhat eccentric individual, rarely engaging in such intimate contact with other men. After a brief pause, Lin Xize regained his senses and gently patted Tony's back, somewhat awkwardly saying, all right. This is not the time for sentimentality. We are still in the wilderness, and we need to find a safe place. At the very least, your Pepper is undoubtedly waiting anxiously, is she not?" Upon hearing the term Pepper, Tony immediately released Lin Xize from the embrace, a look of curiosity crossing his face. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze filled with intrigue as he asked Lin Xize, "Oh, how do you know that nickname?" "That's my exclusive term for Pepper. I don't believe I've mentioned it to you. You, my friend, are a bit mysterious. What else do you know?" Chapter 59. When food occupies the mind, every step is agony. Lin Xize felt an overwhelming sense of regret, silently chastising himself for carelessly letting slip such information. Now, Tony's inquisitive and perplexed gaze felt like a spotlight, making him uncomfortable. He had just strained his brain, attempting to concoct a plausible excuse to evade the situation, when, in the midst of his mental gymnastics, he suddenly noticed a shift in Tony's expression. What once bore curiosity had transformed into a serious demeanor, his gaze laden with scrutiny as if he sought to peer into Lin Xize's very soul. Feeling increasingly anxious, Lin Xize hesitated momentarily before steeling himself to address Tony. All right, I shall speak the truth. In fact, I possess the ability to glimpse certain future scenarios. And within those visions, I witnessed a conversation between you and Pepper, which is how I came to know that nickname." Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Lin Xize with the incredulity one might reserve for a madman. After a prolonged silence, he could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, after all that contemplation, "This is the outrageous excuse you devised? Impressive. Even if you had claimed to have installed hidden cameras in my home, I would have found that somewhat acceptable, as it at least qualifies as a conceivable method. But your assertion of seeing future visions, surely you jest. Do you take me for a child easily deceived?" Lin Xize felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, scratching his head as he hastily attempted to clarify. "Tony, I understand how absurd this sounds, but I assure you, it is the truth. I realize it strains credulity, yet I possess certain unique abilities, and this is merely one facet of them. Please believe me this once. I'm not lying." Tony, however, remained unconvinced, crossing his arms and continuing to regard Lin Xize with a look of disdain. With a dismissive scoff, he replied, "Humph. Do you genuinely think I would buy into your nonsense? Were it not for your recent rescue of me and Ethan, I would suspect you of ulterior motives. You ought to devise a more credible explanation, otherwise, I may find myself questioning your intentions." Lin Xize found himself in a quandary, acutely aware that the truth was indeed too fantastical to be accepted. Yet, he could not divulge the entirety of his extraordinary origins. Standing there, he wore a troubled expression, uncertain how he might persuade Tony of his authenticity. Ethan, observing the standoff between the two, could not help but interject with a light-hearted tone, "Oh, come now, Tony, Lin. This is hardly the moment for such debates. We should prioritize leaving this place and seeking safety. As for this matter, we can discuss it later at our leisure." Upon hearing Ethan's words, Tony huffed, temporarily setting aside the topic. Nonetheless, his gaze towards Lin Xize still bore traces of doubt and inquiry, indicating that his suspicions had not yet been allayed. Acknowledging Ethan's suggestion, the two agreed that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, and they began to move toward the direction previously locked onto by Tony's suit. The surrounding landscape was barren, an expanse of desolate sand punctuated only by the occasional resilient plant clinging to life. The relentless sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth, rendering each step they took increasingly arduous. As they continued their journey, Tony's stomach began to grumble audibly. Rubbing his belly, he turned to Lin Xize with an exasperated expression and inquired, "Hey, Lin, did you bring any food with you? I haven't eaten anything all morning, and I feel utterly drained. I desperately need to replenish my calories. If I don't eat something soon, I won't be able to keep moving." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize shrugged his shoulders and replied with a hint of regret, I'm sorry, Tony. I usually don't carry food when I head out. I never anticipated that we would be stuck in this desert for so long. I thought we would find you quickly and then leave. Tony's brows furrowed deeper at this response. He pouted slightly and expressed his displeasure. Aren't you afraid of not finding me all day? You would have starved to death by then. You really lack planning, my friend. Lin Xize, however, remained unfazed. With a smile, he responded, haven't I mentioned before? I can see certain fragments. Based on those glimpses, I can pinpoint your approximate location. So, I have a sense of assurance and don't worry too much. Of course, Lin Xize was aware that it was the system guiding him to Tony's location based on film clips, but he could not divulge that to Tony, as it would only lead to a barrage of skepticism. Though Tony listened to Lin Xize's explanation, he still appeared unconvinced. He huffed and remarked, I remain skeptical about your ability to see fragments, but there's no point in dwelling on that now. I just hope we reach the mecha's designated spot soon and find something to eat. If this hunger continues, I will be reduced to skin and bones. Ethan, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, chuckled and said, haha, Tony, you usually feast on delicacies. You probably haven't experienced true hunger. Consider this a unique life experience. Let's hurry along. Perhaps there's food ahead. As the three of them conversed, they trudged forward with heavy steps toward their destination, yearning to escape the dual torment of hunger and exhaustion. After a considerable time in the sweltering desert, Tony and Ethan's steps grew increasingly labored. Both were fatigued and famished, feeling as though each step required all their strength, while beads of sweat cascaded from their foreheads, soaking their backs. In contrast, Lin Xize seemed as lively as ever, as if the harsh desert conditions had no impact on him. Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and astonishment. Unable to contain themselves, they turned to Lin Xize and asked, Aren't you hungry? We're about to collapse from hunger, yet you seem utterly unfazed. Lin Xize paused momentarily, then sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I apologize, but I'm really not that hungry. I often consume quite a substantial amount of food myself. Moreover, my unique cultivation technique allows me to delay fatigue. As long as my internal energy is not entirely depleted, I essentially function like a perpetual motion machine, rarely experiencing feelings of exhaustion or hunger. Lin Xize remarked, glancing up at the glaring sun in the sky, privately contemplating. Remarkable. Here I am under this blazing sun, not only failing to expend my energy, but actually absorbing it at a faster rate than I lose it. How could I possibly feel hungry? Yet, I cannot share this with them, for it would require lengthy explanations that they would surely struggle to comprehend. Tony, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, widened his eyes in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim, What kind of miraculous cultivation is this? Such effects are beyond my understanding as a tech enthusiast. It's simply fantastical. You certainly harbor many secrets, my friend. Ethan chimed in. Indeed, Lin, your abilities are truly enviable. If only I possessed such prowess. Traversing this desert for days and nights would pose no challenge, unlike now, when I feel utterly drained from hunger. Lin Xize chuckled and replied, Huh? This was merely a fortuitous outcome of my cultivation. Everyone has their own strengths. You both are remarkable in your own right. Tony, your technological inventions are renowned worldwide. And Ethan, your medical skills have been immensely helpful. We each excel in our own fields. Now, let us hasten our journey to reach our destination sooner so that you both can replenish your energy. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Tony and Ethan nodded in agreement. Although they remained curious about Lin Xize's mysterious abilities, the pangs of hunger urged them to quicken their pace, hoping to soon find a place to rest and satisfy their appetites. Chapter 60. Arrival at the encampment. A bullets welcome. The trio continued to struggle through the vast desert, with Tony feeling his stamina nearly depleted. Waves of hunger crashed over him, each step accompanied by sharp pangs in his stomach. Unable to endure any longer, Tony lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and implored Lin Xize, Could you possibly take us both with you? If we keep walking like this, I fear I might faint right here in the desert. Lin Xize did not immediately respond to Tony's query. Instead, he furrowed his brow and inquired, How far are we from our destination? Tony, mustering his energy, estimated based on the previous coordinates locked onto by the mech, we should be about 5 kilometers away. Normally, this distance wouldn't be daunting. But given our current state of hunger and exhaustion, it feels as though it stretches across an unfathomable expanse. It's exceedingly difficult to traverse. Lin Xize nodded thoughtfully and said, All right, you two stand still and don't move around. Though Tony and Ethan felt puzzled, they complied with Lin Xize's instructions, remaining steadfast in their positions. Before either of them could fully grasp the situation, they felt as though their bodies were ensconced in something both soft and remarkably resilient. This sensation was extraordinary, imbued with a hint of tension stemming from the unknown. Immediately, Lin Xize, wearing a serious expression, shouted at the two. This is my newly discovered ability. You must not move. I have yet to master this skill, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. So please, do as I say." Upon hearing this, Tony and Ethan's faces paled in fear, their bodies stiffening as they dared not budge, even holding their breath. In that instant, they suddenly felt themselves being tugged by an unfathomable force, one so immense it defied imagination. In a heartbeat, the scenery around them began to retreat at a dizzying pace. As if they were seated in a vehicle racing at 300 miles per hour, the wind howling past their ears, the sheer velocity causing their hearts to race. In the blink of an eye, they experienced a brief blur before their surroundings came into sharp focus, revealing their destination, a military encampment that had once seemed distant. This place, bustling with soldiers and various military apparatus, now appeared vividly before them, rendering the recent experience akin to a fleeting yet exhilarating dream. After a moment, Tony, wide-eyed, turned to Lin Xize and exclaimed, "Lin, your ability is astonishing. It's even more formidable than my Iron Man suit. However, that was truly terrifying. Please give us a heads up next time you use it." Ethan, still shaken, nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it felt like we danced with death. But at least we've arrived." What a relief. Seeing their startled expressions, Lin Xize chuckled. "Well, the situation was urgent. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Thankfully, nothing went awry, and we are now safe. Let us quickly find something to eat and replenish our strength." Just as the three were filled with joy and made their way toward the encampment, eager to escape the desert's trials and satisfy their hunger, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of bewildered soldiers swiftly surrounded them, their expressions grave and poised for confrontation, weapons aimed squarely at Lin Xize and his companions. One soldier bellowed, "Get down and cover your heads, or we will open fire." The command echoed through the vast desert, carrying an undeniable authority. Tony, feeling a sense of helplessness, contemplated rushing forward to clarify their identities and dispel the misunderstanding. After all, he was Tony Stark, a notable figure in these parts, and he believed that once he explained the situation, they would be granted passage without further incident. To his astonishment, the tenth soldiers, upon noticing Tony's approach, mistakenly assumed he intended to undertake some perilous action. Without a moment's hesitation, they opened fire in his direction. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, as the bullets rained down like fireworks on New Year's Eve, continuous and relentless. Countless projectiles surged toward Tony, plunging the situation into dire peril. In this critical moment, Lin Xize reacted with remarkable swiftness. He decisively summoned the energy within him, and it surged forth, coalescing into arcs of brilliant blue and violet electricity. These currents, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly converged, forming a formidable wall of electricity that stood resolutely before Tony. With a crackle and pop, the bullets that struck this electric barrier were repelled like they had collided with an unyielding fortress, tumbling harmlessly to the ground. The residual energy from the electric wall spread towards the soldiers, incapacitating them in an instant. They trembled uncontrollably, their weapons clattering to the ground, their faces a canvas of fear and disbelief, clearly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Tony, startled by this sudden upheaval, stood there in a daze, as if he had already met his demise. Lin Xize suggested, "It seems the reputation of the flamboyant Tony does not hold much sway. Who would have thought that upon your return, you would be greeted with a baptism of bullets? Is this some sort of unconventional welcome ceremony?" With a wry smile, Tony looked at Lin Xize and replied, "I certainly did not anticipate such a scenario. It all transpired so suddenly that I had no chance to evade." After hearing Tony's words, Lin Xize furrowed his brow, surveying the incapacitated soldiers with a sense of helplessness. The misunderstanding was indeed vast, and he realized he must devise a means to clarify the situation. This stalemate could not persist. The commotion outside inevitably roused Rode, who hurriedly emerged from within. Upon stepping out, he was met with the sight of his soldiers sprawled across the ground, and for a moment, he was taken aback. Instinctively, he raised his weapon, preparing to fire at Lin Xize and his companions, for anyone witnessing this scene would assume an ambush had occurred. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a glance revealed the familiar figure of his dear friend Tony standing nearby. Rode's surprise turned to joy, his eyes glistening with emotion as he quickly lowered his weapon and rushed towards Tony, arms wide open, eager to envelop him in a heartfelt embrace. Yet, Tony was not in the mood for such gestures. Fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon him. Weakly waving his hand, he implored, "Rode, could you please bring me something to eat? I feel as though I might faint from hunger. Let us discuss everything once I've had a chance to replenish my strength." Upon hearing this, Rhodes regained his composure and, noticing Tony's disheveled and weary state, felt a surge of compassion. He quickly summoned those around him to procure some food, determined not to let Tony go hungry. Once he arranged for the meal, Rhodes turned his attention to the soldiers sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowed with confusion. He sought clarity from Tony, as the inexplicable situation demanded an explanation. Lin Xize, perceiving Rhodes' unease, stepped forward and reassured him. Rest assured, Rhodes, they are not gravely harmed. They are merely incapacitated by electrical shock and will regain their strength shortly. We had no choice. They opened fire on us without warning, and we acted in self-defense. If I hadn't intervened, Tony might have been injured. Rhodes, taken aback by Lin Xize's explanation, scrutinized him with curiosity, pondering the capabilities of this stranger who could generate electricity to incapacitate others. However, out of respect for Tony, he refrained from further skepticism. He nodded and remarked, I see. Then we owe you our gratitude. This incident was indeed a misunderstanding. Once they awaken, I must have a serious talk with them about their recklessness, as it nearly led to disaster. With that, Rhodes instructed his soldiers to escort them to the doctor. Before long, soldiers approached bearing steaming platters of food. Upon seeing the meal, Tony's eyes sparkled with delight, and he wasted no time in sitting down to devour the food voraciously, his ravenous demeanor eliciting both amusement and sympathy from Rhodes. Ethan joined him, slowly savoring his meal to replenish his strength, while Lin Xize watched the scene unfold, feeling a sigh of relief. They had finally emerged from the desert, and Lin Xize was genuinely relieved that neither of them had succumbed to exhaustion in such a harsh environment. Chapter 61. The Return. A reminder about stocks. After Tony swiftly polished off his meal, he let out a contented burp, his face radiating satisfaction. He murmured, Oh, while this food is quite filling, how wonderful it would be to have a cheeseburger right now. Just the thought of that flavor is tantalizing. Rhodes, observing Tony's demeanor, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Shaking his head in resignation, he then turned to Tony with utmost sincerity, saying, Tony, it truly brings me joy to see you safe. You cannot fathom the anxiety I felt upon hearing you were missing. My heart was in turmoil, fearing the worst. However, Tony, should you find yourself in such a predicament again, please ensure we are in the same vehicle. I wish to look after you and prevent you from encountering such peril again. Tony, upon hearing Rhodes' words, merely smiled and refrained from elaborating. He understood Rhodes' concern but recognized that some situations cannot be foreseen. At this moment, Lin Xize found himself disinterested in the conversation between the two, silently assessing the depletion of energy within himself. The recent burst of speed he had exhibited while escorting Tony and Ethan had indeed drained a significant amount of his spiritual power. After all, it was not merely a matter of hastening his own journey. He had to meticulously envelop both individuals in his energy to shield them from the violent impact of their rapid pace, lest the fierce winds tear them apart like blades. Lin Xize pondered to himself, considering the substantial toll this exertion had taken. He wondered how long it would take for his energy to replenish. Reflecting on the remarkable speed they had just achieved, akin to that of a high-speed race car, he reasoned that it should not have been lethal. At worst, it would leave them with mere scratches. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Xize felt a twinge of hunger, prompting him to sit down and indulge in some food to replenish his strength. He recognized the need to restore his depleted energy, especially since he remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. It was crucial to maintain his peak condition. Observing Lin Xize seated and eating, Rhodes suddenly realized he had yet to inquire about the identity of this mysterious individual. He spoke up, My friend, I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance earlier. However, I am still in the dark regarding your name and how you came to know Tony. Swallowing his food and wiping his mouth, Lin Xize responded with a smile. I am Lin Xize. As for Tony, our acquaintance was a matter of chance. I happened to be present when he was in peril, and I intervened to lend a hand. It was simply fate. Rhodes nodded thoughtfully, his curiosity about Lin Xize intensifying, sensing an air of mystery surrounding him. Nevertheless, since he was a friend of Tony's, he presumed Lin Xize to be an ally and refrained from further questioning. The group continued to eat and engage in light conversation, allowing the atmosphere to gradually become more relaxed. While they were indulging in their meal and casual banter, Tony suddenly seemed to recall something important. He set down his food and turned to Lin Xize with a puzzled expression. Lin, I have a question that puzzles me. Why didn't you just whisk Ethan and me away instantly? Instead, you made us walk through the desert at a leisurely pace until we were almost at our destination before you brought us along. It was quite a hassle. If you had employed your remarkable abilities from the outset, we could have endured far less discomfort. Lin Xize sighed softly upon hearing Tony's inquiry, placing his utensils down with a look of resignation. He explained, The truth is, I lacked certainty. I truly did not know how far my energy could carry you. You see, this ability is newly discovered, and I have yet to thoroughly test its limits. If we had ventured too far and my energy had waned, leaving us stranded in the desert, a perilous place, we would have found ourselves in an even more dire predicament. Thus, I contemplated that we should strive to reach our destination using our own resources, and when we were close enough, I would bring you all along, primarily for the sake of caution, as there was truly no other option. Upon hearing Lin Xize's explanation, Tony suddenly grasped the situation, nodding in understanding as he remarked. So that is how it is. I initially thought you were deliberately putting us through trials. In that case, your foresight is commendable, indeed. If we were to run low on energy, it would pose significant complications. However, your abilities are quite fascinating. You must refine them further, as mastering them could prove invaluable in the future. After their lively discussion and feeling sufficiently rested, Rod began to organize the next leg of their journey. He instructed his team to prepare the aircraft, intending to fly them to New York. Once all arrangements were finalized, everyone made their way to the plane. Just as Lin Xize was about to board, he suddenly recalled something of great importance and hastily paused, turning to Rod to say, "Rod, could you provide me with a satellite phone? I urgently need to make a call." Rod instinctively glanced at Tony, seemingly seeking his approval. Understanding that Lin Xize might indeed have pressing matters, Tony nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Rod inquired no further, promptly retrieving a satellite phone from behind him and handing it to Lin Xize. After accepting the phone, Lin Xize adeptly navigated the device and quickly tuned into the channel for his home, pressing the call button. The phone rang a few times before it was answered by Annie. With a serious expression, Lin Xize addressed Annie through the satellite phone, stating, "I will be returning with Tony shortly, and you must remember, when Tony takes the stage to deliver his speech, ensure that we sell all of our stocks immediately. Do not hesitate. Moreover, refrain from purchasing again right away, as I anticipate that Stark Industries stock price will decline for a while after that. We must wait for the opportune moment to act." Annie, with unwavering resolve in her tone, responded from the other end, "Rest assured, focus on bringing Tony back. My sister and Marissa are prepared and monitoring the situation closely. There will be no missteps, and we will execute your instructions precisely." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize felt a sense of relief, ready to offer further reminders when he noticed Tony regarding him with a peculiar gaze, one filled with discontent and confusion. Unable to contain himself, Tony remarked, "Lin, discussing my company's stock in my presence seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Here I stand, and you are openly strategizing about buying and selling my company's shares. It feels as though I am being manipulated." Realizing his oversight, Lin Xize acknowledged that he had indeed been somewhat careless. Discussing such matters in front of the principal party could understandably cause discomfort. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly and explained, "Oh, Tony, please don't misunderstand. I merely intended to earn a bit through reasonable investments. There was absolutely no intention to plot against you. As you know, matters in the marketplace are such that everyone makes judgments and takes actions based on the prevailing circumstances. My actions were simply those of a typical investor. Please don't take it to heart. Besides, you surely don't mind such trifling sums, do you? Most of this money is acquired from the stockholders." Chapter 62, The Acrobatics Performance. Their first encounter, the airplane soared steadily through the sky. Yet the atmosphere within the cabin felt somewhat delicate due to the recent discussion about stocks. Tony furrowed his brows, still troubled by Lin Xize's assertion that Stark's stock would decline. He turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xize, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "How can you be so certain that upon my return, the stock won't rise but will instead fall? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation." "I have been pondering this." Lin Xize remained unperturbed, smiling as he glanced at Tony, his eyes revealing an aura of profound insight. He then spoke slowly. "After experiencing this kidnapping, will you continue to manufacture weapons? Or shall we say, will you persist in producing such armaments?" Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually settling into a tranquil demeanor. He gazed silently at Lin Xize, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. After a prolonged silence, Tony shook his head helplessly, a tone of reflection coloring his words. "Lin, you truly are like a worm in my stomach. You know precisely what I am thinking. This experience of being kidnapped has indeed altered my perspective on weapon manufacturing. I have witnessed firsthand the misuse of such weapons, causing calamity to so many. I may truly no longer pursue the production of arms with the same fervor as before." Lin Xize nodded gently, continuing, "Indeed, once you alter the direction of your operations, the Stark Group's focus will inevitably shift. And those investors who had previously held a favorable view of the arms business and held large quantities of Stark stock will surely become apprehensive. They will worry about the future profitability of the group, leading many to choose to sell their stocks, which will naturally result in a decline in stock prices. This is why I believe that following your speech, the stock will likely experience a downturn for a period. My conjecture is based on these considerations." Listening to Lin Xize's analysis, Tony's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he contemplatively remarked, "I see now. I hadn't anticipated your thorough considerations, and it appears you indeed possess your own insights in this area. However, I am still uncertain about the path I should take moving forward. I merely have different thoughts brewing within me." Rode, who had been listening to their exchange, nodded in agreement and said, Tony, Lin Xize makes a valid point. This incident has significantly impacted you. Whatever decision you make, it must be approached with careful consideration as it pertains to the future trajectory of the Stark Group. Nevertheless, returning to the matter at hand, Lin Xize, your insight is rather exceptional. I find myself somewhat in awe of your analytical prowess. Lin Xize chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, remarking, I merely engage in idle speculation. In the realm of stock markets, no one can claim absolute certainty. I merely make broad judgments based on the current circumstances. When the time arrives, who can predict what the situation will truly be? Ultimately, it hinges on Tony, after all. Such a genius indeed possesses the power to influence stocks. Upon hearing Lin Xize's analysis, Tony felt a measure of respect for him, yet his innate pride remained unshaken. And he raised an eyebrow. With a hint of arrogance, he addressed Lin Xize, saying, Lin, you must concede that my knowledge can alter everything, can you not? There are scarcely any challenges that I, Tony Stark, cannot surmount, whether in technological inventions or other matters. Whatever I set my mind to, I can achieve remarkable results. Observing Tony's slightly smug demeanor, Lin Xize merely smiled without offering any counterarguments, turning instead to gaze out the window. He then said to Tony, all right. We are nearing our destination. Tony, you must remember my preference for discretion. I am not one for the limelight and wish to live a quiet life. You must ensure that this matter is handled appropriately. Farewell. With that, Lin Xize gracefully waved goodbye to Tony, Rhodey, and Ethan before leaping directly from the helicopter, plunging into the air. Rhodey, witnessing this, widened his eyes in astonishment, pointing at the spot where Lin Xize had stood, mouth agape for a moment before regaining his composure. Exclaiming to Tony, Tony, look! He jumped. What are we to do? Tony, however, remained unfazed, calmly patting Rhodey's shoulder and reassuring him, do not panic, Rhodey. You will be fine. You can rest easy. Rhodey, feeling increasingly frantic, nearly jumped up, raising his voice. But Tony, he isn't wearing a parachute. Jumping from such a height, he could be smashed to bits. How can you say he will be all right? Are you out of your mind? Tony maintained his composed demeanor, smiling as he patted Rhodey's shoulder once more, soothingly stating, rest assured, he won't be harmed. Have you forgotten his extraordinary abilities? He is no ordinary person. This height is merely trivial for him. Let us wait and witness how he lands safely. Though Rhodey remained filled with anxiety and doubt, Tony's unwavering confidence compelled him to lean against the window, eyes wide, peering downwards, silently praying for Lin Xize's safe return. Meanwhile, Lin Xize, having leaped from the helicopter, swiftly summoned the energy within him, adjusting his posture midair. His descent gradually slowed, resembling a delicate feather gently drifting towards the ground. Before long, he landed steadily in a clearing, waving towards the helicopter to signal that he was unharmed. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he had merely accomplished a routine task. Upon landing, Lin Xize was about to take his leave when he noticed a little girl beside him, engrossed in her ice cream. The girl sported a center-parted fringe, denim jeans, red canvas shoes, and an orange hoodie, her round eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at him, clearly startled by his leap from the helicopter and his subsequent safety. The little girl was so taken aback that her ice cream slipped from her cone, perilously close to falling to the ground. At that critical moment, Lin Xize reacted swiftly, summoning the energy within him. This energy transformed into a gentle force that precisely enveloped the impending fall of the ice cream, deftly guiding it back into the girl's cone as if it had never left. The entire process was seamless, leaving the ice cream intact. As she regained her composure, the girl looked at her recovered ice cream with wonder and disbelief. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed up at Lin Xize. In response, he offered her a warm smile and tenderly ruffled her hair, his gesture akin to that of an affectionate older brother. Without lingering, he slightly bent his legs and leapt away, vanishing like an arrow, leaving the girl standing there, ice cream in hand, still dazed by the extraordinary encounter, as if she had just awoken from a remarkable dream. Meanwhile, Lin Xize hastened towards his destination, with numerous matters awaiting his attention. After this brief interlude, he was ready to immerse himself in the tasks ahead. Chapter 63. The chaotic party. Lin Xize walked along the familiar path toward home, reminiscing about the enchanting moment with the delightful little girl. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, he halted, furrowing his brow in contemplation. There was something unsettlingly familiar about the girl, yet it felt oddly foreign, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Standing still, he closed his eyes, striving to piece together fragments of memory regarding her, attempting to uncover the source of that familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like lightning, and blurred images raced through his mind. Lin Xize's eyes widened in realization, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn it, that girl is Xiaoyu. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Her features and expression were unmistakably hers. Lin Xize felt a swirl of thoughts in his mind, pondering to himself, By all accounts, if Xiaoyu were to appear, it should be accompanied by matters concerning the Holy Master. Yet, I have heard no mention of any issues regarding the Holy Master. Could it be that the plot is yet to unfold to that point? Or perhaps the trajectory of this world diverges from what I am familiar with? As he continued to walk toward home, scratching his head, he was enveloped in a haze of confusion, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in this situation. He wondered whether events would indeed follow the original storyline. It would be prudent for him to remain vigilant, ready to prepare should the matter of the Holy Master arise unexpectedly. Lin Xize murmured to himself, quickening his pace. His previously calm thoughts now tumultuous due to this sudden revelation, as he was lost in contemplation of Xiaoyu and the potential emergence of the Holy Master. His phone in his pocket abruptly rang, its sound jarring in the tranquility of the street. He hastily retrieved the phone and answered, and on the other end, Marissa's voice brimmed with excitement, her tone elevated with joy. As do you know? We have sold all the stocks just as you advised. We made a tremendous profit, multiplying our investment by tenfold. Initially, we invested 500 million. Now it has soared to over 7 billion. Oh, I can hardly believe this is real. Listening to Marissa's uncontainable delight, a smile of satisfaction spread across Lin Xize's face. He softly replied, rest assured, May, this is merely the beginning. Our future will surely be brighter. The Stark Group stock is likely to decline for a while. We need not rush into purchasing. Let us exercise patience and wait until I deem the timing opportune before informing you. We can act then, so there is no need for haste. I'm on my way home now, and we shall discuss our plans thoroughly upon my return. Marissa nodded repeatedly on the other end. Although Lin Xize could not see her gestures, her excitement resonated through her voice. She responded, yes, as, we all trust your judgment. You've always had great ideas. And this time you've led us to such a significant gain. Everyone admires you. Please hurry back. We're all waiting for you at home. Travel safely. All right. I understand. I'll hang up now, Lin Xize concluded, disconnecting the call and returning the phone to his pocket, a slight smile lingering on his lips. Pleased with the success. However, he soon recalled the matter of Xiaoyu, a frown forming as he contemplated the various scenarios that might unfold next. His steps quickened, driven by an urgency to return home and untangle these complex thoughts. As soon as Lin Xize returned home, before he could take a moment to truly appreciate the familiar surroundings, Marissa, Barbara Keene, Harley Quinn, and Michelle Pfeiffer rushed towards him, their faces radiating with joy and excitement. Each one of them fervently greeted him with a peck on the cheek, creating an atmosphere brimming with warmth and liveliness. Once the enthusiastic welcome ceremony concluded, Robin approached with a curious yet slightly astonished expression, inquiring, is it really that easy to make money here? 70 billion in a single sweep seems utterly outrageous. I can hardly believe it. Upon hearing Robin's words, Lin Xize shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, is it not even easier to earn money where you are? Just consider your place. A single bounty for a pirate can be worth tens of billions, which is far less strenuous than what we do here. Robin, taken aback, shot a defiant look back at Lin Xize and replied, oh really? You make it sound so simple. Do you understand that those pirates with bounties in the tens of billions are all emperors of the sea? Each one of them is essentially invincible. It's not as if one can just casually claim such a reward. Think of the immense risks and arduous battles required to achieve that. It's not nearly as effortless as you suggest. Lin Xize shrugged, offering a wry smile as he responded. I suppose I am fortunate in this world to have foreknowledge and the ability to make sound judgments. Otherwise, if anything were to go awry, I might end up losing everything. And at that point, let alone making money, I would likely be left with nothing. The others, listening to the exchange, nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the validity of Lin Xize's perspective, Marissa chimed in with a smile, regardless, we have indeed reaped a bountiful harvest this time, all thanks to Ace. We must celebrate this achievement properly. Harley Quinn enthusiastically added, yes, absolutely. We need to throw a grand celebration tonight. It's been ages since I've had a chance to revel like this. The group busily prepared an array of beverages and ventured out to procure a variety of delightful snacks and entertainment, subsequently hosting a grand and joyous party at home. Considering that Peter was still too young to drink, they decided not to invite him, gathering instead among themselves to fully indulge in this rare moment of relaxation. As the party commenced, music filled the air, and the women alongside Lin Xize danced freely to the vibrant rhythms, sipping their drinks and engaging in a variety of entertaining games. Laughter and cheers intertwined, creating an atmosphere of pure exuberance. Everyone cast aside their daily worries and pressures, immersing themselves in this ocean of joy, passionately expressing their exuberance. Under the influence of alcohol, the nature of the party gradually transformed, with everyone slowly gravitating towards Lin Xize, gradually losing themselves in the revelry. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Xize awoke in a daze, enveloped by a blinding whiteness. He rubbed his still groggy head and took a moment to gather his thoughts before gradually discerning his surroundings. Observing the spacious bed before him, he privately congratulated himself, thankful for its ample size. Otherwise, accommodating 9 individuals would have been quite a challenge. Last night had indeed been a lively affair. As Lin Xize prepared to rise and stretch, he suddenly perceived a notable change in the flow of spiritual energy within him, now more fluid than before, and its quantity evidently increased. Intrigued, he quickly calmed his mind and turned his attention inward, examining his dantian and meridians. To his astonishment, he discovered that after the tumult of the previous night, his cultivation had remarkably advanced, reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. Though it may seem improbable, I am the author, and in my universe, it is indeed the first time, haha. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, Lin Xize could not help but grin, pondering the unexpected gains from the revelry. His newfound strength at the 4th level of qi refinement was significantly greater than before, indicating that he must engage in further cultivation. Perhaps one day he would ascend to even loftier realms. With this thought, Lin Xize found himself free of fatigue. Sitting cross-legged on the bed to practice his techniques and solidify his recent breakthrough, readying himself for any potential challenges that might arise. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon him, as if celebrating his new achievement. The entire room radiated an invigorating vitality. Chapter 64. Tony's grand entrance. While Lin Xize was engrossed in his cultivation, the several women who had partied too hard the previous night began to awaken one by one. Each rubbed their still drowsy heads, their eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. They exchanged glances, yet a mutual understanding kept them silent, as the wild and joyful scenes of the prior evening lingered vividly in their minds, leaving them somewhat bashful. Soon after, they quietly retrieved their clothes and dressed, finally stepping out of the room. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, noon was approaching. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, drawing their curiosity. They gazed outside, witnessing a red armored suit soaring towards Lin Xize's home. The metallic exterior gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an impressive aura that was both striking and commanding. The women instantly became alert, suspecting they might be facing a threat. After all, the sudden appearance of the armored suit left them uncertain about its purpose and the identity of its occupant. They quickly sprang into action, retrieving firearms from their concealed locations, steeling themselves and fixating their gazes upon the approaching armored figure. The steel armor gradually descended into the courtyard, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Just as the women stood tensely, prepared to fire at any moment, a familiar voice emerged from within the armor. "Don't be alarmed, it's Tony Stark. I'm here to see Lin." The voice echoed through the armor's built-in speaker, reverberating in the courtyard, allowing the women to exhale in relief as their taut nerves began to relax. Marissa holstered her weapon and stepped forward with a smile, addressing the armored figure. "Oh, it's Mr. Tony. Your sudden appearance startled us. Please, come in and have a seat. Lin is currently meditating inside, so he might take a while to come out. Would you like to wait for him?" Tony, controlling the armor, opened the faceplate to reveal his face and replied with a grin. My apologies for the fright. I have urgent matters to discuss with Lin, which is why I flew over without prior notice. I'll wait here for him. Thank you so much." With that, Tony exited the armor and followed Marissa into the house, while the other women gathered curiously around them, engaging in casual conversation. The noise generated by Tony's armor during its activation and flight was quite loud, resonating clearly within the confines of the house. This commotion interrupted Lin Xize, who was deeply engrossed in his meditation. Frowning, he ceased his practice and leaped down from the balcony, landing gracefully in the courtyard with barely a stir of dust, exuding an air of elegance. Lin looked up at Tony and, with a hint of teasing, inquired, "Oh, what urgent matter has brought our dashing playboy here in such a flurry? I thought something significant had transpired." Tony, upon seeing Lin emerge, displayed a glimmer of excitement and promptly addressed him. "Lin, you must take a look at my Mark II. This is the urgent matter I mentioned." He gestured toward the armor he was wearing, clearly eager to showcase his creation. Lin scrutinized the Mark II before raising an eyebrow and, with a playful tone, remarked to Tony, "You rushed over just to flaunt your armor, didn't you?" Tony, irked by Lin's teasing, crossed his arms with an expression of pride and retorted, "This magnificent piece of work is a culmination of my intellect and cutting-edge technology. It's truly disappointing that you failed to appreciate it, Lin. Your lack of discernment is quite disheartening." Lin, unfazed by Tony's slightly arrogant comments, regarded him with a knowing smile and replied leisurely, "Tony, I've recently attained a breakthrough in my cultivation. I am rather curious. If I were to strike your mech with a punch, I wonder if it could withstand the impact?" Tony was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly recalled his understanding of Lin Xize's prowess, contemplating the formidable defensive capabilities of his Mark II armor. He mused, "This armor has undergone rigorous testing and enhancement. It cannot be so easily damaged. Moreover, I shall demonstrate the might of my high-tech creation, so he ceases to underestimate my masterpiece. With this thought in mind, Tony slightly lifted his chin and, with a hint of arrogance, declared to Lin, "Come on, Lin. Allow me to illustrate the vast chasm that separates us. Do not be disheartened when you realize the truth." As soon as Tony finished speaking, Lin Xize wasted no time and launched a powerful punch toward Tony's armor. Although the punch appeared ordinary, the force behind it was anything but negligible. The air swirled with the momentum, and the tremendous impact struck Tony's armor with alarming ferocity. Tony felt as if a speeding automobile had collided with him. The sheer force left him no time to react further, and he was propelled uncontrollably into the sky. In an instant, he transformed into a mere speck against the vastness above. Fortunately, Tony's armor was equipped with flight capabilities. After soaring through the air for a considerable distance, he finally regained control and maneuvered his armor back down. Astonishment flooded his mind as he pondered, "Good heavens, Lin Xize's strength is utterly terrifying. My armor nearly succumbed to his might. Thank goodness I can fly. Otherwise, I would have plummeted to the ground once more, likely ending up in a disheveled state. I must never underestimate this individual again." While gliding back, Tony shouted to Lin, "Lin, my friend, your strikes are excessively fierce. My armor was nearly dismantled by your punch. What kind of strength is this? It is truly monstrous." Lin Xize, standing his ground, chuckled and shrugged, replying, "Tony, you cannot blame me for this. You invited me to unleash my power. Besides, I merely wished to test the extent of my newfound strength. And it seems the results are quite promising. Your armor is impressively sturdy. It withstood my punch without sustaining any damage. Quite remarkable." Chapter 65, The House in Chinatown. Unexpected neighbors. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, a sense of defiance surged within Tony once more. Furrowing his brow with curiosity, he inquired, "Lin, why did you not employ your electrical abilities? Relying solely on your fists is hardly an impressive feat. If you possess such extraordinary powers, bring them forth, and let us truly engage in battle." Lin Xize rolled his eyes slightly, and, with a dismissive expression, replied, "Do you honestly believe I need those abilities to contend with you? Your armor barely withstood my punch. Do you think it can endure my magical attacks? You must be joking. If I were to unleash my electrical abilities, your precious armor would likely smoke and become inoperable. You would not want to be distressed by that, would you?" Tony listened to these words, his expression turning to one of speechless incredulity as he gazed at Lin Xize. Internally, he felt a profound sense of frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter. After all, he had just tangibly experienced Lin Xize's formidable strength. However, Tony's mind was quick to pivot. A sudden idea emerged within him. He contemplated, if this fellow is so powerful, perhaps I should construct a suit specifically designed to counter Lin Xize's abilities. Oh, what an excellent notion. Who knows, I could even develop a series of countersuits aimed at dealing with those possessing extraordinary powers. If this research comes to fruition, it would indeed be spectacular. As Tony pondered, his eyes darted around energetically. Soon, he resolved to set this idea aside for the moment and instead employ a conversational diversion to gloss over the earlier awkwardness. Clearing his throat, he addressed Lin Xize, saying, "Lin, I've taken care of your identity issue. Since you are of Chinese descent, I arranged for you to have residency in Chinatown. I even purchased a lovely house for you. It's quite nice, situated in a pleasant environment, and there's an elderly gentleman living nearby who sells antiques. This way, you'll have someone to converse with regularly. I trust you'll find it satisfactory." Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, is there truly such a boon? That is rather thoughtful of you. However, what kind of person is this antique-selling elder? You must provide me with a detailed account. I would rather not be saddled with an unfriendly neighbor, as that would be quite a headache." Tony chuckled lightly and replied, "I've done my research. The old man is quite amiable, always tinkering with his antiques. He possesses a wealth of knowledge and enjoys engaging in conversation about the stories behind those old artifacts. I believe you'll find common ground with him. In any case, I think this arrangement is quite fitting, and you'll see for yourself when you visit." Lin Xize nodded, smiling as he responded, "All right then, thank you, Tony. You've handled this rather thoughtfully. Once I have some free time, I shall visit the house and get acquainted with this neighbor." As Lin Xize listened to Tony discuss the antique-selling elder, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Suddenly, a notion struck him. The antique-selling elder, why does that sound so familiar? Could it possibly be my father? If it truly is him, then Tony must have invested considerable effort into finding such a quirky yet intriguing neighbor for me. With this thought, a peculiar expression inadvertently crossed Lin Xize's face. However, he chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he turned to Tony, warmly inviting him. "Would you care to stay for a meal? We could enjoy some lively company together. We just hosted a party last night and have plenty of delicious food left over. It would be perfect for you to sample." Tony, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, instinctively touched the dented armor that Lin Xize had inflicted upon him. The indentation was indeed quite pronounced. Every movement he made was accompanied by a slight discomfort. He smiled wryly and shook his head, addressing Lin Xize. Never mind. I should return to fix my armor. After all, your punch was rather forceful, and this dent is rather deep. It's causing me quite a bit of unease. I need to head back and see how I can smooth it out. Otherwise, wearing this armor next time will surely hinder my performance. Lin Xize, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I sincerely apologize, Tony. I was a bit impulsive earlier and didn't control my strength well. Please hurry back to make your repairs. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Tony waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right. I can handle it myself. Your attempts to help might just complicate matters further, and I certainly don't want my armor to suffer any more damage. With that, he walked towards his iron suit. Muttering to himself, Lin Xize really hit hard this time. I suppose I'll need to reinforce the armor's defenses in the future. As Tony approached the suit, he deftly operated a few controls before climbing inside. With a resounding roar, the iron armor slowly ascended into the air. Tony waved goodbye to Lin Xize, calling out, I'm off now, Lin. We'll be in touch later. Lin Xize raised his hand in response, saying, All right then, take care, Tony. Safe travels. Watching as Tony piloted the iron suit into the distance, Lin Xize turned to the women beside him and said, Let us head inside. I'm quite curious whether that antique dealer is indeed the person I suspect him to be. When I have some free time, I must pay that house a visit. The women nodded in agreement, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the house. While Lin Xize's heart brimmed with anticipation for the house in Chinatown and its intriguing neighbor. During dinner, a table laden with delectable dishes fostered a lively atmosphere as everyone engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, the women recalled Tony's recent visit. Their curiosity piqued, and they turned their gazes toward Lin Xize. Marissa was the first to speak, inquiring, How did Tony come to buy you a house in Chinatown? Is there a story behind it? Lin Xize swallowed his food and calmly explained, Well, it's because I saved Tony's life previously. He promised to help me with my identification, and I suppose purchasing a house was his way of showing gratitude. By the way, I was just thinking, would you like to come see the house later? It would be a good opportunity to assess the surroundings as well. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, the women were momentarily taken aback before exchanging glances, their faces lighting up with surprise. It turned out that after the wild party last night, they had anticipated feeling utterly exhausted or even in pain. To his astonishment, he felt no pain whatsoever. Rather, he sensed an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through his body, as though he had undergone a miraculous transformation that enhanced his very essence, imbuing him with an invigorating vitality. Thus, upon hearing the plan to visit Chinatown, the excitement among the group was palpable. Harley Quinn clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, How wonderful! We've longed to savor authentic Chinese cuisine in Chinatown. Each time we passed those restaurants, the prices on the menus seemed exorbitant, and we hesitated to indulge. But now, things are different, having earned a substantial sum. The cost of a meal is but a trifling matter. We can finally indulge ourselves. Barbara Keene nodded in agreement, her smile radiant as she added, Indeed. I have heard that Chinese cuisine offers an array of dishes, each with its own unique flavor. Just the thought of sweet and sour ribs, or mapo tofu, makes my mouth water. We simply must experience the authentic taste this time. We cannot afford to miss out. Michelle Pfeiffer gazed at Lin Xize with eager anticipation, inquiring, So when shall we set off? I can hardly contain my excitement. I can almost envision those delectable dishes before me, and I am certain they will be exquisite. Lin Xize, observing the girl's fervent enthusiasm, couldn't help but chuckle. Look at your eagerness. We can depart as soon as we finish our meal and tidy up. There is no rush. Let us take our time exploring Chinatown today and relish every moment. Upon hearing this, the girls were overjoyed, their pace of eating quickening as they eagerly anticipated their arrival in Chinatown, where they could indulge in the long-coveted Chinese delicacies and perhaps catch a glimpse of Lin Xize's new abode. Chapter 66. Entering Old Man's antique shop after devouring their meal with remarkable haste, they could hardly contain their impatience and swiftly made their way toward Chinatown, their urgency palpable, as if they feared that any delay might cause their longed-for culinary delights and novel sights to vanish. Before long, they arrived at the bustling heart of Chinatown. As they stepped into this vibrant district, the quaint architecture, throngs of people, and an array of uniquely charming shops flooded their senses, transporting them to an enchanting realm steeped in mystery. Yet, they did not lose sight of their primary objective. They headed directly toward the house that Tony had purchased for Lin Xize. The location was quite pleasant, radiating an aura of tranquility and serenity. Lin Xize surveyed the house, feeling content with Tony's arrangement. At that moment, his attention was captured by a nearby antique shop. The shop sign was striking, boldly proclaiming Old Man's Antique Shop. and the familiar name caused Lin Xize to marvel. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, it feels as though I've stepped into the world of Jackie Chan adventures. This is a bit too much, isn't it? If that is the case, how should we interpret those talismans? Do they exist according to their original rules? Or are they merely concepts? This matter becomes rather intricate." Lin Xize stood there, his brow furrowed, feeling both intrigued and somewhat apprehensive. After all, the talismans from Jackie Chan adventures possess extraordinary and formidable powers. If they were to manifest in this world, one could only speculate the chaos that might ensue. The girls nearby listened intently to Lin Xize's musings. Although they were not particularly familiar with Jackie Chan adventures, they sensed an unusual significance in the discussion. Marissa, with curiosity sparkling in her eyes, inquired, "Aze, what exactly is this Jackie Chan adventures you speak of? And what treasures do these talismans hold? From your tone, they seem quite powerful. Please, enlighten us." Returning to the moment, Lin Xize glanced at the girls' eager expressions and began to elucidate. Jackie Chan Adventures is a tale brimming with fantastical adventures, replete with wondrous elements. As for those talismans, they are truly remarkable. There are 12 in total, each possessing unique magical abilities. Some can transform anything into an animal, grant immortality, unleash colossal fireballs, or bestow immense strength, among other powers. If they were to fall into the hands of those with ill intent, they could certainly stir up quite a tempest. Now that this antique shop has appeared, I can't help but worry that these talismans may be hidden somewhere in this world. If chaos were to erupt, it would be quite troublesome indeed. The girls' eyes widened in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer surprise. Harley Quinn exclaimed animatedly, "Wow, that's incredible. We must be cautious. Who knows when we might stumble upon one of those talismans? That would be thrilling." As they continued to discuss the talismans while making their way to the house, Robin suddenly spoke up, his expression a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He turned to Lin Xize and said, "The mouse talisman can indeed animate the inanimate, correct? If I were to carve a puppet based on someone who has never existed in this world, could I utilize the power of the mouse talisman to bring her to life, to transform her into a real person?" As he spoke, Robin's eyes shimmered with longing, a profound yearning evident in his gaze. It was clear to anyone nearby that he was likely wishing to see his mother once more. Lin Xize, upon hearing Robin's words and observing the depth of his desire, felt a surge of understanding and empathy. He pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Before responding to Robin, in theory, it is indeed possible. After all, the original essence of the mouse talisman is to possess the miraculous ability to animate the inanimate. Anything static, under its magical influence, could indeed come to life. However, you must sculpt the puppet to closely resemble the person you envision. If it deviates too much from your mental image, achieving the desired effect may prove quite challenging. In truth, while Lin Xize outwardly expressed his thoughts, his mind was quietly pondering. The world here diverges significantly from the realm of Jackie Chan adventures that he was familiar with. There had been no prior records of talismans, and even if Robin attempted to carve based on his memories, the passage of years had likely dulled those recollections. Furthermore, Robin's understanding of the individual in question might not be particularly profound. Under such circumstances, could the mouse talisman truly resurrect the puppet? The feasibility of this endeavor was indeed questionable. It was entirely possible that even with the talisman, Robin's wish might remain unfulfilled. The more Lin Xize contemplated, the more he felt the weight of uncertainty. Yet, seeing Robin's hopeful demeanor, he could not bear to voice his doubts and dampen his spirits. He sighed inwardly, resolving to wait until the moment arrived to assess the situation. Perhaps a miracle might occur. The others, having overheard the conversation between Lin Xize and Robin, fell silent. They understood Robin's sentiments and were at a loss for words, choosing instead to accompany him in silence as they continued towards the house. The previously light-hearted atmosphere grew somewhat somber due to the weighty topic at hand. Feeling the oppressive air, Lin Xize decided to set aside the heavy subject for the moment. Clearing his throat, he addressed the women, suggesting, "Shall we explore the antique shop first? There may be many intriguing items within." The women agreed, nodding in unison, recognizing it as a suitable distraction. Thus, Lin Xize stepped forward and gently pushed open the door of the antique shop. With a creak, the door swung open, and he entered first, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a girl with bangs, who appeared vibrant and lively. She stood conversing earnestly with a man clad in a blue wool sweater, both displaying serious expressions as they seemed to discuss something of significance. However, as the girl casually turned her head and caught sight of Lin Xize, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise and her mouth slightly agape. Taking a few moments to regain her composure, she quickly tugged at the sleeve of the man in blue, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Uncle Longs. This is the peculiar brother I mentioned, the one who jumped down from the sky without a stitch on and possesses magical abilities. I thought I had misseen him before." but to encounter him in our shop today is quite astonishing." Upon hearing the girl's words, the man referred to as Uncle Long also appeared taken aback. He turned his gaze towards Lin Xize, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Internally, he mused, "This young man seems rather ordinary. Yet if Xiaoyu speaks of him in such fantastical terms, he must be no ordinary person indeed. Jumping down from the sky, without clothing and wielding magic? This tale certainly carries an air of peculiarity. I must learn more about him." Lin Xize felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing the girl's words. He scratched his head and smiled as he explained, "Oh dear girl, your words are somewhat exaggerated. I merely possess a rather unique skill, certainly not anything akin to magic. Besides, the circumstances at that time were quite peculiar. Please do not portray me as some sort of oddity." However, Xiaoyu pouted and replied dismissively, I'm not exaggerating. I saw it with my own eyes. You jumped down from the sky, and you even managed to catch ice cream with the air. If that isn't magic, then what is? Uncle Long, don't you agree?" As she spoke, Xiaoyu turned to Uncle Long, seemingly seeking his validation. Uncle Long chuckled and stepped forward, extending his hand towards Lin Xize. "Hello, young man. I am Cheng Long. This girl has a penchant for dramatics, but hearing her describe your abilities piques my curiosity. Why don't we sit down and have a chat?" Lin Xize promptly took Cheng Long's hand and responded, "Hello, Mr. Long. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Since you've suggested it, let us indeed sit down and converse. I am quite interested in your antique shop as well." Chapter 67. An inquiry from father. Just as Lin Xize settled into his chair, still taking in the decor of the antique shop, he heard footsteps approaching from within the room. Moments later, father leisurely emerged. Xiaoyu's astonished and excited voice had resonated throughout the small shop, drawing father out. With squinted eyes, father scrutinized Lin Xize, examining him thoroughly, his expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and skepticism. He then inquired, "Are you the one Xiaoyu mentioned who possesses magical abilities?" "Humph. Let me make myself clear. Here, I have no tolerance for deceitful practices. Should you employ any peculiar methods for wrongdoing, I assure you, I will not let it slide easily." As he spoke, father crossed his arms, adopting a scrutinizing demeanor, as if attempting to peer into Lin Xize's very soul. Seeing this, Lin Xize quickly waved his hands and explained with a smile, "Oh, father, you've misunderstood me. I assure you, it is not magic. Merely a unique ability I have cultivated. I am a person of integrity and would never engage in wrongdoing." Xiaoyu likely misinterpreted what she saw, hence her embellishments. Please do not take it to heart. Father listened to Lin Xize's words, his brows furrowing slightly as he pursed his lips. "Humph, unique abilities? It seems to me you are reluctant to speak the truth. Can mere cultivation yield such strange powers? In all my years, I have never encountered anyone quite like you. You best be forthright with me, otherwise my mind will be plagued with doubts." Uncle Cheng Long, observing the exchange, interjected with a smile, "Oh, father, let us not rush. The young man has just arrived. We should be courteous. Perhaps he truly possesses knowledge that eludes us. Let us sit and converse slowly, and hear what he has to say." Lin Xize cast a grateful glance at Jackie Chan and continued, "Father, Uncle Long is right. If you are willing to listen, I would be delighted to share the origins of my abilities. It is quite simply a matter of chance and gradual self-discovery. It is truly nothing to be alarmed about." With a dismissive grunt, father slowly approached the table and took a seat, stating, "Very well, do tell. However, if I find any discrepancies in your account, I shall thoroughly test your claims." Lin Xize chuckled helplessly, realizing that his father was indeed as astute as he had remembered, a person difficult to deceive. However, he steeled himself and began recounting his experiences in cultivation. Observing his father's serious and inquisitive demeanor, Lin Xize patiently explained, "Father, the essence of my cultivation is quite similar to yours. For instance, you cultivate righteous energy, which empowers you to combat malevolent forces and safeguard the peace of the world. It is indeed a formidable force." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "In contrast, I cultivate a more advanced form of spiritual energy. This energy can be considered the amalgamation of all energies. Various energies in the world, whether righteous or otherwise, are fundamentally derived from this spiritual essence. Hence, in terms of efficacy and potency, spiritual energy is more comprehensive and formidable." Lin Xize shared this with his father for a reason. Perhaps rooted in his childhood longing for a proud yet endearing figure like him to share wondrous stories and impart unique skills. Now, having encountered his father, that sense of familiarity surged within him, prompting him to open his heart and engage in a meaningful discussion about cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, father's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though a hint of skepticism lingered. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, Your words are indeed articulate. But matters of the world are seldom so simple. You claim that spiritual energy is the integration of all energies. Do you possess any evidence? Surely, you cannot expect me to take your word for it." Lin Xize smiled, having anticipated his father's skepticism. He extended a hand and gently channeled the spiritual energy within him. Gradually, a soft glow enveloped his palm, shimmering without being harsh, exuding an aura that felt both comforting and vibrant. While demonstrating, he remarked, "Father, behold. This is a manifestation of spiritual energy. It moves with intention, capable of transforming into strength to repel adversaries, or into a gentle force to nurture and heal. Such versatility is beyond the capacity of ordinary energy. Moreover, I can utilize this spiritual energy to perceive the fluctuations of various energies around me, be they righteous or malevolent. None can escape my awareness." Old Father gazed upon the faint luminescence emanating from Lin Xize's palm, his eyes widening slightly in astonishment, though he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts. Internally he mused, "This young man possesses quite a remarkable skill. It appears his claims are not entirely fanciful. Nevertheless, I must further test his abilities." Meanwhile, Chenglong, Xiaoyu, and several young women who accompanied Lin Xize gathered curiously around, their attention riveted on the radiant glow in his hand. The atmosphere within the antique shop grew increasingly vibrant and imbued with an air of mystery. Old Father squinted slightly, maintaining an inquisitive expression, and inquired of Lin Xize, "What, pray tell, distinguishes the spiritual energy you cultivate from the righteous energy that I practice?" In truth, Old Father had begun to acknowledge Lin Xize's method of cultivation. Yet his proud demeanor prevented him from openly expressing his approval. He sought to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the nuances of different cultivation techniques. After all, acquiring knowledge can only be beneficial. Observing Old Father's demeanor, Lin Xize understood his thoughts well. With a gentle smile, he replied leisurely, "The most apparent distinction is that I can cast spells without reciting incantations, unlike your practice of righteous energy, which requires adherence to a myriad of intricate steps." As he spoke, Lin Xize extended a hand, gently opening his palm. The spiritual energy within him began to converge swiftly, and before long, a small sphere of dazzling lightning coalesced in his hand. The sphere crackled and sparkled with arcs of electricity, radiating a powerful wave of energy. Astonishingly, Lin Xize appeared wholly unaffected, his demeanor remaining composed. Then, with a mere thought, Lin Xize commanded the sphere of lightning to dance gracefully in the air. The sphere morphed into the shape of a small bird poised for flight, vivid and lifelike, as if it were about to break free and soar into the sky. Moments later, it transformed into a blooming flower, the intricate patterns of its petals vividly discernible, exuding an exquisite beauty. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly captivated by this enchanting spectacle. Old Father's eyes widened further as he beheld the ever-changing lightning sphere, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. He pondered, "What a marvel! The ability to summon such manifestations without incantation and control them with such ease surpasses my expectations. There is undoubtedly a profound depth to this practice that I must contemplate." Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, leaned closer. Her eyes fixed on the lightning sphere as she exclaimed, "Wow, how incredible! This is even more wondrous than magic tricks. Brother Lin, please teach me how to do this. I want to learn how to create such marvels too." Lin Xize affectionately ruffled Xiaoyu's hair and replied, "Xiaoyu, this is not something one can learn casually. It requires extensive training and a solid foundation. If you are truly interested, you can gradually explore this path in the future." In truth, Lin Xize had no other cultivation techniques. Jackie Chan looked on with admiration and remarked to Lin Xize, "Young man, your abilities are truly eye-opening. I have never witnessed such a miraculous occurrence. Today has certainly broadened my horizons." The several young women who accompanied Lin Xize, although previously aware of some of his impressive feats, could not help but display expressions of admiration upon witnessing this particular display. They stood quietly to the side, silently proud of Lin Xize. Chapter 68. Inquiring about talismans. After successfully capturing everyone's attention with his demonstration of spiritual energy, Lin Xize felt that the moment had arrived. He turned to his father and inquired, "Now, Dad, it is time for you to share the information I seek." Upon hearing this, his father appeared perplexed, furrowing his brow and gazing at Lin Xize with confusion, responding, "What is it that you wish to know? You are being rather vague, and I must admit, I am quite bewildered." Lin Xize, eschewing any further circumlocution, directly asked, "I simply wish to know how many talismans you have found thus far." As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd was taken aback, their faces displaying astonishment. Xiaoyu widened her eyes in disbelief, seemingly astonished that Lin Xize would suddenly inquire about talismans. Jackie Chan also looked surprised, pondering how Lin Xize could possibly be interested in such matters. The shift in Lin Xize's father's expression was remarkable. He was initially engulfed in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief at Lin Xize's knowledge of talismans. However, that shock quickly morphed into wariness as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xize, his tone tinged with caution as he asked, "Talismans? What talismans? I have no idea what you are talking about. Why have you suddenly brought this up?" Do you have an ulterior motive for asking? Understanding the caution in his father's demeanor, Lin Xize realized they were likely very secretive about the matter of talismans. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to relinquish his inquiry so easily. He smiled and explained, "Dad, there is no need for such wariness. Since I can ask about this, it is evident that I am aware of the power of talismans. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious about the current situation. If you know anything, please share it with me. I assure you, I will not use this information for any nefarious purposes." Yet, Lin Xize's father remained unmoved, crossing his arms and snorting dismissively. "Humph, no matter how you phrase it, I genuinely do not know what you mean by talismans. Do not pry into matters that are not meant for casual conversation. Inviting trouble is not wise." Observing his father's vigilant and resolute demeanor, Lin Xize maintained his smile and calmly responded, "Dad, there is no need to be so guarded with me, since I am already aware that you possess talismans. It follows that I also know where you have placed those you have found. Moreover, consider this, with my considerable strength, if the talismans indeed presented any formidable challenges, would I not be capable of resolving them? My curiosity is purely innocent. I simply wish to know how many talismans you have discovered thus far, devoid of any ulterior motives." Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, the elder furrowed his brow even tighter, pondering to himself, how does this young man possess such knowledge? What is his true identity? To be aware of the very location of the talismans is no trivial matter. Has he been observing us in secret? Yet, judging by his demeanor, he does not appear to harbor malice. Regardless, I cannot easily place my trust in him. Contemplating these thoughts, the elder snorted disdainfully and retorted, "You speak as if it were simple, but who is to say you are not merely boasting? Even if you possess some abilities, you are well aware of the formidable nature of these talismans. The troubles they bring are not to be trifled with. Furthermore, what reason do we have to trust you? If you have indeed gleaned this information and intend to use it for malevolent purposes, we would find ourselves in a most precarious position." Beside him, Cheng Long echoed, "Indeed. Lin Xize, it is not that we do not trust you. It is simply that the stakes concerning these talismans are exceedingly high, and we must exercise caution. If you have no means to substantiate your claims, we cannot divulge this matter to you lightly." Seeing their reluctance, Lin Xize shrugged helplessly, recognizing that convincing the elder and his companions would not be an easy endeavor. Nevertheless, he continued to explain, "Elder, Uncle Long, I understand your apprehensions. After all, the power of these talismans is tremendous, and it is prudent to be cautious. However, I genuinely stand in solidarity with you. You witnessed the manifestation of my spiritual energy earlier. If I were inclined to do harm, why would I engage in lengthy discourse with you? I could simply act with force. My intention is to be prepared for any future dangers related to the talismans, should they arise." Listening attentively, Xiaoyu pondered Lin Xize's words and found them somewhat reasonable. She tugged at the elder's sleeve and whispered, "Elder, Brother Lin does not seem like a bad person. Perhaps he could indeed be of assistance. We should share this information with him." The elder gazed into Xiaoyu's hopeful eyes and reflected on Lin Xize's assertions. Ultimately, he appeared to relent, wearing a somewhat despondent expression as he addressed Lin Xize. "Very well, since you have articulated your points. I recognize that if you were to forcibly acquire the talismans, I would indeed be powerless to stop you. I can sense your strength surpasses my own. To be candid, we have only managed to locate one talisman thus far." Upon hearing the elder's admission, Lin Xize was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of confusion. He mused silently. "Is my power truly greater than the elder's? That seems unlikely, as he possesses considerable skill. Could it be that the sacred lords are so weak? Yet, this scenario does not seem quite right." However, Lin Xize soon discerned the underlying reason, pondering to himself, "My father specializes in the art of sealing, after all. There are precedents established by those who came before us. To reseal, the righteous energy required is not excessively demanding, and moreover, my father relies on various materials during the sealing process. When considering all these factors, it becomes apparent that my displayed prowess surpasses his." With this thought in mind, Lin Xize raised his head and cautiously inquired of his father, "Is it the Kuan talisman?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three present, his father, Cheng Long, and Xiaoyu, transformed into one of sheer astonishment, their eyes widening and mouths agape, momentarily unable to close. They had never anticipated that Lin Xize could guess it was the Kuan talisman so readily. It was utterly beyond their expectations. His father, still in disbelief, gazed at Lin Xize, taking a considerable time to regain his composure, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "How did you know it was the Kuan talisman? This is something we have never disclosed to anyone. What else do you know?" Xiaoyu chimed in, echoing with excitement, "Indeed, Brother Lin, you are remarkable for deducing this. Please, share with us how you came to know. Do you possess the gift of foresight?" Cheng Long remained silent, but his eyes reflected profound astonishment and curiosity, fixated on Lin Xize as he awaited an explanation. Chapter 69. The anomaly of the technique seeing the curiosity and astonishment on their faces. Lin Xize realized he needed to elaborate further, otherwise they would be left with endless questions. Thus, he addressed his father. In truth, I can glimpse certain fragments of the future, though only those pertaining to significant matters, not an ability to perceive the minutiae of everyone's daily life. Hence, I could deduce it was the Kuan talisman. Xiao Yu and Cheng Long, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, were filled with intrigue. Xiao Yu leaned in closer, her face alight with excitement. Wow, Brother Lin, your ability is truly extraordinary. You can see into the future. Do tell us what other important events you can foresee. Cheng Long nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, young man, this talent is unprecedented. It feels akin to the divine powers described in legends. However, his father's reaction starkly contrasted with the others. He appeared utterly shocked, his eyes wide, staring intently at Lin Xize, involuntarily exclaiming, A natural sage. Upon hearing this term, Lin Xize looked at his father with a perplexed expression, his mind filled with confusion, utterly failing to grasp the meaning behind his father's words. The title felt shrouded in a mysterious aura that eluded comprehension. Observing Lin Xize's bewildered demeanor, his father took a deep breath to calm his racing heart before slowly explaining. Our teachings have indicated that when the world faces imminent peril, a person endowed with extraordinary abilities will emerge, destined to protect this realm. They bear a mission, which often grants them an almost rule-like ability to transcend conventions and accomplish feats that are unfathomable to the ordinary. Your remarkable talent for glimpsing pivotal moments of the future perfectly aligns with this description, which is why I made such a statement. Upon hearing his father's explanation, Lin Xize suddenly understood, yet he still found it quite astonishing. He scratched his head and remarked, Ah, father, I was unaware that my situation could be interpreted in such a manner. I merely thought it was a stroke of luck that I possessed this unique ability, without entertaining notions of protecting the world or anything of that sort. Moreover, I am uncertain of the extent to which this ability can truly be utilized. His father, however, spoke with a grave expression. Regardless of whether you were aware of it before, now that I have brought it to your attention, this matter is far from simple. It is possible that a significant crisis may arise in the world, and you could be the pivotal figure capable of resolving it. You must contemplate the implications of your ability and ensure it is not squandered. Xiaoyu, listening attentively from the side, nodded earnestly and said, Indeed, Brother Lin, you must strive to harness your potential. If danger truly arises, you should utilize your powers to vanquish those malevolent forces and safeguard our world. Lin Xize observed their solemn expressions. Although he felt that this situation was somewhat fantastical, he also sensed their trust and anticipation. He smiled and replied, Haha, very well. If that day ever comes, I shall certainly do my utmost. However, for now, there seems to be no immediate concern, so let us not dwell on worry. Cheng Long patted Lin Xize on the shoulder and said, Right, regardless of circumstances, we should focus on the matters at hand. If trouble does arise, we will confront it together. After absorbing his father's words about the innate sage, Lin Xize's mind sparked with the thought that this might be an opportune moment. Seizing the conversation, he eagerly addressed his father. Father, may I have the privilege of seeing the Kuan talisman? I am curious to understand its remarkable powers up close. As merely hearing tales does not suffice for me. Had this been before Lin Xize revealed his ability to perceive significant future events, his father would undoubtedly have refused to allow someone he had only recently met to view the talisman. The talisman's power is exceedingly formidable and crucial to the safety of the world, necessitating utmost caution. However, the circumstances have changed. With Lin Xize possessing the unique and significant identity of the innate sage, his father pondered that since the legacy indicated such individuals are meant to protect the world, allowing him to examine the talisman should not pose a problem. Perhaps they would indeed need to rely on his powers to confront unforeseen crises in the future. With this in mind, his father hesitated for a moment before nodding and instructing Cheng Long, Dragon, please arrange for this matter. Take Lin Xize to view the Kuan talisman. But do exercise caution. We must ensure nothing goes awry. Jackie Chan's efficiency in handling matters is remarkably high. He swiftly established contact with Sheriff Blake and conveyed the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Sheriff Blake agreed to allow Lin Xize, given his unique identity, to examine the talisman in the 13th district. The group promptly set off and soon arrived at the heavily guarded 13th district. Upon entering, one could immediately sense the solemn and mysterious atmosphere, filled with advanced security equipment and serious, efficient staff bustling about. Sheriff Blake had been waiting for them and offered only a brief greeting before leading the group directly to the vault. Along the way, a heavy silence enveloped them, as if the weight of the moment rendered everyone hesitant to speak, fearful of disturbing something profound. Eventually, they reached the vault, surrounded by an array of high-tech protective devices, featuring numerous password locks and sensor doors, showcasing its impenetrability. At the center of the vault lay the much-anticipated Kuan talisman. Lin Xize's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The hexagonal object bore a clear imprint of the Kuan symbol, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As he approached, he could faintly perceive the magical energy contained within, as if it possessed a life of its own, flowing slowly yet powerfully, emanating an irresistible allure. Standing there, Lin Xize quietly absorbed the atmosphere, when suddenly he sensed an extraordinary resonance between the talisman's magic and the internal cultivation technique within him, as if an unseen force was gently guiding him. The attraction of the magical energy intensified, prompting Lin Xize to sit cross-legged, eager to delve into the secrets that lay within. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The talisman, previously resting still, began to levitate. Simultaneously, two peculiar orbs appeared behind Lin Xize. One orb was a deep blue, seemingly infused with the essence of Yin, emanating a cold, profound energy that evoked the stillness of a tranquil night. The other orb was a fiery red, radiating the essence of Yang, its scorching heat akin to the blazing sun. These orbs seemed to possess their own consciousness, continuously drawing and tugging at the magical energy of the talisman, much like competitive children unwilling to let the other gain an advantage. One thinking, "I won't allow you to absorb more," while the other retorted, "If you hinder my absorption, I will absorb even more fiercely." Thus, they engaged in a relentless tug of war, intensifying the energy fluctuations within the vault, distorting the surrounding air. The onlookers, witnessing this incredible spectacle, stood wide-eyed in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Chapter 70. Breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement, the relentless surge of magical energy poured into Lin Xize's cultivation method like an unstoppable tide, merging seamlessly with the spiritual energy within him. As this magical force flowed in, Lin Xize could distinctly feel his strength soaring, his meridians becoming increasingly resilient and expansive under the nurturing and augmentation of the magic. The circulation of spiritual energy grew ever more fluid and powerful. As the magical energy continued to pour in, Lin Xize remained in a state of absorption, enveloped by this extraordinary force, transforming him. However, there exists a limit to all things. Gradually, Lin Xize sensed that his body had reached its critical threshold, unable to assimilate any more magical energy. With the final trace of magic merging within him, he slowly emerged from that profound state of absorption. As he gently opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them, and his demeanor underwent a subtle transformation, becoming more profound and reserved, exuding a powerful aura. Lin Xize took a moment to introspect, and to his astonishment, he discovered that through this absorption of magical energy from the talismans, he had remarkably broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Previously, advancing even a minor threshold required considerable time and effort, yet this time, aided by the talisman's magic, he had leapfrogged multiple levels in one go, leaving him both astonished and elated. However, Lin Xize was puzzled. It seemed as though his cultivation method had reached a state of saturation. No matter how he attempted to guide the remaining magical energy from the talisman, his method showed no response, as if it were a vessel filled to the brim, unable to accommodate even a single drop more. Lin Xize pondered, could it be that his cultivation method has an inherent limit? Or perhaps there exists a unique compatibility with the properties of the talisman's magic, preventing any further fusion once a certain threshold is reached? This was indeed peculiar. It seemed he would need to dedicate time to thoroughly investigate the mysteries of his cultivation method. Witnessing Lin Xize's miraculous and awe-inspiring absorption of talisman energy left the onlookers in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Aside from his father, who stood in contemplation, the others were unable to contain their curiosity, flocking to Lin Xize and bombarding him with questions. Little Yu, with an expression of curiosity, tugged at Lin Xize's sleeve and asked, "Brother Lin, how are you able to absorb the energy from the talismans? This is incredible. I've never heard of anyone being able to do this before. Please, tell us more." Cheng Long also gazed at Lin Xize with a puzzled expression, echoing, "Indeed. Young man, this is truly remarkable. The power of talismans is typically very peculiar. Usually, not only can people not absorb it, but even proximity can have an impact. How have you managed to achieve this?" Sheriff Blake nodded thoughtfully, his gaze revealing a sense of inquiry as he addressed Lin Xize, saying, "Your abilities are indeed astonishing. You must elucidate this matter for us, lest it linger in our minds." However, Father did not approach with the same inquisitiveness as the others. He merely stood quietly, his expression suggesting that he believed Lin Xize should naturally possess the capacity to absorb the power of the talisman. Yet, within his slightly narrowed eyes, a flicker of contemplation shone through. After a moment, Father slowly spoke, directing his question to Lin Xize. "Do you not feel as though you are unable to fully absorb the energy of the talisman? From what I observed earlier, although your cultivation has advanced, it seems that a substantial amount of energy remains within the talisman." Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Xize scratched his head and replied, Indeed. Father, you are correct. I do feel that way. I attempted to continue absorbing, but it was as if my technique had reached a state of saturation, and I could no longer draw in the remaining energy. I find it quite puzzling and was wondering if there might be some peculiar limitation to this technique. Given your vast experience, do you have any insight into this matter? Father narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze settling on the Kuan talisman in Lin Xize's hand. After a careful examination, he gradually responded. The reason you cannot fully absorb the energy of this talisman is quite understandable. The remaining power exists because its master is still alive. Consider this. Talismans inherently belong to someone, as long as their master is alive. The talisman will retain its power and instinctively resist external forces encroaching upon it. Father paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. For instance, as you attempt to absorb its energy, it will naturally exhibit resistance. However, your technique is rather unique, coupled with your formidable strength, allowing you to absorb a portion. Yet, should you continue to absorb beyond a certain point, the inherent energy within you may detect the influx of this external talisman power, potentially inciting a violent reaction within. That would certainly lead to complications. Therefore, in an act of self-preservation, it halts your continued absorption. It is only when the talisman becomes ownerless, that is, when its master has completely perished, that it loses its anchor and can be more readily assimilated, no longer exhibiting such fierce resistance. Listening to his father's words, Lin Xize suddenly comprehended the situation, nodding gently as he said, "So that is how it is. Father, your explanation has illuminated everything for me. I had been pondering why my technique had abruptly reached saturation and could no longer absorb. It appears the innate properties of the talisman are at play here. There is indeed much to unravel in this matter." Beside them, Xiaoyu blinked curiously at Father's explanation and inquired, "Father, who is the master of this talisman? From your words, it seems they must be quite formidable, capable of enabling the talisman to retain its power and resist others' attempts at absorption." The old man glanced at Xiaoyu, stroking his chin, and remarked, "The master of this talisman is quite a formidable character known as the Holy Lord, a malevolent entity who once aspired to dominate the world through the power of talismans. However, our ancestors managed to seal him away. Yet, his power still lingers through these talismans, so we must exercise caution and ensure that they do not fall into the hands of evildoers, lest we ignite a catastrophic calamity." Cheng Long, listening intently, nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, the matter of these talismans is of utmost significance. We must remain vigilant and never let our guard down. Lin Xize, since you possess the ability to absorb a portion of this energy, you must wield this power wisely and join us in safeguarding these talismans. We cannot allow the Holy Lord to wreak havoc once more." Lin Xize promptly responded, "Uncle Long, rest assured, I will do my part. Now that I possess this capability, I shall contribute to the protection of our world and ensure that the Holy Lord does not succeed." In truth, the old man's revelation left Lin Xize in profound shock. For in the original narrative, the old man was unaware of the Holy Lord's existence. Could it be that this world is a patchwork of realities? Chapter 71. The Clash of Titans. As the group fervently discussed the matter of the talismans, an abrupt and jarring siren pierced the air from outside, shattering the previously somber and enigmatic atmosphere within the room, causing everyone's hearts to race with alarm. Soon, a visibly anxious agent rushed in, hurrying directly to Sheriff Blake and exclaimed urgently, "Boss, a monster has appeared on the surface of the sea, and it is heading towards our city. The situation is dire." With that, the agent quickly produced an electronic device, presenting an image of the beast to Sheriff Blake. The group's attention was immediately captivated, and as Lin Xize leaned in for a closer look, he gasped in astonishment, internally exclaiming, "Goodness, is that not Godzilla? Why is it approaching the land? This creature is formidable, and my current abilities are likely insufficient to confront it. What shall we do? I wonder if a powerhouse like Ancient One can contain it." Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, witnessing the colossal and fearsome Godzilla in the image, turned pale with fright, retreating behind the old man and tremblingly said, "Father, what kind of monster is this? It looks terrifying. If it comes here, we will be in grave trouble." The old man's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing as he fixed his gaze on the image of Godzilla. I have never encountered such a creature, but judging by its fierce demeanor, it is certainly not to be trifled with. I wonder what its intentions are in coming here. We cannot allow it to enter the city and wreak havoc. We must devise a plan to thwart it." Though Jackie Chan felt a twinge of anxiety within, he maintained a facade of composure and remarked, "Let us not panic just yet. Let us first ascertain why it is heading our way. Perhaps there is a means to divert it. If that proves impossible, we can then devise alternative strategies." Sheriff Blake, intently observing the footage, swiftly issued commands. "Notify all available personnel to immediately deploy to the seaside and establish defenses, striving to impede its advance. Activate all defensive mechanisms to ensure that damage is minimized. I will contact higher authorities to see if additional support can be mobilized. At that moment, Lin Xize's mind raced as he pondered. This Godzilla is no ordinary adversary. Conventional weaponry alone will likely fail to inflict substantial harm. I must swiftly contemplate any formidable allies or unique strategies at my disposal. We cannot simply stand by and witness its rampage in the city. Just as the group engaged in fervent discussion, a figure suddenly materialized before Godzilla with remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this individual was unmistakably recognizable. Clad in a vibrant red and blue uniform, exuding vitality, and adorned with a flowing red cape that billowed majestically in the sea breeze like a grand banner. He was indeed a sight to behold. A prominent yellow diamond-shaped emblem adorned his chest, boldly emblazoned with a striking symbol, as if proclaiming to the world, "I am the illustrious superhero, Clark." Lin Xize's keen eyes instantly recognized him, and his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Goodness, this is a clash of titans." Although Clark is renowned, Godzilla is no mere opponent. Its size resembles that of a moving mountain. If they were to engage in combat, who would emerge victorious? Should I intervene? After all, this is Clark's first encounter in this world, and he hasn't had the chance to hone his skills. If he were to be flung away by Godzilla's massive tail, I would feel remiss for standing idly by. Yet, to intervene rashly might disrupt the superhero's combat rhythm and inadvertently hinder his efforts. This situation truly warrants careful contemplation. Just as Lin Xize found himself in a state of inner turmoil, deliberating whether to assist, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Clark acted with remarkable decisiveness, seizing the moment to unleash a colossal punch, propelling it toward Godzilla's mountainous head. The force of the blow whooshed through the air, reminiscent of a miniature tornado, and its potency was undeniably formidable. Yet, who could have anticipated that Godzilla, with its thick hide akin to impenetrable armor, would withstand such a blow? Although its head jostled slightly from the impact, it sustained no significant injury, akin to being struck by a mere pebble, neither painful nor bothersome. This time, Godzilla was thoroughly provoked. Its enormous eyes widened in a fierce glare, as if flames were about to erupt from its pupils. Without uttering a word, it raised its colossal hand, comparable to a bulldozer's shovel, and with a swift motion, struck down towards Clark, as if intending to flatten him into a mere pancake embedded in the ground. Fortunately, Clark was no ordinary adversary. His super speed was not to be underestimated. Although he had yet to reach his peak state, it was sufficiently impressive. As Godzilla's massive claw rushed towards him with a deafening whoosh, Clark evaded the lethal strike with the grace of a specter, his movements so elegant that onlookers couldn't help but cheer. With this narrow escape, Clark felt a surge of confidence. He realized that his speed was a significant advantage against Godzilla. Although the creature was immense and powerful, its movements were sluggish, akin to a snail's crawl, unable to match his rhythm. Thus, Clark decided to unleash his full potential. He entered a mode of frenzied assault, delivering rapid punches with his fists, left and right, like a maniacal drummer, pummeling Godzilla mercilessly. Each blow landed with palpable force, creating tumultuous waves that surged through the surrounding sea. However, Clark's relentless barrage finally irked Godzilla, which felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It pondered, "This little red-caped fellow is like an indomitable cockroach, relentlessly hammering away at me. Does he truly believe I am so easily overpowered?" Consequently, Godzilla resolved to unleash its devastating atomic breath. With its massive body slightly leaning back and its head raised high towards the sky, it began to gather energy, radiant light coalescing in its mouth, signifying that its formidable atomic breath was about to erupt. Yet, at this critical juncture, Clark decided to abandon all notions of fair play. Taking advantage of Godzilla's moment of concentration, as Godzilla prepared to unleash its power, Clark's mind worked with cunning, harnessing his super speed, extraordinary strength, and signature ability to fly. He shot upward like a released arrow, diving down with immense force to deliver a powerful punch to Godzilla's jaw. The impact was thunderous, akin to a cannonball exploding against Godzilla's chin. Caught off guard, Godzilla was unable to anticipate this sudden assault and endured Clark's rapid flurry of strikes. Pain shot through its jaw as its head snapped sideways, causing it to stumble and lose balance, ultimately crashing heavily into the ocean. This fall created a catastrophic wave, surging forth like a mighty tsunami, churning the waters into chaos. Nearby vessels, once afloat, were tossed about as if they were mere toys made of paper, capsizing and scattering in disarray. Chapter 72. The enormous spiritual energy and the unexpected Great Wall as Godzilla's massive form crashed down towards the sea. It unleashed a tsunami that surged towards the city like a frenzied stallion, threatening to engulf the entire metropolis. Clark, witnessing the impending disaster, felt a surge of urgency. He contemplated using his super speed and effortless flight to quell the tumultuous wave, but to his dismay, Godzilla, akin to an indomitable cockroach, staggered back to its feet. Raising its head once more, the creature's throat shimmered with a radiant glow, clearly gathering energy for yet another formidable atomic breath aimed directly at the city. Should it succeed, the urban landscape would be reduced to ruins, and the lives and properties of its inhabitants would be left in utter devastation. Reluctantly, Clark abandoned the thought of halting the tsunami and turned his focus to confronting the immediate threat posed by Godzilla. Standing nearby, Lin Xize observed the scene with growing anxiety, his mind racing with concern. As the situation escalated beyond control, he steeled himself, preparing to take action. Just as he assumed his stance, a sudden roar of engines filled the air. The onlookers glanced up to see Tony soaring through the sky in his dazzling Iron Man armor. The armor traced a brilliant arc before landing gracefully beside Lin Xize. Tony, lifting his visor with a teasing expression, remarked, "What's up? I just knew you'd be here. After all, Chinatown isn't far from the coast. Where there's excitement, you can't miss out." However, Lin Xize had no time for banter. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "Tony, this is hardly the moment for jokes. We need your assistance. Navigate your suit to redirect the tsunami while I stabilize the situation with my powers. We must coordinate effectively, otherwise, the city is doomed." Seeing the seriousness etched on Lin Xize's face, Tony's demeanor shifted. He nodded gravely and said, "Let us go," before activating his armor and soaring towards the overwhelming wave. Ready to engage in battle, Lin Xize, too, focused his mind and summoned his inner strength to meet the daunting challenge ahead. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Lin Xize inhaled deeply, channeling the essence of his wood elemental roots. In an instant, the very air around him seemed infused with a vibrant pulse of life. The ground began to tremble slightly as tender green shoots erupted from the soil like bamboo after rain. These shoots grew at an astonishing pace, transforming into robust, resilient vines. As if endowed with a will of their own, the vines entwined and interwove, erecting a towering green wall, 70 meters high, along the path of the impending tsunami. Lin Xize concentrated intently, meticulously guiding the direction of each vine and reinforcing every node, striving to ensure the perfection of this verdant barrier. As the grand endeavor reached its pinnacle, he fixed his gaze and beheld a magnificent sight, a verdant wall of vines stretching an impressive 800 meters, impenetrably dense, with scarcely a sliver of gap to be found. It stood like an indomitable natural barrier, temporarily shielding the city from the onslaught of the impending tsunami. Lin Xize found it difficult to believe, marveling inwardly. "I merely intended to experiment, yet I never anticipated creating such a colossal structure." He had always known that the spiritual energy within him was far more abundant than that of ordinary cultivators, but the current spectacle far surpassed his expectations. The reservoir of spiritual energy was even more staggering than I had imagined. Although he felt the energy within him draining rapidly, akin to a dam releasing its waters, and sensed a hint of fatigue creeping in, a moment of introspection revealed that a considerable amount of energy still flowed through his meridians, offering him a modicum of relief. However, Lin Xize understood that this was merely the first step. The true challenge lay ahead, to maintain the vine wall against the relentless waves of the tsunami. At this moment, every second was crucial. He gritted his teeth, refocusing all his concentration on the vines, bracing himself for the oncoming waves. Meanwhile, Clark was in a tense standoff with Godzilla when a sudden flash of green caught his peripheral vision. Turning his head, he was astonished to behold a miraculous green wall rising 70 meters high and extending 800 meters long. A flicker of shock crossed his azure eyes. What wondrous sorcery is this? Yet, almost instantaneously, that astonishment was replaced by a sense of reassurance. With such a robust barrier in place, the city was momentarily safe, allowing him to confront the fearsome beast before him without concern. Simultaneously, Tony maneuvered his iron suit through the air with agility. Upon hearing a commotion behind him, he glanced back at the imposing green wall, his eye escaping in a gasp. "I always suspected Lin Xize was extraordinary, but no one informed me he could be this formidable." His words were laden with admiration. In that fleeting moment, the waves surged forth, roaring like 1,000 galloping steeds, crashing relentlessly against the green wall Lin Xize had constructed with all his might. Lin Xize's expression grew grave, his teeth clenched, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead as he struggled to uphold his creation with his spiritual energy and physical stamina. His hands continually shifted through incantations, commanding the vines to strengthen and entwine, resolutely preventing them from being obliterated by the ferocious tsunami. Each wave's impact felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Yet he refused to yield, steadfast in his defense. Tony, too, was not idle. Leveraging the superior maneuverability of his armor, he soared above the tsunami. deftly guiding the raging waters like a skilled cowboy taming a wild stallion, skillfully redirecting the tsunami's course. He employed his wit to harness the tsunami's own force, gradually dissipating its cataclysmic power. However, the tsunami seemed ceaseless. Just as one wave receded, another colossal surge surged forth, as if it would never find rest. Tony, in a state of palpable anxiety, focused on Clark's direction and shouted through the built-in amplification device of his armor. "Hey, over there, superhero? Could you devise a way to divert this monster? At this rate, my friend won't be able to endure much longer." In that moment, time was of the essence, and every decision weighed heavily on the fate of the city. Whether the three of them could seamlessly collaborate to navigate through this crisis remained uncertain. Chapter 73, The Rescuer. Ancient One Clark was entirely focused on Tony's words, and without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly reacted. In an instant, he appeared beside Godzilla, firmly grasping the creature's massive, pillar-like arm. With a powerful push against the ground, he summoned all his strength, attempting to drag Godzilla away from the city. It resembled a tug-of-war contest of strength. Yet the stakes were the safety of the city. However, Godzilla seemed unyielding, as if determined to flatten the city, inexorably resisting Clark's efforts to pull it away. Its enormous form stubbornly advanced towards the city, its massive legs carving deep grooves across the ocean surface, proclaiming its intent: "I shall enter the city today, and none shall stop me." As the tension escalated into a stalemate, a sudden sharp whistle echoed from the horizon. Instinctively, everyone looked up to witness intercontinental missiles streaking across the sky, trailing long tails of flame as they approached with ferocity. The sight was akin to a horde of fire-breathing dragons, menacingly charging towards their prey, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Upon witnessing this scene, Tony erupted in furious expletives. "Damn. That wretched council. They haven't even assessed the situation and have already launched missiles." He urged, "Red Briefs, move quickly. We don't know if these missiles can harm the beast, but if they explode, we will be caught in the crossfire. It would spell our doom." With that, Tony hastily maneuvered his iron suit, soaring away to create distance from the missiles, while simultaneously strategizing how to tackle this sudden calamity. Clark, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly released Godzilla, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away from the incoming missiles, glancing back at Godzilla as he flew. Lin Xize, at that moment, was wholly absorbed in maintaining the verdant Great Wall, dedicating all his focus to the vines, daring not to relax even for an instant. Unbeknownst to him, he remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around him, wholly absorbed in channeling the energy within him to sustain the stability of the Great Wall. His intense focus rendered the outside world inconsequential. Fortunately, as he reflected, he found himself in Chinatown. Had he been elsewhere, he would have already fled with those beside him, rather than enduring this strain. Yet, given the circumstances in Chinatown, he felt compelled to make a stand, resolute in not allowing this place to be destroyed. While Lin Xize gritted his teeth in perseverance, he noticed Tony and Clark rushing toward him in a state of disarray. Just as he was about to inquire about their frantic demeanor, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, akin to the sound of artillery fire, shaking the very ground beneath him. Even the green wall he struggled to maintain trembled, the vines rustling as if on the verge of collapse. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Xize's heart. He wondered what calamity had suddenly arisen to cause such a commotion. Steeling himself, he continued to channel energy into the vines while anxiously awaiting an explanation from Tony and Clark. Full of questions, Lin Xize was about to voice his concerns when, without warning, a tremendous force surged from the sea, overwhelming him before he could prepare. With a deafening crash, a ferocious tsunami, like a rampaging beast, surged toward the green wall, obliterating the structure he had painstakingly erected and tirelessly upheld. In an instant, the vines scattered, and Lin Xize felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. He swayed precariously, his complexion paling as he gasped for breath, feeling as if he were no longer in control of his own body. Seeing this, Clark swiftly moved to Lin Xize's side, reaching out to hasten his escape from the perilous locale. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A blindingly bright light bulb appeared in the sky, radiating brilliance akin to a 240-watt bulb, illuminating the surroundings to an almost unbearable degree. Before anyone could react, a mysterious woman casually waved her hand, and astonishingly, the ferocious wave, as if striking an invisible wall, halted abruptly in midair, then gradually retreated back into the sea, rendering the scene utterly magical. Clark and Tony were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, their faces etched with astonishment, each silently pondering, what extraordinary skill is this? It is truly formidable. As for Lin Xize, upon seeing the woman, he immediately recognized her and, with a weary tone, addressed her, "Master Gui. You might want to arrive a bit earlier next time. I am nearly exhausted by this colossal creature, almost drained of my strength. If you had arrived even a moment later, I fear I would have met my end here. His tone carried a hint of helplessness mixed with reproach. Master Gui, upon hearing this, smiled subtly, her expression imbued with an enigmatic depth, and softly replied, "Isn't it fortuitous that I have arrived just in time? Consider it a form of training for you, young one." With that, she glanced at Clark and Tony, still in shock, and nodded slightly, as if all of this was well within her control. Chapter 74. The Explosive Godzilla. As Lin Xize listened to Gui's nonchalant words, a bitter smile emerged on his face, and he mused internally, "It seems Master Gui has been here for quite some time, perhaps observing me in silence, eager to see just how far I could endure, to discover my limits." Gui appeared to see through Lin Xize's thoughts, maintaining her serene demeanor, and continued, "I once attempted to glimpse the future trajectory of this giant beast, but strangely, I could not perceive it. However, through my understanding of the forces of time and space, I can sense that its arrival is intricately connected to you. Therefore, enduring some hardships and honing your skills in this predicament may prove beneficial. Only through such trials can you achieve growth." As she spoke, Gui's slender hand gently pressed downward. This seemingly simple gesture seemed to embody some form of extraordinary magic. The once tumultuous sea, raging like a wild stallion, instantly calmed as if bound by an incantation. The roiling waters transformed into a vast mirror, shimmering and serene, prompting an almost forgetful notion of its earlier chaos. As if the waters had received some form of soothing or had obeyed an irresistible command, returning to tranquility. Clark and Tony, observing this miraculous scene, were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the existence of such immense and mysterious power capable of effortlessly quelling the terrifying tsunami. Their gazes towards Gui were filled with reverence and curiosity, eager to uncover the extent of this mysterious master's astonishing abilities. Lin Xize couldn't help but internally scoff. What a peculiar sense of humor from Gui. However, he had little time to dwell on such thoughts, as the crisis was far from over. At that moment, everyone finally turned their attention to Godzilla, which had been greeted by intercontinental missiles. Initially, one might assume that the formidable missile would inflict some damage upon the colossal beast. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Godzilla appeared utterly unfazed, displaying no discernible wounds upon its massive form. Instead, fury ignited in its large, belligerent eyes, evidently provoked by the unexpected missile assault. With a powerful tilt of its gigantic head, a radiant glow began to coalesce in its throat, and moments later, a searing and blinding atomic breath, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged forth towards the onlookers. As the atomic breath swept through the air, it distorted the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by this terrifying energy, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who beheld it. Clark, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively sought to usher Lin Xize away from the perilous vicinity, acutely aware of the destructive might of the atomic breath. However, Lin Xize calmly shook his head, his countenance devoid of panic. Instead, he assured Clark, "Fear not, Clark. Master Gui possesses celestial-level strength. Dealing with an Omega-class entity should be well within her capabilities." With a hint of jest, Lin Xize cast a glance towards Gui, his eyes seemingly imploring her, "Master, we rely on you." Gui remained unperturbed, as if the impending onslaught of atomic breath were merely a trifling matter. Standing serenely, her garments billowed in the wind. Exuding an aura of mysterious and formidable power, she awaited the approaching attack, seemingly poised to counter the fierce assault. Tony observed from the sidelines. Though he had heard much about Gui's prowess, he had never witnessed it firsthand. A sense of apprehension crept into his heart as he murmured to himself, "Can this celestial-level being truly withstand such a terrifying force? Let there be no misstep." Yet, he refrained from voicing further concerns, his gaze fixed intently upon Gui and the rapidly advancing atomic breath, scarcely daring to breathe. The atomic breath unleashed by Godzilla surged forth with ferocity, enveloped in apocalyptic energy, akin to a fiery dragon rearing to strike, hurtling towards the group with increasing speed. The scorching heat felt as though it might ignite the very air surrounding them, creating an oppressive atmosphere that left their hearts racing. At this critical juncture, Gui remained remarkably composed. She raised her slender hand with deliberate grace, and with a gentle wave, a golden barrier materialized before her, conjured from pure magic. This barrier radiated a dazzling and enigmatic light, with magical runes swirling upon its surface as if imbued with life, pulsating with a sense of awe-inspiring power. In an instant, the atomic breath collided violently with the golden barrier. Contrary to expectations of cataclysmic destruction, the barrier stood resolute, akin to an indomitable dam, effectively absorbing and neutralizing the chaotic energy of the atomic breath. The atomic breath ceaselessly assailed the barrier, unleashing brilliant magical auras that shimmered in the air. Yet, No matter how ferociously it raged, it could not breach this seemingly fragile yet remarkably resilient defense. Gradually, the energy of the atomic breath dissipated, and the sea returned to a fleeting tranquility. Only then did Ancient One slowly lower her hand and turn her gaze toward Lin Xize, her eyes imbued with a hint of seriousness. With a tone that was unyielding yet calm, she stated, "I cannot perpetually linger behind you to clean up your mess." As her words fell, an unexpected scene unfolded. The colossal Godzilla, which had just withstood missile bombardments unscathed, suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. Moments later, with a thunderous explosion, its massive form erupted, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The spectacle resembled a colossal bomb detonating upon the ocean's surface, unleashing a rain of crimson as Godzilla's flesh rained down, tainting the once azure waters with a vivid scarlet hue. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, casting an indescribable aura of tragedy and strangeness over the scene. Tony and Clark were momentarily paralyzed by this unforeseen turn of events, standing in stunned silence. Resembling two lifeless figures, their expressions blank. Observing their bewilderment, Ancient One shifted her gaze back to Lin Xize, a half-smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I believe it would be prudent for you to visit me more often. We ought to discuss your circumstances and how to navigate similar situations in the future. What do you think?" Her words carried an implicit threat, suggesting that refusal could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Though he felt a tinge of reluctance, he dared not defy her, promptly donning a smile and responding, "Of course, master, I will certainly make time to visit. Rest assured." However, beneath his agreeable facade, he pondered the ulterior motives of this ancient woman, contemplating the potential peril that awaited him upon his visit. Chapter 75. A gathering of three. Without waiting for any further reaction, Ancient One vanished from sight in an instant, her departure as swift as a fleeting apparition, leaving no trace behind, as though she had never been present. The remaining individuals stood, still dazed and bewildered. Lin Xize, observing Clark and Tony, who remained transfixed by the sea, approached them and gently patted their shoulders, saying, "All right, enough staring. She has already left, we should depart as well. Who knows what other troubles may arise." At Lin Xize's reminder, the two men seemed to awaken from their stupor, returning to reality. Tony was the first to break the silence, his face alight with curiosity and astonishment as he inquired, "Who was that woman?" "She was incredible. With just a flick of her wrist, she dealt with the formidable Godzilla. I have never encountered anyone so powerful." Clark nodded repeatedly in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. Her methods are simply beyond imagination. It feels as though she possesses divine qualities. Who could she possibly be?" Lin Xize shrugged, pursing his lips as he replied, "She is none other than the Ancient One, a venerable entity who has existed for nearly a millennium. Do not compare yourself to her, with your longevity. You might even surpass her in prowess." No sooner had the words left his lips than, unexpectedly, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck nearby with a crack, accompanied by a blinding brilliance and a cacophony of sound. Startled, Lin Xize jumped, hastily leaping aside while exclaiming, "Good heavens, Ancient One! Have you forsaken your status as a master? Eavesdropping on our conversation, is that acceptable?" As he spoke, Lin Xize patted his chest, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings as though attempting to locate the Ancient One from the very air. Yet, no trace of her presence could be found. The lightning seemed to serve as a subtle warning from the Ancient One, instilling in him a newfound caution against speaking so freely. Tony and Clark, witnessing Lin Xize's startled demeanor, were initially taken aback before bursting into laughter, the previously tense and serious atmosphere lightening considerably. However, their respect for the enigmatic Ancient One deepened, recognizing her as a formidable and inscrutable figure. Observing Tony and Clark still chuckling, Lin Xize furrowed his brow and said with resignation, "Stop laughing and let us go. It will be troublesome if the politicians arrive soon. I detest complications." Upon hearing this, Tony and Clark ceased their laughter and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tony took Lin Xize and soared towards the city, opting not to have Clark carry them, as Lin Xize currently possessed no spiritual energy and would be unable to endure Clark's rapid flight. Upon arriving in the city, Tony remarked, "I am in the mood for a cheeseburger." Thus, they entered a fast food establishment. Once seated, Clark introduced himself, and Lin Xize and Tony followed suit, sharing their names in turn. In that moment, the self-important Tony gazed at Clark with confusion, unable to fathom why Clark did not recognize him. He could not help but inquire, "Are you a caveman? How could you not know me?" Clark looked back at Tony with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "What is so strange about not recognizing you?" Feeling somewhat put on the spot by Clark's reaction, Tony was about to speak again when Lin Xize, chuckling, interjected, "Tony, Clark has just arrived on this planet. It's quite normal for him not to know you." Upon hearing this, Clark's eyes widened in shock, and he turned to Lin Xize with urgency, asking, "How did you know I just arrived on this planet? I have never mentioned this to anyone." Lin Xize leisurely sipped a cola and said, "You see, I possess the ability to glimpse significant fragments of the future. By coincidence, the moment you arrived in this world is one of those pivotal scenes I witnessed. That is how I became aware of your circumstances." Clark furrowed his brow slightly. Pondering inwardly, I never imagined there existed someone capable of perceiving fragments of the future. Such a gift is truly astonishing. What else might he know about me? Meanwhile, Tony, though still somewhat perturbed by Clark's unfamiliarity with him, found his curiosity piqued by Lin Xize's words. His gaze was filled with inquiry, eager for Lin Xize to elaborate further on the mysterious origins of Clark. Observing the curiosity etched on both their faces, Lin Xize furrowed his brow slightly. Contemplating for a moment before earnestly addressing Clark, there are certain matters that cannot be divulged too freely, as they could easily alter the trajectory of the future. Although my mere presence has already rendered the future uncertain, there is one thing I feel compelled to warn you about. At this juncture, Lin Xize paused briefly, his expression turning grave, and continued, "Should you ever find yourself in a confrontation with an individual clad in a bat cloak, it is imperative that you inform us. This detail is truly critical, and you must remember it." Upon hearing this, Clark's confusion deepened, his brow nearly knitting into a tight knot. Nevertheless, he obediently nodded, while internally mulling over, who is this bat-cloaked individual? Why would they engage in combat with me? And why is this matter so crucial? Tony, upon hearing Lin Xize's words, suddenly brightened, as if something clicked in his mind. His lips moved slightly, as if he wished to speak, but upon noticing Lin Xize's reluctance to continue, he swallowed his thoughts, his eyes betraying a contemplative expression. Silently, he mused, could it truly be that person? Lin Xize's specific warning suggests that there is more to this than meets the eye. Yet, since he chooses not to elaborate, I shall suppress my curiosity for now and wait for an opportunity to inquire later. Chapter 76. Regarding Tony's warning, the three of them finished their meal at a leisurely pace. Once their hunger was satiated, Clark rose, adjusting his iconic red and blue uniform. He addressed Lin Xize and Tony. I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Xize and Tony, in a tacit understanding, nodded in response. Very well, go ahead with your business. We shall be in touch should anything arise. With a slight smile, Clark then transformed into a streak of red and blue light, swiftly ascending into the distance, soon vanishing completely from their sight. As Clark vanished from sight, Tony turned his head, his eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. Leaning closer to Lin Xize, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Did you just specifically remind Clark to inform us if he encounters that caped figure in a confrontation? Are you suggesting that Wayne might possess a means to vanquish this Godzilla-like creature?" Observing the perplexed expression on Tony's face, Lin Xize's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Yet he refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he shrugged noncommittally and replied, "Who knows?" His tone was laced with an air of mystery, as if concealing a multitude of undisclosed secrets, which only heightened Tony's intrigue, making him eager to press Lin Xize for clarity. Tony, upon hearing Lin Xize's ambiguous response, felt an unsettling frustration bubble within him. Frowning, he leaned closer, urgency etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Don't leave me hanging like this. You're just teasing me, and it's driving me mad. This uncertainty is unbearable." Lin Xize glanced at Tony, still wearing that inscrutable smile, and calmly replied, "Oh, it's not the right time yet. If the opportunity arises in the future, I promise I will share it with you. For now, try not to fixate on it." Just then, a group of attractive women, each with a distinct charm, approached Lin Xize. His face instantly lit up with joy as he opened his arms wide, eagerly greeting them with warm embraces, creating a scene of undeniable warmth and sweetness. Watching this unfold, Tony felt a pang of jealousy stir within him, unable to suppress a disdainful smirk as he muttered under his breath, "Well, if you choose not to divulge, that's your prerogative. Don't use the future as an excuse. Just so you know, I want to remain in the dark forever. Don't think you're the only one surrounded by women." He then raised his voice intentionally, declaring, "I'm not here to play the third wheel. I'm off." As Tony activated his Iron Man suit, preparing to take flight, Lin Xize suddenly called out, "Tony, you should really investigate the people in your company. Don't be careless. Ensure your beloved doesn't find herself in a perilous situation. You must be vigilant." Tony halted mid-flight at Lin Xize's words, the Iron Man suit hovering in the air as he turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xize. His expression a mix of urgency and confusion, clearly seeking a reasonable explanation. Noticing Tony's reaction, Lin Xize maintained his faint smile and leisurely remarked, "Tony, I know you're undoubtedly curious right now. However, while there are indeed some dangers present, they are not life-threatening, so there is no need for excessive worry. Rest assured, with me around, things will not spiral out of control." As Lin Xize paused momentarily, a more profound smile graced his face. He continued, "Moreover, some matters are best discovered by oneself. Wouldn't you agree? After all, What others articulate is not always easily convincing. Only when one perceives it personally does it truly resonate within. Upon hearing Lin Xize's words, Tony furrowed his brow even tighter, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. On one hand, he sensed a semblance of truth in Lin Xize's statement, yet on the other, his curiosity clawed at him like a restless kitten, urging him to confront Lin Xize and demand further clarity. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, I shall investigate on my own. But if anything goes awry, you shall be held accountable." With that, Tony activated his armor and sped off towards his company, his mind preoccupied with Lin Xize's words, pondering the potential dangers lurking within. What could possibly be amiss? Could there be internal issues? No, he must return promptly to conduct a thorough inquiry. Lin Xize stood rooted in place, watching Tony's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. He thought to himself, "I hope this fellow can swiftly unravel the situation without further complications." He then turned back to engage in light-hearted conversation with the women nearby, as if the earlier tension had been but a fleeting interlude. However, the expressions of the women were devoid of their usual cheer, replaced instead by palpable worry and displeasure. They surrounded Lin Xize, exchanging glances filled with reproach, evidently displeased with his recent actions. After all, in their hearts, their beloved man deserved to be safeguarded. Who would wish to see him confront insurmountable adversaries? Moreover, the potential for life-threatening perils was a heavy burden on their minds, causing their hearts to tighten with unease. Observing the anxious and irate expressions of the women, Lin Xize felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He quickly reached out, gently taking their hands, his face radiating sincerity as he reassured them, "Fear not, my dears, such perilous situations shall not arise again. I promise to exercise greater caution in my endeavors henceforth, ensuring you shall no longer worry for my safety. You may rest easy." As he spoke, Lin Xize tenderly embraced the women, gently patting their backs as one would soothe a frightened creature, continuing in a soft voice, "I understand your concern comes from a place of love. It is I who have caused you distress. I assure you, I will remain safe from now on, and we shall joyously navigate life together, shall we?" The women's anger gradually dissipated in response to Lin Xize's heartfelt reassurances, yet they could not suppress their admonitions. "You must keep your word. Do not act so recklessly again. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do?" Lin Xize hastily nodded repeatedly, fervently declaring, "Absolutely, I will keep my word. Just you wait and see." Only then did the young women snuggle beside him, and the atmosphere gradually transformed into a warm embrace, as if the recent unpleasant incident had gently faded away. Chapter 77. The Little Tiger. From the journey to the west. After much deliberation, the group resolved not to venture into the 13th district any further. Having just endured a heart-pounding battle, Lin Xize felt genuinely fatigued, as though all his energy had been drained. At that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on returning home to rest and rejuvenate. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Xize made his way directly to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed in a sprawled position, the weariness washing over him like a tidal wave. After lying there for a while, he suddenly recalled the events of the battle, his mind filled with questions. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired of the system within him. "I find it rather perplexing how my spiritual energy could sustain me for such an extended period. Based on my own sensations, I never anticipated it could support me for so long. What exactly is going on?" After a brief pause, the system's mechanical and emotionless voice resonated in Lin Xize's mind. "This is quite understandable. With your current strength, you are already capable of creating living plants. What you did during the battle was merely to maintain some inanimate objects. For instance, the wall formed by vines compared to creating living plants. Sustaining such lifeless entities does not demand significant spiritual energy. Moreover, at that time, you only utilized the spiritual energy within you and the power of your spiritual roots, without employing any specific techniques or secret arts. From this perspective, it cannot be classified as an act that would heavily deplete your spiritual energy, hence your prolonged endurance." Lin Xize, feeling somewhat helpless, murmured to the system, "The main issue is that I still don't possess any extraordinary abilities. Although I practice advanced techniques from the primordial era, you have never granted me any of the corresponding extraordinary powers. This leaves me feeling somewhat lacking in formidable means when faced with danger." Upon hearing this, the system reacted as if it had encountered something utterly absurd, rolling its eyes at Lin Xize, as if to say, "How can you be so oblivious?" It then retorted with irritation, "Have you ever read any novels about the primordial era?" Lin Xize, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Of course I have. What of it?" The system immediately raised its voice, sounding exasperated as if it were disappointed in Lin Xize. "If you've read them, then surely you must have noticed that the powerful figures in those tales did not receive their extraordinary powers from others. They created them through their own understanding of the techniques and personal insights, little by little. Yet you, on the other hand, expect me to provide them to you. Do you not realize that what you discover for yourself is the most suitable and the best for you? Lin Xize felt a surge of defiance within him. Muttering under his breath, "Humph, if you don't want to give it, then fine. It sounds so nice, but the techniques I practice were not created by me. They were given to me by you." Whoever knows, the system's ears are surprisingly sharp, instantly capturing Lin Xize's words, promptly inquiring, "What did you say?" Lin Xize's heart tightened, and a fawning smile quickly adorned his face as he hurriedly replied, "Nothing, nothing at all. I just suddenly figured it out. I will certainly delve deeply into this technique and diligently develop my own unique powers, so you need not worry." The system fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something, and after a brief pause, it slowly addressed Lin Xize. When Gui first arrived, there appeared a rather peculiar little tiger on her side. This little tiger hails from the world of Journey to the West, and is currently at the Qi refinement stage, nearly at the 9th level. I believe it would be prudent for you to take a look. Lin Xize, puzzled, quickly pressed further. What Journey to the West? Is it the ordinary version, or the one imbued with more mythical elements? The system replied in a leisurely tone, it is indeed the ordinary Journey to the West. However, although this little tiger is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it has caused quite a stir over there, prompting Gui to intervene. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize's brows furrowed even tighter, his expression one of disbelief as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you suggesting that someone as formidable as Gui was actually delayed by a mere 9th level Qi refinement little tiger? And from the ordinary Journey to the West, no less? That seems utterly implausible. With Gui's prowess, it should have been an effortless task." The system appeared to have anticipated Lin Xize's reaction and continued to explain in a calm tone. In truth, it did not delay for too long. As soon as the little tiger arrived, it began to wreak havoc, sending Gui's apprentices into a state of panic, turning the entire place into chaos. Seeing this, Gui naturally took action, swiftly casting a spell to restrain the little tiger, preventing it from causing further turmoil. However, Gui has indeed been there for a while. She harbored the intention to observe how you would fare under duress and to gauge the extent of your potential in adversity. Lin Xize, as if struck by a sudden realization, shook his head and muttered to himself. No wonder, when Gui arrived, she seemed to carry an air of discomfort. It turns out that little tiger had caused her some trouble. I was puzzled, thinking that this woman, who has lived for over 600 years, might be experiencing some form of midlife crisis. Now it seems that was the reason. As he spoke, a bitter smile crept upon his face, and he contemplated, regardless. Gui is an immensely powerful master. Since she has specifically advised me to check on that little tiger, I cannot afford to take it lightly. If I were to inadvertently displease her, and she decided to vent her frustration on me, it would be a most unfortunate predicament. I certainly do not wish to endure another harrowing experience like that. I should hasten to see it. With these thoughts, Lin Xize stifled a yawn. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, the adrenaline of the recent thrilling events having drained his energy. As his spirit relaxed, his eyelids began to grow exceedingly heavy. Moments later, he gently closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber, the sound of his soft snoring gradually filling the room, indicating he was indeed thoroughly exhausted and in desperate need of restorative rest. Upon awakening, Lin Xize felt that his cultivation, which had been strained the previous day, not only remained intact but had actually become more solidified. After briefly conferring with the women around him, he set forth towards the sacred sanctuary. Chapter 78. Another instantaneous defeat. As Lin Xize arrived at the sacred sanctuary, barely steadying his feet, Gui appeared before him like a wraith, her speed astonishing and seemingly as if she had been waiting for his arrival all along. Her gaze was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable intensity. Fixating on Lin Xize as she inquired, "You are aware of why I urgently summoned you, are you not?" Her tone implied that it was only natural for him to understand the reason. Momentarily taken aback by her question, Lin Xize's expression shifted, and he hastily replied with respect. "I apologize, master. I seem to have caused you quite a bit of trouble, but I assure you, this matter was beyond my control. It occurred so suddenly that I only learned of it afterward. I hope you can overlook it." Gui, however, did not elaborate further, nor did she wish to continue the conversation with Lin Xize. With a gentle wave of her hands, she conjured a golden circle that radiated dazzling light, slowly rotating, its interior shimmering with strange images, as if it were a portal to another mysterious realm. Gui slightly turned her head, casting a glance at Lin Xize, her eyes conveying a silent invitation, suggesting he accompany her into the golden circle. Upon entering the golden circle, Lin Xize looked up to find himself presented with a complete view of Kamartash. Everything appeared orderly, devoid of the chaotic destruction he had anticipated. A sigh of relief escaped him, though he still felt a twinge of anxiety as he addressed Gui. "Master, it seems there is no substantial damage here. Perhaps we could just let this matter go?" As he spoke, he silently hoped to evade any repercussions. Gui, however, merely regarded him with a faint smile, one that seemed to harbor profound insights, and remarked, "If you do not wish to keep that tiger, then by all means, we can dismiss it. However, in my opinion, it may prove quite beneficial to you. With that, a subtle smile graced her lips, one that sent a shiver down Lin Xize's spine, prompting him to inwardly lament. That infuriating smile feels like a trap. It seems I cannot escape today. Steeling himself, Lin Xize looked at Gu Yi and asked, Master, may I first take a look at that tiger? As soon as the words left his lips, a miraculous scene unfolded. The surroundings shifted in an instant, and Lin Xize found himself in a dungeon. Lin Xize instinctively lifted his gaze, and to his astonishment, a colossal tiger, towering at an impressive 5 meters, suddenly appeared before him. The beast's muscles were taut, its fur gleamed with a sinister sheen, emanating an aura of ferocity, while its coppery eyes were filled with a fierce glint. Upon noticing the presence of 2 individuals, it immediately succumbed to its primal instincts, unleashing a thunderous roar as it bared its formidable fangs. With all its might, it lunged towards the duo, as though intent on tearing everything in its path to shreds. Fortunately, its limbs and neck were firmly restrained by thick chains, rendering it incapable of advancing despite its desperate struggles. The chains clanked ominously under the strain, seemingly on the verge of succumbing to its violent force. Witnessing this, Lin Xize was gripped by fear, internally cursing. Is this what you meant by a little tiger, system? This is no small tiger. If it breaks free from its chains, it could easily devour me. What a trap you've set. The system's emotionless voice echoed in Lin Xize's mind, reassuring him, fear not. Despite its fearsome appearance, it merely exhibits a slight ancestral bloodline phenomenon, possessing a trace of white tiger lineage. Consuming it would greatly benefit your physical cultivation. Do not be ungrateful. After weighing the pros and cons of the system's words, Lin Xize gritted his teeth and turned to Ancient One, cautiously proposing, Master, would $50 million suffice? Consider it a sponsorship for your magical research. Ancient One merely regarded him silently before shaking his head, responding in an even tone, that is somewhat inadequate. Lin Xize's heart sank, and a pained expression crossed his face. Yet he mustered the courage to inquire, then, how much do you desire, Master? Ancient One raised a single finger and replied leisurely, 100 million. That price is quite appropriate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xize immediately acquiesced, afraid that Ancient One might retract his offer. Deal. Master, please assist me in eliminating it. Handling this myself poses quite a challenge, so I would appreciate your support. Observing Lin Xize's conflicted expression, torn between financial concern and fear of the tiger, Ancient One internally mused that perhaps his price was too low. However, the deal had been struck, and there was no turning back. After a moment's contemplation, Ancient One addressed Lin Xize. I have one additional request. Startled, Lin Xize's demeanor shifted to one of caution, hastily responding, Master, you aren't proposing a price increase. Are you? We already agreed on the amount. Ancient One gently shook his head, wearing a serious expression as he stated, it is not a matter of raising the price. Rather, I wish to ensure that should our Camartage face peril, you will lend your assistance. Furthermore, if the next Supreme Sorcerer requires your aid, you must also be willing to help. Lin Xize widened his eyes, a look of reluctance etched upon his face, as he anxiously implored, Master, you cannot bind me for a lifetime over a mere tiger. The price is far too steep. Who can predict what the future holds? What if I encounter troubles beyond my capacity to resolve? What then? Gu Yi, however, maintained his composure, leisurely elucidating. Consider this a form of collaboration. I shall assist you in addressing this immediate issue, and in return, you will lend your aid when we are in need. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. Do you not agree? Lin Xize furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter repeatedly. After considerable deliberation, he cautiously replied to Gu Yi, very well, but I must clarify. Should the situation fall within my capability, I will undoubtedly extend my assistance. However, if I confront circumstances beyond my power, I cannot be held accountable. And I hope you can understand. Lin Xize was wary of overcommitting, for the uncertainties of the future were daunting. Should he fail to deliver, it would be difficult to justify. Gu Yi nodded in understanding, responding, indeed, your words suffice. Do your utmost. No sooner had he spoken than the once fearsome tiger before them, bristling with menace, seemed to lose all vitality in an instant. Its massive form collapsed with a thunderous thud, the fierce glint in its coppery eyes extinguished, leaving only an eerie silence in the dungeon, broken only by the dull thud of the tiger hitting the ground. Chapter 79, Handling the Giant Tiger. The enormous supplement Gu Yi gestured towards the lifeless giant tiger and said to Lin Xize, this is now your responsibility. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving Lin Xize alone in the dungeon. Lin Xize gazed at the colossal creature sprawled before him, pondering how best to manage the situation. After a moment's reflection, he summoned the power of his wood spirit root. In a dazzling display, a dozen sturdy wooden barrels coalesced beside him, firmly standing on the ground. Next, He retrieved the renowned magic blade, the 1,000 Blades, from his storage space. As it materialized, it exuded a chilling brilliance, as though it possessed an innate hunger to devour all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xize concentrated, steadily channeling his spiritual energy onto the blade. In an instant, the 1,000 Blades seemed infused with formidable life force. Its radiance intensified, and the energy coursed along the edge, eager for its master's command. With determination in his eyes, Lin Xize gripped the 1,000 Blades tightly and plunged it forcefully into the tiger's thick vein. The blade effortlessly penetrated the beast's body, and dark crimson blood began to flow steadily along the blade, dripping into the prepared wooden barrels beside him. Lin Xize dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He continued to exert force, meticulously maneuvering the enchanted blade, 1,000 edges, along the course of the veins, systematically draining the blood from the mighty tiger. In that moment, the dungeon was filled solely with the rhythmic sound of blood dripping into wooden barrels, creating an atmosphere imbued with an indescribable peculiarity. As Lin Xize persevered in his task, he pondered to himself, regardless of the circumstances, this colossal tiger possesses considerable cultivation, and it has even exhibited signs of ancestral bloodline resurgence, harboring the bloodline of the white tiger within. Logically, this blood could be utilized for body refinement. Although ordinary blood might hold little effect for me given my current cultivation level, it would undoubtedly be highly beneficial for Marissa and the others. Bringing back some for them would render this endeavor worthwhile, providing at least some reward. Thus, Lin Xize methodically continued his work, and before long, he realized that the tiger's blood had been nearly completely drained. The once incessantly flowing dark red liquid now seeped out only intermittently, filling 10 wooden barrels to the brim. Just then, Lin Xize sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the blood within the barrels and detected a single drop that appeared remarkably distinct. This drop emanated a faint halo around it, standing out from the other blood, as if forcibly mixed yet incapable of merging. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Xize, prompting him to carefully retrieve an exquisite vial from his robe. Using his spiritual energy, he gently separated the special drop of blood from the barrel and placed it into the vial. Holding the vial before him, he examined it closely, noting how the drop shimmered with vitality, as if possessing its own spirit, subtly exuding a robust and enigmatic power. Lin Xize couldn't help but muse. This must be its essence. After all, it contains the power of the white tiger and is undoubtedly extraordinary. It must be preserved with utmost care. After properly securing the drop of essence, Lin Xize surveyed his surroundings and summoned his wood spirit root's power, instantly conjuring a sturdy wooden table upon the ground. He then rolled up his sleeves, preparing to dismember the now lifeless giant tiger before him. He pulled out a massive club from his storage space, its weight formidable, and its material exceptional, hinting at a mysterious power. Weighing the club in his hands, Lin Xize remarked to himself, "This truly is a remarkable item. The tiger's long limb would surely make for an extraordinary brew, far superior to the average. Perhaps consuming it would directly enhance my physical cultivation progress. Who can say? It must be kept separate, not mingled with anything else." With determination, Lin Xize first carefully skinned the tiger. Thanks to his adept technique and swift motions, he managed to procure a complete, majestic tiger hide, its patterns distinctly visible, each hair radiating an awe-inspiring aura, unmistakably a rare treasure. After carefully storing away the tiger's skin, Lin Xize began to focus intently on disassembling the massive tiger's body. In no time, the once colossal creature was reduced to a pile of meat chunks, scattered across the ground like scattered treasures, accompanied by a dozen barrels brimming with blood, rendering the entire dungeon a chaotic sight. Observing the disarray before him, Lin Xize furrowed his brow, troubled by the thought that transporting all these items back one by one would be an arduous task, likely taking an eternity. After much contemplation, he concluded that seeking assistance from Gu Yi would be prudent. After all, Gu Yi possessed extraordinary magic and could potentially conjure a portal to transport both himself and these items directly to his doorstep, thus simplifying the endeavor considerably. Upon entering the dungeon with Lin Xize, Gu Yi immediately noticed the numerous barrels of blood surrounding him, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He could not help but inquire, "You intend to take all this blood as well?" Lin Xize nodded earnestly, responding, "Certainly, master. Do not underestimate this blood. It is quite valuable." Gu Yi, raising an eyebrow, contemplated before asking, "Then do share a barrel with me. By the way, what purpose does this blood serve?" Lin Xize patiently elucidated, "Soaking in this blood can enhance one's physical capabilities. However, this tiger's strength is relatively weak, so the benefits derived from it are not particularly significant." Gu Yi nodded thoughtfully and then turned his gaze to the pile of meat chunks beside Lin Xize, curiously inquiring, "Do these pieces of meat offer similar effects?" Lin Xize glanced at the meat, gently shaking his head as he replied, "Indeed, they possess analogous properties, but given your current level of cultivation, they would be of little use to you. Furthermore, for those who do not practice my particular technique, consuming these would not only be futile, but could also hinder their cultivation. Thus, only those who cultivate similar practices to mine may find these meat pieces beneficial. Gu Yi nodded slightly, pondering to himself. Lin Xize's technique is indeed peculiar. The items obtained from this massive tiger carry such intricate significance. It seems the realms of cultivation in this world are truly diverse and extraordinary. Chapter 80. Dividing the Giant Tiger. A body on the brink of explosion connecting to another realm, a passage leading to Lin Xize's doorstep awaited. Noticing this, Lin Xize hastily organized everything, leaving only one barrel of blood for Gu Yi, carefully lifting each item before striding confidently toward the portal. In an instant, he stepped through the threshold and vanished without a trace. Gu Yi observed the now immaculate dungeon, devoid of even a single tiger hair, and could not help but smirk. Silently chastising, this lad truly leaves nothing behind. He is remarkably frugal. However, she refrained from speaking further, as the two had already reached an understanding. She picked up the bucket of tiger blood and leisurely departed from the chamber. Upon returning home through the portal, Lin Xize wasted no time and immediately began to process the tiger meat he had brought back. This was no ordinary meat. The tiger itself possessed a certain level of cultivation, making the preparation particularly laborious and more challenging than typical meats. Lin Xize had been busy since noon, washing, marinating with various special spices, and then slowly simmering it in a specially designed pot. After considerable effort, the tiger meat was finally cooked by evening, filling the entire house with an extraordinary aroma. The scent seemed to carry a faint trace of spiritual energy, making it tantalizingly delectable. Once the dish was ready, Lin Xize meticulously sliced thin pieces of tiger meat for each of the 8 women present before serving himself a little over a pound. He harbored some reservations. While the tiger meat was beneficial for cultivation, he feared that consuming too much at once might overwhelm his body, leading him to be conservative with his portions. Furthermore, he also sliced 5 additional thin pieces and approached Pikachu, first feeding it a slice, then observing intently. He pondered whether Pikachu could withstand the power contained within the tiger meat, determined to watch closely for any adverse reactions. The women gazed at the thin slices Lin Xize brought over, momentarily taken aback, before exchanging glances filled with mischievous amusement. One of them spoke up first, teasingly addressing Lin Xize. "Darling, we're not so impoverished that we can't afford a decent meal. You can't be so stingy. This little morsel won't even fill us up, and if we're left hungry, how will we have the energy to play with you tonight?" Upon hearing this, the others erupted into laughter, joining in the playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Xize, upon hearing their remarks, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His forehead twitching slightly as he helplessly replied, "Well, am I intentionally depriving you? This is for your own good. The tiger meat is extraordinary, imbued with cultivation power. I fear that if you absorb too much at once, your bodies may not withstand it. And then what would happen if you were overwhelmed? And what do you mean by playing? We are engaged in cultivation here, not some trivial pastime." The women, however, remained unfazed, continuing to giggle. At this moment, Halle Berry leaned closer to Lin Xize, playfully pouting as she said, "Darling, this tiny slice wouldn't even fit between our teeth. Who can be satisfied with this? Just cut us a bit more, and we promise to be careful." Lin Xize shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself, "These young ladies truly do not grasp the seriousness of the situation. I cannot simply indulge their whims." With a patient demeanor, he explained, "My dear friends, you must take this matter seriously. It is not out of pettiness. The potency of this tiger meat, if mismanaged, could lead to significant complications. Please, sample this modest portion first. If all goes well, I shall procure more for you next time. Is that agreeable?" Though the young women listened to Lin Xize's earnest counsel with a hint of reluctance, they recognized his intentions were for their own good. Consequently, they refrained from further insistence. Murmuring softly as they cautiously sampled the delicate slices of meat, their eyes occasionally darting toward Lin Xize, as if anticipating some miraculous effect. After consuming the thin slice of tiger meat, just as one of them opened her mouth to address Lin Xize, an alarming change swept over Barbara, Harley Quinn, and Marissa, their faces paling instantaneously. They soon felt a tumultuous force surging within their bellies, a fierce energy wreaking havoc, causing excruciating pain that prompted beads of sweat to form on their foreheads, their brows furrowing tightly together. Noticing their distress, Lin Xize's heart sank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly approached, urging the 3 to sit before him without delay. With concentrated focus, he summoned the spiritual energy within himself, carefully channeling it into their bodies, guiding and stimulating the latent energy they possessed, endeavoring to assist them in swiftly refining the tumultuous force that had erupted. As he diligently infused them with spiritual energy, Lin Xize inwardly expressed relief that they had all trained under his tutelage. Even the least adept among them had achieved the first level of qi refining. Otherwise, given their originally average physiques, the sudden surge of energy could have overwhelmed them catastrophically, with dire consequences that were unthinkable. Under Lin Xize's guidance, Barbara, Harley Quinn, and Marissa gradually regained their composure, the anguish on their faces easing, the beads of sweat ceasing to flow, and their tightly knit brows slowly unfurling. However, they remained somewhat weak, breathing heavily, clearly having expended considerable energy during the ordeal. Observing their recovery, Lin Xize finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow that had arisen from tension. With a serious expression, he chided the group. "See, I warned you that excessive consumption of tiger meat is perilous. This time, merely a small slice nearly led to disaster. Henceforth, you must heed my advice and refrain from impulsive actions." The young women, still shaken, nodded obediently, in unison declaring, "Understood, dear husband. We shall certainly listen to you from now on. We shall not dare to be reckless again." The other women observing this scene were equally alarmed. Chapter 81. The Place Version Stimulant? As everyone remained immersed in the lingering thrill of the recent exhilarating scene, Robin approached Lin Xize with an air of nonchalance, her bright, animated eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. She playfully remarked, "Xize, I'm still not full. This little bit is simply insufficient. Could I possibly have some more?" Upon hearing Robin's words, Lin Xize couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, contemplating the implications. Indeed, Robin's physical constitution surpassed that of others, a testament to her unwavering commitment to regular training and the substantial enhancement bestowed upon her by the devil fruit. Moreover, Lin Xize sensed that Robin's physical prowess had likely reached the 6th tier of body refinement. For her, a mere sliver of tiger meat was hardly substantial enough to satiate her hunger. After a moment's reflection, Lin Xize regarded Robin with a serious expression and advised, "Robin, since you feel unsatisfied, let us do this. Try eating another piece, but do so slowly, paying close attention to the changes within your body. If, after this piece, you still find it lacking, you may inform me, and you can continue to eat. However, bear in mind that consuming too much could lead to an excess of energy accumulation, which must be hastily refined through rigorous training. Otherwise, even with your remarkable physical condition, complications may arise, so please exercise caution." Robin nodded obediently, responding, "Understood, Xize. I will be careful, you need not worry." With that, she picked up a slice of tiger meat, nibbling at it cautiously. After finishing one piece, Robin sensed no unusual changes in her body. The energy from the tiger meat seemed effortless to digest. Thus, she proceeded to take another piece, and then another, continuing until she had consumed 4.5 pieces. Satisfied, she patted her small belly and cheerfully announced to Lin Xize, "Xize, I'm finally full. I feel warm inside, as if brimming with strength." Observing Robin's contented and buoyant demeanor as she bounced off to train, Lin Xize could only smile wryly, refraining from further comments. After all, as long as Robin encountered no issues, her physical capabilities were commendable. However, at that moment, Annie, Michelle, Harry, and Dullily exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with eagerness. Before they chorused to Lin Xize, "It seems we could also indulge in a little more." After a moment's thought, Lin Xize nodded in agreement, but reiterated, "You must eat slowly, paying close attention to how your bodies respond. If anything feels amiss, stop immediately." The 4 girls responded obediently, then cautiously took up the tiger meat. Savoring it slowly, while they resumed eating, they remained quite prudent, each consuming no more than 2 portions, with their individual appetites varying. Annie devoured just over 1 portion. Michelle nearly 1.5. Harry consumed 1 portion, while Dullily had just over half a portion. Lin Xize observed the actions of the 4 women, pondering to himself, their physical prowess indeed surpasses that of the previous few, yet when compared to Robin, there remains a considerable gap. Naturally, they cannot consume too much. The current amount is already quite sufficient. Any more, and it is likely their bodies would struggle to endure. Just as he was contemplating this, Lin Xize turned his head and noticed the situation with Pikachu. To his astonishment, Pikachu had devoured 5 portions of tiger meat, leaving only 2 behind. And it did so with remarkable speed. After finishing, Pikachu's eyelids grew heavy, and before long, it lay on the ground, succumbing to slumber, occasionally emitting soft snoring sounds. Clearly indulging in a state of satisfaction, digesting the energy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xize mused. It appears this is the limit of Pikachu's energy absorption. I wonder if it will undergo any changes upon awakening. I hope the energy from this tiger meat proves beneficial. Noticing that everyone had finished their portions of tiger meat, Lin Xize leisurely began to savor his own. The moment the tiger meat entered his mouth, a peculiar warmth swiftly spread throughout his oral cavity, as though it bore a magical essence, igniting a sensation of heat within him, radiating from his tongue to the entirety of his being. With each chew and swallow, the power embedded in the tiger meat surged into Lin Xize's body like a relentless tide, causing an involuntary fervor to envelop him. Every cell felt as though it had been ignited, brimming with vitality. It was akin to receiving an injection of an enhanced stimulant, leaving him exhilarated. Lin Xize relished the delightful sensations brought forth by the tiger meat and the ever-increasing power accumulating within him, an exhilarating experience that flooded his mind, momentarily captivating him. He subconsciously continued to stuff his mouth with more tiger meat, yearning to prolong this enchanting experience, utterly oblivious to his body's limits. However, while he was still immersed in this state, Lin Xize suddenly found himself unable to consume any more. It felt as though something was obstructing his throat, rendering it impossible to swallow. Simultaneously, his body began to issue frantic warnings, a strong discomfort radiating from various parts. His heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, and his head grew somewhat heavy, as if his body were desperately signaling. Excessive intake of the stimulant has exceeded its limits. Only then did Lin Xize realize that he had indeed overindulged. Alarmed, he quickly resolved to gather everyone together for training, intending to swiftly refine the excess energy within before it became perilous. Just as he was about to take action, his phone rang unexpectedly from his pocket. Lin Xize took it out to discover that it was a call from Tony. Frowning slightly, he felt a sense of helplessness, contemplating that Tony's call was indeed ill-timed. However, fearing that it might pertain to something of significance, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately pressing the answer key.